Chapter 1: Foreigners. A price is always exacted for what fate bestows adapted from Zweig's Mary Queen of Scots. I'm a nobody, with no time to notice the brightness of the sun. My parents couldn't help me, and I wasn't highly educated. I had no choice but to make it on my own in the city. I'd applied to many jobs, but no one ever hired me. Maybe it's because I'm not good at expressing myself, and I'm not the best communicator. I guess I just haven't shown enough ability. Once, I'd eaten 2 loaves of bread over a 3-day period. Hunger kept me up at night. At least I paid a month's rent in advance, so I didn't have to face the cold winter wind outside. Finally, I found a job at the hospital's morgue, keeping vigil over the dead. Nighttime in the hospital was colder than I could have ever imagined. The corridor's wall lights were out, leaving everything shrouded in darkness. I could barely see my feet, and the only light seeping out was from the rooms. Mon Dieu, it reeked of something fierce. The smell of death lingered in the air, and from time to time, we had to help move the bodies into the morgue. It wasn't the most glamorous of jobs, but it put bread on the table. Plus, the free time at night allowed me to study. Few people ventured to the morgue, but when they did, they were there delivering bodies or taking them away for cremation. I had to make do without books as I couldn't afford them, nor did I see any hope of saving up enough for them. But I had to thank my predecessor for leaving so suddenly, as it allowed me to get this job. I dreamed of working the day shift. Sleeping during the day and being awake at night made my body weak and my head throb. One day, a new corpse was brought in. From what I'd heard, it's the body of my predecessor who suddenly left. I was intrigued by the mysterious disappearance of my predecessor, and as soon as the others left the room, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, with bluish-white skin and wrinkles covering his face. The poor lighting only served to make him look scarier. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white. He had been stripped of his clothes, not even a piece of cloth was left on him. As a dead man without a family, the movers couldn't resist the opportunity to cash in on the guy. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was bluish-black. I can't really explain it. The light was too dim at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, only to realize there was nothing special about it. Looking at my predecessor, I couldn't help but wonder if I'd end up like him when I grew old. I promised his body I'd be with him on his last journey, take him to the crematorium, and then to the nearest free cemetery. I couldn't have the bureaucrats throwing him in the river or some forsaken land like trash. I knew I was gonna, Ave to sacrifice some shut-eye, but Dieu merci it was Sunday the next day. I could catch up on my lost sleep then. After saying that, I zipped up the bag and shoved it back in the cabinet. The room went darker and the shadows lengthened. Since that day, every time I close my eyes, I'm swallowed by a thick fog. Something tells me I'm not alone, something not quite human is coming my way, but nobody will listen. They think I've lost my mind in this job, they say I need a doctor. A male customer sitting at the bar looked at the narrator who had suddenly stopped and asked, "And?" The narrator suddenly stopped his tale, causing a male customer at the bar to take notice. This mid-30s chap sported a drab duffel coat and pale yellow strides. His hair was slicked back, and he had a rough dark bowler hat by his side. He seemed run-of-the-mill, like the rest of the punters in the alehouse, with dark locks and piercing blue peepers. Not particularly handsome, but not repugnant either. Nothing about him screamed for attention. The narrator was a strapping lad in his late teens, with long limbs and chiseled features that could make any lass go weak in the knees. His short, jet-black hair and bright, blue eyes only added to his appeal. The lad looked wistfully at the empty wine glass in front of him and let out a deep sigh. And then I quit my job and returned to the countryside so that I can tell you this bullshit. The lad responded with a sly grin spreading across his face. The male guest was taken aback. "Were you just pulling our leg?" "Haha," laughter erupted around the bar. However, the laughter was short-lived as a middle-aged man looked sternly at the slightly embarrassed customer and remarked, "You ain't from around here, are ya? Lumion spins a different yarn every day. Yesterday, he was a penniless bloke who got dumped by his fiancée, and today, he's a watchman for the dead." He talks about spending 30 years east of the Serenzo River and then 30 years to the right of it. He's full of hot air, that one," added another regular at the tavern. All the men were farmers from the village of Cordu, wearing drab-colored tunics. The black-haired lad, Lumion, leaned forward on the bar counter and rose to his feet. He flashed a cheeky grin and proclaimed, "As you all know, I ain't the one making this up. My sister pens these tales. She's a writer for some column known as Novel Weekly or other." With that, Lumion turned around, spread his arms wide, and beamed at the foreign customer. "Looks like she's crafted quite the tale. I'm sorry you misunderstood." The unremarkable man in the brown tweed shirt smiled and stood up. "What an intriguing story, and how might I address you?" "Isn't it common courtesy to introduce oneself before inquiring of others?" Lumion replied, returning the man's smile. The foreigner nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These are my companions, Valentine and Lee." The last sentence referred to the man and woman sitting beside him. Valentine, a man in his late 20s with powdered blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket, and black trousers. It was evident that he had put considerable effort into his attire, as if he had been priming himself for a special rendezvous. He had a rather chilly look on his face, not even sparing a glance for the farmers and herders around him. Lee, on the other hand, was a striking young woman with long, light gray hair tied into an elaborate bun, and a white veil perched atop her head. Her eyes matched her hair, and she regarded Lumion with an open smile, clearly amused by their exchange. In the glow of the gas lamps inside the tavern, the woman named Lee showed off her sharp nose and stunningly curved lips. She was definitely a stunner in the countryside like Cordu. She wore a snug white pleated cashmere dress with a small off-white coat and a pair of Marcelin boots. There were 2 tiny silver bells fastened to her veil and boots. They jingled as she walked into the tavern, drawing the attention of many, especially the men. In their eyes, this was the kind of fashionable getup you'd only see in the big cities, like the provincial capital of Bigorra or even the capital city of Trier. Lumion gave a nod of acknowledgement to the 3 foreigners. "The name's Lumion Lay. You may address me as Lumion." Lee blurted out. "What's the matter? Y'all got a problem with my last name?" Lumion asked with a curious look on his face. Ryan Koss took it upon himself to explain on Lee's behalf. "Your last name is downright frightening. I nearly lost control of my voice just now." Observing the bewildered expressions of the farmers and herdsmen around him, he continued. "Folks who have crossed paths with sailors and sea merchants are familiar with a saying that's making the rounds in the 5 seas. I'd rather come face to face with pirate admirals or even kings than run into a bloke named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee." "Is he really that scary?" Lumion inquired. Ryan shook his head in response. "I'm not exactly sure, but if such a legend exists, then it can't be far from the truth." He switched topics and said to Lumion, "Merci for the story, it merits a drink. What do you desire?" "A glass of La Fée Verte." Lumion didn't beat around the bush and settled back into his seat. Ryan Koss furrowed his brow. "La Fée Verte, absinthe. I must remind you, absinthe is harmful to the human body. Such alcohol can lead to insanity and hallucinations." "I didn't expect the trends of Trier to reach here," Lee chimed in with a grin. Lumion acknowledged her comment tersely. "So the people of Trier also enjoy La Fée Verte. For us, life is already tough enough. No need to fret over a little more harm. This drink can calm our minds." "All right." Ryan leaned back in his chair and turned to the bartender. "A glass of La Fée Verte and another glass of Cur Épicé." Cur Épicé was a renowned fruit-based spirit that had been distilled to perfection. The thin, middle-aged man who had exposed Lumion's lies piped up. "Give me a glass of La Fée Verte too. After all, I was the one who told the truth just now. I can even tell you the truth about this kid's situation." He glared at Lumion, daring him to object. "Foreigner, I can tell you still have your doubts about the authenticity of that story." "Peer, you'd do anything for a free glass of alcohol," Lumion retorted, scowling. Before Ryan could even respond, Lumion added, "Why can't I tell my story and get an extra glass of La Fée Verte?" "Because no one knows if they should believe you," Pierre smirked. Your sister's favorite story to tell kids is The Boy Who Cried Wolf. People who lie all the time lose their credibility eventually. Lumion shrugged and watched as the bartender slid a glass of light green alcohol in front of him. "Ça va," he said, unbothered. Ryan turned to Lumion. "Is that all right?" "Sure thing, as long as your wallet can handle it," Lumion replied breezily. "In that case, another glass of La Fée Verte," Ryan said with a nod. Pierre's face lit up with a smile. "Generous foreigner, you should steer clear of this one," he said, gesturing to Lumion. "He's the most mischievous bloke in the whole village." 5 years ago, his sister Aurore brought him back to the village, Pierre continued. "He's been here ever since, can you imagine?" He was just a wee lad of 13 at the time. How could he have made the trek to the hospital to become a corpse watchman? The nearest hospital is in Carriage at the foot of the mountain. It would take an entire afternoon to get there by foot. "Brought back to the village?" Lee inquired, her voice tinged with suspicion. She tilted her head, causing her bells to tinkle. Pierre nodded in confirmation. "Aurore moved here 6 years ago. A year later, she went on a journey and brought this lad back with her. Said she found him on the road, a starving, homeless child. She planned to adopt him. Then he took on Aurore's last name, Lee. Even his name, Lumion, was given by Aurore. I don't even remember what my name was before Aurore gave me the name." Lumion, unfazed by the revelation, flashed a grin and took a sip of absinthe. It was clear that his past did not bother him in the slightest. Chapter 2, Prank. Ryan apologized politely to Lumion. "Forgive me, I did not expect such a situation," he said. Lumion chuckled. "Are you suggesting we need another glass of La Fée Verte?" Without waiting for Ryan's response, he changed the subject. "What brings foreigners like you to Cordu? Are you here to buy wool or leather?" Many of Cordu's residents made their living as shepherds. Ryan breathed a silent sigh of relief and seized the opportunity to explain their true purpose. "We came to visit the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's padre, Guillaume Bainet, but he seems to be absent from both his home and the cathedral." Pierre, who had enjoyed Ryan's free absinthe, kindly reminded him that there was only one church in Cordu. The other locals around the bar counter were all drinking, but no one answered Ryan's question. The name seemed to represent some kind of taboo or authority that couldn't be openly discussed. Lumion took a sip of drink and thought for a few seconds before offering his assistance. "I can roughly guess where the padre is. Do you need me to take you there?" Lee didn't stand on ceremony. "If it's not too much trouble," she said. Ryan nodded in agreement. "Once you've finished your drink." "All right." Lumion raised his glass and finished the light green alcohol. He put down his glass and got to his feet. "Let's go." "Merci beaucoup." Ryan expressed his gratitude and gestured for Valentine and Lee to stand up. Lumion's face lit up with a smile. "It's no problem at all. You heard my story and I enjoyed a complimentary drink. That makes us friends, n'est-ce pas?" "Oui," Ryan nodded. Lumion's grin widened, stretching from ear to ear. He opened his arms wide, beckoning the other party in for a hug. "Ah, it is good to meet you, my cabbages," he exclaimed with fervor. Ryan, who was about to be enveloped in a bear hug, froze. "Cabbages?" His expression was a mixture of perplexity and embarrassment. Valentine and Lee mirrored his expression. "It is a term of endearment we use for our friends," Lumion explained with innocent sincerity. "Everyone in the Darij region is aware of it. It has been a tradition for centuries, believe me, my cabbages." Lee couldn't help but glance around, producing the tinkling sounds. Pierre and the others nodded in agreement, assuring the newcomers that Lumion's words were true. However, the grins on their faces hinted that they were pleased to see foreigners struggling to comprehend their affectionate greetings. Lumion stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Don't you fancy it? Then I shall opt for a different option. It can also be used for friends. My dear bunnies, my darling chicks, my lovely ducks, or perhaps my adorable lambs. Which one tickles your fancy?" But Ryan's expression was as stiff as a board, and Valentine's brow furrowed in confusion. Lee let out a sigh, a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Let's just stick with cabbage, shall we? At least it sounds normal." Phew, Ryan let out a quiet sigh and gently grasped Valentine's elbow. He gave a slight nod and remarked, "They all seem like precious treasures in the family." Without awaiting Lumien's response, he swiveled his body and addressed the bartender. "How much will it be?" "2 Verl d'Or," replied the bartender, eyeing the glasses lined up on the counter. Ryan settled the bill, and Lee shifted the conversation to a different subject. "Lumien is an uncommon name." "At least better than names like Pierre and Guillaume," Lumien countered with a grin. "If you were to call out Pierre in this place, a third of the people would turn their heads. Call out Guillaume, and another third will respond. As for this gentleman..." He gestured to the skinny, middle-aged man, sipping his free drink. "His full name is Pierre Guillaume." Lee flashed a smile, skirting the topic of cabbage. As they departed from the tavern, Lumien turned around and surveyed the surroundings. "What's the matter?" Lee inquired with curiosity. Lumien pondered for a moment and replied thoughtfully, "It's not just the 3 of you foreigners who came to the tavern today. Another person arrived earlier, but I don't know when they left." "What did they look like?" Ryan asked with a serious expression. Lumien took a moment to reflect. "A lady, very sophisticated. You can tell she's from the city with just one glance. I can't describe her appearance. Why don't I sketch her for you?" "Do you know how to draw?" Lee queried, aware of Lumien's idiosyncrasies. Lumien chortled. "I don't." "In that case, let's locate the Padre first," Ryan decided, drawing the conversation to a close. Cordu was a place devoid of street lamps at night, yet the twinkling stars above provided a faint glimmer that allowed the 4 of them to navigate the road. The yellowish light emanating from the windows on either side only added to the ethereal ambience. As they approached the eternal blazing sun cathedral situated in the village square, the grandiose structure appeared somewhat blurry in the darkness, as if it was merging with the night. "We've been here before. There's no one here," Valentine grumbled with a frown. Lumien smiled and said, "No one at the front door doesn't mean there's no one elsewhere." He then proceeded to lead Ryan and the others around the front of the cathedral towards the cemetery, where they found a dark brown wooden door. Lumien didn't wait for Ryan to knock. Instead, he reached over and fiddled with the keyhole before opening the side door with a creak. "That's not very nice, is it?" Ryan frowned. Lee nodded in agreement, her bells tinkling. "We're here to visit the Padre, not to fight him." "All right," Lumien acquiesced. He closed the wooden door and knocked lightly. "Hey, is anyone there? I'll come in if you don't answer," he muttered in a low voice that was barely audible in the night. There was no response from inside the cathedral. Without hesitation, Lumien pushed open the door and gestured inside. "Go on in." Ryan hesitated. He looked at the darkness behind the door and glanced at his companions. "Okay," he took a step forward, slow but firm. Lee and Valentine followed closely behind. The 4 silvery bells adorning Lee's boots and veil were eerily silent. The environment was dim and eerie as the 4 of them made their way forward. Out of nowhere, Ryan came to a halt and muttered in a low voice, "What's that noise?" "Yes, I heard it too," Lumien agreed. Without wasting any time, he forcefully pushed the door aside, and it opened with a loud clang, revealing what lay beyond. The dimly lit space resembled a confessional. A beam of starlight shone through, revealing a naked man in his prime, lying atop a fair-skinned woman. The scene stunned everyone, including the man and the woman. Suddenly, the man sat up and bellowed at Ryan and his team, "Sacrebleu, you've ruined the Holy Church's plans." Amidst the reverberating roar, Lumien, who had quietly approached behind the group, waved his hand and spoke quickly. "Ah, it seems we have discovered our Padre. Au revoir, my cabbages." Before anyone could react, Lumien dashed towards the side door, leaving his words to drift away in the wind. As the team stood in shock, Lee, Ryan, and Valentine couldn't shake the words of the middle-aged man, Pierre Guillaume, from their minds. "You should steer clear of this one. He's the most mischievous bloke in the whole village." Lumien sauntered down the country road, hands tucked in his pockets while whistling a tune under the stars. As expected, the Padre is having an affair with Madame Pualis. Mon Dieu, these foreigners exude an air of prestige. The Padre would never dream of crossing them. He must pay an exorbitant sum to keep his sordid dalliances under wraps and preserve his standing within the cathedral. HMPH, he only has himself to blame for lusting after Auror. I have been biding my time for this chance. As Lumion muttered to himself, he returned to his abode on the outskirts of the hamlet. The structure he called home was a peculiar semi-subterranean two-story affair. The ground floor doubled as both a kitchen and a lounge. A hefty oven and a grandiose stove dominated the room. Auror, Auror, Lumion hollered as he trudged up the stairs. No reply. The upper story was divided into 3 chambers and a lavatory. All the doors stood open. Lumion peeped into each room, but couldn't find his sister. He mulled it over for a moment, then marched to the end of the corridor and clambered up the ladder that led to the roof. The roof was a fiery orange, painted by the twilight sky. In the center sat a figure, holding their knees and staring contemplatively at the sparkling stars. This was an exquisite woman, exceptionally so. Her long and thick locks were a shade of gold, her eyes a pale blue, and her facial features were intricate and refined. Her gaze was fixated on the cosmos, her countenance serene, akin to that of a statue. Lumion remained silent. He shifted to her side and sat next to her. He lifted his head, gazing at the dense forest in the distance, absorbing the susurrus of the wind blowing through the trees. After a while, the woman raised her arms and stretched, paying no heed to her appearance. Auror, I don't understand why you come up here so often. What's so interesting about this view? Lumion commented. Call me Grandsoer, Auror scolded playfully, tapping Lumion's head with her finger. Auror sighed and thought to herself, a philosopher once said that there are only 2 things worth revering in this world. One is the morality in one's heart, and the other is the cosmos above one's head. Lumion noticed his sister's slightly melancholic expression and flashed a grin. I know the answer to this question. Emperor Roselle said so. Auror laughed. She took a sniff and raised her beautiful golden eyebrows. You've been drinking again. This is called socializing. Lumion took the opportunity to recount what had just happened. I met 3 foreigners. Auror could not help but laugh. I'm really afraid that the Padre will have a heart attack. Her expression then turned serious. Lumion, don't provoke the Padre anymore. It'll be troublesome if we get a new one. But I can't stand his face, Lumion complained before Auror stood up. She looked down at her brother and smiled. All right, it's bedtime, my inebriated brother, Auror said with a smile as she threw out some silver dust. Auror flew down from the roof like a bird and entered the window on the 2nd floor, leaving Lumion behind. Lumion watched this quietly and shouted anxiously, What about me? Climb down yourself, Auror replied mercilessly. Lumion pursed his lips, his smile fading bit by bit. He watched the silver specks of light disappear in the night sky, sighed softly, and muttered to himself, I wonder when I'll be able to possess such extraordinary powers. Chapter 3, Dream. Lumion lingered atop the roof, reluctant to descend just yet. His visage was a picture of stoicism, betraying no emotion. Gone was the mischievous young man who frequented the tavern, always ready with a grin and a jest. In his place was a composed and resolute figure, unrecognizable to those who knew him before. Since discovering Auror's magical powers by chance, Lumion had been obsessed with obtaining them. But Auror always warned him against it, citing the immense danger and agony that came with wielding such abilities. She refused to divulge the secret, even if she knew how to grant them to mere mortals. Lumion couldn't force her to reveal the method, so he resorted to pleading and persuading her at every turn. After a few seconds of contemplation, Lumion sprang to his feet and made his way down to the edge of the roof. He climbed back to the 2nd floor using the wooden ladder. He strolled to Auror's room, only to find the brown wooden door ajar before peeking inside. Auror sat at her desk, scribbling away with a champagne fountain pen, dressed in a sky-blue gown. What is she writing so late into the night? Is it related to witchcraft? Lumion placed his hand on the door and quipped, Writing in your diary, are you? Who writes in a diary, honestly? Auror replied without looking up from her writing. Lumion wasn't satisfied with her answer. But didn't Emperor Roselle keep several volumes of diaries? Roselle, the last emperor of the Intes Republic where the siblings currently lived, had brought down the Sauron dynasty and assumed the mantle of Caesar, thereby declaring himself emperor. The man had made countless strides in the fields of science and engineering, having been credited with inventing the steam engine. Not to mention, he had charted the sea route to the southern continent and sparked an age of colonization. He was the embodiment of his time, a symbol of a bygone era over a century ago. However, in his twilight years, he was double-crossed and assassinated in the White Maple Palace of Trier. In the aftermath of his death, his diary pages were disseminated throughout the world, yet they were written in a tongue that nobody could decipher, as if the words didn't exist in this world. That's why Roselle ain't no honest man, Auror, her back turned to Lumion, scoffed. So, what are you scribbling there? Lumion queried. That was the crux of the matter. Auror responded with a shrug, her voice dripping with indifference. A letter. To whom? Lumion couldn't help but scowl. Auror paused, laying down her exquisite golden champagne fountain pen, intricately patterned, to review her words and phrases. A pen pal. What now? Lumion furrowed his brow, thoroughly perplexed. What the hell was that? Auror chuckled, running her fingers through her lustrous golden hair as she began to enlighten her brother. That's why I keep telling you to read more and study more. Quit wasting your days drinking and carousing. Look at you, what sets you apart from an illiterate? Pen pals are friends who become acquainted through newspapers, magazines, and other publications. They've never met and rely solely on letters to keep in touch. What's the point of having such a friend? Lumion asked, rather concerned about this matter. As he withdrew his hand from the door, he scratched his chin, deep in thought. Auror had never had a boyfriend before, so he couldn't allow her to be fooled by someone she had never met before. Meaning, Auror thought about it seriously. First off, emotional value. I know you don't understand the concept. Humans need to connect with one another, but some things and emotions cannot be shared with the villagers, nor with you. I require a more private outlet to release my thoughts. These pen pals, whom I have not met in person, are perfect for that. Secondly, do not underestimate my pen pals. Some of them hold great power, and some possess extensive knowledge. For example, a pen pal gifted me this battery-operated lamp. Kerosene lamps and candles are too damaging to the eyes and not ideal for writing at night. Without waiting for Lumion to ask another question, Auror waved her hand behind her. Get some rest, my inebriated brother, Bon knew it. All right, Bon knew it, Lumion replied, trying to hide his frustration. Auror instructed, don't forget to close the door. It's positively frigid in here with all the windows and the door open like this. Lumion slowly shut the door made of brown wood, then headed to his room where he removed his shoes before sitting on the bed. In the dimness of the night, Lumion could make out the wooden table beside the window, the slanted chair, the small bookshelf against the wall, and the wardrobe on the other side. He sat still, lost in thought. He knew Auror was a woman who kept her secrets to herself, and there were things she had not revealed to him. Lumion was not surprised, but he was worried that her secrets might put her in danger. And when reality hit, his options were limited. He was just an ordinary person, with a robust body and a sharp wit. Thoughts came rushing in like waves crashing on the shore, and just as quickly they receded. Lumion took a deep breath and made his way to the washroom to freshen up. Afterward, he removed his jacket-style brown coat and collapsed onto the cold bed. The April air in the mountains was still nippy. In the midst of his fugue state, Lumion perceived a murky mist, enveloping his surroundings and erasing everything in sight. He trudged through the haze in a daze, yet regardless of which direction he took or how far he went, the fog always led him back to the same place, his bedroom. The room was fashioned with a white four-piece bed, a wooden table and chair poised in front of the window, bookshelves, wardrobes, and the like. Phew, Lumion's eyes flickered open with a start, the morning sun casting a light through the thin blue curtains. He sat up, staring blankly at the room, feeling as if he was still trapped in a dream. The same dream he had been having for days, the gray fog that refused to clear. He raised a hand to his temples and muttered to himself in a deep voice, "It's getting more frequent. I have the same dream almost every day. Lumien's calm demeanor belied the fact that this dream hadn't brought about any negative effects, but it certainly had also failed to yield any positive outcomes. I pray that hidden in this is something propitious, Lumien murmured as he rose from the bed. Lumien opened the door to the corridor and was immediately met with a sound emanating from Auror's room. What a coincidence, Lumien smiled. But then a sudden thought hit him, causing him to take a step back and stand at the edge of the door. When Auror's bedroom door creaked open, Lumien quickly raised his right hand and began to massage his temples with a slightly pained expression on his face. What's wrong? Auror noticed his discomfort. Success, Lumien cheered inwardly as he tried his best to calm himself down. I had that dream again, he replied in a deep voice. Auror's golden locks of hair cascaded down her shoulders as she furrowed her brows with concern. The previous method didn't work, she murmured to herself before suggesting. Perhaps I should find you a hypnotist, a real hypnotist, and see what caused it. The kind with magical powers, Lumien questioned deliberately. Auror nodded lightly in response. One of your pen pals, Lumien couldn't help but ask. Why do you care about this? Think about how to solve your own problem, Auror retorted without hesitation. Isn't that what's on my mind? Lumien muttered inwardly. He took the opportunity to say, Auror, if I become a warlock and gain extraordinary powers, I should be able to unlock the secret of the dream and end it completely. Don't even think about it, Auror replied without hesitation. Her expression softened as she continued, Lumien, I won't lie to you. This path we're taking is dangerous, painful, and downright treacherous. If I had any other choice, and if the world wasn't spiraling out of control, I'd be content with being a regular old writer and living a peaceful life. Lumien didn't hesitate to interject, then let me shoulder the burden of danger and pain. I'll protect you, while you do what you love. Those words had been repeating in his head for quite some time. Auror went quiet for a couple of seconds, before a grin spread across her face. Are you discriminating against women? Before Lumien could say a word, she added with a serious tone, It's too late to turn back now. Ain't no going back to what we had before. Fine, I get it. I'm gonna go wash up. You study hard at home today and get ready for the college entrance exams in June. You said it yourself, the world is getting more dangerous. What's the point of taking exams? Lumien muttered. He believed that the key to success was strength, not some paper degree. Auror just smiled and said, Knowledge is power, my uneducated brother. Lumien had no response, so he just watched Auror walk into the washroom. In the afternoon, in the bustling town square of Cordu, Riamund Gregg caught sight of Lumien Lee crouched under an elm tree. His thoughts were shrouded in mystery. Shouldn't you be holed up at home with your nose buried in those books? Riamund approached him, his voice dripping with envy. Riamund was Lumien's confidant, standing at a moderate 1.7 meters, with brown hair and brown eyes. He was an ordinary-looking fellow with a slightly flushed complexion. Lumien looked up at him and offered a charming grin. Did Auror not fill you in? Even the hangman deserves a respite. I've been cooped up for so long, I needed a break. All morning, he had been ruminating on the possibility of acquiring extraordinary powers without Auror's assistance. This required him to seek out clues and take the initiative to investigate. Eventually, he felt that the rumors of magical powers circulating throughout the village held some truth and leads, so he purposely waited for Riamund here. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't rest for more than 15 minutes, Riamund drawled, leaning casually against the elm tree. We don't have a sister who's well-read enough to teach us. I plan on learning how to herd sheep next year. Lumien paid no attention to Riamund's remarks and spoke reflectively. Recall the tale of the warlock for me. Riamund couldn't quite understand Lumien's intentions, furrowing his brow in confusion. The one about the warlock. In the past, there was a warlock in our village, but he died later. On the day of his burial, an owl flew in from outside and perched atop his bed. It only departed after the coffin was carried out. Then, the coffin became unbearably heavy. It took 9 bulls to pull it. Lumien pressed further. How long ago was this? Riamund's expression grew increasingly perplexed. How should I know? I heard it from my father. Chapter 4, Shepherd. Lumion sprang to his feet, his eyes flashing with determination. Then let's go to your father. He had always been a man of action, and he knew that investigating the village legend couldn't wait. If he dallied, his sister Auror would surely catch wind of it, and she would never allow him to proceed. In Auror's eyes, delving into the realm of extraordinary powers was tantamount to playing with fire. How can I not know that there's danger? Auror wouldn't lie to me about this. But even if the world is ablaze, I have to keep walking. I can't let Auror face this alone. As he got up, this thought flashed across Lumion's mind. Every time Auror mentioned that the world was becoming more dangerous, the seriousness and worry on her face couldn't be any more genuine. Riamund Greg looked at Lumion, with confusion etched on his face. Why are you looking for him? Lumion fixed him with a withering look. Ask him how long ago the legend of the warlock took place. Why is this guy struggling to comprehend such a simple matter? Perhaps I need to find some time to test his intelligence. Riamund still looked baffled as he gazed at Lumion. Why do you need to know such details? Should I bother trying to explain it to this clueless fellow, or should I simply come up with a plausible excuse? He weighed his options. Lumion's mind raced as he considered his next move. He knew that he couldn't keep his investigations a secret from his friends, but he also knew that pursuing the truth about the legend was a risky move. However, he quickly came up with an idea. He flashed a grin that he usually reserved for moments when he was about to deceive someone. Riamund took 2 steps back, sensing that something was amiss. Spill it. Lumion adjusted his dark-colored shirt and linen jacket before smiling. I believe the legend of the warlock is worthy of our attention. What's so important about it? Riamund asked after some thought. There was indeed a warlock in our very village of Cordu in the past, Lumion said with a serious expression. Think about it, my friend. When I lie, I don't provide specific details like the time, place, and background that anyone could easily verify. However, this legend mentions a warlock who lived in Cordu, and if it were a fabrication, it would be too easy for someone to expose it as such. But that was ages ago, Riamund countered. I'm also referring to the people who were around when the legend first started circulating, Lumion explained, his smile widening. They could have easily confirmed whether or not a warlock lived in Cordu at that time. And since the legend has been passed down through generations, it's highly likely that it's based on a real event. Riamund remained unconvinced. But when you make up stories, you often use phrases like more than 100 years ago, centuries ago, long, long ago, to make it impossible for anyone to verify. That's precisely why I need to confirm it with your father, Lumion replied, a sly look in his eye that said, You see where I'm going with this, don't you? That's true, Riamund nodded slowly, accepting Lumion's explanation, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. As they left the square and delved deeper into the village, Riamund had a sudden epiphany. Mon Dieu, why do you want to confirm if such a legend is true? Warlock, Monday Ami, that's what we're searching for. If we can confirm the house where he lived and the place where he was buried, we might uncover his secret and gain magical powers that go beyond mere mortals, Lumion replied, his truthful words dripping with deceit. Riamund's expression turned skeptical. Don't tell me lies. Mon Ami, most of those tales are created to scare little children. How can they be true? And on top of that, anyone who seeks the power of a warlock will end up in the Inquisition. The Inti's Republic lay on the northern continent, where the orthodox deities were the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. These 2 churches divided the faith of almost all the people, and they didn't allow the Church of Evernight Goddess, the Church of the Lord of Storms from the Lone Kingdom, the Church of Earth Mother from the Fainapotter Kingdom, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom from Lenberg, and the Church of the God of Combat from the Faesek Empire to come in and preach. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Inquisition was feared by all. Countless heretics had been locked up and subjected to unimaginable torture. Lumion laughed. Why are you fretting now, my friend? You said it yourself, most of those legends are false. The chances of finding a warlock's remains are slim to none. Besides, even if we do stumble upon the remains of a warlock, we don't have to take on his forbidden power. We can give it to the church and get a handsome reward. Oh right, a warlock's grave is sure to be overflowing with treasures. The church that Lumion spoke of was the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery wasn't found in Cordu. Instead, it was usually located in large cities and places with factories. Seeing the temptation growing in Riamund's eyes, Lumion couldn't help but click his tongue in satisfaction. Do you really want to be a shepherd, my friend? The shepherd, he was not talking about the romanticized idea of a pastoral shepherd that city dwellers often had. No, this was a profession. Every morning, they would have to lead a flock of sheep out to graze and watch over them. Cordu was located in Darij, Riston province. Being a shepherd was a profession here, a tough and lonely profession. They worked for sheep owners, herding dozens, even hundreds of sheep back and forth between the mountains and plains. This was known as a herding. Every autumn, the mountains around Cordu would wither, and the shepherds would lead the sheep out of the mountain past to the warmer plains far away, sometimes crossing borders into Fainapotter, Lemberg, and other countries. By the beginning of May, they would have brought the sheep back to various villages to shear them and wean the lambs. In June, they would trek up the mountains and into the tall ranges. They'd live in shacks and make cheese while grazing the sheep until the weather turned cold. The shepherds spent their entire lives on the move, traveling from place to place. They only had a small window to return to the village, which made starting a family nearly impossible. Most of them were single, and the few widows who had no choice but to herd sheep for a living were highly sought after by the shepherds. Riamund fell silent. After a long while, he hesitantly said, "I'll listen to you. It does sound like fun, and I could use something to pass the time." In the ordinary course of events, once the family decided which child would become a shepherd, they would dispatch him to a certain shepherd's location to assist between the ages of 15 to 18. There, he would learn the ropes of shepherding. 3 years later, the youngster would officially become a shepherd and seek employment elsewhere. 17-year-old Riamund, however, had found several reasons to postpone this matter for over 2 years. If his circumstances did not alter, he would have to start learning how to herd next year. "Come on," Lumion said, patting Riamund's shoulder. "Is your father in the fields or at home?" "Recently, there hasn't been much work. Lent is approaching swiftly. He's either at home or at the tavern." Riamund let out a voice of envy. "You don't know anything about this? You're definitely not a farmer. You have a fortunate sister." Lumion put his hands in his pockets and sauntered ahead, disregarding Riamund's lamentations. As they approached the rundown tavern in the village, a person emerged from the side street. This individual was dressed in a lengthy dark brown coat with a hood. A rope was tied around his waist, and he wore a pair of brand-new, supple black leather shoes. "Peer of the berries," Riamund cried out in surprise. Lumion halted in his tracks and turned to look. "That's me," Berry replied with a wide grin and a wave of his hand. He was a scrawny man with sunken eyes and greasy, curly hair. His stubble suggested it had been quite some time since he last shaved. "Why are you back?" Riamund asked in confusion. Berry was a shepherd, and it was only the beginning of April. He should be tending to his sheep in the fields beyond the mountain pass. How in the world did he find himself in the village? He had only just begun his journey, and even if he had gone to Lemberg or the north of Fainapotter, it would take him a month to return to the Darij Mountains. With his warm, smiling blue eyes, Pierre exclaimed joyfully, "Isn't it almost Lent? I haven't celebrated it for years. I can't miss it this year." "Don't you worry, I have a companion to help me look after the sheep. That's the beauty of being a shepherd. Without a supervisor, as long as I can find someone to help me, I can go wherever I please. I'm free as a bird." Lent was a widely celebrated festival throughout Intis. People welcomed the arrival of spring in different ways and prayed for a fruitful harvest for the year. Although it had nothing to do with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, it had already turned into folklore and didn't involve the worship of pagan deities. Therefore, it had gained the tacit approval of the Orthodox factions. "You want to see who'll be chosen as the spring elf this year, don't you?" Lumion teased, flashing a grin. In Cordu, the people selected a gorgeous girl to play the role of the spring elf for Lent. It was all part of the celebration. Pierre laughed along. I hope it's your sister Aurora, but she definitely won't agree, and she's not the right age either. All right, he said, pointing towards the tavern just a stone's throw away. I'll head to the cathedral to pray, drinks on me later. Riamund absent-mindedly replied, no need, you don't have much dough. Haha, as the good Lord himself has said, even if there's only one coin to Cuver, we have to share it with our freers povers. He recited an adage that was well known among the shepherds in the Darige region. Lumion beamed at Riamund, saying, Pierre's loaded. He's definitely treating us to a drink. He pointed to Pierre Barry's spanking new leather shoes. Pierre Barry was thrilled. My new boss is not too shabby. He gave me a few sheep and some wool, cheese, and leather. The shepherds were compensated with food, a small sum of money, and communal animals, cheese, wool, and leather. The amount they received was dependent on the agreement they had signed with their employer. For shepherds who had to travel long distances, having a good and suitable pair of leather shoes was the most pressing and practical desire. As Lumion watched Pierre Barry strut towards the town square, his gaze gradually became solemn and filled with suspicion. He silently muttered to himself, going away for a week or two or maybe even a month just to attend Lent. Lumion paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the area before he turned and strode towards the local watering hole with Riamund. The tavern was a nondescript establishment with no fancy moniker to speak of. The townsfolk affectionately referred to it as All Tavern. Upon entering, Lumion's eyes darted around the room in their habitual manner. Suddenly, his gaze came to a halt. There, before him, was the foreigner who had departed so hastily the night before. She was alone, not in the company of Ryan, Lee, and Valentine. Her dress was a long, flowing orange garment, and her locks were a rich brown, tousled in gentle curls. Her piercing, sky-blue eyes were fixed on the scarlet-hued drink that graced her delicate hand. Beautiful and languid, she seemed out of place in the seedy, dimly lit tavern. Chapter 5, Card. Kirsch, as expected of someone from a big city, Lumion's gaze eventually landed on the glass in the lady's hand. The distilled spirit made from sugar and fermented cherries had a color and texture that appealed to the ladies. Of course, they could replace the cherries with other fruits, but it would alter the taste only slightly. Cordu's All Tavern had a limited stock of high-grade wine, including Kirsch, which Madame Pualis fell in love with during her visit to the provincial capital, Bigorra. Madame Pualis was the wife of Bayast, the local administrator and territorial judge. Her noble ancestors had lost their title during Emperor Rosel's reign. Lumion knew that she was also one of the mistresses of the Padre, Guillaume Bainet, but not many people in the village knew about it. Lumion shifted his gaze away from the lady and walked towards the bar counter. A man in his 40s wearing a linen shirt and trousers of the same color was sitting there. His brown hair was no longer lush, and his face was creased from years of hard labor. He was none other than Pierre Gregg, Riamund's father. Another Pierre. At least a third of the people at the bar would answer to the call of Pierre. Lumion had joked earlier in front of Lee, Ryan, and the others. In the village, when people talked about Pierre or Guillaume, they had to specify which family they were referring to. Many families had fathers and children with the same names, making it impossible to tell them apart without adding Pierre, Aîné, or Junior to their names. Riamund sauntered up to his father's side and asked, Papa, why don't you go to the square and chat with the others? The men in the village always convened under the ancient elm tree or in someone's abode, where they'd spend the day playing dice, cards, chess, and swapping all sorts of rumors. The tavern cost money, after all. Pierre Gregg, with a glass of rich red wine in hand, turned to his second son and said, We'll go later. There shouldn't be many people at the square now. That's right, where did all the men in the village go? Lumion was immediately perplexed. He had noticed the absence of the village men at the square. Monsieur, I want to ask you something, Lumion said bluntly. Pierre Gregg immediately turned alert. A new prank. The story of the boy who cried wolf does indeed have a basis in reality. Lumion turned his head, gesturing for Riamund to speak. Riamund hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Papa, how long ago did the warlock legend you told me happen? The one where it took 9 bulls to pull the coffin. Pierre Greg gulped down a mouthful of wine, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. Why are you asking this? You know, your Pepe told me this when I was just a wee lad, Riamund replied. The Riston province, where Cordu was located, and the neighboring provinces of Alay and Suhit were located in the south of the Intis Republic. They were famous grape producers, and the wine here, especially the inferior ones, was very cheap. In some years, people could even drink wine like water. Riamund was disappointed, because it had been a long time since his grandfather had passed on. Suddenly, Pierre Greg chimed in. Your Pepe claimed that he saw it with his own 2 eyes when he was but a young man. It spooked him so much that he became deathly afraid of owls. He was convinced that their evil talons could snatch his very soul away. Lumion and Riamund's eyes sparked with excitement, almost in unison. Merde, there were actual clues. The legend of the warlock, it was something that someone had actually experienced. Did Pepe mention anything about where the warlock lived or where he was buried? Riamund asked eagerly. Pierre Greg shrugged. Who cares? Not one to be deterred, Riamund persisted, determined to glean any shred of information. Before he could speak, Lumion intervened with a gentle touch on his shoulder as he spoke loudly. The river awaits us. Riamund was just about to take his leave with Lumion when Pierre Greg suddenly remembered something. Hold up, Riamund. You'll soon be a Greenwatcher, won't you? There's something you need to be aware of. Greenwatchers had the crucial responsibility of patrolling the highland pastures around the village and nearby fields to prevent any illegal grazing during the prohibited period or livestock from ravaging the saplings. Lumion didn't pay much heed to the conversation and made his way to the tavern's washroom. As he exited the restroom, he took a detour to the female foreigner who was sipping on kirsch. It was impossible to discern her age. Although he had no intentions of striking up a conversation, he observed her with great detail. It might come in handy in the future, just like how he had used Ryan, Lee, and Valentine to infiltrate the Padres' scandalous scene. After a few subtle glances, Lumion was poised to head for the entrance of the tavern to wait for Riamund, when the languid lady in the orange dress looked up. Before Lumion could retract his gaze, his eyes met hers. Lumion felt a little awkward, as his thick skin couldn't protect him from the unexpected encounter. Many thoughts immediately surfaced in his mind. Maybe I should take a cue from the padre and administrators of the church and praise her beauty. Or perhaps I should switch gears and hit on her. Alternatively, should I show my inexperience and hastily turn around to leave? As Lumion made up his mind, the lady interrupted his thoughts and said with a smile, "Been having dreams, have you?" Lumion was hit by a bolt of lightning. His thoughts went numb and his mind froze. After a moment or two, he managed to force a smile and asked, "Dreaming isn't unusual, is it?" The woman touched her cheek with one hand and sized Lumion up. She chuckled and said, "Lost in a misty dream, perhaps." How could she know? Lumion's pupils dilated instantly, and his expression betrayed a hint of fear. Despite having experienced many things, he was still young, and for a moment he couldn't control his emotions. "Stay calm, Lumion. Stay calm," he repeated to himself, trying to relax the muscles on his face before asking, "Did you hear the tale I told those 3 foreigners last night?" The woman didn't reply. Instead, she pulled out a stack of cards from her orange purse, which sat on the chair next to her. She cast her gaze at Lumion once again and broke into a radiant smile. "Draw a card. Perhaps it can aid you in unlocking the hidden secrets of that dream." Lumion was taken aback, his guard instantly raised. He was both enticed and wary. He looked down at the card she presented him and furrowed his brows. Tarot. The card resembled the tarot cards created by Emperor Roselle for divination. The woman looked down sheepishly and offered a self-deprecating smile. "My apologies, I must have grabbed the wrong one." She swiftly returned the 22 tarot cards to her medium-sized handbag and pulled out a different deck. "This is also tarot, but it's from the minor arcana. You don't have the privilege to draw from the major arcana pack, and I don't have the authority to let you." The minor arcana consisted of 56 cards divided into 4 suits, each representing chalices, wands, swords, and pentacles. What is she talking about? Lumion was bewildered by her words. This woman was stunningly beautiful and sophisticated, yet there was an air of eccentricity about her that suggested she was not entirely sane. "Draw one," she urged, waving the minor arcana cards in her hand. "It's complimentary, so there's no cost to try. It may be the solution to your dream predicament." Lumion chuckled. "My sister once said that free things often come at the most hefty price." "That may be true," the lady said after some thought. She laid down the minor arcana card with a delicate touch, careful not to upset the glass of kirsch that sat beside it. "But as long as you don't pay, no matter what, how can I, a foreigner, expect to make you pay in Cordu?" "That's right, perhaps it's worth a try. It wasn't easy for me to get a hint about that dream. I gotta give it a shot, but what about the Warlock's curse? Maybe I should get Auror's help." Lumion's mind raced with conflicting thoughts, and he couldn't decide what to do. The woman didn't seem to mind his hesitation. After what seemed like an eternity, Lumion finally made up his mind. Slowly, he leaned forward and reached out his right hand. Carefully, he shuffled through the stack of minor arcana cards and extracted one from the middle. 7 of Wands. The languid woman's eyes drifted towards the card. The image depicted a man in verdant attire, standing atop a mountain with a determined expression on his face. In his hand, he held a wand, poised for battle against the 6 wands representing his enemies that were attacking from the foot of the mountain. "What does this mean?" Lumion asked. The woman's lips curled into a smile. "I shall interpret it for you. It symbolizes crisis, challenge, confrontation, courage, etc. However, what really matters is that this card now belongs to you. When the time comes, you will discover its true meaning." "You're giving it to me." Lumion's confusion grew with each passing moment. Could this card truly be cursed? The woman ignored his query and started to put away the remaining cards. She picked up her glass and finished the remaining kirsch in a single gulp. With graceful strides, she made her way towards the staircase on the side of All Tavern and ascended to the 2nd floor. It was obvious that she lived there. Lumion felt the urge to follow her, but something held him back. His thoughts were in disarray. Is this really an ordinary card? She gave it to me. Does that mean she'll never be able to use that deck again? Auror might be able to shed some light on this. At this moment, Riamund approached Lumion. "What's the matter, my friend?" "Nothing much. That foreigner was quite the looker, isn't she?" Lumion said patronizingly. "I reckon your sister Auror is far more beautiful." Riamund then lowered his voice. "Lumion, my pay has been gone for ages. What should we do next?" Lumion, who was in a hurry to leave, pondered for a moment before answering. "Firstly, we could track down an elder around your pay's age who's still kicking. Alternatively, we could head to the cathedral and examine the registry. But that's something to consider at a later time." Lumion remembered his recent altercation with the Padre and decided it was better to avoid the cathedral, unless it was absolutely necessary. As the only cathedral in Cordu, it held significant power, even acting as a government entity. It recorded all significant events, including deaths and marriages. Before Riamund could ask any further, Lumion interjected, "Let's split up and see who fits the bill. We'll inquire tomorrow." "Agreed," Riamund immediately agreed. In the semi-subterranean 2-story building, Auror listened intently to Lumion's tale, her piercing gaze fixed on the wand card in his hand. "It's an ordinary card, I detect no malice or enchantments." "Auror, Grand Sower, what do you make of the foreigner's intentions? How did she know of my dream?" Lumion asked. Auror shook her head. "Now that she has shown us her hand, we can only wait and see. I will keep a watchful eye on her for the next few days. Oh, and take this card. It may cause change, but have no fear, I will be watching." "All right," Lumion tried his best to relax. In the dead of the night, Lumion deftly tucked the wand card into the garments draping over the back of the chair, then slipped under the covers and shut his eyes. Before long, a dense, ashen mist once again enveloped his vision. Without warning, he jolted awake within his reverie. He sensed his mind clearing, and a newfound lucidity taking hold. Yet the dream world swathed in that same murky haze lingered on. Chapter 6, Ruins. Lumion's subconscious gaze darted around the room, taking in the familiar sights of the table, the chair, the bookshelf, the wardrobe, and the bed. It was his bedroom, but it was cloaked in a thin, gray fog. Is this some sort of lucid dream? I'm having a lucid dream. His pupils dilated as the realization dawned on him. A lucid dream was a rare occurrence where one's mind could think and remember like in a state of wakefulness, while still in a dream state. It was a skill that required specialized training to master. Auror had tried various methods to induce lucid dreams in order to unravel the secret of Lumien's gray fog dream and help him eliminate the latent danger it posed, but she had failed. But now, Lumien found himself inexplicably conscious in his dream. As the shock of the situation passed, he began to consider the possibility of why this had happened. Could it be because of the tarot card that represents the Seven of Wands? That woman said it would help me unlock the secret of the dream. Therefore, its function is to allow me to enter a lucid dream state and explore the area enveloped by the gray fog. Compared to my previous impression, the gray fog seems to have faded a lot more. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lumien rose from his chair and strode to the side of the room. He placed his hands on the table against the wall and gazed out the window, where a completely unfamiliar landscape greeted his eyes. This dream did not replicate the Cordu where he lived. Under a thin, ghostly fog, a towering mountain peak caught Lumien's attention. It rose up 20 to 30 meters into the air, constructed from brownish-red stones and reddish-brown soil. Buildings surrounded the mountain, now in ruins, either fallen or charred beyond recognition. They resembled crypts, a disordered cemetery surrounding the mountain's base. The ground was marred by holes and scattered with gravel. Not a blade of grass or a single weed could be found in this barren wasteland. The fog in the sky thickened to an impenetrable white, with no indication of a sun. Lumien could only see as if in the dead of night, under the light of the stars. After a moment of observation, he murmured to himself, "That's it. This is the dream that's been haunting me for years." But soon, he refocused his thoughts on a more practical question. Where is the dream's secret hidden? On the peak, or in one of these shattered buildings? Lumien did not rush to leave his bedroom and explore the dream. Instead, he stayed put, scanning the area from his vantage point. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure, darting through the ruins of the buildings surrounding the mountain peak. Despite the fog's thinness and the two-story house's limited height, Lumien couldn't shake the sense of its presence. He wondered if he was hallucinating. Taking a deep breath, Lumien muttered to himself, "Stay calm, be patient. Stay calm, be patient." From what I can see, this dream is shrouded in secrecy, and it doesn't feel entirely my own. Lumien knew that blindly exploring it could lead to danger. Yes, I will search for that woman tomorrow and see what information I can find. Then, I will make a decision. Lost in thought, Lumien withdrew his gaze and prepared to exit the dream to rest in peace. However, he didn't know how to wake himself up while being awake. After numerous attempts to awaken, he laid in bed and attempted to clutter his thoughts, trying to recreate the state he was in while sleeping. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lumien abruptly sat up and noticed the faint glimmer of golden sunlight filtering into the room through the curtains. I'm finally awake. As expected, sleeping within the dream restores my disoriented state. Then, I can escape. Lumien breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to himself. In that moment, a knock reverberated through the door. Auror, Lumien's heart clenched, fearing the worst. "It is moi," Auror's voice infiltrated the room. Lumien sprung from the bed and rushed to the entrance. He grabbed the handle and pulled it open. Lo and behold, it was Auror standing outside. She donned a white silk nightgown, and her long tresses of golden hair cascaded elegantly down her back. How did it go? She appeared certain that Lumien had just awoken. Lumien held nothing back and recounted every detail that had occurred. Auror nodded pensively. The purpose of the card was to facilitate a lucid dream. She inquired, "What are you going to do next?" Lumien grunted curtly. "I shall grab a bite to eat before visiting the woman and attempting to gather more information to discern her true intentions." "Very well," Auror offered no objection. She added, "I shall also pen a letter to someone inquiring about the dream you recounted and the symbols therein. At this juncture, she glimpsed Lumien's suddenly apprehensive expression and smiled. "Fret not, I shall make adjustments. I shall not jettison everything at once. After all, I am the one who instilled in you the principle of gradual progress. Well, when you converse with that woman, do not be aggressive. Endeavor to be amicable. It is not that we are fearful of her, it is simply better to acquire another ally than an additional adversary." "Understood," Lumien replied solemnly. Cordu All Tavern. Lumien strode into the Cordu All Tavern and approached the bar counter. He leaned in and spoke to Morris Bainett, the tavern owner who also doubled up as a bartender. "Which chamber does the foreign madame occupy upstairs?" All Tavern, the only inn in the village, boasted 6 rooms on the 2nd floor for guests to rest their weary heads. Morris Bainett was not a burly man. Like most in the village, he had raven locks and blue eyes, but his nose was always red, a consequence of his heavy drinking. He was related to the church's Padre Guillaume Bainett, but the two were not close and were merely distant cousins. "Why the inquiry?" Morris Bainett inquired, his curiosity piqued. "What business would a big city woman have with a country bumpkin like you?" There was an obvious look of inquiry on his face. Morris had a sixth sense for these things, especially when it came to men and women. Lumien scoffed, "Aren't you a country bumpkin and a hillbilly yourself?" He casually made up a reason. "The lady lost something last night. I found it this morning, just trying to return her property." Morris Bainett didn't buy it for a second. "Is that so?" 8 out of 10 things that came out of Lumien's mouth were lies. "What else do you think she'll fall for me?" Lumien said, undaunted. "That's true," Morris Bainett was convinced. "She's in the room by the square, opposite the washrooms." After Lumien left, Morris polished a glass, eyes tracking him. He whispered, just barely audible to Lumien, "Impossible? Not always. Sometimes people want to try something new." Lumien found the washroom on the 2nd floor, the only spot of light in the dim, narrow hallway. But his eyes were drawn to the door across from it. A piece of paper hung from the brass handle, stark white against the dark red wood. Scrawled on it in inties, "Currently resting, do not disturb." Lumien read the note for a few seconds. Instead of rushing forward to knock on the door, he took 2 steps back and stood against the wall. He planned to wait here until the lady came out. Life on the streets had taught him hard lessons. When an opportunity appeared, you seized it with both hands, no hesitation, no second thoughts, no fear. Otherwise, it slipped through your fingers and you were right back where you started. So he would wait as long as it took, the minutes ticking by endlessly as he ignored the eyes he felt tracking him, the whispers in his mind. He stood there without a hint of frustration, probably capable of passing off as a statue. Finally, a soft creak. The woman had changed into a pale green dress with white edges. Her brown hair was swept into a tight bun. Those light blue eyes flicked to Lumien before moving to the paper sign on the door handle, a smile dancing at the corner of her mouth. "How long did you wait?" she asked, not at all surprised to see him there. Lumien took a step forward and said, "That's not important." He tried to keep his tone even, to appear less eager. "What do you want to ask?" the woman said, cutting straight to the point. Lumien glanced around the empty hallway. "Here." The lady replied with a smile, "If you don't mind, I don't mind either." Lumien had already noticed that the other occupants of the tavern, including Ryan and Lee, were nowhere to be found. There was no one else on the 2nd floor except for him and the woman in front of him. Lumien asked, organizing his thoughts carefully, "What's the secret in that dream of mine?" The lady laughed involuntarily. "That's for you to answer, not me." She paused for a moment before saying, "All I can say is, you'll find extraordinary power there." Extraordinary power? His pulse roared in his ears. "What's the point if it's just a dream? Won't change anything out here." The woman's lips curled into a smile. "Who's to say what's possible in the realm of the extraordinary? Perhaps it can. After everything, the power I crave is there for the taking." Lumien's breath caught. The grin slid away as the lady added seriously, "But danger lurks there too. Die in the dream, you die out here." Die in the dream, die for real. Lumien didn't understand, but he chose to believe it. That dream clung to Lumien like a shadow, as it had for years, but it was different somehow, special, and Auror's voice whispered in his memory, "Careful's never a bad idea." Lumion preferred to view the situation as challenging and the consequences as severe. He couldn't afford to underestimate the danger or be careless. After a few seconds he asked, "If I stay out, what then?" "Theoretically speaking, there won't be any consequences. No one will force you," the woman said thoughtfully. "But as time passes, I can't be sure that the situation won't change. And the probability of things going wrong is much higher than things going right." "How much higher?" Lumion pressed. 90% to 10%. "No, 99.99% to 0.01%. The lady added seriously. "Of course, this is just my personal judgment. You can choose not to believe it." Lumion felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts. "Recently, I'm becoming convinced that the dream is a hidden danger. Not caring is the worst choice. But if I really want to explore it, there's a very high chance that an accident will happen without any knowledge. Should I wait for Auror to gather more information from her pen pals before making an attempt? But if I do, Auror definitely won't allow me to use the dream exploration to obtain extraordinary powers. Wasn't my investigation of the legend to seek extraordinary powers? It's too risky, it can lead to death. Perhaps I should do a preliminary exploration at the edge of the dream ruins to gather information and not take the risk of entering. I can tell Auror about the conversation, but I can't reveal the possibility of obtaining extraordinary powers." Once his thoughts had settled, Lumion gazed at the woman across from him and asked in a low, serious tone, "Who are you exactly? Why did you give me that tarot card and the opportunity to explore the dream?" The woman smiled enigmatically. "I will tell you once you have unraveled the mystery of the dream." Chapter 7, Naroka. Once Lumion had departed from the All Tavern, he found himself standing on the uneven road, uncertain of where to go next. The morning sun beat down upon him, albeit with a slight chill in the air. As he deliberated his next move, Riamund Gregg emerged from the side. "I was just looking for you." Lumion quickly regained his composure and queried, "What's the issue?" Riamund appeared taken aback. "Have you forgotten? Today we're supposed to seek out the elderly, around the same age as my Pepe, and inquire about the legend of the warlock." Lumion groaned, pressing his hand against his forehead in agony. "Is that so? Why can't I recall? Or is this just your imagination?" Riamund's expression shifted from one of concern to one of fear. Just as he was about to inquire further and confirm whether he had imagined the events of the previous day, Lumion's face lit up with a mischievous grin. "You rascal, you're playing a joke on me again," Riamund cursed, unable to contain his annoyance. "You need to work on your cursing," Lumion chided, shaking his head in disappointment. "Even Ava can curse better than you." Ava Lizier, the beautiful daughter of Cordu Village's renowned shoemaker Guillaume Lizier, was now a goose herder. Riamund's expression shifted as he muttered, "Ava." He then looked at Lumion. "She's our friend, right?" Lumion nodded with a smile. "Indeed she is." The trio, along with Guillaume of the Berries and Ava's cousin Azema Lizier, were inseparable teenagers who often spent their days together. "Why don't we bring Ava on board to help us uncover the truth behind the legend?" Riamund suggested. "As you know, her father always said, 'Why must a dowry be paid when a woman gets married? How many good families have fallen like this?' It pains her to hear it. She might be relieved if she could get some treasure or reward from the investigation. I've also heard the heads of several families in the village say similar things, including our padre," Lumion added with a sly grin. "They wish their brothers would stay at home forever. Even if they get married, they won't venture out alone to establish a family. That would require them to split the assets and give them their deserving share." Lumion shot a furtive glance at Riamund and continued, "Therefore, many families prefer to let one of their children become a shepherd. This way, he won't get married and will have a certain income. Most of the time, he can support himself." Riamund's expression gradually darkened as he considered the implications of this issue. He had never thought too deeply about it before. This was precisely why he enjoyed spending time with Lumion. Although most people in the village believed that Lumion had a poor character and enjoyed lying and playing tricks, he was actually more knowledgeable than anyone his age. Riamund, on the other hand, felt like he didn't know much and spent his days in a daze, simply following through with his family's arrangements. It's good that you know, Lumion thought to himself, before skillfully steering the conversation back to their investigation. It's too late now, we must hurry up and ask around, we will get Ava tomorrow. Yes, we can also bring Guillaume Jr. and Azema on board later. Not only will this potentially lead to gains, but it will also be a fascinating activity that can train our abilities. Bring Guillaume Jr. and Azema too, Riamund grumbled begrudgingly. The more people involved, the less his share of the rewards would be. Furthermore, if he included them, he would have fewer chances to win over Ava's affections. Lumion regarded him with a touch of kindness and pity in his gaze. Silly child, do you think Ava will fall for you? Her eyebrows are very high, and she only wants to marry into a good family. She clearly has a certain favorable impression of me, a villain, yet she can control herself. In the Darij region, having high eyebrows meant having high standards, and they wouldn't settle for just any average bloke. My sister always said there is strength in numbers, Lumion explained simply. Who are the old croakers that we need to visit? You didn't investigate, Riamund asked in surprise. How could I have the energy to investigate after the incident with the wand card? Lumion smiled and quipped, of course I investigated. I am just testing your ability to gather information. Riamund had no doubts. There are 9 elders who are still alive in the village. They are about the same age as my Pepe, or a little older. 6 women and 3 men. Ladies do live longer, Lumion listened quietly, deep in thought. There's no need to visit the last 2. They're from another village and came here through marriage. Let's start with Naroka. She's the oldest and might have been an adult when the warlock incident happened. Naroka's real name wasn't actually Naroka. It was a title of respect for her. In Riston province, married women from prominent families or those who were the actual heads of households were entitled to the title Madame. More than that, their names were marked with an A to proclaim their femininity, and prefixed with Na to signify their authority as madames reigning over their domains. Madame Pualis's family had been in decline for a long time, and at home she dutifully deferred to her husband Bayast, the provincial administrator. Therefore, she didn't have a Na prefix or an I suffix. She could only be addressed as Madame. Naroka had been widowed early on in life, and as a result, she took over the family's accounts. Despite her 2 sons coming of age, getting married, and having children of their own, she kept her hand positioned squarely on the purse strings of the family fortunes. This was a rare occurrence in Cordu, where men usually took charge of the family's affairs. In families where the father was absent, the eldest child would naturally take back the authority to manage the entire family from their mother once they reached adulthood. Okay, Riamund acquiesced without questioning Lumion's decision. As they walked by a few buildings, Lumion spotted 4 old women basking in the sun as they chatted casually in front of a 2-story house. They sat very close to each other, catching lice on each other's bodies, which was a form of entertainment in the countryside of the Inti's Republic that served to bring people closer and express affection. Do we ask her now? Riamund hesitated, concerned that their pursuit of the truth behind the legend might spread throughout the village. Let's wait a little longer, Lumion replied solemnly, knowing that many rumors in the village were generated and spread through such gatherings. After a while, the other 3 old women left one by one because they still had work to do at home. Good morning, Naroka. Lumion immediately walked over. Naroka's hair was grizzled, and her eyes were slightly turbid. She wore a dark dress made of rough cloth, and her hands were covered in a layer of chicken skin with obvious patches on her face. When will Auror join us? Many people in the village miss her, Naroka asked with a smile. The men, I suppose. Lumion entered a state where he spoke his truth while the other talked about another matter and asked curiously, Naroka, have you really seen a real warlock? The one whose coffin 9 bulls couldn't move. Naroka's visage shifted ever so slightly. Who told you that? His Pepe came back one night to tell him. Lumion began to spout nonsense. Naroka was stunned, Can souls really return? My papa told me that Pepe had mentioned it when he was alive. Riamund interjected, unable to watch Lumion deceive the elderly woman. Naroka's expression fell. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up. Before he passed, none of us knew he was a warlock. He acted perfectly normal. Just like how you don't know that Auror is a warlock, Lumion thought to himself. Until he suddenly died and that owl flew over. Naroka trailed off, lost in her memories. The rest of her tale mirrored the legend. Lumion pressed further. Where did that warlock reside at that time? Naroka glanced at him. It's where you and Auror are dwelling now. After that warlock was laid to rest, the Padre and a few others ransacked the place and burned it to the ground. For 2 or 3 decades, no one dared to approach that site. Eventually, the matter was forgotten. Later, Auror came and purchased the land to rebuild the house. Our place, Lumion's heart skipped a beat. This answer was completely beyond his expectations. In a flash, he realized that there were a multitude of problems he had previously overlooked. With Auror's knack for making money and her mysterious, unearthly abilities, why on earth would she settle down in the rural countryside Cordu? Cities like the provincial capital, Bigorra, the bustling textile center of Suhit, or even the capital itself, Trier, would be far better options. Even if Auror was seeking a place with fresh air and a pristine environment, these urban centers boasted plenty of areas that would suit her needs. Auror once told him, the best way to hide is to hide in a big city. Lumion's mind raced as he struggled to calm himself. Today, he learned that the land Auror had chosen for their home, the land where their house stood, had once belonged to a powerful warlock. Where is the warlock buried? Riamund interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. With no hope of finding riches in Lumion's home, he could only hope that the warlock's body held some sort of valuable secret. Naroka said with amusement, this was quite the affair. It undoubtedly sounded the alarm for the Padre. In the old days, 9 bulls were gathered to pull the coffin to the cemetery beside the cathedral. The Padre performed a ritual to purify it. Eventually, the body was cremated and the remains were buried in a grave. Riamund couldn't conceal his disappointment and muttered, I see. Why do you inquire? Naroka scrutinized Riamund's face before questioning. Lumion cackled and spun a tale that sounded more like a fabrication. We seek the warlock's treasure. Kid, don't waste your time daydreaming, Naroka warned. Understood, Lumion replied meekly. Lumion and Riamund bade Naroka farewell and hit the road toward the town square. There ain't no hope, Lumion. None at all, Riamund muttered, his spirits sinking as they circled a building. Indeed, all that could have been burned has been burned. All that could have been taken was taken decades ago, Lumion replied, nodding in agreement. Despite the bleakness of their situation, Lumion wasn't disappointed, thanks to the opportunity in his dream. Riamund agreed. You're right. Of all the tales, only that blasted owl still remains. Lumion's eyes lit up as he turned his gaze to the forest beyond the village. Owl, he murmured. Riamund recoiled in horror and added hastily, but it must have died years ago. He wasn't one for consorting with the likes of owls and other evil creatures. Down south in Intis, owls, nightingales, and ravens were thought to be sinister beings that served demons, stealing away human souls and bringing only misfortune. Chapter 8, Owl. The idea hit Lumion like a bolt of lightning, but he didn't particularly fancy going through with it. Ignoring the fact that years had flown by since the warlock's demise, and that the lifespan of owls was measly compared to humans, the sheer number of birds in the mountain was enough to make Lumion reconsider. There were too many of the damn things. That owl doesn't have any distinct markings. No, in the legends, there was no mention of anything specific about the owl. Naroka didn't disclose everything. We didn't inquire deeply enough. He snapped out of his thoughts and flashed a reassuring smile at Riamund. An owl tied to a warlock could live for 100 years. As Riamund trembled with fear, he reassured him in a calm voice, Don't fret, Monday Ami. This is my last resort. I do not wish to encounter a monster. Perhaps we should consult another old sage. Naroka may have overlooked a vital clue. The man's tone turned seductive as he continued. If I were a warlock, I would not keep all my treasures with me or in my home. I would stash some away in case the Inquisition attacked me. I would not have the luxury of time to collect my belongings. When I must flee, I would be left destitute. The Inquisition of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was notorious for hunting down warlocks and witches. Their heroic deeds were celebrated throughout the countryside. Riamund's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "You are right." He said with a yearning expression, "It's a shame. Too many years have elapsed. The church's discovered riches must have been spent ages ago." "Mon ami, that's a dangerous thought," Lumion teased. Undeterred, they continued their visits to Pierre, Neferia, and other elders of the Mori family. Although their responses mirrored Naroka's, Lumion and Riamund, with their newfound experience, managed to extract more details. For instance, the owl was of medium size and resembled its kind. It had a pointed beak, a feline face, brown feathers with scattered spots, brownish-yellow eyes, and black pupils. However, it was larger than the average owl, and its eyes appeared to spin. It was not as rigid or dim-witted as its kind. All these peculiarities made the owl seem even more sinister in their descriptions. "Seems like we've hit a dead end," Lumion stated to Riamund as they traveled to the town square. "We must focus on other legends." Riamund was not as discouraged as he had been earlier. "Agreed, but which one should we pursue? This fellow is so proactive and hardworking." Lumion silently praised Riamund's enthusiasm and diligence and ready to reward for him. He nodded and said, "Take your time and reflect on it. We shall discuss tomorrow. I shall impart combat techniques to you this afternoon." "Marvelous," Riamund exclaimed, overjoyed by the unforeseen instruction. Aurora was a skilled fighter. After all, how else could she handle the savage and rough men in the village? Her younger brother was likely to be just as proficient. After bidding farewell to Riamund Greg, Lumion veered onto the trail leading to his home. As he walked, he spotted a group of men approaching him. The leader was in his prime, not towering above 1.7 meters in height. He wore a white robe and had light black hair. With a regal demeanor and decent facial features, the tip of his nose curled slightly in undisguised disgust and malice as he glared at Lumion with his blue eyes. None other than the padre of the Eternal Blazing Sun, Church in Cordu, Guillaume Bainet. "I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time," Guillaume Bainet bellowed in a baritone voice. "Did you deliberately bring those foreigners to the cathedral?" Lumion attempted to explain himself as he furtively took a step back. "I thought you were sleeping inside." He had noticed Pons Bainet, the padre's younger sibling, standing beside Guillaume Bainet. Pons was in his early 30s, muscular, domineering, and a bully. The other individuals with them were the padre's henchmen. Guillaume Bainet signaled Pons with a glance as Lumion retreated. Pons Bainet's grin turned sinister as he lunged forward, bellowing, "Rascal, it is time that you learn who is the father here." Before he could complete his sentence, Pons had already hastened his steps and pounced on Lumion. The other brutes followed suit. In Cordu, a place where logic held no sway and apologies fell on deaf ears, brute force was the only language that could command respect. Guillaume Bainet, the padre, knew this all too well, having resorted to violence countless times before. So, when he learned that the outsiders had been ushered into the cathedral by Lumion, the priest wasted no time in making his move. He was determined to get hold of the ruffian and pummel him into submission until he lay bedridden for a month. The padre was keen to show Lumion the error of his ways and wouldn't rest until someone paid the price for his insolence. Of course, he had to avoid Aurora. Regarding the law, he only needed to notify the administrator and the territory judge, Bayost. The city sheriffs were unlikely to investigate such a minor issue in the countryside. As an outsider, Bayost would not offend a local-born padre unless there was significant conflict of interest. Guillaume Bainet felt fortunate that the foreigners had not divulged his affair with Madame Pualis, the administrator's wife, to anyone. He was still unaware of this. Despite their speed, Lumion was quicker. Just as Pons spoke, Lumion pivoted and dashed away. He was familiar with the padre's character and methods. Previously, a villager had accused Guillaume Bainet of having multiple mistresses and embezzling offerings from the Eternal Blazing Sun. He had also bullied others relentlessly in the village, hardly behaving like a man of the cloth. Subsequently, the villager had mysteriously died one afternoon. Thud thud thud. Lumion raced like the wind. "Wait for your papa, eh?" attends Tunpier. Pons shouted while chasing him. His pace was not sluggish either. The thugs pursued closely behind him. Instead of fleeing along the main road, Lumion darted into the nearest house. The family was preparing lunch in the kitchen when they suddenly saw a stranger burst in. With a swoosh, Lumion darted past them and leaped out of the kitchen window at the back. By the time Pons and his cronies entered, the homeowner had regained his senses. He stood up to confront them and inquired, "What is going on? What are all of you doing?" "Get out of Z-way, old man." Pons shoved the homeowner aside with force, but it slowed him down. When they reached the window and jumped out, Lumion had already vanished into another trail. After pursuing him for a while, they lost sight of Lumion entirely. Sacre bleu, ces chines fous, Pons spat on the roadside. Outside the semi-subterranean two-story abode, Lumion gasped for breath before finally opening the door and entering the house as though nothing had happened. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. A series of rhythmic shouts reverberated in his ears. Lumion gazed at the empty space on the other side of the kitchen and observed Auror's blonde hair tied in a ponytail. She wore a flaxen shirt, tight white pants, and dark sheepskin boots, leaping around and drenched in sweat. In Cordu, the kitchen occupied most of the space on the first floor, serving as the family's core. Cooking and dining occurred here, as did receiving guests. "She's exercising again." Lumion was accustomed to Auror's eccentricities and was unfazed by her exercise regimen. Auror often did strange things, without giving any reason when probed. At the very least, exercising is beneficial, and it's quite a feast for the eyes, Lumion observed silently. After a while, Auror stopped and squatted to turn off the black tape recorder. She took the white towel from Lumion and instructed him as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Remember, we have combat practice this afternoon." "I have to study and learn combat. Aren't you demanding too much of me?" Lumion grumbled nonchalantly. Auror glanced at him, smiling, and retorted, "You must remember that our objective is the comprehensive development of the 5 educations of morality, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor." The more she spoke, the happier she became, as if recollecting something beautiful or amusing. "I have already failed moral education," Lumion muttered under his breath. He queried, "What kind of combat?" One of the things he failed to comprehend was that Auror, who seemed delicate and frail, was an expert in combat. She mastered numerous fighting techniques and could easily overpower him. Auror pondered seriously, leaned forward slightly, and gazed into Lumion's eyes. She then laughed heartily and declared, "Self-defense." "Huh?" Lumion exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't that supposed to be for girls?" Auror stood tall and shook her head gravely, saying sincerely, "Boys must protect themselves when they are out. Who says boys don't encounter perverts?" The smile on her lips was no longer hidden. Lumion was unsure if his sister was joking or serious, so he remained silent as he retrieved the white towel and headed towards the stairs. Suddenly, he felt something tighten under his foot, as if he had tripped over an obstacle. He stumbled forward. In midair, Lumion hastily contracted his abs, extended his arm, and leaned on the chair beside him. He somersaulted and barely landed on his feet. Auror retracted her leg and chuckled. "One of the fundamental combat principles is to be vigilant at all times. One cannot be complacent. Remember that, my novice brother." Her right hand had already clutched Lumion's back, but when she saw that he had regained control of his body, she let go. "It's because I trust you too much," Lumion grumbled. He contemplated the matter and realized that this trust was meaningless. He had lost count of how many times he had been at the mercy of Auror. Auror coughed and restrained her expression. "How did it go with that woman?" Lumion provided a brief summary of their conversation before declaring, "I intend to wait for your friends to respond before delving into the dream." "Smart decision," Auror affirmed. Lumion changed the subject. "What's for lunch?" "We still have some leftover toast from this morning. I'll roast 4 more lamb chops for you, Auror replied after contemplating for a moment. What about you? Lumion inquired. Auror casually said, I'll just have truffle bamboo chicken shreds topped with some cheese and onion soup. I tried it last time and found it to be quite. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly froze. The next moment, she raised her hands to cover her ears. The muscles on her face gradually contorted, making her appear somewhat ferocious. Lumion observed silently, his eyes filled with anxiety and apprehension. After a while, Auror exhaled deeply and returned to her usual self. Her forehead was drenched in sweat once more. What happened? Lumion asked. Auror smiled and responded, The ringing in my ears is acting up again. You know that I have this old problem. Lumion didn't probe further. Instead, he said, All right, then I'll prepare lunch. Rest well. Every time this occurred, his yearning for extraordinary abilities grew stronger, as it became a pressing matter. Chapter 9, Magazine. As the night settled in, Lumion finished dealing with his neighbors who had come to borrow the oven. He made his way up to the second floor, entering the room that served as Auror's study. In Cordu, many folks were destitute and couldn't afford their own ovens or large stoves. When they needed to toast bread or smoke meat, they had to borrow it from others and use it on the spot. Auror had always been lenient and accommodating when it came to this. Anyone could borrow her oven, but they had to pay the fuel costs or bring their own coal and wood. Currently, she had donned her white silk nightdress and was curled up in a reclining chair, her focus solely on the book she held under the bright battery-powered lamp on the desk. Lumion didn't wish to disturb her, so he nonchalantly pulled out a thinner book from the bookshelf and took a seat in the corner. Hidden Veil, what kind of magazine is this? Lumion pondered, gazing at the cover that was adorned with cryptic symbols. He swiftly flipped through the pages, and the more he read, the more he was taken aback. This magazine delved into the very existence of the human soul. It discussed how all beings had a spirit, and through secret methods of communication between different spirits, one could obtain various kinds of aid. Even if one wasn't devout, even if they only attended the eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral to pray and partake in Mass occasionally, 2 words couldn't help but flash through Lumion's mind. Sacrilege, taboo. As a warlock who would undoubtedly be burned at the stake by the Inquisition if her true identity was exposed, it was customary for Auror to have such books at her residence. However, Lumion could tell that this magazine had received the government's permission for publication. Can such a thing be openly published? Didn't they say that publication censorship had always been very strict? Or is this a fake permit? Lumion looked up at Auror and inquired, Is this a prohibited magazine? Auror took her eyes off her book and glanced at her brother. She responded in a nonchalant tone, In the past, it was underground fiction. Later on, for some reason, it cleared the censors and was officially published. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church actually didn't care and tacitly agreed. Fiction? Lumion was taken aback by his sister's choice of words. Of course, it's fiction. You're not taking it seriously, are you? Auror laughed. If what's written is true, do you think it can still be published? If you follow the method written on it, other than making yourself mentally weak and neurotic, there won't be any additional gains. Yes, there will occasionally be something real, but without the corresponding ritual language, it'll be a waste of effort no matter how hard you try. This was the professional evaluation of a warlock. All right, Lumion couldn't hide his disappointment. I just find it strange that this can be published. Auror took a deep breath, her puffed-up cheeks accentuating her pondering. I don't know why either. Perhaps it's because the world has been seeing an influx of supernatural events lately, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to conceal them. The public is becoming more aware of their existence, and the government is slowly easing its grip on such topics. That's why books like these are being published. Intrier, Psychic, Lotus, and Arcane are the most popular magazines. I have them all on my bookshelf. If you want to come up with more realistic stories for the tavern, you should give them a read. Oui, Lumion responded eagerly, his interest piqued. Simultaneously, he let out a wistful sigh deep in his heart. Auror's hoard of books was truly impressive and diverse. Thanks to these tomes and Auror's occasional elucidations, Lumion, a lad who had forsaken his schooling, had managed to acquire a reasonable comprehension of the world, continent, and nation he called home. The world was divided into two great continents, one to the north and one to the south, separated by the treacherous Berserk Sea, where raging hurricanes battered any who dared to sail its waters. But the truly mysterious lands lay to the east and west, on the legendary eastern and western continents. No one had ever set foot there, and some wondered if they even existed at all. Lumion and Auror lived in the Intes Republic, a land situated in the heart of the northern continent. It was a nation bordered by the Fog Sea to the west, the Faesac Empire to the north, and the Hornisus Mountain Range and the Lone Kingdom to the east. To the south lay the Fainapotter Kingdom, Lenberg, and Masson. The small countries nestled between the Fainapotter Kingdom and the Lone Kingdom, such as Segur, together with Lenberg and Masson, were collectively known as the countries of the South Central region. They shared a common faith in the god of knowledge and wisdom. The southern continent had already fallen under the dominion of the various powers of the northern continent. Whether it was the Balam Empire, the Paz Kingdom, the Hagenti Kingdom, or any of the other nations, they had all but lost their autonomy. Yet still, a fierce resistance against colonization burned in the hearts of the conquered. In addition to the Berserk Sea dividing the northern and southern continents, there were other great seas. The Fog Sea to the west of the Intes Republic, the Sanya Sea to the east of the Lone Kingdom, the North Sea to the north of the Faesac Empire, and the Polar Sea to the south of the southern continent. They were collectively known as the Five Seas. Of all the nations of the northern continent, the Lone Kingdom was the strongest, with the Intes Republic close behind. The Faesac Empire, defeated in the last war, had fallen to fourth place. The Fainapotter Kingdom had risen to third place, and among the countries of the South Central region, Lenberg reigned supreme. Compared to the simple folk in Cordu who only knew of the Intes Republic, the Fainapotter Kingdom, and Lenberg, Lumion was practically a cartographer. It was no surprise, really, considering the Cordu village shepherds only traveled to their neighboring kingdoms of Fainapotter and Lenberg. They only had a limited understanding of these lands. The people in the northern villages of the Darij region were just as provincial. Other than the surrounding settlements, they could only name Trier, Suhit, and a few other metropolitans. Lumion was often baffled. How did Auror come by such vast knowledge? All the textbooks he read were penned by Auror, and all his practice exams were prepared by her. Auror had an answer for every question in the books he read. But what stunned him even more was her expertise in various forms of combat. It was simply mind-boggling that a woman in her 20s could accumulate so much wisdom. Some people couldn't amass that much knowledge even after living 50 or 60 years. Could it be that these are the building blocks of a true warlock? Lumion looked up again and gazed at Auror, lost in thought. As Auror patted her cheeks while reading, she hardly seemed like a scholar or a warlock. Auror caught Lumion's gaze and demanded, "What are you ogling at?" Lumion quickly changed the subject. "Last time you mentioned that I possess the knowledge required to pass the college entrance examination." Auror pondered for a moment before responding, "In theory, you could gain admission to any university, but since I never took that particular exam, I can't say for certain what questions will be asked. Roselle sure did a number on the populace. Sigh, I guess it's a good thing." Undoubtedly, Emperor Roselle's reigns spawned the college entrance examination, and it has remained a fixture of academic life to this day. Auror's mind suddenly shifted gears. She shot Lumion a sly grin and inquired, "Why did you not make your usual stop at the tavern today to regale the patrons with your tales?" "I'm not truly an alcoholic," Lumion replied while flipping through his magazine. "Reading at home is equally enjoyable. And it helps to calm my nerves and ease my mind," Lumion silently added. Auror nodded and glanced over at Lumion's spot in the corner of the room. "Why are you sitting so far away, putting on an act of pitifulness, weakness, and helplessness? Come closer. You need proper lighting to read at night, otherwise your eyes will suffer." "Auror sure has a way with words," Lumion mused. "Although I understand the meaning behind pitifulness, weakness, and helplessness, it's still an odd combination. Supposedly used to her idiosyncrasies by now, Lumion retrieved a chair and moved closer to the desk where Auror sat. The two of them spent the evening reading in silence, occasionally chatting, as the sound of their breathing mingled with the rustling of pages and the soft breeze that wafted in from outside the window. Peaceful and soothing. As he bid Auror goodnight, Lumion slipped back into his quarters. He peeled off his coat and draped it across the back of the chair. He couldn't risk bringing the wand card to bed with him. That would only raise suspicion, and his sister had sworn to keep a watchful eye on him at all times. Just as he was about to approach the bed, Lumion froze, his heart skipping a beat. His sharp eyes darted around the room, and he adjusted the chair that was usually positioned at a diagonal angle to face the window. Then he crawled into bed and extinguished the kerosene lamp, resting on the cabinet next to him. As he drifted off into the depths of slumber, Lumion was suddenly startled awake. The bedroom was shrouded in a dense gray fog. Lumion, who was already mentally prepared, calmly took in his surroundings and made a realization. The chair that he had meticulously arranged before retiring for the night was still positioned at an angle in his dream, just as it had been in reality in the past. This suggested that the dream world he had entered was not an exact reflection of reality. Perhaps it was a manifestation of his deepest subconscious desires. Although Lumion couldn't decipher its meaning, he knew that it was something to be remembered. He walked over to the window, placed his hands on the sill, and gazed out. The mountain made of brownish-red stones and reddish-brown soil, and the collapsed buildings that surrounded it, were still present. The eerie silence of the place was deafening. Time quickly passed. After much contemplation, Lumion made a firm decision. He would embark on a preliminary exploration of the area tonight. His past life on the streets had turned him into a man of action. He didn't rush downstairs, however. Instead, he opened the cabinet and began to pile on clothes. He didn't need them to keep warm, but he wanted to increase his defensibility in this way. He grabbed a cotton shirt, cotton pants, and a leather jacket, stretching his body to feel the fit. Any more clothing would only hinder his agility, and that was crucial in a situation like this. As he adjusted to his current state, Lumion had a sudden thought. This is my dream. Can I get whatever I want? With that intention, he muttered to himself, I want a breastplate and a revolver. I want a breastplate and a revolver. The room was still shrouded in a thin, gray fog. This won't do. This dream is special. His disappointment was palpable, but he quickly regained his composure and made his way to the bedroom door. Stepping out into the corridor, he found himself in complete darkness. It was murky and dim. Lumion pushed open the door to Auror's bedroom and then her study. The layout was slightly different from reality, but he recognized it immediately. The biggest difference, of course, was that Auror was nowhere to be found. The entire scene was frozen in shades of gray. The first floor was no different. Lumion scanned his surroundings, searching for a weapon to defend himself. He knew his home better than anyone else and quickly found two viable options. The first was a 2-meter-long fork made of steel. Auror had said that it was effective and outstanding as long as the target didn't have a long-range weapon. The second was a sharp, iron-black hand axe. Ah, why not both? Lumion couldn't help but think of Auror's oft-repeated phrase, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Today was all about reconnaissance. He needed to be sly, hidden in the shadows. Lugging around a cumbersome weapon would only hinder his movements and give him away. Taking a deep breath, Lumion stooped down to retrieve the axe. He rose to his full height and set off towards the door, barely visible in the misty haze. With a deft hand, he opened the door, not making a sound. Chapter 10, Blood. As Lumion stepped out the door, he felt as thought he was transported to another world. Before him lay no longer the familiar Cordu, but a dark red mountain peak and the collapsed buildings surrounding it. Together, they formed a strange ruin. The fog in the sky was thick and pale, making it difficult for light to enter. The ground was shattered and there were many rocks. Lumion gripped his axe tightly and inched forward carefully, his heart pounding in his chest. Along the way, he couldn't find a place to hide. There were no weeds or trees. Lumion walked in fear, his every sense on high alert. All he could do was hunch his back and comfort himself. At the very least, if there was any danger in this area, it would be obvious at a glance. He could discover it in advance. Finally, he arrived at the ruins, a half-collapsed building that had been wrecked by fire. Lumion surveyed the area for a moment and tentatively confirmed that there were no other creatures lurking about. Satisfied with his assessment, he cautiously made his way inside the building, being mindful of the charred wood that could fall at any moment from midair. As he searched the room, his eyes landed on a broken pot in the corner of the house. There was a hint of gold shining through the cracks. Lumion approached the pot slowly and realized that it was a gold coin. Can it be true? There's actually treasure in the ruins of my dream. He picked up the gold coin and wiped it against his body. The patterns on the surface of the coin were revealed. The coin featured a man's portrait carved on the front. His face was thin, and his hair was parted 30 to 70. There was a mustache on his lips, and his gaze was rather firm. On the back was a bunch of sweet iris flowers surrounding the number 20. Lumion recognized the man depicted on the coin. It was none other than the first president of the Intes Republic, Levanx. It's actually a louis d'or. Lumion was rather surprised. Firstly, he couldn't believe that the currency in this strange dream ruin was actually the currency of the Intes Republic in reality. And secondly, he had casually picked up something as valuable as a louis d'or. He knew that in the present day, the legal currencies of the Intes Republic were virile d'or and capit. 1 virile d'or was equivalent to 100 capit. Capit existed in the form of copper coins and silver coins. The copper coins were divided into 3 categories: 1 capit, 5 capit, 10 capit, while the silver coins had the denominations of 20 capit and 50 capit. Virile d'or could be found in the form of silver coins, gold coins, or banknotes. In silver coins, there were denominations of 1, 5, and 10 virile d'or, while gold coins came in 5, 10, 20, 40, and 50 denominations. The denominations of banknotes were even more varied, ranging from 5, 20, 50, 100, 200, 500, 1,000 virile d'or. In reality, the people of Intes still clung to the old currency units. For example, the most widely used 5 capit copper coins were known as lick. Similarly, gold coins worth 20 virile were commonly referred to as louis d'or. In the old currency era, louis d'or had been known as roselle. But after the Republic was established, the name was changed to louis d'or in order to erase Emperor Roselle's influence. As Lumion understood it, even in the rural area of Cordoue, a louis d'or could sustain a poor family with fields for an entire month. He knew that without Auror's high income, he might never have even seen what a louis d'or looked like. In fact, in the entire village of Cordoue, only the siblings and the family of the administrator had ever seen or owned a louis d'or. To any villager, this louis d'or was an incredibly valuable gain. Unfortunately, this is just a dream. Lumion couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. This was something ordinary, making it unlikely he could bring it out of the dream. But even so, he handled the louis d'or with great care and respect. Having spent much of his life wandering, he knew the value of every capit. And he knew that 1 louis d'or was equivalent to 2,000 capit, which was equal to 1 gold pound in the Lone Kingdom, though slightly less. According to the papers he had read, 24 virile d'or could only be exchanged for 1 gold pound. Lumion continued his search for any written information that could shed light on the ruins and their history. He wanted to see if this place corresponded to a certain location in reality, and whether a village in the Intes Republic had been transported into this dream world. The appearance of the louis d'or had only fueled his curiosity. As Lumion moved cautiously through the ruined building, his eyes fell upon a spot where a stove had once stood, now stained with a dark red color. Blood, his pupils dilated as he quickly made a guess. Immediately after, he made a judgment. Although it wasn't fresh, it hadn't yet turned black. It looked as though it had just dripped there 2 or 3 days prior, or perhaps even more recently. As his heart began to race, Lumion suddenly felt the light around him dim, as if something had silently blocked the light filtering through the dense fog from above. The memory of past attacks flooded Lumion's mind like a turbulent wave, causing him to react instinctively. Without a thought, He lunged forward and wrapped his body in midair, rolling on the ground to avoid any potential danger. Thump! A loud thump echoed through the air as something heavy fell behind him. Lumion quickly rolled to the left side of the dilapidated stove, using a nearby rock to leverage himself around. As he rose to his feet, axe at the ready, he saw an additional figure standing where he had just been moments before. The dim light made it difficult to discern whether it was human or some kind of humanoid creature. The figure hunched in front of Lumion was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was a monster, with no clothes or shoes to speak of. Its skin had been peeled off, revealing the red muscles, blood vessels, and yellowed fascia beneath. Sticky liquid dripped from its body, yet it didn't fall to the ground. It was a monster. Its eyes seemed to be embedded in its face, and its mouth hung open with all its might, revealing uneven teeth and a long drool of saliva. Despite all the ghost stories Lumion had fabricated in the past, he never expected to encounter such an evil spirit in real life. Whoosh! The stench of blood filled Lumion's nostrils as the panting of the monster filled his ears. Instinct took over Lumion as he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blood-red monster's attack. Lumion knew that he had Auror's guidance and years of experience fighting on the streets to thank for his quick reflexes. Without them, he might not have been able to react in time. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lumion charged after the monster that had pounced on him. With his sharp axe in hand, he swung with all his might and struck the monster in the back. Bang! Lumion's axe felled the monster mid-turn, sending a spray of pus and blood in every direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Lumion knelt down on one knee and raised his axe again, ready to strike another blow. Bangs, bangs, bang. Again and again, Lumion swung his axe with precision and force, each strike slicing through the monster's flesh and leaving deep, wide cracks on the back of its head, neck, and back. Finally, the monster lay still, defeated by Lumion's fierce barrage of blows. Huff, puff, you don't act as terrifyingly as you look. Lumion heaved a sigh of relief, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. He wiped his face with his left hand, then used it to wipe off the blood on his other hand. Is this monster's bodily fluids poisonous? For the time being, there's no pain of the fluids eating at me. Lumion began to worry about another problem. Just as Lumion mustered up his courage and was about to search the monster's body, he was caught off guard by a sudden movement. The skinless, blood-colored monster propped itself up with both hands and bounced up again, as if it were still alive. It isn't dead yet. Despite being slashed to such a state, it seemed that the monster was still alive. Lumion was shocked and afraid. Fear and trepidation took hold of Lumion. If Lumion had been facing normal humans, beasts, or monsters, he would not have been so afraid, even if he couldn't defeat them. But this monster in front of him seemed unkillable, rendering Lumion's every move useless. Taking advantage of the monster's brief disorientation, Lumion made a quick decision. He propped himself up with his feet, exerted strength on his knees, and ran wildly. Thud, thud, thud. He ran with all his might, but he could feel the monster's breath on the back of his neck, and the sound of its heavy breathing echoed in his ears. The monster followed closely behind him. Despite his fear, Lumion gritted his teeth and allowed his fear to push himself. To run even faster, surpassing his previous limits. To his delight, he soon realized that the distance between him and the monster was no longer shortening. Thud, thud, thud. Lumion finally reached his semi-subterranean two-story building as he pulled open the unlocked door and jumped inside. With a loud clang, he slammed the door shut and quickly made his way to the stove, where he picked up a steel fork that was leaning against the wall. Then he focused on the door. But then he heard the sound of the monster's running footsteps fading away. He waited, but the monster didn't try to slam through the door. It knows that I'm lying in ambush here. Lumion couldn't believe that the monster had higher intelligence. He slowly moved towards the window near the door and peeked out. Suddenly, a face appeared on the glass, a bloody, skinless mess with uneven teeth. Lumion froze for a moment, his heart almost stopping. To Lumion's surprise, the monster didn't try to break the glass or attack him. Instead, it simply met his gaze. Lumion snapped out of his daze and retreated, brandishing the long fork with both hands. The monster left the window. Lumion watched cautiously, observing its movements as it lingered in the light fog for a while before finally retreating back to the ruins. Lumion was at a loss. He had been prepared to trap the monster and make a quick escape from the dream, but the creature had simply left without attacking. After some thought, a possibility occurred to Lumion. Perhaps the monster is afraid to enter my house. Yes, there's no signs of damage to the house at all. In the dream, this is an absolutely safe place. With this realization, Lumion felt a sense of relief wash over him. Lumion was hit with a wave of exhaustion the next second. The short chase had taken more out of him than an entire afternoon of combat training. Lumion made his way upstairs to his bedroom, clutching the pitchfork and axe tightly in his hands. As he lay down on the bed, Lumion attempted to fall asleep. Lumion opened his eyes, feeling disoriented and groggy. Outside the curtains, it was still dark, and the room was shrouded in shadows. For a moment, Lumion couldn't tell if he was still in the dream world or if he had somehow returned to reality. But then he noticed the lack of gray fog and the fact that he was wearing his pajamas, and he realized that he must have woken up. I woke up early because of the fright, Lumion muttered to himself, subconsciously patting the pocket of his pajamas. But when he didn't feel the weight of the louis d'or, he felt a pang of disappointment. It confirmed another fact: that money couldn't be brought out of the dream world. Lumion took a deep breath and composed himself, his thoughts turning to a serious problem. How was he supposed to deal with that unkillable monster? While Lumion knew that he could bypass the area and enter stealthily, he also knew that this was not a long-term solution. The possibility of encountering similar monsters in the future was always there, and he couldn't afford to risk his life by being unprepared. Chapter 11, Madame Pualis. The azure sky was speckled with fluffy white clouds, gently blown by the spring breeze that carried with it the fragrance of the forest. White geese pecked at the lush grasses, grazing beside the meandering river. A lass, draped in a grayish-white frock, stood intently observing them with a long pole in her hand. Her countenance was bathed in the golden sun rays, exposing her thin, downy hair. The girl's brown tresses, elegantly tied in a white cloth, revealed her youthful and lively features. Glancing at Lumion sitting under a tree by the river, Ava Lizier scrunched her face slightly. Are we not here to discuss which legend is easier to investigate? Why have you turned into a stone statue reminiscent of the ones from the cathedral? Ava was the daughter of Guillaume Lizier, the shoemaker. Being one of the few youths in the village, she had an amiable relationship with Lumion and Riamund. I'm contemplating a problem, Lumion responded, still gazing at the white geese and the rippling waters. What problem? Inquired Riamund Gregg, who was tending to Ava's flock of geese. Lumion pondered before replying. What if you come across a beast with a thick hide that your weapon cannot pierce? What would you do? Obviously, I'd find a way to flee. The mountains are teeming with wild beasts. We need not hunt it, Ava replied, feeling that there was nothing to worry about. Lumion grunted in disagreement. What if that beast is exceptionally rare, and the lords in the city adore it, and are willing to pay 100 louis d'or for its carcass? 100 louis d'or, 2,000 verle d'or, Riamund breathed heavily. He had never seen a louis d'or before, nor had he used one. His instinct was to convert it into verle d'or first. With such a hefty sum of money, he could start a small business in Darige. He wouldn't have to fret over shepherding anymore. He quickly thought and suggested, borrow a shotgun. The beast's skin cannot be penetrated, Lumion rejected flatly. Even though she knew the prey was just a figment of imagination, with no value in the real world, she couldn't help herself. Is it a powerful creature, fierce? Lumion paused to consider her question. It's about as fierce as me. That was all the assurance he needed to continue his hunt. Riamund, who had been holding his breath, let out a sigh of relief. Good, go back to the village and round up some people. We'll surround the beast and drain its strength. Once it's down, we'll tie it up. He knew that Lumion could fight, but that was all. In that case, we can only expect to get 10 louis d'or, or even less, Lumion reminded. Ava, with her stunning lake blue eyes, had an idea. I've seen them hunt before. Maybe we can dig a trap and make it fall. That way, we won't have to worry about it getting back up. Lumion nodded his approval. That's a good idea. Realizing that Ava and Riamund had little to offer in terms of planning, Lumion took control of the conversation. Which legend do you think we should target next? He asked. Ava shook her head. Neither of them fit the bill. They're either centuries old or were only seen by one person who is long dead. Riamund agreed. That's right. If you don't ask the right folks, how would you know there ain't no clues? Lumion clicked his tongue and chuckled. You lot don't have any grit. If you want to give up at the first sign of trouble, you might as well be tending geese and sheep for the rest of your days. Ava and Riamund were fuming at Lumion's words. When it came to riling people up, Lumion was one of the best in all of Cordu. Ava blurted out, I don't think any of them are suitable 'cause there are more suitable ones. What is it? Lumion's eyes sparked with interest. As soon as Ava spoke, she regretted it, but she'd been planning to bring up this issue. She just didn't want to reveal it to Lumion and Riamund so easily. After a few seconds of tense silence, she glared at Lumion. There's a real witch in the village. Who is it? Lumion's heart tightened. Could it be Auror? If Ava found out that Auror was a warlock, he and Auror would have to flee Cordu and go somewhere else to avoid the Inquisition's wrath. Ava looked around nervously and lowered her voice. Madame Pualis. Madame Pualis, the administrator's wife and the Padre's mistress. Lumion found it hard to believe. Are you serious? If Pualis was indeed a witch, how could Lumion have missed it when he found out about the lady's affair with the Padre? No way, Riamund was exceptionally surprised. Ava tiptoed and looked in the direction of the village entrance. I'm not certain, but Charlie, the administrator's valet, let it slip once. He told me that Madame Pualis is a soul messenger who can talk to the dead and help them return home. He also said that she can create secret medicines and charms. Lumion listened intently, but remained skeptical. With magazines like Psychic, Lotus, and Hidden Veil flooding the market, it wasn't uncommon for the administrator's wife to be familiar with such terms and trick the servants and villagers. We should go to the cathedral and snitch, said Riamund, his eyes wide with excitement. Lumion paused before responding. If Charlie knows that Madame Pualis is a witch, then the administrator should know as well, right? We, agreed Ava. Lumion continued, Madame Pualis is also the Padre's mistress. If we go to the cathedral and snitch on her, we will probably be sent straight to the administrator. What? Madame Pualis is the Padre's mistress. Ava and Riamund were shocked. I saw it with my own eyes, Lumion chuckled. Pretend you don't know, don't tell anyone, otherwise you might disappear one day. Ava and Riamund agreed in unison, their expressions unusually solemn, their fear of the Padre and the witch intertwined. If we can confirm that Madame Pualis is a witch, we'll go to Carriage and tell the bishop at Mass, Lumion assured them. Riamund nodded fervently. They had to be sure before they snitched. Otherwise, they would be in trouble if Madame Pualis was innocent. After discussing these matters, Lumion, who didn't want to waste any time, stood up and said to Ava and Riamund, I'm off back to my studies. Otherwise, Auror would be chasing me with a wooden stick. You two take care of the geese. Okay, Riamund was thrilled at the prospect of being left alone with Ava. Ava looked displeased. As Lumion approached Cordu, he began to hide his tracks, constantly paying attention to whether there was anyone nearby. He had to be careful, especially now that the Padre and his crew were on his tail. According to his observations, the Padre, Guillaume Bainet, was not one to forgive easily. He made his way towards All Tavern, trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible. Suddenly, he heard the sound of bells ringing in the distance. Lumion turned to see Ryan, Lee, and Valentine approaching Naroka and the others. The bells on Lee's veil and boots rang clearly and melodiously. They've been wandering around the village for the past 2 days, chatting with people and asking questions. I don't know what they are up to. Lumion was puzzled and a little wary. As he thought about the deserted town square and the shepherd, Pierre Barry, who had returned to the village unexpectedly, Lumion knew that something was about to go down. Is something about to happen in the village? He needed to speak to Auror, his smart and knowledgeable sister, and get her opinion. Lumion managed to sneak into All Tavern and spotted the woman who had given him the tarot card sitting in her usual spot, eating. Lumion leaned over and took a glance. Omelette au lard, don't you find it a little too cloying? In Darij, this dish was the go-to for ordinary folks to impress their fancy guests. Lumion, however, had his doubts about it being too greasy and heavy for city women. The lady savored a slow bite of the golden omelet and shut her eyes to savor it. It's a real gem. It's got this local flavor that's just exquisite. You're having lunch so early? Lumion asked, seated across from her. The lady's light blue eyes betrayed a hint of exhaustion as she smiled and replied, "It's breakfast." What time is it? Lumion didn't dare let slip his thoughts. He scanned the nearly empty All Tavern and hushed his voice. I saw a ruin in my dream and came across a monster. Oh, the lady didn't bat an eye. Her expression even held a hint of teasing mischief that Lumion couldn't quite decipher. Lumion composed himself and recounted his tale. How do I vanquish this monster? The lady beamed and countered, is it dead or alive? It's still kicking, I can't seem to kill it. Lumion trailed off then answered on reflex. He pondered in earnest for a beat before replying slowly, I can feel it breathing, so it's gotta be alive. If it's still breathing, then try harder. Lop off its head, or pour oil and light it up. Bury it alive even. Who knows, it might just kick the bucket, the lady suggested nonchalantly while relishing her meal. When you've exhausted all options and still come up short, then come to me. But I'm not your nanny who'll coddle you through every little problem. If you want to learn, you've got to figure it out on your own. She's quite the charmer. Lumion wasn't crestfallen or dispirited. It seemed the lady was hinting that she'd lend a hand if things got truly dire, and a monster like this wasn't even worth mentioning. But what's trivial can be a real headache. Lumion felt a migraine coming on. He resolved to heed the lady's advice. He'd start by trying to behead it, burn it, bury it alive, and anything else he could think of. Chapter 12, Undercurrents. As Lumion left All Tavern, he resumed his surreptitious ways, skulking down the path he always took home. Sure enough, he spotted one of Pons Bainet's goons hiding behind a tree, spying on passers-by. The padre doesn't know when to quit, Lumion muttered to himself. But Lumion couldn't retaliate. His personal abilities were limited, and he couldn't risk bringing attention from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun in the Darij region. The Inquisition would be all over him in a heartbeat, which could spell doom for Auror. Unless Lumion was pushed to the brink and had no other choice but to abandon the town, his only option was to expose the padre's unsavory activities and force him to retire to a cloister. But that was easier said than done. Lumion needed to be careful and cunning, just like when he let the foreigners discover the padre's affair with Madame Pualis. Lumion didn't want to make a big fuss about it. He knew that Bayost, the administrator and territorial judge, was a stickler for his reputation. If Lumion brought Madame Pualis's predicament to light, he wouldn't get any favors in return. No, it would be more likely that Bayost would turn on him, filled with bile and vitriol. That would leave Lumion with little choice but to flee Cordu, with both the padre and administrator hot on his heels. He proceeded with caution, taking a detour through a narrow alley that weaved between several houses. Along the way, Lumion relied on his wits and the surroundings to conceal himself. He ducked behind walls, slipped through doors, and took refuge behind trees whenever necessary. As he neared the end of the alley, he heard the sound of voices. Guillaume, why we waste our time chasing Zat Keat all day? Let's go to Auror's house tonight and catch him. We ave Z advantage of numbers, and Auror's fightin' skills ain't enough to stop us. We can even get reinforcements from Z City if needed. Guillaume, the padre is here too. Lumion stopped, retreating into the corner to eavesdrop on their conversation to see what plans the padre had for him. Guillaume Bainet's voice was mesmerizing. Surely, you don't think that's the extent of Auror's capabilities. I wouldn't be surprised if she had supernatural abilities beyond mine. Ah, Pons Bainet was obviously surprised. A witch, you say? Guillaume, maybe it's time for you to venture to Darige and seek out Z Inquisition. If you can catch a true witch, Z Church will undoubtedly grant you a great reward. And with that, you may finally attain Z extraordinary strength you've been yearning for all Z's years. Imbecile, Guillaume Bainet scolded his brother. Don't you know what's happening in this village? The Inquisition has noses like hounds. They won't overlook any anomalies. When the time comes, we'll be in hot water. Even if Auror desires to deal with us, I have other solutions, he said. We mustn't arouse the Inquisition's attention. So what is happening in the village now? Lumion took this seriously and was curious. Combining his observations of abnormalities, he sensed that something terrible was brewing and developing in the village, like a turbulent undercurrent under the calm sea. To Lumion's dismay, Pons Bainet didn't elaborate on the topic. Instead, he focused on something else. Do you have any way to deal with a witch? You don't need to know, the Padre, Guillaume Bainet, responded in a hushed tone. Next, we can put aside dealing with Lumion, but we still have to maintain appearances. We can't let anyone suspect my desire for revenge. That will provide the connections the foreigners need and have a negative impact. What you need to do now is to remind each relevant person and scare those yokels who might notice. Don't let them spill the beans in front of those foreigners. Guillaume, you mean that those foreigners are heir to investigate that matter? Pons Bainet appeared fearful and concerned. Look at you, all brawn, no brains. You're nothing like your brother, a natural-born leader. Lumion mocked Pons Bainet inwardly. Despite his disdain for the Padre, whom he saw as a crude and greedy stallion rather than a man of the cloth, Lumion couldn't deny that he had a certain rugged charm. His direct, domineering style and clear mind won over the masses in the countryside, making it easy for them to idolize and rely on him. Guillaume Bainet sneered. No need to worry. So long as those foreigners don't find any real evidence, I'll still be the Padre of Cordu. Pons, you need to understand that ruling through fear and intimidation won't lead to peace or prosperity. The church doesn't want a ruined town that can't pay taxes. We need friends and followers to maintain control. By offering them protection, we can gain their support. The church trusts us locals with our relatives, friends, and followers to handle matters here and doesn't bring in outsiders who could make a mess. As long as there's no solid evidence, the higher-ups will continue to believe in me. All right, I'm off to the cathedral. That does sound logical and persuasive, but your wisdom and insight are limited to Darige. Auror told me that when the church confronts villages that are overrun with evil gods, they obliterate them entirely and raze the land to the ground. They don't just slay the adults, but even the kids. Lumion found himself almost swayed by Guillaume Bainet's words. Luckily, Auror had warned him about the fearsome reputation of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. After the Padre departed, Lumion took a different path and made it back home unscathed. Auror, clad in a pristine apron, bustled about the oven. What are you up to? Lumion inquired with curiosity. It was still 2 hours to lunchtime. Auror tucked a strand of her blonde locks behind her ear and beamed, trying out a new toast recipe: rice bread. You don't have to go through all this trouble. Lumion was moved to his core. He believed Auror was going out of her way to make something special just for him. Auror giggled and retorted, "What are you thinking? Can you be any more self-absorbed? For me, baking is a form of amusement. It's a great way to pass the time. You get it. Then why don't you like going out? There's plenty of fun out there," Lumion probed. He always felt Auror was a homebody because she was too concerned about the risks her warlock status posed. Auror swiveled her head and shot him a withering glare. You mean drinking and gambling? Remember, I'm my own person, not relying on or attaching to others. Lumion grasped the first half of her statement, but was at a loss with the latter. Could you expound on that? Auror gave him a deadly glare. Long story short, your sis is a major introvert most of the time. What do you mean by most of the time? Lumion queried, confused. Humans are walking contradictions, Auror mused, turning back to the oven. Don't you recall? Sometimes I'm a chatterbox, eager to venture out and listen to the old lady's gossip. Other times, I'll play with the kids and regale them with tales. Every so often, I'll cut loose and ride Madame Pualis' horse around the mountains, hollering at the top of my lungs. At the time, you shone like a dew-kissed rose, luring people in only to prick them. Lumion couldn't help but grumble to himself. Since Madame Pualis was mentioned, Lumion decided to change the subject. Auror, grandsower, I heard a rumor about Madame Pualis. What is it? Auror did not hide her curiosity. She's a warlock who can talk to the dead. Lumion related to his sister what Ava had divulged. He also brought up the anomaly he'd observed and Guillaume Bainet's comments. Auror halted her work and listened to her brother's account intently. Her mien grew noticeably graver. After Lumion had finished, Auror offered him a smile and assuaged his fears. Don't fret too much. Those 3 foreigners must be here for something that the Padre and his comrades did in secret. It might have to do with Madame Pualis. Don't mess with Madame Pualis for now. I'll keep an eye on them. Explore the village more, mingle with those foreigners, and try to suss out what's going on. Heh, compared to that, the lady who gave you the wand card is far more intriguing. If things do deteriorate, we must contemplate departing Cordu. We can start making arrangements now. Okay, Lumion nodded in agreement. After a brief silence, he inquired curiously, Auror, if we must depart Cordu, where do you envision moving to? Trier, Auror declared without hesitation. Trier was the capital of the Intes Republic, the apex of culture and art across the continent. Why, despite considering Trier himself, Lumion posed the question casually. Every Intesian coveted a chance to visit Trier. In the eyes of the Triers, there were only 2 types of individuals in Intes, Triers and outsiders. Auror responded nonchalantly. A prophet once said, as long as Trier endures, mirth and glee will never falter. Chapter 13, Attempt. It was the dead of night, and all was quiet. Lumion stirred in his dream once more. The first thing he glimpsed was a faint gray mist. On impulse, he reached into his shirt pocket with his hand. The frigid sensation of cold, hard metal immediately registered in his mind. He retrieved the object he'd felt. A glint of gold illuminated his eyes. It was a gold coin. A louis d'or. It's still here. Lumion sat up and peered down at himself. He still donned the cotton attire, pants, and leather jacket from his last expedition. The nearly 2-meter-long steel pitchfork and sharp, iron-black axe rested within arm's reach. This was precisely the same condition as when he'd exited the dream. In other words, this dream is persistent. It doesn't reset with each entry. Lumion fiddled with the louis d'or and slipped it into his cotton shirt's inner pocket. Though it couldn't be actualized, it was still a joy to have. Lumion rose from bed and gazed out the window for a spell, ensuring the red mountain peak in the ruins hadn't changed. He hoisted his axe and pitchfork, departed his chamber, and entered the dimly lit corridor. Auror's bedroom and study doors remained ajar. Lumion studied them briefly, then suddenly conceived an idea. In the dream, my room is practically identical to reality. It contains all the expected elements. Auror's room appears the same at first glance. However, can I locate her witchcraft notebook, secret potion formula, or learn how to become a warlock in her quarters? This notion was akin to a devil's whisper, causing Lumion's heart to race. He was tempted to try. Compared to exploring the unknown, hazardous, enigmatic ruins, sifting through Auror's room was the simpler, safer option. No, Lumion shook his head vigorously and cast the idea aside. He'd rather take his chances than violate Auror's privacy. He wouldn't venture into her bedroom without her approval. This was due to his respect for Auror. If it weren't for Auror, he would have perished as a child on the streets 5 years ago. Lumion withdrew his pained gaze and made his way to the stairs. If the occupant of the room wasn't Auror, he would have already delved in to search for useful information. Once downstairs, Lumion didn't hasten his departure. Instead, he inspected the provisions in the kitchen. The olive oil, corn oil, and animal fat that Auror had amassed were neatly arranged in buckets and cans, just like in reality. Almost instinctively, Lumion lifted the bucket of corn oil and positioned it near the stove. His sole reason for selecting it was that animal fat and olive oil were pricier. Then he adeptly kindled a blaze in the hearth with coal and wood, and fashioned a couple of torches to ignite. He was preparing to incinerate that monster. Naturally, it would be preferable if there were other options. That was a last resort. After completing these tasks, he retrieved his axe, opened the door, and departed. Lumion then observed something unusual. The faint gray mist that suffused the dream felt more humid than before. The ground beneath his feet was also slightly muddy. It rained. This place persists and develops naturally according to certain laws when I'm absent or dreaming. Lumion was somewhat taken aback, but he had an inkling that it was only fitting. Recalling Auror's bizarre tales, he suddenly had a notion. This can't be the real world, Kent. My dream is connected to the genuine world. That tarot card enables me to traverse the barrier between dream and the ruins while conscious. Lumion swiftly surveyed his surroundings and realized that an endless gray fog bordered both sides of the ruins, on the dream's periphery. I'll check later. I won't venture into the ruins. I'll stroll out of the gray fog and see if it's a surreal and irrational dream after passing through the gray fog, or if there's tangible land, sky, village, and town. If it were the former, it signified that this place was still a dream. If it wasn't, Lumion had to confirm which world this was. He surmised that based on the usage of the louis d'or, this place still appeared to be in the Intes Republic, but it might not be the present era. It could be a location that had vanished decades or centuries ago. However, Lumion sensed that there was a high likelihood that he wouldn't be able to exit the encompassing gray fog. He gathered his thoughts and proceeded toward the ruins. He didn't forget that the purpose of entering the dream was to attempt to contend with that monster. After traversing 100 to 200 meters in the muddy wilderness riddled with gravel and crevices, Lumion abruptly halted. He thought of a problem. He'd overlooked something in his preparations earlier. Previously, his two-story abode lacked any flames. It was quite secure in this world cloaked in gray fog. But now, it had a blazing furnace that emitted light. Would it draw in a swarm of monsters and render the safe zone unsafe? Lumion instinctively turned his head and peered in the direction he'd come from. He observed that a scarlet gleam had been etched on various glass windows at the base of the half-submerged two-story structure in the faint gray mist. It was akin to a beacon in the dark world. Considering that a considerable amount of time had elapsed, it was evidently too late to attempt to extinguish the fire. Lumion hastened his pace and entered the ruins, taking refuge in the building that had crumbled due to a conflagration. He clipped the axe to the back of his belt and agilely scaled a wall, concealing himself in a shadowy nook separated by bricks and timber. Lumion gazed at his home on the other side of the wilderness. As time ticked by, he didn't witness any monsters lured by the fire. Seems like the fire won't trigger any changes. At the very least, my house won't be besieged by monsters. Lumion breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that even if he encountered any peril, as long as he could flee home promptly and slumber as soon as possible, he could successfully elude it. He began to contemplate how to entice and eliminate the previous monster. From their brief skirmish, he deduced that its strength, speed, reaction time, and agility were similar to his, but he could sense that it fought on instinct. It lacked sufficient experience, expertise, or corresponding intelligence. That's why he'd been able to counter and slay it when it ambushed him. It'll also be bewildered and taken aback. It's not dissimilar to humans. Other than combat techniques, I have two other advantages over it. Firstly, I possess superior intelligence. Secondly, I know how to wield weapons and utilize tools. This is the greatest advantage humans possess over such monsters. As long as I'm cautious, defeating it again won't be arduous. The most crucial aspect is how to eradicate it completely. Just as Lumion was about to deliberately stir up some commotion to see if he could lure over some monster, he spied a figure stealthily approaching the utterly ruined house on the side. The figure was crimson and devoid of skin. Its muscles, blood vessels, and fascia were exposed. It was the monster from last time. Unlike before, this monster was wielding a manure fork. A manure fork. It knows how to wield weapons too. Lumion's countenance stiffened as his expression turned grim. Unwittingly, his confidence waned a bit. As the monster drew closer and turned, Lumion perceived exaggerated wounds on its back, neck, and the nape of its neck. However, the fissures were no longer oozing pus, and it appeared to have mostly mended. It's indeed the one I encountered previously. Its self-healing ability is many times superior to that of ordinary humans. Lumion gasped soundlessly. He compelled himself to compose and expeditiously assessed the situation. In the twinkling of an eye, Lumion arrived at a determination. This was a prime opportunity, and he had to seize it when he encountered it. He couldn't let it slip by. He silently retrieved a stone brick beside him and awaited the monster's arrival at the desired location. In just a few strides, the monster entered Lumion's kill zone. Lumion abruptly hurled the stone brick at the ground behind the monster. Thud! The stone brick clattered, causing the monster to swivel around and scrutinize the assailant. Upon beholding this, Lumion seized the axe with both hands and pounced fiercely from the wall towards the monster. Bang! The axe descended heavily onto the monster's neck, cleaving it in two. With twin thuds, Lumion and the monster plummeted to the ground simultaneously. Lumion sprang up nimbly, seized his axe, and darted over, delivering weighty slashes to the monster's neck. Once, twice, thrice, the monster didn't even get a chance to resist before its head was lopped off. As the head rolled aside, the skinless body convulsed twice and ceased movement. Lumion didn't halt there. He took a diagonal step, rotated his axe, and pulverized the vicious head with its thick back, reducing it to fragments. Subsequently, he pivoted and hacked at the exposed muscles, blood vessels, and fascia, crushing the heart and other vital organs. After accomplishing all of this, Lumion took 2 paces backward and surveyed his handiwork. He panted and chuckled softly. "I thought you were truly invincible. Who'd have thought you possessed so little ability?" Amidst the subdued laughter, the decapitated cadaver abruptly jolted upward. Lumion's pupils contracted, and he instinctively wished to pivot and flee. He forcefully quelled this impulse and strode forward once more, brandishing his axe. After the corpse bounced twice, it reverted to immobility, as if it had writhed in vain. Lumion scrutinized it a while longer and ultimately verified that the monster was wholly deceased. How tenacious! Lumion sighed inwardly. Then, he leaned over and crouched down. He employed his axe to pry open the muscles and fascias and scrutinized the corpse. The monster's bodily structure wasn't dissimilar to a human's, but its muscles were evidently more animated. Even though it was already dead, some of its incisions were still wriggling slightly. "There's no treasure, nor is there any supernatural power transferred into my body." Lumion assessed his present state and felt somewhat disenchanted. The adage that one grows stronger with each monster they slay, indeed, only existed in Auror's tales. He then relocated the monster's corpse and head into the ruined building and entombed them with bricks and timber. Subsequently, he scoured the burnt-down house, hoping to discover something. Chapter 14, Different Monster. After a bout of searching, Lumion stumbled upon a considerable number of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. In total, there were 197 Viral d'Or and 25 Capit. Among them, Louis d'Or alone constituted 5. As for the paper bills, he only discovered some suspected remnants. Aside from money, Lumion also discovered a small blue book. The book had a grayish-blue cover and measured approximately 21 by 28.5 centimeters, a typical size found in Inti's villages and towns. It was based on the calendar and blended with the religious teachings of the 2 major churches. It had a rather positive effect on guiding farmers and herders to farm, produce, and graze to enrich their spiritual lives. Naturally, even though it had been nearly 2 centuries since Emperor Roselle advocated compulsory education, there were still a large number of farmers, herdsmen, and workers who knew no more than a handful of words and were illiterate. They could only rely on the explanations of certain people around them to obtain the instructions they needed from the Blue Book, literally known as Liver Blue. Lumion flipped through a few pages nonchalantly and realized that the Liver Blue was no different from his own. It was just that it appeared a little older overall. "There's the Liver Blue and so much Viral d'Or. This family is undoubtedly well-to-do in the countryside. There aren't more than 5 such families in Cordoue." Lumion discarded the liver blue and placed the gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins into different pockets. Some were stashed deep in the cotton shirt's pocket, some were tucked into his pants pocket, and some were haphazardly stuffed into the pocket of his leather jacket. Even though Lumion knew that this wealth couldn't be brought to reality, he couldn't resist collecting it for safekeeping. These little trinkets of gold, silver, or copper were simply irresistible. During his days as a vagrant, he cherished every coin he came across, even if it was just a koppet or a lick. He often fought with others for them and took risks to obtain them. After scouting the area, Lumion hoisted his axe and crept towards the collapsed building closer to the reddish-brown mountain peak. He proceeded deeper and deeper. Every time he traversed the empty space in the center of the ring, he was apprehensive that dozens of monsters would suddenly ambush him in an area without cover. In the faint gray fog, Lumion crouched down and sneaked behind a half-collapsed stone wall. He squatted there and utilized it to conceal his form. He cautiously poked his head out and surveyed the area ahead. It was a narrow strip between two rows of destroyed buildings. There were no trees, no weeds, just gravel, crevices, and dirt. Suddenly, a figure jumped into Lumion's line of sight. It stood in the opposing building, staring at something. This figure was garbed in a black robe with a hood. From the back, there was nothing peculiar. It appeared to be an ordinary human. Lumion's heart constricted as he became even more watchful. In such a dream ruin, the appearance of a regular person was far more terrifying than the appearance of a monster. As if sensing that someone was observing him, the figure swiveled around slowly. Lumion snuck a quick glance before retracting his head hastily. He leaned against the wall and didn't dare to budge. With just one look, he had the impression that he had descended into hell or an abyss. The figure was indeed a human, but he had 3 faces and 6 eyes. The face in front had cloudy eyes, sparse eyebrows, and numerous wrinkles. He was evidently an old man. The left side was a chiseled face with sharp-looking blue eyes and a thick, black beard, making him appear like a burly man. The skin on the right side was smooth and delicate, like a peeled egg. The blue eyes exuded obvious innocence and ignorance. It didn't seem a day over 5 years of age. What kind of monster is this? Lumion attempted to regulate his breathing to prevent his heart from racing. Such a monster had never surfaced, even in Auror's horror tales. Only in the deepest and most absurd nightmares could it be encountered. Although it was not good to judge a person by their appearance, Lumion instinctively sensed that the 3-faced monster was far more powerful than the skinless monster from earlier. Furthermore, there was a high probability that it had exceptional abilities. Eternal blazing sun. Great Father, please protect me from being discovered by it. Upon witnessing this scene, Lumion couldn't help but pray to the eternal blazing sun. If he weren't still clutching an axe in one hand and was in a perilous environment, he would have extended his arms, a gesture symbolizing the adoration of the sun. At that moment, time appeared to stand still. Lumion believed he might be hallucinating. It was as if someone's stare pierced through the wall and landed on his back. His back stiffened instantly and felt somewhat warm. In just a second or two, the illusion vanished, and heavy footsteps receded into the distance. Lumion waited a while until the footsteps dissipated completely. Then, he gradually straightened his knees, turned around, and poked his head out to survey the area ahead. The monster was farther away, having arrived behind the collapsed building whose 2 sides still stood. Half of its body was visible in the faint gray mist. It still had his back to Lumion, as though it had transformed into a statue. Lumion breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have the confidence to confront such a monster. It's definitely impossible to venture deeper into the ruins from here. Should I circumvent it? Won't there be comparable monsters elsewhere? The closer I approach that mountain peak, the more potent the monsters that emerge. Lumion retracted his body and deliberated for a while before deciding to conclude the night. He intended to inquire with the woman who gave him the tarot card after daybreak to see if there was a means of dealing with the 3-faced monster. If there was no alternative, he would consider taking a detour. He arched his back, detached from the wall, and headed in the direction he came from. At that moment, he had a notion. If I slumber in these ruins, will I be able to escape the dream? Considering the possibility of numerous monsters in the vicinity, he suppressed the urge to experiment, for now. On the way back, he hastily searched every destroyed building he passed, but he couldn't unearth any useful written information. There were only a few coins. After retreating for a while, Lumion conceived a notion and decided to take a detour. He approached the burnt-out house that he encountered first from the side, where he had buried the skinless monster. He wanted to see if the monster's demise would be detected by its kin, and if it would result in any changes. After locating the spot and concealing himself, Lumion poked his head out from the side and scrutinized the target area. In the following moment, he caught sight of another figure. The figure was half human and half beast. Its legs were bent forward as it squatted there and inspected the skinless monster's cadaver. It had already removed the stone bricks and wooden blocks that Lumion had stacked. It wore a dark jacket and relatively snug muddy pants. Its black hair that hung to its neck was unkempt and greasy, and it carried a shotgun on its back. A shotgun. Lumion averted his gaze hastily and withdrew his head. These monsters are truly absurd. They actually know how to wield a shotgun. At that moment, Lumion felt like he was a hunter, hunting in the mountains with his weapon and comrades, only to discover that the rabbit opposite him was clutching a water-cooled machine gun and targeting them. He considered it ridiculous and immersion-breaking, as well as disappointing. As time elapsed, he waited patiently for the monster with the shotgun to depart. Finally, he discerned a faint sound of movement, gradually receding. Lumion stuck his head out cautiously once again and examined the monster that was half human and half beast. It moved like a cat towards the back of the building. Initially, Lumion's heart eased, but then his eyes widened. He realized that the path the monster took was precisely the same as the route he took when he ventured deep into the ruins. It's tracking me. It has an extraordinary tracking ability. Lumion made a subconscious evaluation. He was exceedingly grateful that he had opted for a detour when he returned. Otherwise, he would have certainly collided with it and might have even been ambushed. As soon as the monster vanished, Lumion sprang up and dashed towards his house. The crimson fire that reflected in the glass window on the ground floor of the house was akin to sunlight that could dispel darkness. Lumion sprinted all the way to his two-story building, yanked open the unlatched door, and rushed inside. After locking the door, he gazed at the ruins through the window. Far from the gray mist, at the edge of the ruins, there stood a faint figure, but it didn't approach. Phew, Lumion exhaled and planned to extinguish the fire, ascend upstairs to slumber, and exit the dream. He glanced at the still burning fire and murmured to himself, "It can still burn for a while. I can experiment and see if it continues to burn until it extinguishes after I depart the dream, or if it is frozen in time the moment I leave." Lumion had previously verified through the rain that the wilderness where the ruins were located was undergoing natural development. It had nothing to do with whether he was dreaming or not, but whether the same situation was transpiring in his house or the so-called safe zone remained to be verified. He acted on his notion. He added a few more coals to the fire and fiddled with them. Then, he carried the axe and steel fork to the second floor and entered the bedroom. When Lumion arose, it was just after daybreak. He inspected his shirt-like pajamas. As anticipated, he was disheartened to discover that the gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins did not accompany him into reality. Lumion exited the bed and stretched his body. He sauntered to the desk and extended his hand to draw the curtains. Amidst the sound, a mild and refreshing radiance trickled in. As the window opened, fresh and organic air invaded Lumion's nostrils. He couldn't help but extend himself, feeling that waking up early was quite pleasant at times. Of course, this was also owing to the patriotic public health campaign that Emperor Roselle had launched. It was also thanks to the subsequent rulers who had preserved it and only altered its name. He surveyed his surroundings, sometimes gazing at the far-off forest, sometimes scrutinizing the orange-red clouds in the sky, and sometimes observing the weeds outside the house. Suddenly, Lumion's stare froze. He spied a larger bird perched on an elm tree not far away. It had a pointed beak, a feline face, brown feathers with scattered spots, brownish-yellow eyes combined with black pupils, giving it a sharp appearance. It was an owl. It appeared to be observing Lumion. Chapter 15, Getting Information. That owl from the Warlock legend. His mind raced with possibilities, trying to comprehend the gravity of the situation. His blood seemed to freeze. It was worse than facing the three-faced monster. After all, this was no longer a dream. This was reality. Even if his demise in a dream led to the same in reality, it was different psychologically. What should I do? Will Auror be implicated? As Lumion racked his brain for a countermeasure, the owl remained still, observing him with a piercing gaze. After a few seconds, the owl spread its wings and flew towards the distant forest. Its graceful glide carried it down, until it vanished into Cordu. Only when the owl had completely vanished did Lumion's mind snap back to the present. He slumped into a chair and lifted a hand to his forehead. He was drenched in sweat. Is it truly the owl of the Warlock legend? Has it truly lived for so many years? In any case, it was unlike any other owl with dull eyes. It almost looked human. If it's really that owl, why did it choose to fly just outside my window? Is it because I want to uncover the truth about the Warlock legend, but we've already given up? It left after a few moments of observation. I wonder if it will return and cause trouble for Auror. Despite wanting to observe the situation further since nothing had happened yet, Lumion knew he couldn't keep it from his sister any longer. After leaving the room, he saw that Auror was still asleep. He went downstairs to prepare breakfast, all of which were his sister's favorite dishes. Sunny-side-up meringue cookies, ordinary toast with jam. I have to make noodles later. This time, I'll add meat sauce. Lumion mentally noted that the noodle compartment was empty and decided to refill it sometime in the next 2 days. It was Auror's favorite dish. Auror descended the staircase in a flowing nightgown, her golden locks tousled. The breakfast spread was readied. Morning, she mumbled, stifling a yawn. Lumion grinned at her. It's not getting early. Don't you always say a day's planning starts early in the morning? That's right, my plan is to sleep. Auror settled into her seat and tucked into her breakfast with a glass of milk. Lumion sat across from Auror at the table that could fit 6. As he nibbled on a pancake, he casually said, I've been in the village for the past few days trying to find out the truth about those legends. Why? Auror asked. Lumion was very frank. You didn't want to help me get supernatural powers, so I decided to find my own way. Those legends might contain clues. It's almost impossible, Auror commented, her tone casual. The legends have been twisted beyond recognition over the years. Or hallucinated by some loony. It's meaningless. Yes, it's also possible that someone specially made up a story as an excuse. And the contributions of rubberneckers like you. What? Lumion didn't understand what Auror meant by rubbernecker. It wasn't even in Tijan. It means people who can't help but get involved in drama they have no business in, Auror explained simply. And judging by how you are suddenly raising this matter, I'm guessing you've caused some trouble and now have no choice but to come home to ask your sister for help. It can be considered an accident, but it's not to the extent of causing trouble, Lumion said, undaunted. Lumion organized his thoughts carefully. My first target was the Warlock legend. What Warlock legend? Auror's confusion was palpable. Lumion couldn't believe it. You've never heard of it? A long time ago, a person in the village suddenly died. When he was buried, an owl flew over and stopped by his bed. It only flew away when the corpse was lifted. After that, the corpse became very heavy. It took 9 bulls to pull the coffin. Only then did the villagers know that the person was a warlock when he was alive. Auror was listening intently. I really wasn't aware of such a legend before. It doesn't make sense, Lumion was incredulous. Auror may have been a homebody, but she still made time to socialize with the other old ladies in town. She loved telling stories to the children and was always up to date on the latest Cordu gossip. It was hard to believe she hadn't heard about the Warlock legend that had been circulating for years. But what was even more intriguing was the fact that her house was built on the very spot where the warlock's home once stood. Lumion had a hunch from the start that Auror's decision to settle in Cordu was driven by the allure of the warlock's treasure, the key to unlocking extraordinary power. And then, Auror asked calmly. Lumion answered truthfully, "We did some digging around and we got confirmation from the village elders. This wasn't some tall tale. The warlock really did exist, but that was decades ago. The church burned the house down, and now the land belongs to you." "Is that so?" Auror was obviously a little surprised. "I knew it. There's always a catch. Why else would they sell me this land at a price lower than the norm? I thought it was because of my gift of gab when it came to old ladies." She thought for a moment and asked, "So, the church burned the warlock's body?" Lumion nodded. "Yes, his ashes are buried in the cemetery beside the cathedral." He continued, "We've given up on this matter because all the clues led to a dead end. But this morning, I saw an owl outside my window. It looked just like the one in the legend." Auror's expression became serious. "Are you certain?" "I can't say for sure, but it didn't look like any ordinary owl," Lumion responded objectively. Auror pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "Don't leave the village for now. And after dark, don't step outside until I've finished investigating the situation." She gave a sour smile. "I've warned you before about the dangers of seeking supernatural power, but look, trouble has already found you. Fortunately, it seems that the other party doesn't have any malicious intentions. The problem should be resolved relatively easily." "I'm glad you're on guard." Lumion lowered his head and said straightforwardly, "Grand Sower, I was wrong." He changed the subject. "Did your pen pals write back?" "How can it be that fast? It's not like we're sending a post," Auror scoffed. Lumion was puzzled. Isn't post already referring to letters and packages sent through the post office? He was not too concerned. After all, Auror often used strange words. At the entrance of All Tavern, Lumion stood there and surveyed the area. He knew that the woman who had given him the tarot card wouldn't be awake yet, so he was looking for the three foreigners: Ryan, Lee, and Valentine. As expected, the trio was enjoying a lavish breakfast at a table inside tavern. Lumion observed them for a few seconds, taking in the spread of trout rolls, wine, and mayonnaise bread, before leaving without disturbing them. Some time later, as Ryan and the others prepared to continue strolling around Cordu and chatting with the locals, Lumion approached them with open arms and a bright smile. "Good morning, my cabbages." Valentine's face twitched, and between Ryan and Lee, one looked slightly embarrassed while the other looked amused. They're dressed exactly the same. Did they not bring many changes of clothes despite being out?" Lumion noticed that Lee was still clad in a snug pleated cashmere dress, a small white coat, and a pair of Marcelin boots, each adorned with a small silver bell. Her veil, which doubled as a hat, also had bells attached to it. Ryan was still sporting a drab duffel coat and pale yellow strides, topped with a rough dark bowler hat. And Valentine still had powdered hair and makeup on his face. "Good morning, Lumion. What brings you here?" Ryan asked calmly. Lumion looked aggrieved as he responded, "Well, you guys are my friends and I have nothing to do. I thought I'd come visit." He then questioned them. "I noticed that you've been chatting with people in the village for the past few days. Is there anything you want to ask?" "You can come to me if you have any questions, my cabbages. I'm your friend." "We can't trust your answer," Valentine interjected. Ryan shot him a look, signaling him to calm down. Lumion smiled. "So you can completely trust the others." Lee was at a loss for words, while Ryan thought for a moment before responding. "Actually, we can't completely trust anyone. We have to make a comprehensive judgment based on the answers we get from different people and the situation we observe." "That's more like it." Lumion spread his hands. "Well, then it wouldn't hurt to hear my answer. At least it's a reference." Ryan was silent for a moment before glancing around. The early morning in Cordu was bustling with people heading to the farmlands, but there was hardly anyone near All Tavern. "Here's the deal," he said finally. "We're here to find someone." "The Padre?" Lumion asked with a smile. Ryan shook his head. "No, we visited the Padre to find this person." "Who is it?" Lumion asked with interest. "I know everyone in the village. I should be able to help." Ryan did not show any joy. Actually, we don't know who this person is, how old they are, or what they look like. We received an unsigned letter some time ago, and we're trying to find the person who wrote it. Lumion couldn't help but wonder if the letter was from an informer. He feigned puzzlement. Did the person who wrote the letter not reach out to you after you arrived in the village? No, Lee replied for Ryan. Perhaps they don't feel safe and don't trust you, Lumion suggested eagerly. Can't you glean any clues from the contents of the letter? Lumion was curious about the letter's contents. If it was targeting the Padres crew, he'd be happy to help them. But if it involved Aurora, he'd urge his sister to move. After all, Aurora communicated with her pen pals frequently, and if any of them were caught, she could be implicated. The letter could be a crucial clue. Chapter 16, Letter. Ryan shook his head. The letter was just 2 simple sentences. It seemed like a man in deep trouble was seeking our help. Did he not mention what kind of trouble he was in? Lumion breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way a letter from Aurora, or her pen pals, could be that short. Nothing, Ryan replied with a soft sigh. Lumion couldn't help but mock them in his heart. It's just a letter asking for help, and you're here. Aren't you afraid this is just a prank? Even the people from the Inquisition aren't as enthusiastic as you. Isn't this too nice, too kind, and too missionful? Normally, he would have voiced these thoughts aloud, but he needed to get information from them, so he held his tongue and forced himself to be patient. Despite his reservations, Lumion knew that Ryan wouldn't reveal the entire situation to him. They must have other considerations or reasons for coming to Cordu and searching for the person who wrote the vague letter. Lumion stroked his chin and suggested tentatively, why don't you show me the letter? Perhaps I can identify the writer from their handwriting. Valentine, with his powdered hair, gave Lumion a look that said, do you think we're fools? Lee chuckled. Do you know how to appraise handwriting? Barely, Lumion admitted sincerely. He then added inwardly, being able to appraise Aurora's and my own handwriting is also considered a form of appraisal. It's useless, Ryan interjected, shaking his head. Every word in the letter came from a liver blue, and the entire sentence was comprised of cut slips. Lumion couldn't help but wonder why the writer was being so cautious. Why hide their identity in such a way when they were asking for help? Were they afraid of interception and retaliation, or was there something wrong with them that they didn't want to be exposed? Lumion tried to analyze the writer's mentality. Lumion put on a look of realization and said, so you've been chatting with people in the village to see if anyone else has experienced similar damage to their liver blue. But the person who wrote the letter could have purchased a new liver blue without anyone knowing, or even thrown it away after using it. That's just one of the leads we're following, Ryan explained calmly. Lumion didn't treat himself as an outsider at all and asked, are there any other leads? Well, if someone is asking for help, then something must be happening, and there will always be some traces left behind, Ryan responded after some thought. That makes sense, Lumion said, looking troubled for Ryan and the others, as if he could empathize with their situation. He promised solemnly, my cabbages, I'll keep an eye out for you. Hopefully we'll find some clues. Thank you, Ryan replied politely. Lee had regained her composure and asked Lumion, since we're friends, I have a question for you. Go ahead, Lumion smiled. Why did the villagers in the tavern laugh when you called us cabbage? Lee was rather intrigued. Although it was embarrassing, cabbage was a common local slang term, and it shouldn't have been a cause for laughter. Lumion explained sincerely, in slang, cabbage means darling or beloved. It's mainly used between intimate friends or between an elder and a junior. My bunny and my chicks are similar. He emphasized the word intimate as he spoke. Then, with an innocent expression, he added, I just wanted us to be intimate friends. Lumion's innocent expression suggested that he had no idea what intimate meant. More like you want to be our senior. Lee finally understood why the villagers were laughing. While Lumion's explanation may not have been entirely truthful, it was logically convincing. Ryan nodded in agreement. Is there anything else? Nope, Lumion replied, not wanting to appear too eager and arouse suspicion about him and Aurora. His sister couldn't undergo an investigation. After watching Lee and the others leave with the sound of the tinkling bells, Lumion sat at the entrance of All Tavern and waited for the lady with the mysterious background to wake up. After a while, Lumion's friend, Riamund Gregg, approached him. "Lumion, have you decided which legend to investigate next?" Riamund asked. In the past 2 days, Riamund had been even more proactive than Lumion in this matter. After all, he didn't have any strange dreams or other ways of obtaining treasure. Not yet. The owl had already come knocking on his door. He couldn't risk investigating the legend without confirming the situation first. "I'll think about it after the Lent festival," Lumion explained, trying to sound casual. "Okay, that makes sense," Riamund agreed. "I don't have to be a greenwatcher for the time being then. I'll head out after Lent. Even if there are grazers in the meantime, it won't cause much damage." "Do you mean you don't have to leave the village for the next few days?" Lumion asked Riamund. Riamund nodded in confirmation, and Lumion smiled. "What a coincidence. I can't leave the village for the next few days either." Riamund was confused. "Why not?" he asked. Lumion lowered his voice and spoke with a serious expression. "This morning, I met the owl from the Warlock legend. It said that if it weren't for the cathedral and the gaze of God in the village, it would have taken my soul and thrown it into the abyss." Riamund was shocked and frightened, and his entire body trembled. "Is that for real? I told you not to provoke such an evil creature." Riamund suddenly saw a smile appear on Lumion's face. Only then did Riamund remember his good friend's nature. "You're pulling a prank on me, it's a lie, isn't it?" he asked, feeling both angry and anxious. He was angry at himself for falling for Lumion's deception yet again. He knew what kind of person Lumion was and had been fooled by him many times before. "You believe such a ridiculous thing," Lumion chuckled. Quietly, Lumion added to himself that he had made up the story to prevent Riamund from going straight to the cathedral to repent when he couldn't withstand the pressure. Riamund relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew." Lumion offered some advice to Riamund. "Although I made up that story just now, it's true that pursuing the truth of a legend can be dangerous. Try not to leave the village or the cathedral's protection if you can." Silently, Lumion added to himself, "And that's the truth. Although most of the story was fabricated, half of it was true. I wouldn't have reminded you and shared Auror's advice in a different way if I didn't need your help with many things in the future. Whether someone lives or dies has nothing to do with me." Riamund recalled the feeling of fear and nodded in understanding. "All right." He changed the subject and asked, "Who are you going to vote for to be the spring elf?" The spring elf was the symbol of spring and the start of many celebrations during Lent. In the Dari A~G area, the whole village usually voted for an unwed, beautiful girl to play the role. "Ava," Lumion replied nonchalantly. "Hasn't she always wanted to be the spring elf?" "I'll choose her too," Riamund said, secretly relieved. Yesterday, Ava had hinted to him that she wanted him to vote for her, so he felt the need to help her canvass for votes. Outside a house not far from All Tavern, Ryan, Lee, and Valentine weren't in a hurry to find someone to chat. Valentine raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose. "Is it really okay to say so much to that guy just now?" he asked. The air around them was filled with the faint smell of poultry feces. Lee fiddled with a silver bell above her head. "I don't know if there's a problem. All I can confirm is that my divination results tell me he's of help." Ryan explained his intention. "If we can't turn the situation around, leaking some information and instilling fear in the relevant people could be effective. Next, we'll observe him more closely and see what he'll do or who he'll find." After Riamund left, Lumion entered All Tavern and saw the lady who had given him the tarot card in her usual spot. She was wearing a white blouse and a pair of baggy light-colored pants, and beside her hand was a round straw hat adorned with a few yellow flowers. She really has a lot of clothes in her suitcase. She changes them every day, unlike Lee and the others who look so shabby, Lumion thought to himself as he moved closer and sat opposite her. During this process, he casually glanced at her breakfast, which consisted of a plump mince pie with a thin sauce, a few darioles, cubed seasonal fruit, and a light-colored transparent drink with some impurities. This isn't something all tavern can provide. Lumion pointed at the drink on the table and asked the lady, as though they were close friends, "What is this? It doesn't look like wine." "It's called Venus Sacred Oil," the lady replied casually. "It's made from sugar and cinnamon water soaked in vanilla and mixed with poppies. It was invented by a bar in Trier." The word Venus came from Emperor Roselle. He mentioned in a story that she was a woman comparable to a goddess of beauty. Lumion was intrigued. "Where did you get it? Did you concoct it yourself?" he asked, suspecting that the nearest city, Dari A tilde double dot G, couldn't provide something similar. The lady smiled. "As a traveler, it's my professional instinct to obtain suitable things at the right time." Lumion was honest. "I don't understand." He then said, "I've finished the previous monster. This time, I've encountered 2 even more dangerous ones." He went on to describe the monster with 3 faces and the one with a shotgun on its back. "I feel that they all have powers that surpass ordinary humans. They're not something I can deal with. Is there any way to deal with them?" The lady took a bite of the dariole and rolled her eyes. She smiled and said, "I'm not sure about the 3-faced monster, but you are more than capable of dealing with the one with the shotgun, as long as you use what's special about yourself." Lumion was both surprised and confused. "A special trait? What's so special about me? I don't even know myself." The lady smiled at him and said, "That's your dream. As the owner of the dream, you naturally enjoy special treatment. It's just that you haven't realized it yet." Chapter 17, Suspect. Lumion was on edge, his mind racing with excitement and fear. "What is it exactly?" The woman took a leisurely sip of Venus Sacred Oil, before replying in a calm, unhurried tone. "You have to ask yourself that." Having said that, she lowered her head slightly and focused on enjoying her breakfast, giving the impression that she had no intention of continuing the conversation. "Why do you keep parts of the matter untold and only answer at the next opportunity? Isn't this a waste of everyone's time?" He couldn't help but feel inferior to her ability to infuriate others. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and bade farewell. Lumion obediently spent the rest of the day at home. This wasn't out of fear of the owl to the point of not daring to step out during the day, nor was it because he had nothing to do, but to avoid arousing suspicion. Lumion was determined to get to the bottom of the help-seeking letter that Lee and her companions had in their possession. He needed to find out what was written and who wrote it. The key to his investigation was to flip through every liver blue in the village and find the one with words cut out. As a villager, Lumion was best suited for this task, but he was hesitant to proceed after talking to the 3 foreigners. It could attract someone's attention and cause unnecessary trouble. This was a matter of life and death, survival or doom, and Lumion knew that even with Aurora's protection, he couldn't guarantee that the other party wouldn't take any risky actions against him. In the past 2 years, he had become better at figuring out the threshold required for pranks. This was due to his rich experience. He planned on visiting every family in a few days, using the excuse of pursuing the legends related to Lent. After dinner, when it was dark, Aurora returned to her bedroom to finally write a manuscript that was long overdue. Lumion entered the study planning to find some books related to dreams to read, hoping to gain some special inspiration for his dream. As they only had one battery-powered table lamp at home, which was being used by Aurora, he had to light up the kerosene lamp that had a pungent smell and was not great for illumination purposes. Carrying the kerosene lamp that emitted a dim yellow glow, Lumion quickly swiped his other hand across the backs of the books. Occasionally, he would choose a book and clamp it under his armpit. After a while, he returned to the table with 3 selected books. Just as he placed the books in his hand, Lumion saw the liver blue at home. It was quietly placed in a corner of the desk as usual, and the gray-blue cover seemed a little dusty. Upon seeing this liver blue, Lumion instantly thought of the book he had obtained in the Dream Ruins, and the book that had been cut and meshed into a plea for help. He reached out and picked up the liver blue in front of him, planning to flip through the content to see which words were suitable for cutting and piecing into useful sentences. After flipping through a few pages, Lumion's gaze froze. There was an obvious hole in the notes attached to the current calendar page. A word had been cut out. No way, Lumion whispered, extremely shocked. He quickly flipped through the liver blue in his hand and found more than 10 words cut out. No way, Lumion whispered again, his reaction almost the same as before. The liver blue that Ryan, Lee, Valentine, and the others were searching for turned out to be the one at home. Not only had they not expected it, but Lumion had never even fathomed this possibility. It didn't even cross his mind. Amidst the indescribably complicated emotions, Lumion frowned. Could it be Aurora who requested help? Why did she seek help from the officials? Why didn't she tell me? Based on Lee and the others' behavior, their habitual choice to discuss matters with the Padre as soon as they arrived, and other details, Lumion made a preliminary judgment that they were officials. They could be from the government, Dariv's Eternal Blazing Sun Church, or the God of Steam and Machinery Church. Lumion hesitated, his expression constantly changing. Finally, he made up his mind. He took the liver blue and walked out of the study to Aurore's bedroom. He planned on asking her directly, and chose to believe Aurora. Knock, knock, knock. Lumion bent his finger and knocked on the door. Come on in, Aurora's voice sounded. Lumion turned the handle and pushed open the door to enter. Under the bright light of the table lamp, Aurora, who was wearing a two-piece cotton pajama set, had bound her golden hair with a headband and was engrossed in writing a story. Did you cut this? Lumion asked, interrupting his sister before she could speak. Huh? Aurora turned around in confusion, her eyes blank and distant, as if she was still deep in thought. Lumion handed over the liver blue, which had been flipped to the corresponding page, and stared into Aurora's eyes. You didn't cut this. Aurora gazed at it carefully for a few seconds before looking up in amusement. Would I be so bored and childish? I'm steady, mature, and broad-minded, unlike you. Aurora's reaction was natural, and she didn't seem surprised or flustered that her secret had been exposed. Lumion didn't hide his confusion and asked, but who would have cut out words from the liver blue? Wasn't it you? Aurora sized up her brother. After reading my novel, you planned on mimicking what you read and cut out words from books and newspapers to create a random letter to play a huge prank on the village. But before that, you wanted to see if you could fool me. Are you testing my deductive abilities? This really doesn't seem like Aurora's doing. Lumion's gaze was fixed on Aurora's face, not letting go of even the slightest change in her expression, but his sister's performance was flawless. It wasn't me, Lumion frowned. Who could have done it? Aurora smiled. Go on and play your little game of deduction. I have a manuscript to finish. If I have time tomorrow, I'll help you figure out the truth. Using extraordinary means, Lumion tersely acknowledged her words and stopped disturbing his sister's creation. He took the liver blue and returned to his unlit room, sitting on the chair behind the desk. Who could it be? Under the illumination of the crimson moon, Lumion muttered, trying to make deductions. We are a family of two. Aurora is a warlock with extraordinary abilities. She won't let others ransack our home. If it's really not her, and in her words, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So, in the case of having only two choices, I'm actually the one who did this. For a moment, Lumion found it absurd and funny. So I'm the criminal. Why don't I know that? Lumion couldn't help but turn his body and look at the full-body mirror attached to the wardrobe. Under the crimson moonlight, his mirror reflection was wearing a linen shirt and brown pants. His handsome features didn't have a smile on them, and his expression was abnormally heavy. He was very sure that he had never cut out the content from the liver blue. To eliminate the possibility, he recalled his experiences in the past month. Although many details were already a blur, he was still very certain about what he had done. Bathing in the crimson moon's light that seeped in through the windows, Lumion muttered to himself, could it be that I did it when I was unconscious? While having that dream, I can sleepwalk in reality? No, that's impossible. Aurora said that she would watch me. If I really sleepwalked and cut the liver blue, she would have pointed it out just now. Moreover, the letter must have been sent during the day. I'm very awake during those times. Lumion eliminated himself and thought of other possibilities. Someone else who came here, perhaps. Although their family had few guests usually, it did not mean that they did not have any. Firstly, poorer neighbors would come to borrow the stove, or oven to smoke meat or make bread. Secondly, Lumien's friends would come to his house from time to find some simple novels to read or listen to his stories. Lastly, Nazali, Madame Pualis, and a few other ladies visited Aurore from time to have a chat with her. Among them, Madame Pualis came the most. She even lent Aurore a pony so that Aurore could ride freely in the mountains. They were quite close. After all, in a village like Cordu, only an author like Aurore was worthy of Madame Pualis' friendship. Madame Pualis appeared very amiable on the surface, often basking in the sun with the other women and chatting with them, and even catching lice with them. She had a good reputation in the village. Although Madame Pualis and Aurore could be considered friends, Lumien did not like her at all. Madame Pualis would often introduce one of her relatives to Aurore and persuade her to get married and have children as soon as possible. It would be fine if Madame Pualis' relatives were nice, but every time Lumien asked around in Darij, he found that the other party either had bad character or was not very capable. They were about to fall into poverty, and none of them made the cut. The first time might have been a coincidence, but with it happening every time, Lumien bore a hatred for Madame Pualis. It's definitely impossible for those who come here to smoke meat or bake bread. There's always someone watching them. They won't be allowed to go up to the second floor. Riamund, Ava, and the others are also unlikely suspects. I'll accompany them the entire time. Madame Pualis, Nazali, and the other ladies have a certain chance. Every time they come, Aurore will keep them in the study to read while she prepares some snacks. If Madame Pualis is really a witch, then it's understandable that she needs to hide her identity from the authorities. Also, she is very careful to use other people's liver blue to avoid being traced back to her. Did she discover something when she was having an affair with the Padre? Did she have to protect herself in this way? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt like he was about to lock onto a suspect. He stood up, paced a few steps, and suddenly walked downstairs. He didn't want to question Madame Pualis, nor did he plan to pry into her actions now. Instead, he planned to find Riamund or Guillaume Jr. and use their liver blue as a comparison to determine which words had been cut out and what sentence could be formed. This way, Lumien could recreate the exact content of the request for help. He rushed down the stairs, through the kitchen, and opened the front door. The crimson darkness outside rushed in, instantly calming him down. Grand Sower said that before we figure out the owl situation, I shouldn't go out after dark, Lumien muttered. He took 2 steps back and closed the door. Anyway, there was no hurry to borrow the liver blue. It would be more natural to do it tomorrow. After doing a stretch, Lumien walked towards the staircase. Ding 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 ding. The doorbell rang, the sound echoing through the house. Who is it? Lumien turned around in confusion, calling out as he walked towards the door. A slightly magnetic and gentle female voice sounded from outside. It's me, Pualis de Roquefort. Chapter 18, Straightforward. Madame Pualis? Lumien was shocked to see Madame Pualis standing outside his door. He had the illusion that someone had come to his place to silence him, but knowing that his sister was upstairs and had superpowers, he calmed down significantly. Exhaling slowly, Lumien walked over and opened the door. There were 2 women standing outside the door. The one in front was wearing a pure black and exquisite corset dress. She had a shawl of the same color on her shoulders, fishnet gloves on her hands, and a lady's round hat that was slightly slanted. She was dressed in black, with only a diamond necklace inlaid with gold hanging on her chest. Her eyebrows were slightly thin, framing her bright, smiling brown eyes. Her long brown hair was tied into a high bun, and her facial features were not outstanding, but when combined, they had a clean and charming beauty. Coupled with her elegant temperament and graceful posture, it made the night at Lumien's door that was dyed a little red seem much fresher because of her. There was also a faint fragrance coming from her. Madame Pualis, the wife of the Cordu village administrator and the territory's judge, Bayast. Lumien knew he had to add words like the mistress of the Padre, suspected witch, help-seeking suspect, and the fair naked body in the cathedral in his heart. However, these were not suitable to be said out loud. Otherwise, Madame Pualis would definitely change her expression on the spot. If he succeeded in angering her, disaster might follow. Madame Pualis, what's the matter? Lumion deliberately looked out at the sky, hinting that it was not appropriate for Madame Pualis to visit at this time. Madame Pualis's red lips were a little moist as she spoke softly. I'm here to discuss something with your sister Aurore. From her appearance alone, she did not look like a woman in her 30s with 2 children. She was at most in her late 20s. Lumion deliberated for a moment and made way. Aurore is upstairs, writing for her newspaper column, he informed the entering Madame Pualis. Pualis nodded and said to the lady's maid beside her, Kathy, wait for me downstairs. Yes, madame. Dressed in a black and white lady's maid outfit, Kathy took a few steps towards the warm stove. Lumion led Madame Pualis through the kitchen and towards the stairs. Madame Pualis stopped at the corner. What's wrong? Lumion turned around and pretended to be confused. Madame Pualis asked with a smile, Did you deliberately bring the 3 foreigners to the cathedral? She's finally here to question me. Lumion didn't panic, but instead calmed down. Lumion's previous experience of pranking and infuriating people had taught him that at such times, he could not directly answer the other party's question, nor could he defend himself. The best choice was to blame the other party for making a certain error. Of course, this still depended on the situation. Turning around and running was an alternative. Lumion revealed a furious look as he gazed at Madame Pualis and said, You guys were actually having an affair in God's cathedral. He then spread open his arms and seemingly gestured, as though he was embracing the sun. My God, my father, forgive the sacrilege of this guilty man and woman. Madame Pualis watched him quietly, the ends of her lips curling beautifully. I think God will forgive us. I read a book once that said, A lady who shares a bed with her true love is cleansed of all sins, for love legitimizes pleasure, as though from the purest of hearts. I'm very happy with Guillaume Bainet. Therefore, the eternal blazing sun wouldn't be angry about this. It's not a sin. What kind of books are you reading? Madame Lumion couldn't help but inwardly criticize. But, Madame Pualis continued, this is indeed disrespectful to Saint Sith. Every region of Intis had 1 or 2 guardian angels or saints, recognized by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's canon, or they had made special contributions in Intis history. They were well known and respected by the 2 churches. In the Darij region, the saint in charge of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was Saint Sith. Every Eternal Blazing Sun cathedral here could actually be called Saint Sith Cathedral. However, to differentiate them, only the largest and core cathedral was called that. Others had other names in place. Therefore, Madame Pualis and the padre having an affair in the cathedral was equivalent to Saint Sith's butler secretly bringing someone home and doing the deed in his master's bedroom. It was a great disrespect to the patron saint. That's right, Lumion nodded solemnly. Isn't the padre ashamed? Madame Pualis burst into laughter. After laughing, she said to Lumion, Back then, I also persuaded him. I said, Oh la la, how can we do such a thing in the Cathedral of Saint Sith? Guess what the padre said? He said, Oh, then Saint Sith might have to put up with it a little. Lumion, who was inexperienced in such matters, was momentarily at a loss for words. He's blaspheming the saint. He finally managed to force out this sentence. Madame Pualis looked like she was reminiscing. That's how he is. He's bold and direct, like a bandit who breaks through the door to your soul while swearing curses. He's completely different from the gentleman in Darij. Perhaps that's why I slept with him. That's just the normal behavior of some men in heat. Not to mention Saint Sith, even if a deity was there, he would make him wait. Despite his lack of experience, Lumion had read enough novels written by Aurore to know a thing or two about human desire. This belongs to having his mind controlled by his lower body. No, his head was already empty during that period, filled with another liquid. Madame Pualis smiled. I know that's the reason, but he did appear very charming in that situation. Ha ha, you're indeed an inexperienced young man. Don't you know that the same words will make people feel differently in different environments and moods? I remember the first time I had sex with the padre. He stood there, looked me in the eyes, and said to me, Pualis, I want to go deeper in understanding your body and mind. If it were any other time, I would only find him a crude and vulgar pervert. I would have called for help to stop him, but at that time my body went limp. The mood was just right. Madame Pualis smiled charmingly. It's like, if I had my eye on any man, I'd say to him, "How does my place tonight sound?" If he really comes, I'll bring him straight into the bedroom and tell him, "I want to make love with you. I love you." Lumion, as a man, how would you answer at a time like this? Lumion usually told dirty jokes to the men in the village. Although he was a little uncomfortable, he managed to keep his composure. He tried his best to recall the stories his sister had written and the novels written by other contemporary authors. After some deliberation, he said, "Madame, you are my sunshine." Very talented, Madame Pualis complimented. As she spoke, she leaned forward, her eyes becoming moist. A warm breath immediately blasted Lumion's ear, and a slightly magnetic and gentle female voice sounded softly. "I want to make love with you." At that moment, Lumion's heart couldn't help but tremble. His body felt numb, as though he had received an electric shock from touching a broken electrical lamp. He immediately took a step up the stairs and said to Madame Pualis, "Aurore should be waiting for you." Indeed, Madame Pualis straightened her back with a smile on her face. It was as if nothing had happened. This woman, Lumion, suddenly felt a little afraid of this woman. He turned around and reached the second floor in a few steps, with Madame Pualis following at a steady pace. Aurore was already waiting outside the bedroom when she heard the doorbell. "What took so long?" She looked at Lumion. Lumion explained vaguely, "We talked about the cathedral." Aurore understood immediately. She gave her brother a look that said, "Pray for good luck from the eternal blazing sun." She turned to Madame Pualis, who had just arrived on the second floor, and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" "I wanted to talk about the preparations for Lent. I might need your help with a celebration," Madame Pualis said with a smile. "You caught me at a bad moment." Aurore found an excuse to decline. Madame Pualis pointed at the door and said, "How about you hear it first?" "All right," Aurore remained polite. Watching his sister and Madame Pualis enter the study and close the wooden door, Lumion nodded indiscernibly. Acting normally, without showing any trace of returning to the crime scene. Suddenly, an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. There is a high chance that Madame Pualis is a female warlock. Can I get supernatural powers from her? It would be much more convenient and safer than facing that owl head-on while searching for the truth of the warlock, or exploring the dangerous dream ruins. After all, I have to unlock the secret as soon as possible to eliminate any hidden dangers. It's less risky once I obtain superpowers. But Lumion soon became vigilant and shook his head. He then self-reflected, "How can I think that way? I don't even know if Madame Pualis is a friend or foe. How can I seek supernatural power through her?" Yes, her actions didn't paint her to be a good person just now. She even made me feel a sense of danger. What's wrong with me recently? Am I too hasty and rash in pursuing superpowers? It's as if I'll die if I don't obtain them quickly. It had been nearly 2 years since Lumion discovered that his sister was a warlock. Though he had tried to obtain supernatural powers before, he had never worked as hard as he had in the past few days. No matter if the opportunity was good or bad, or if there was danger, as long as there seemed to be hope, he could not wait to come into contact with it. It was as if he was not picky with food after starving for ages. Phew, thank goodness I sensed the problem in time. Otherwise, I might end up taking a more deviated and dangerous path. Lumion let out a long sigh, relieved that he had regained his normal state of mind. But he knew it was impossible to stop pursuing supernatural powers. He just needed choices. After all, the dangerous dream had already revealed itself, and the undercurrents in the village were getting more and more turbulent. Chapter 19, Meditation. Madame Pualis and Aurore didn't talk for long. 10 minutes later, they walked out of the study. Lumion walked Madame Pualis out of the door with his sister. He looked at his sister and asked, "What did she want you to do?" Aurore pouted and replied, "She wanted me to be the lead singer at the praise celebration, but I refused." Cordu Village's Lent festival had 3-segment Spring Elf Blessing Tour, Waterside Ritual, Praise Celebration held in the cathedral. The last segment mainly consisted of playing musical instruments and choral singing. In the Dari A tilde double dot G region, the lead singer was often from the cathedral choir, but Cordu could only seek out singers who were good at singing as alternatives. As for musical instruments, the villagers didn't worry about it. In villages with shepherds, music or musical instruments were indispensable in their daily lives. Shepherds lived in the wild all year round, either in shacks or pits. Other than their companions and sheep, the most common thing they interacted with was the flute they carried with them. Apart from grazing, playing cards, and chatting, playing the flute and using music to comfort oneself was something almost every shepherd would do. It was precisely because of this that the phrase used to describe a shepherd in a difficult and impoverished situation was, "He doesn't even have a flute." With so many shepherds around, it was inevitable that the other villagers of Cordu would be affected. When they gathered and chatted in the square, there would always be someone playing an instrument, causing the melodious melody to reverberate. Lumion was pleased to see his sister being steadfast. "Okay," he said with satisfaction. Joining in the celebrations was enough. If one wanted to take center stage, it would be a waste of time and could attract unnecessary attention. In order to protect his eyesight, Lumion read for a while, then decided to wash up and turn in early. He considered how to safely test what was special about him in the dream. The lady's suggestions had proven accurate several times in a row, making Lumion unconsciously believe her completely. In the dead of night, Lumion entered the dream again and woke up there. He checked his pockets and confirmed that the 217 Viril door and 25 Caput were still there. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lumion picked up his axe and steel fork and headed downstairs to the stove. The fire had already been extinguished. "The clock continues spinning when I'm not dreaming." Lumion frowned slightly. How could there be anything special about him in such a real dream? "The clock continues spinning" was a common saying in the Dari A tilde double dot G region, meaning that time waited for no man and never stood still. In the bedroom he deemed safest, Lumion put down his tools and undressed. He walked to the full-body mirror attached to the wardrobe and checked his body inch by inch to see if there was anything different from reality. Nothing out of the ordinary. Mentally special, Lumion wasn't in a hurry to put his clothes on. Instead, he walked back to the bed and sat down cross-legged, like his sister often did when meditating. Auror had previously taught him some superficial meditation techniques that did not involve mystical elements to foster lucid dreams. Now, Lumion wanted to try and see if he could sense anything special about his mind and body in the completely quiet scene. The first step was to regulate his breathing. Lumion deepened his breathing and slowed down the corresponding frequency. As he took slow, long, and rhythmic breaths, Lumion slowly emptied his mind. At the same time, he outlined a red sun in his mind and focused all his attention and thoughts on it to eliminate other messy thoughts. Auror had instructed him to choose objects that represented light during meditation, in case he was targeted by vile, evil things. As a believer in the eternal blazing sun, Lumion's first reaction was to visualize the sun. Gradually, his mind calmed down, and in his perception, the entire world seemed to have only that red blazing sun left. Suddenly, Lumion heard something. It seemed to come from an infinite distance, yet was ringing in his ears. The sound was unclear, but had inklings of rumbling thunder. Amidst the indescribable buzzing, Lumion's heart began to race. It was as if someone had inserted a chisel into his head and stirred it a few times. An intense pain erupted, and the blazing sun turned as red as blood and quickly dyed black. The scene in his meditation shattered. Lumion's eyes snapped open, and he gasped for air. He felt like he was about to die. After almost 20 seconds, he finally recovered from the near-death experience. He instinctively lowered his head and examined his body, noticing something strange on the left side of his chest. A symbol that looked like thorns, black as night, seemed to grow from his heart and extend out of his body, connecting one after another like chains. Above these thorns were patterns resembling eyes and worm-like distorted lines, all bluish-black. At this moment, the tattoo-like symbols were slowly fading. Lumion was first shocked, then had many thoughts. He quickly got off the bed and went straight to the full-body mirror, aiming his back at it. Then, he tried his best to turn his head left to check the situation on his back. He could barely see the chain made of black thorns drilling into his body from his back. In other words, this chain of thorns sealed his heart and corresponding body in the form of a ring. Lumion analyzed what was special about him that was unlike reality until the symbols completely faded and disappeared. The black and bluish-black symbols are different, and the bluish-black one looks familiar. Yes, it's very similar to the old man I helped when I was wandering. It was also from that time that I began to have dreams with large amounts of fog. Lumion found the symbols to be special but meaningless, which left him feeling disappointed. The process of making them appear was extremely painful, pushing him to the brink of death. In a state that nearly knocked him out, what was the difference between facing the monster with a shotgun and delivering food to it? And if he waited until he had the strength to fight again, the special trait would have almost disappeared. It was cold in the dream, like early spring in the mountains. Lumion found it uncomfortable being naked, so he quickly put on his clothes. Just doing such a simple thing made him extremely tired, and his head hurt again. Obviously, he couldn't recover from the impact the meditation had caused him in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, Lumion decided to give up exploring for the night and not make any attempts. He would sleep well and focus on recuperating. The sky was still dark when Lumion woke up. Looking at the darkness in the house and the redness near the curtains, he carefully recalled what had happened in the dream. I've meditated many times in reality, but I didn't hear that strange sound or feel any pain. It's something special that only exists in that dream. Lumion sat up in puzzlement, planning to confirm. He followed the procedure and tried meditating again. The red sun quickly appeared in his mind, and the chaos in his mind gradually settled down. This was a familiar meditation experience for Lumion. There were no strange sounds, no intense pain, and no near-death experience. After a while, he ended his meditation, unbuttoned his shirt, and looked down at his heart. There was no symbol there. Indeed, that's the special trait of the dream. It can affect reality. Lumion didn't know if he should be happy or disappointed. He raised his head and looked at the curtain that blocked the windows. His thoughts scattered as he thought about whether the special trait in the dream could be exploited, and how. At that moment, he saw a small shadow outside the window. Lumion's pupils dilated, turning high-strung as his instinctive reaction was to call out to his sister. But then he remembered that he was at home and Aurora had said she would watch over him, so she should have sensed it. Slowly and carefully, he approached the window, waiting for his sister to call an end to his actions. But Aurora did not appear. Lumion came to the window, grabbed the curtain, and cautiously pulled open a crack. Outside the window was the quiet and dark night. The crimson moon hung far away in the sky. On an elm tree not far away, an owl, larger than most of its kind, with eyes that were neither dull nor stiff, stood quietly, facing Lumion's window. It looked at Lumion with an indescribable look of superciliousness. That owl. It's here again. Lumion's heart was in his throat. Just like the last time, the owl looked at Lumion for about 10 seconds before spreading its wings and flying deep into the night. Lumion was speechless. After a while, he drew the curtains and cursed. Is there something wrong with your head? You would come and take a look every single time, not saying a word before leaving. Are you mute, or is there something wrong with your IQ? Have you not learned human language after so many years? In fact, Lumion had his own guesses about the owl's actions. He believed that his sister's existence made it afraid to do anything. After all, Aurora had said that as long as he didn't leave the building at night, she could guarantee his safety. If he had stuck his head out of the window on impulse just now, the owl probably wouldn't have flown away quietly. After cursing for a while, Lumion decided to close the curtains and catch up on some sleep. He casually glanced outside and suddenly froze. More than 10 meters away, at the edge of a small forest, a figure was slowly walking over. She wore a dark-colored dress made of coarse cloth, and her hair was thin and pale white. Naroka, Lumion recognized the figure. It was Naroka, who he had asked about the legend of the warlock. Naroka's face blended into the darkness, and her eyes reflected a strange light under the faint crimson moonlight. Her movements were abnormally stiff, like a wandering ghost. Chapter 20, Customs. Lumion subconsciously held his breath and shrank back a little. Naroka did not come in this direction. Slowly, she entered the small forest and disappeared into the deep night. Lumion was slightly worried. She doesn't seem right. Did something happen? Recently, there had been more and more abnormalities in the village. He looked outside for a while, and the night had returned to silence. Only the swaying leaves proved the existence of the wind. "What are you looking at?" Auror's voice suddenly came from behind him. Lumion turned around and was delighted to see his sister, who was wearing a two-piece pajama set. "Did you also notice something wrong?" "No," Auror replied, her blonde hair slightly messy and fluffy from just waking up. Then she added angrily, "I don't see anything wrong. All I know is that there's a guy who's up in the middle of the night, loitering at the window." "It'll be dawn in an hour tops. How can it be considered the middle of the night?" Lumion muttered out of habit. Then he asked, "Didn't you come over because of the owl? Didn't you see Naroka outside?" "Naroka?" Auror revealed a rare blank expression. Lumion recounted everything from the moment he woke up, and realized that there was a black shadow outside the window to the strangely behaving Naroka walking into the forest. As for the special trait he discovered while meditating in his dream, he planned to consult the mysterious woman first before considering how to tell Auror or hide it for a while to prevent his sister from stopping him from obtaining superpowers. Auror furrowed her beautiful blonde brows. Something might have already happened to Naroka. "Go check on them at dawn." Lumion asked subconsciously, "What could have happened?" "How would I know? I didn't see her. There's no way I can make an accurate judgment," Auror snapped back. "You really didn't see her." Lumion thought that his sister had been monitoring him the entire time. Auror scoffed. "Do you think you can see whatever you want? If you see something you shouldn't, you have to consider which graveyard to bury me in. I won't look outside for no reason. I'll just monitor your condition. I'll only wake up if something's wrong." Lumion was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but blink. Grandsower is taking such a huge risk to watch over me. Auror added earnestly, "That's why I'm telling you, don't look at what you shouldn't see and don't listen to what you shouldn't hear. Pursuing extraordinary power is a very dangerous thing." "Got it," Lumion nodded solemnly. At the same time, he thought to himself, "It's precisely because it's dangerous that I can't let you go at it alone." After breakfast, Lumion followed his sister's instructions and headed straight to Naroka's house. As he approached, he saw many villagers standing outside the door, including his friends, Ava's father Guillaume Lizier, Riamund's father Pierre Greg, and the Padre's younger brother Pons Bayonet. "What happened?" Lumion carefully circled around Pons Bayonet and the few thugs surrounding him and went to Riamund's side. Riamund replied sadly, "Naroka passed away." Ah, Lumion was prepared for something to happen to Naroka, but he didn't expect her to be dead. Riamund rambled on. Before dawn, the Padre came to give her the last rites. She was still fine and energetic 2 days ago when we asked her about the legend of the warlock. Why would she suddenly pass away? Before dawn, Lumion was alarmed. He realized that it was precisely that moment when he saw Naroka. The exact timing of the Padre's last rites didn't make much of a difference. Lumion's mind raced with thoughts. So, what I saw was actually Naroka's ghost? This happened after the owl flew over. Can it really take away a human soul? Yes, Naroka was one of the witnesses to the warlock incident that happened back then. If I hadn't listened to Grandsower and went out after dark, I might have been the one the Padre did last rites with. Heh, his version of it for me is probably spitting at me. Riamund didn't chat with him. He stood outside the 2-story house and quietly mourned Naroka. After Lumion reined in his thoughts, he saw Lee, Ryan, and Valentine walking over. Did something happen here? Lee asked before Lumion could even greet her. They saw many people gathered on the road. Lumion sighed and said, "My cabbages, an honorable old lady has passed away." Then why are all of you standing outside? Lee asked without offering any condolences, not fully convinced by Lumion's explanation. She was still wearing the same clothes as before. Lumion made an obvious sizing up gesture, which made Lee panic. "What's wrong?" Ryan asked. Lumion smiled. "You're definitely not Dari A tilde double dot G locals." "We're from Bigora," Ryan answered frankly. Bigora was the provincial capital of the Intes Republic's Riston province, while Dari A tilde double dot G was a city on the southern border of Riston province. It covered a large area, including the village of Cordu. Lumion nodded. "It's no wonder you don't know the customs of the Dari A tilde double dot G region." He had initially thought that these 3 foreigners were officials from Dari A tilde double dot G, but it turned out that they were from the provincial capital, Bigora. Lumion silently updated his judgment of Lee and company. "Looks like their status is much higher than I expected." Lee asked with interest, "What kind of customs? Can you tell us?" Lumion planned on forging a good relationship with them, so he smiled and said, "You're my cabbages. Why wouldn't I tell you? As you know, everyone has their own corresponding horoscope. And in the Dari A tilde double dot G region, we also believe that every family has their own horoscope that determines the amount of providence they receive. The death and funeral of the family, especially the head of the house, will take away such good providence. In order not to affect the horoscope and retain the providence, we will place the deceased in the center of a family before burial, which is the kitchen. Then, we will trim off some of her hair and nails and keep them in the house forever without letting them be discovered by any guests. At such a time, if a person attending the funeral enters the house, it will affect the corresponding horoscope and take away a portion of their providence. Therefore, we attend the funeral by mourning outside. At most, we will look in from the door and wait at the cemetery beside the cathedral." "I see," Ryan nodded in understanding. "It's the same as how every cathedral in every region has holy bones stored. The sage is forever where a part of their body is." He turned to face Naroka's house, removed his top hat, placed it against his chest, and began to mourn. Lee and Valentine also expressed their condolences. When they were done, Lumion said to them, "I'm going to the door to look at her. I'll see you later, my cabbages." "Okay," Ryan replied with a gentle nod. Lumion lowered his voice and added, "I'll help you find that liver blue." Before Lee and the others could respond, he stepped to the side and smiled. "Why do you wear the same clothes every day?" "We can't care too much about appearances when we are out in a foreign land for extended periods," Ryan explained simply, while Lee subconsciously touched the silver bell hanging from her veil. After bidding farewell to Valentine and the others, Lumion walked to Naroka's door. He had to queue for a while before it was finally his turn. Lumion stood by the door and looked at the kitchen ahead. Naroka's corpse had not yet been placed into a coffin. It was lying quietly on a simple bed made of a few benches. Her nails had been trimmed, and her thin white hair was much neater than before. Her face was pale, and her wrinkles deepened the lines on her face. Lumion didn't dare to look at her for too long. "Compared to when I saw her before dawn, her face is even whiter," Lumion thought to himself as he made a slight bow before leaving the door. On the way to the cemetery with Riamund, Lumion suddenly slapped his head. "Sacrebleu, I forgot to inform Auror." "What are you waiting for?" Riamund asked, understanding the importance of keeping Auror in the loop. Auror didn't enjoy being out most of the time. She really wasn't kept in the loop if not for her brother. Lumion saw an opportunity and said, "Coincidentally, this place isn't far from your place. Lend me your liver blue for 2 days. A few pages of mine had been gnawed away by rats, so I need to copy it." "Okay," Riamund agreed. In any case, there was still some time before the burial. Lumion returned home and hid the liver blue before informing Auror about Naroka's passing. She couldn't help but sigh. "As expected, something happened. I wonder if it was caused by that owl." "I suspect so too," Lumion agreed, echoing his sister. Auror tersely acknowledged and said, "You must not leave the house after dark. You have to find a way to warn the people who were seeking out the legend of the warlock with you." Lumion had already scared Riamund with Naroka's death, having just asked about the warlock legend 2 days ago, and instructed him not to go out after dark for the time being. "All right," he replied. "Naroka is a good person. I'll change my clothes and attend her funeral," Auror said, walking towards the stairs. Do you want to come with me, or do you want to read some books and do a test set before going? Why am I still doing test sets at a time like this? Lumion couldn't quite understand his sister's train of thought. Considering that he had to compare the liver's blue, he said to Aurora, "I'll do a paper before I go." Very good, Aurora was rather pleased. After Aurora left, Lumion's expression darkened. He went up to the second floor and entered the study. He took out the liver blue that he had borrowed from Riamund and compared it to the one at home where part of the words had been cut out. Time slowly passed as Lumion pieced together the corresponding words one by one and wrote them on a piece of paper. He made adjustments according to the length of the two sentences, and soon the contents of a possible request for help appeared in front of him. "We need help as soon as possible. The people around us are getting weirder." Chapter 21, Response. Lumion fell silent, his eyes glued to the restored request for help. Although what he pieced together wasn't necessarily the content of the letter. After all, the words could create other sentences like, "The people around us need help as soon as possible. We are getting weirder." He couldn't help but feel a weight pressing down on his heart. In the past, he might have dismissed it as a prank, but too many abnormal things were happening in Cordu, and those were only the ones he noticed. "I can't pretend that I didn't see anything, nor can I pretend that nothing happened." Grand Soer said that a person with a normal heart and mind needs to know how to avoid danger. They shouldn't stand under a wall upon discovering that it's about to collapse. He snapped out of his reverie and made up his mind. He couldn't risk staying in Cordu a moment longer. He had to leave with his sister, and he had to do it now. Regarding the abnormality, the officials would undoubtedly handle it. The villagers of Cordu were under their protection, and Lumion had neither the duty nor the capability to take on such a responsibility. In addition, I have to speed up the exploration of the dream ruins and strive to obtain superpowers in a short period of time to deal with any accidents that might happen when I leave this place. The urgency of the situation filled him with a sense of imperative that he couldn't ignore. He needed to become much stronger if he wanted to protect his sister and ensure her safety. The last thing he wanted was for her to be implicated in any abnormalities that might erupt before they left Cordu. Keeping his mission in mind, Lumion carefully returned his liver blue to its original place. Then, he snatched up the piece of paper containing the words and sentences from before and strode purposefully down the stairs. He made his way over to the stove and tossed the piece of paper into the hungry flames. Once outside, Lumion wasted no time in making his way straight to All Tavern. But as he approached the door, he found it tightly shut, a clear indication that the owner and bartender, Morris Bainett, had likely gone to attend Naroka's funeral. Still, Lumion knew that as a part-time hotel, it was impossible to lock all the doors during the day without inconveniencing the guests. So he headed for a side trail and slipped in through the back door. Climbing up the stairs, Lumion scanned the hallway but saw no one in sight. Thud, thud, thud. Lumion's footsteps echoed as he ascended the stairs to the second floor of the inn. He paused outside the door of the enigmatic woman's room, examining the doorknob for any sign of a "Do Not Disturb" placard. Finding none, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, steadying himself. With a bend of his finger, he rapped lightly on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked 3 times in a row, but there was no movement inside. Knock, 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 no answer. Lumion tried again, rapping more firmly this time. He pounded on the door, but the room remained silent. "She's not here," Lumion frowned. "She went to attend Naroka's funeral." Without wasting a moment, he bolted down the stairs and out of the inn, making a beeline for the cemetery beside the cathedral. En route, he passed by Naroka's house, where the mourners who had said their farewells at the door had dispersed and headed to the cemetery to await the procession. Lumion surveyed the area, his eyes scanning the landscape until he spotted a figure emerging from the house. It was none other than Pons Bainett, the younger brother of the Padre. "WH?" Lumion's heart skipped a beat as he leaned against the nearby building, trying to remain inconspicuous. Wasn't it strictly forbidden to enter the house of the deceased, as it could potentially influence the family's fortunes? Pons Bainett stopped in front of Naroka's house and whispered something to Arnault André, the old lady's youngest son. After a brief exchange, Pons Bayonet departed, leaving Arnault to lock up the house and make his way to the cemetery. Naroka's death is indeed a little peculiar. Lumion frowned and muttered to himself silently. He now felt that perhaps the owl wasn't to be blamed for Naroka's death. It was more probable that the Padres group has something to do with it. The owl might be simply adhering to its duty of taking souls from the dead in Cordu. It just happened to stop on the way and observed Lumion for a while. Of course, Lumion had an even more terrifying guess. What if the Padres group and the owl are connected? Their peculiarities and clandestine activities could be attributed to the warlock's remains. Before exiting Cordu, I should find an opportunity to share my thoughts with Ryan, Lee, and company. I hope they'll uncover the truth and put an end to the issue expeditiously. Lumion averted his gaze and mumbled to himself as he headed towards the eternal blazing sun cathedral. Despite appearing somber and solemn during the funeral, Lumion kept a watchful eye on each villager, hoping to detect any abnormality in their demeanor. Alas, his efforts yielded no fruit. Nonetheless, he had a sneaking suspicion that some of the villagers were wearing a facade. Additionally, the enigmatic woman who had bestowed upon him the tarot card was nowhere to be found at the cemetery. As the evening descended upon the semi-subterranean two-story abode, Aurora fixed her eyes on her brother, Lumion, and demanded, "Where's your script? Let me see it." Lumion's expression turned serious as he replied, "I have something to tell you." Aurora scanned his face. "Did some wild animal in the village chew your script again?" "No," Lumion whispered, his voice low. "I found out something from those foreigners." Aurora's smile faded as she nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Lumion revealed how Ryan and his gang were snooping around, investigating a letter and the peculiarity of the liver blue at home. He spoke of his suspicions regarding Madame Pualis and the letter's contents, which he had unearthed using Riamun's liver blue. Finally, he suggested, "We have to leave the village as soon as possible and head to Darij." "No, Big Aura, we'll stay there for a while." Aurora didn't respond right away. She mulled over Lumion's suggestion for more than 10 seconds. This is indeed the best choice for now. However, there's a problem. If we suddenly bolt from Cordu while the officials are investigating, won't it draw attention to us? Will they intercept us and make us the focus of their investigation? It's fine if I'm not a Beyonder, but I'm an unofficial Beyonder. I'll be captured and cleansed by the Inquisition. Lumion was out of his depth, an amateur in a sea of seasoned veterans. The problem at hand was a conundrum that he had never faced before, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. He finally managed to stutter. "So what's the plan? We break out and hide in another city, another country." "Oh, Lumion, you are overestimating me," she said. "Those 3 foreigners are more powerful than you think. If there was only one, I might be able to take them on, but 3. And what if there's an ambush outside the village? Maybe they're just waiting for us to make a run for it." Lumion was speechless. He had to admit, compared to his sister, he was still green behind the ears. He just didn't have the same level of experience or the sharp attention to detail that she possessed. "You're too impulsive," Aurora said, shaking her head. "But I suppose that's to be expected. After all, what young man doesn't have a bit of fire in his belly?" She paused for a moment. "Tomorrow morning, you're going to do me a favor. Head over to the administrator's office and help me send a telegram to Novel Weekly. Ask them when their next author salon will be held." Aurora was a beloved columnist for Novel Weekly. Only the administrator and the padre possessed a telegram machine reserved for emergency communications. The villagers could use it, but at a cost in Viraldor. Aurora saw Lumion's confusion and quickly explained her plan. "Novel Weekly has been begging me to promote my work in Trier, but I've always refused, including the most recent author salon. However, if I ask them to invite me now, they'll jump at the chance and even reimburse our train tickets. Our departure will seem ordinary, and even if we're being watched, we won't be suspects. I can temporarily trick them when the time comes. As long as we don't let the abnormality corrupt us, our chances of slipping out of Cordu are high." Lumion breathed a sigh of relief. "All right," he said. In just a few seconds, Lumion posed an intriguing question to Aurora. Auror, grandsower, is beyonder a term for people with superpowers. Yes, Auror replied, choosing not to elaborate any further. However, Auror then flashed a sly smile and said, "So, you're really going to abandon your friends and flee from Cordu?" "I must have missed the part where that's my problem," Lumion snorted in response. Keeping his sister safe was his top priority at the moment. Auror clicked her tongue and laughed. "Oh, Lumion, you're such a delight. Say that again, would you? How many times have you said that before? And yet, every time, you either quietly offer your help or give them a pretend warning," Auror continued. Those were trivial matters, Lumion defended himself. However, the abnormality they faced now was a real threat to his sister's safety. Okay, Auror sighed, not wanting to argue with the kid. "Let's get dinner ready. It's your turn to cook today." Lumion grunted tersely and headed towards the stove. The night was dark, the crimson moon obscured by thick clouds. Lumion finished washing up and lay down on the bed. A visible worry crept onto his face. Auror's response wasn't bad, but Lumion was worried that the anomalies in the village would erupt at any moment while they waited for Novel Weekly's reply. Lumion was desperate to increase his strength, and obtaining superpowers in the Dream Ruins seemed like the easiest option. However, he hadn't been able to find that lady all day and didn't have any corresponding suggestions. He was left with no choice but to try it out himself. The situation was like a nocked arrow, ready to fire, and Lumion couldn't afford to hesitate. Without hesitation, Lumion composed himself and slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 22, Arrangements. Lumion awoke to the world, shrouded in a faint, gray fog. With practiced ease, he bounded out of bed and rushed to the window. His gaze fell upon the mountain, a towering behemoth of brownish-red stones and reddish-brown soil that loomed in the wilderness beyond. Despite its modest size, a mere 20 or 30 meters tall, the mountain seemed to stretch endlessly upwards, piercing the very heavens themselves. Lumion found himself using the words mountain peak to describe it, so profound was its impact on him. Beneath its massive frame, the ruins of dilapidated structures encircled the desolate wilderness, stacked atop one another, layer upon layer. Judging by the shotgun-wielding monster's build, I'd say it's highly skilled in both running and jumping. It also appears to possess a degree of intelligence, capable of wielding a weapon as complex as a shotgun. It has incredibly strong tracking abilities, and I can't discount the possibility that it possesses some sort of superpowers, much like Auror. As Lumion focused his mind, details of the target began to surface. His initial judgment was grim. If he attempted to face the monster with the shotgun, his chance of survival was a meager 10%. And if he tried to utilize his special trait, it would only hasten his demise. His meditation was a double-edged sword. It pushed him to the brink of death, making him vulnerable to even the slightest strike from the enemy. Sneak attacks and assassinations were not viable options either. The other party possessed an uncanny ability to track his movements, rendering any attempts at stealth futile. Plus, Lumion lacked the necessary equipment to mount a ranged assault. A revolver would have been a godsend. For the past 2 days, Lumion had racked his brains trying to come up with a plan, and finally, a solution presented itself: traps. He had ventured deep into the mountains with the village hunters, where he mastered the art of setting traps. Since then, Lumion had become a pro at pulling off a few practical jokes. Lumion's initial plan was to use oil as a weapon. His idea was to fill a large bucket with oil, tie a rope to it, and hide it somewhere high. When his target approached, he would yank the rope, causing the bucket to tip over, drenching the unsuspecting victim with oil. Then, he would light a torch and toss it at them. However, after some deliberation, he gave up on the idea. On the premise that the creature had strong tracking abilities, he knew he had to overestimate its sense of smell. The smell of oil was quite obvious, and if he used other stronger smells to cover it up, he wasn't sure if the other party would react differently. The monster might even be able to distinguish even the slightest abnormality, like wild dogs. In the end, Lumion chose to dig a deep pit and plant stakes at the bottom. He knew that there was a certain problem with this plan. With the tracking abilities displayed by the monster, there was a high chance that it would discover the anomaly in advance and see through the trap. Lumien's response was to find a way to exploit its blind spots and lower its guard. His weapons were inferior to the creature's, but he hoped his intelligence could give him the upper hand. As a human, he had one advantage: his brain. At least from our last encounter, it possesses a certain degree of intelligence, albeit not quite that high. Lumien comforted himself. But he refused to let this lull him into a false sense of security. He would plan assuming that the creature had the cognitive abilities of an average human being. Someone like Pons Bayonet. No, that guy's IQ is lower than a pile of rocks. If it weren't for all his goons, I'd have him bowing down to me and calling me daddy. After a moment of contemplation, Lumien raised his expectations of the monster. Yes, treat it like an uneducated padre. He gazed out the window again, his eyes fixated on the wilderness between his dwelling and the ruins. This place was closer to the safe zone, making it the ideal location for his hideout. However, there was no cover, leaving everything exposed in plain sight, making it unsuitable for an ambush. It's fine to dig a trap, but if I use myself as bait, the other party will be able to spot me from a distance and shoot me. It won't need to come over at all, Lumien muttered, contemplating whether to take the risk of entering the ruins to set up a trap. His plan took shape rapidly, with one thing left to confirm. It would take a lot of time to dig a deep pit and plant stakes below. Lumien couldn't expect the other party to wait until he was done. After a moment's reflection, Lumien opened his arms and made an embrace the sun gesture. He prayed more fervently than ever before. My God, my Father, please bless me and aid me in dealing with that monster. Praise the sun. There was no 100% certainty for most things in the world. Lumien didn't hesitate for a moment. He grabbed the pitchfork and axe from the bedroom and proceeded to the study. Considering the target's weapon, Lumien knew he had to switch up his protection gear. He shed his cotton clothes and lashed hard-bound books to his chest and back with a rope. This was makeshift paper armor. He vaguely remembered his sister warning him about the potential for internal injuries, but he couldn't afford to worry about that now. He stretched to make sure the weight of the books wouldn't impede his fighting abilities, then donned his leather jacket and headed down to the ground floor to gather materials for his trap. Not long after, Lumien's grip tightened on the shovel and bundle of ropes at his waist, one for climbing and the other for crafting rope nets to replace the tree branches. He breathed deeply, steeling himself for what lay ahead, and gripped the iron axe in his right hand as he opened the door. A faint gray fog crept through the wilderness as Lumien approached the mountain, the peak now dyed in blood. Lumien made his way through the eerie silence, creeping towards the edge of the ruins. With caution, he walked a distance to the side and tossed his shovel, pitchfork, ropes, and other gear into a dark corner of a collapsed building. With only his trusty axe in hand, he returned to the spot where he had entered the ruins. Moving quietly and deliberately, Lumien crept deeper into the ruins without drawing attention to himself. When he finally reached the spot where the three-faced monster had scared him off last time, he paused for nearly a minute before turning back. Halfway there, he began to detour, circling back towards the collapsed house where he had stored his tools. As he approached, Lumien scanned the terrain, searching for a suitable location to set up his trap. There's a relatively wide and short crevice here. With a little modification, it'll make an excellent trap and save me precious time. As for the other one, well, that might take a while, but I'll just have to hope the monster won't find me too quickly. Lumien retrieved his shovel and other gear, turned back to the chosen location, and set to work. After modifying the crevice, Lumien wielded his axe and sliced off a jagged piece of wood, then inserted it into the trap's base. He crafted a net from rope, draping it over the trap before covering it with soil, ensuring that it blended seamlessly with its surroundings. With everything in place, he began to mimic the monster tracking him. If this creature is as perceptive as I think it is, it will sense the trap and avoid it, perhaps leaping over it in a single bound. However, it would inevitably reach this spot. I need to be here, so it spots me the moment it arrives. Lumien measured the distance with his feet and confirmed his line of sight before settling on a relatively intact wall. He squatted there and confirmed his line of sight. Then he began to dig a second trap. This was a trap specifically designed for normal humans. Lumion knew that when someone had managed to track down their target and easily realized that the other party had laid a trap for them, only to discover that the enemy was lying in wait nearby, they'd probably get cocky. Their thirst for success would overwhelm them, and they'd ignore the possibility of a second trap, eagerly lunging at their prey. It was a classic flaw of people with pedestrian intelligence. Lumion just prayed that the monster didn't possess the average IQ of a human. If it did, he had no choice but to bolt. Odds were he'd be ensnared and left to die in the wild, with a slim chance of making it back to his house and hiding in the safe zone. Cordu's abnormality had forced him to make a dangerous choice. With every passing moment, Lumion grew increasingly wary. Even though he had set up the second trap, the monster with the shotgun had yet to make an appearance. The same held true for the other monsters. At last, Lumion began to relax. After stowing away his shovel and other supplies, he stood tall, spreading his arms wide. "Praise the sun," he exclaimed with renewed vigor. Lumion shrank back against the wall and fell to his knee, his eyes fixated on the first trap. There was no clear line of sight to the path he took, obstructed by a collapsed building looming in his way. He waited there, patiently, his heart thumping in his chest. Lumion could feel the adrenaline pumping through his veins, and the sensation was unprecedented. As a vagrant, Lumion had encountered his fair share of enemies who were bigger and brawnier than him. But they weren't looking to off him, they just wanted his grub, dough, and a decent spot to catch some Z's. Even if someone happened to die in the scuffle, it was chalked up to an unfortunate accident. But now, the adversary he was up against was a monstrous creature that didn't abide by human laws or morals, and it was exponentially stronger than Lumion. Hell, it might even possess a few superpowers. If his scheme went sideways, the outcome was all but certain. Thump, 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 Lumion's heart was about to leap out of his chest. Everyone wanted to live the good life, and Lumion was no exception. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Lumion tried to take deep breaths to steady his nerves, but it wasn't helping. Lumion hoped the monster would appear sooner, though he dreaded its arrival. On the one hand, it could bring a quick resolution to this situation, regardless of whether the outcome was positive or negative. At least then he wouldn't be as anxious as he was now, almost at the point of breaking down. On the other hand, fear gripped him tightly. Realizing that he couldn't go on like this, he reminded himself, "I can't burden Auror with my fears." With that, he attempted to meditate, focusing all his energy on the task. Although it proved more challenging than before, Lumion eventually managed to outline the crimson sun in his mind. The mere sight of it eased his nerves somewhat, yet he still trembled with fear. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling sound. It was as if a shepherd was approaching quietly through a nearby pasture, hidden from view. Chapter 23, Combat Intelligence. Lumion's senses were on high alert. He wasn't as scared as before now that things were finally happening. Despite his body still quivering, he felt more in control and less likely to collapse. "I should have died 5 years ago. It's all thanks to Auror that I'm still alive. These past 5 years were a free lunch. What's there to be afraid of?" Lumion muttered to himself, gritting his teeth and mustering up courage. In the blink of an eye, the already dim light illuminating the first trap's surface grew even fainter. A shadowy figure emerged, blocking the light that pierced through the dense fog in the sky. The figure loomed in the distance, a hulking beast with blood-red eyes and greasy black hair. Half human and half beast, it was armed with a shotgun on its back, ready for anything. Its front knees bent as it surveyed the ground before it. A moment later, the beast, wearing a dark jacket and muddy pants, removed its shotgun and jumped, controlling the vertical extent of its jump to leap over the trap and land on the solid, cracked ground. It turned its greasy black-haired head and saw a slight movement. Then the monster spotted Lumion, who had a panicked expression and was trying to hide behind a wall. With a low growl, the beast jumped up high again and pounced on its target. It landed a slight distance away from where Lumion had been, to prevent him from turning around and dealing a fatal blow before it could stabilize itself. Lumion fumbled his way around the wall, disappearing from view. As soon as the monster landed, the soil beneath its feet gave way, and it plummeted along with the dirt and rope net into a deep pit that had suddenly appeared. Thud! The sound of something heavy crashing to the ground echoed through the abandoned building, accompanied by a screech resembling that of a rat. Lumion, who had concealed himself behind the wall, couldn't suppress the thrill surging through him upon witnessing the sight. The first step had been accomplished. With most of his fear evaporating, he seized the pitchfork by his side and dashed towards the trap. The skinless monster's formidable tenacity had left an indelible impression on Lumion. Moreover, his quarry had a shotgun, so he refrained from exposing himself above the deep hole. Instead, he aimed the pitchfork from a distance and thrust it into the pit. In a sudden turn of events, the pitchfork plunged and halted abruptly. Immediately, an intense force reverberated through the pitchfork, yanking Lumion into the trap with brute force. Caught off guard, Lumion tumbled forward. He didn't bother inspecting the pit's bottom. Discarding the pitchfork, he spun around and lunged towards the still-standing wall. Bang! The impact hit Lumion like a freight train, knocking him off his feet. Blood with a distinct metallic taste surged up his throat. With a thud, he hit the ground, tumbling a few times before he regained his footing. In the same instant, he caught sight of the monstrous creature, part human, part beast, emerging from the deep pit. It held a single-barreled shotgun in its hand, its body torn open, revealing a grotesque display of wounds. A sickening mixture of dark red and pale yellow liquid poured out as its insides spilled out. Despite being badly injured by Lumion's trap, the creature had not lost its ability to fight. As it tumbled into the pit, it managed to contort its body just enough to avoid a fatal blow. The creature's legs and arms were also still functional, allowing it to break free from the trap. Without a moment's hesitation, Lumion bolted for the ruins nearby. It wasn't a spontaneous decision. He had a plan in mind. He knew there was a chance the trap wouldn't completely incapacitate the monster, leaving it with enough strength to fight back. In the event that the trap failed, Lumion's contingency plan was to use the environment to his advantage. He'd play a game of cat and mouse, buying time for the beast to succumb to its wounds. Its reaction time and strength would weaken considerably, and Lumion could strike when the opportunity presented itself. Bang! Another shot rang out, followed by the sound of soil splattering as leads appeared at the spot where Lumion had been standing. He quickly took cover behind a half-collapsed wall and crawled on all fours to the other side of the ruins. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wind blowing in the air. The monster had jumped over. Lumion swiftly pivoted and crawled back behind the half-collapsed wall through a gap. He made the most of the special conditions of the collapsed buildings, hiding at times and circling around at others, dodging the monster's attacks without engaging in a direct fight. Hide-and-seek was Lumion's forte, honed through past pranks where he used this innate ability to escape getting beaten up on the spot. As the cat-and-mouse game continued, Lumion gradually found himself panting, while the monster's running speed, jumping height, strength, and reaction speed had clearly weakened. Just a little longer, just a little longer. I still can't defeat it now. Lumion retreated back to his previous location, leaning against the half-collapsed wall and trying to control his urge to immediately counterattack. Bang! Suddenly, he felt a massive blow to his back, sending him flying forward. The half-collapsed wall and rocks behind him exploded into a million pieces, raining down around him as he crashed to the ground. The monster hadn't chased after him, instead choosing to body slam into the obstacles in its way. The already shaky half-collapsed wall couldn't withstand the brunt of its full force and collapsed completely. Crimson blood gushed out of the creature's wounds, pooling on the ground in a grotesque display. Despite being caught off guard, Lumion's reflexes were quick. He rolled out of harm's way and sought cover behind a pile of rubble. Bang! The monster's shotgun blast missed him by a hair's breadth. Having slammed into the wall, the monster struggled to regain its footing. It fumbled with the cloth bag strapped to its waist, only to find it empty. With a snarl, it hurled the shotgun aside and lunged at Lumion. Lumion had already darted to a new hiding spot for a continued game of cat and mouse. Of course, he couldn't keep up this game forever. The monster might slip away if he waited too long, and the noise could attract others of its kind. As he circled around the area, he noticed that the monster seemed to be slowing down. Here's the chance. With a quick decision, Lumion pretended to make an escape towards a collapsed building. Once there, he stood firm, drew his axe from his back, and took a moment to catch his breath. In a flash, the monster rounded the corner and stood in front of Lumion. Without hesitation, Lumion raised his axe and charged forward. He stepped towards the creature, turning his body sideways and lowering his shoulder. He planned to body slam the monster, a move his sister had taught him, and then slash at its neck. Bam! Lumion took a step forward, leaning his body against the monster's chest, but the creature didn't budge. Lumion was surprised by its unyielding stance. He tried to push harder, but the monster remained like a thick wall. What? Lumion's heart tightened, and he bounced back. He was about to pounce to the ground and try to escape the monster's attack range. In a flash, the monster lunged forward and clutched Lumion's neck in a death grip. It didn't look like it was having trouble moving at all. Lumion gasped in shock as he was hoisted into the air, his neck throbbing with pain. "Sacre bleu, I've been tricked," he exclaimed, his mind reeling. A creaking sound filled the air, and the world spun around him, making his head swim. His axe had missed its target and was now knocked off to the side. Lumion finally realized that he had been outsmarted by the monster. Despite being in dire straits, the creature had enough strength to fight. It had cunningly faked weakness, luring him into attacking instead of staying hidden. Lumion had underestimated its combat intelligence, and now he found himself in a desperate situation. The monster was clearly at the end of its rope, as evidenced by its inability to snap Lumion's neck. But this was just a temporary respite. The creature still had enough energy left to finish the job. As his neck threatened to snap, and his breathing grew more ragged, Lumion felt his mind begin to go blank. Blank. As Lumion teetered on the brink of death, the lady's words suddenly resurfaced in his mind. She wanted him to use what's special about him in the dream. Special trait? His thoughts were nearly blank, and so he quickly seized the opportunity to meditate. The red sun instantly appeared in his mind. Unlike his previous attempt at meditation to calm his emotions, where the sun disappeared as soon as it was formed, this time he focused on keeping it in existence. Suddenly, a voice from above, infinitely high, pierced his skull. The pain was excruciating, and Lumion felt as though his heart might burst from his chest. He forgot about the monster's vice grip on his neck and the fact that he was struggling to breathe. Suddenly, he fell to the ground with a sickening thud. The strange sound that had accompanied his meditation disappeared, but the pain remained, almost unbearable. He was unable to take stock of his surroundings or even assess the damage done to his body. After an unknown amount of time, the near-death sensation subsided. Lumion didn't bother checking his neck. Instead, he placed his hands on the ground and lifted his head. The beast was squatting nearby, half human and half beast, with its head drooping and its arms outstretched in front of it. Lumion noticed its wounds, still seeping with blood mixed with a yellow liquid, and the creature's body quivered uncontrollably. What's wrong with it? Was it scared silly by the specialness I displayed? He picked up his fallen axe and took a step towards the monster. Without hesitation, he held the axe with both hands and swung it at the back of the beast's neck. The axe sank deeply into the creature's muscles and came to a halt at its bones. Lumion used all his strength to remove the axe, then continued his assault, slashing at the monster's neck once, twice, thrice. Finally, the beast's head detached from its body with a sickening splash, rolling to the side. The body held on for a moment longer, barely clinging to life. No resistance, just trembles. And then, with a sudden jerk, Lumion's body contorted, his hands releasing their tight grip, letting the bloodied axe slide down with a sickening squelch. Huff, puff, huff, he could finally catch his breath. Chapter 24, Gains. Lumion didn't have the luxury of resting for too long. He had to keep moving, for fear that other monsters might come. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he endured the pain in his neck and back and slowly approached the monster's corpse. He held the axe tightly in his right hand, ready to strike again if the creature wasn't fully dead. After cautiously searching the body with his left hand, he found 3 copper coins called lick and an empty cloth bag. "That's it," Lumion muttered to himself, disappointed that he hadn't found anything related to superpowers. If it wasn't for that, would he have risked his life fighting this monster? If Lumion wasn't special in the dream, he would have been nothing more than the monster's meal. He propped himself up and looked towards the shotgun monster's head that had rolled to the side, praying that what he was searching for was there. In that moment, a deep crimson glow materialized over the monster's body. They resembled fireflies, gradually converging towards a single spot in an unyielding fashion. Lumion gawked in disbelief, as a sense of elation began to well up inside of him. This phenomenon had to be connected to superpowers. Without much delay, a sticky, dark red substance materialized on the monster's chest, and no additional light specks came into view. Lumion cautiously crouched down and made a grab for the blob. It was incredibly slippery, slipping through his grasp twice before he finally managed to hold it in his palm. It's remarkably lightweight, yet possesses a certain texture and elasticity. The surface feels as smooth as glass. "What the hell is this?" Lumion muttered to himself, realizing once more that he was completely illiterate when it came to matters of the mystical. In the midst of hushed whispers, Lumion caught a whiff of something strange and dark red that reeked of blood. His impatience grew, and an indescribable malice took over his body. For a moment, he wanted nothing more than to raise his axe and hack at the monster's corpse until his violent emotions were spent. But Auror's warning about the dangers of pursuing superpowers echoed in his mind, and he quickly reined in his impulses. He had taken precautions to monitor himself and remain vigilant at all times, and he wouldn't let his guard down now. "It affects my mind." Lumion tossed the dark red blob into the cloth bag he had found on the monster. The moment he lost contact with it, he felt a wave of calm wash over him, dissipating the remaining excitement of the deathmatch. His body still trembled slightly, but he was back in control. As expected, Lumion whispered happily as he returned to his senses. He tied the cloth bag tightly and secured it to his belt buckle. After a moment's consideration, Lumion withdrew the cloth bag and stowed it safely in the inner pocket of his leather jacket. It provided him a sense of assurance and minimized the chances of losing it. As the buttons on his clothes were undone, the book that had been plastered to Lumion's back lost its support and hit the ground. It was riddled with potholes and in tatters, a far cry from its former state. Lumion recognized it as the mock examination papers for higher education admission exercise book that his sister Auror had prepared for him. This was the same book that had saved his life by blocking a shotgun attack. Of course, this single book didn't deserve all the credit. Lumion picked up the exercise book and sauntered back to the monster's lifeless body, a wry smile on his face. "See, knowledge is indeed power," he said, intending to throw it at the monster's face. But then he hesitated, recalling the countless hours Auror had spent writing it. He couldn't bring himself to toss it away. Instead, he tucked the exercise book into his belt, dragged the monster's corpse to the trap, and flung it inside. Lumion kicked the monster's head for good measure. With the battlefield cleared, Lumion gathered his tools, including the empty shotgun, his pitchfork and shovel, and retreated into the wilderness. He looked over his shoulder as he walked, ever vigilant. Eventually, he made it back to his house, climbed the stairs, and entered his bedroom. It was only then that he truly relaxed. The agony that had been gnawing at his body, the obvious discomfort, and the overwhelming exhaustion all erupted at once. He slumped down on the bed, taking a moment to recover. But he didn't want to sleep just yet. He needed to assess the damage. Lumion stripped off his clothes and walked over to the wardrobe, checking himself out in the full-body mirror. His neck was swollen, and the 5 bloody finger marks on it had turned an ominous shade of bluish-black. His back was bruised, and there were countless scrapes and cuts all over his body. "Even some of my injuries are internal, just like Auror had warned me. I wonder if I'll recover by the next time I come in." He couldn't help but reflect on the battle. It was a failure, but not a total failure. In the first half of the battle, he gave himself a pat on the back. Not only did he make full use of the monster's low IQ to lead it into the second trap, but he also followed his original plan to a T. It was a game of cat and mouse, and he played it to perfection. He dragged the monster out until it was on the brink of surrendering to its injuries. However, his lack of experience was his downfall. Instead of throwing in heavy rocks, he chose to stab the monster with a pitchfork at the bottom of the pit. In the second half of the battle, he was overconfident and underestimated the monster's intelligence. His insufficient combat experience made him fall into the monster's trap, which almost got him killed. That performance would have been a disaster. Thankfully, his earlier successes had pushed the monster to its limit, and it didn't kill him quickly enough. This gave him a chance to complete his meditation and summon his special trait. Before this battle, Lumion had not expected the special trait to have such a powerful effect. It caused the monster to descend into uncontrollable fear, one so unbreakable despite suffering attacks. He had worried that the near-death state brought about by summoning the special trait would make him vulnerable to attack. But it turned out to be special and very strong. As Lumion sighed, he had a revelation. The monsters in the ruins avoided his house and made it a safe zone because there was something even more terrifying inside. It could be the owner of the mysterious voice he heard when he summoned the special trait. Lumion gasped at the thought. His subconscious urged him to search every corner of the house for the terrifying thing, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Provoking the being that even the shotgun-wielding monster was helpless against was not an option. For now, all was calm and peaceful, and it was best to keep it that way. He had to maintain the current state of the safe house and not uncover the shroud. Each passing day was a day, and as for the dangers that may lie ahead, he would face them when the time came. Not until then, not until I become a Beyonder and gain significant power. Lumion cast his gaze at the cloth bag in his left hand. Even as Lumion examined his injuries in the mirror, shirtless, he refused to let go of the source of superpowers. He had worked too hard to obtain it. How should I use this thing? He asked himself, opening the cloth bag and staring at the dark red blob within. The blob lay still at the bottom of the bag, its form unstable yet clearly not alive. Lumion, who knew nothing of mysticism, wondered if he should eat it, perform a ritual to merge with it, or offer it to some secret entity. He only knew of the latter two options from reading Hidden Veil. In the past, he would have only thought of one thing: eat. Lumion didn't rush to make a decision. He intended to seek counsel from the enigmatic lady at All Tavern first. He was convinced that the woman would provide him with clues on how to harness the power of the dark red sphere and gain superhuman abilities. Lumion sensed that the other party had a reason for doing so, despite not knowing what it was. If things didn't pan out, he could still count on his sister for help. After dressing leisurely, Lumion stowed the lump of crimson in his coat pocket, along with all the cash he'd acquired. Finally, he collapsed onto the bed, too drained to move. Despite the agony in his neck, back, and body, overwhelming fatigue seized him, and he drifted off to sleep in a flash. As Lumion opened his eyes, he was blinded by the sunlight that had already penetrated the curtains, illuminating the entire room. Slowly sitting up, he felt sore all over, as if he had been pummeled in a dream. I was indeed beaten up badly. The injuries in the dream really get reflected into reality, but there's an obvious level of weakening. Trying to move around, he felt his muscles aching a little, but was ultimately relieved that he wasn't too affected. However, when he reached into his pockets, nothing at all. Lumion failed to exit with the crimson blob. His expression became solemn, his brows knitted tightly. Lumion didn't know what to do. The crimson blob, an item that promised superpowers, hadn't followed him into reality. This was different from what the mysterious woman at All Tavern had said. Lumion gathered himself, quickly changed his clothes, and left his room. As he walked down the hall, he noticed that the door to the washroom was wide open. Aurora was facing the mirror, brushing her teeth with a serious look on her face. "Morning," Lumion greeted. "It's not early anymore. You got up late," Aurora muttered incoherently. Splat, her blonde hair, tied back into a ponytail, flicked about as she spit out the liquid in her mouth. She turned to look at Lumion. What did you do wrong last night? That owl is outside, how would I dare go out? Lumion responded calmly. That's true. Auror dropped the topic and said, remember to take 5 Viral Door to the administrator to send a telegram later. Lumion nodded. This was the key to their escape from Cordu, and it was something he would never forget. After breakfast, Lumion headed straight to the village square, where the administrator's office was located in a 2-story building. Upon reaching the office, Lumion discovered that Administrator Bayost had yet to arrive, but the rest of the staff had already commenced their day's work. Lumion paid the required fee and promptly sent a telegram. After concluding his business, Lumion turned on his heel and began walking towards the All Tavern. It was highly unlikely that the enigmatic woman was already up and about, but Lumion was more than happy to bide his time. His pursuit of superpowers had been a prolonged one, so a few more ticks on the clock didn't faze him. Chapter 25, Sequences and Potions. Lumion sauntered into All Tavern, his sharp eyes scanning the dimly lit room. To his surprise, the mysterious woman was already seated in her usual corner, enjoying a lavish breakfast spread. She had changed her attire yet again, donning a long brown, pleated dress and a dark velvet hat that screamed high society. So early, Lumion approached her table, calming his racing heart. The woman looked up, meeting his gaze. Is there a possibility that I didn't sleep all night? Perhaps. Lumion knew this routine all too well. His sister, Auror, often pulled all-nighters when deadlines were looming. But what was the reason for the enigmatic woman raising this up? As he glanced at her table, he found a delectable spread, with a cream soufflé sprinkled with nuts, a muffin that looked scrumptious, a croissant, a cup of black coffee, and a cat tongue biscuit. What an appetite, Lumion thought, impressed. But how can Cordu provide such luxurious cuisine? Only Auror or the chefs in the administrator's family could whip up something like this. It's all dessert, Lumion said, taking a seat opposite her. The woman nodded, her expression serious for once. Inti's desserts are indeed not bad, and there's quite a lot of variety. Even if I have some for breakfast every day, it'll take me a month without repetition to finish them all, she said, biting into the cat tongue biscuit and closing her eyes in bliss. That's one of the purposes of traveling. Lumion seized the moment to probe the woman's background. You're not from Inti's? He asked. The woman smiled enigmatically. I'm from Lone, but given the current situation, this isn't important. What else did Lone have to offer besides steam machinery, factories, and a large army? Lumion, being an Intisian, couldn't help but recall the mocking words that everyone used to taunt the Lone kingdom: reclining chairs, mint sauce, fried fish and potatoes, and pure snakefruit beer. But he quickly brushed off the thought and turned his attention to the task at hand. I got rid of the monster with the shotgun. The woman took a sip of coffee and nodded approvingly. Not bad. Lumion sensed a strange emotion emanating from her eyes. He couldn't shake off the strange feeling that he had sensed in their previous interactions. There was something about her that he couldn't quite put his finger on, a mix of facetiousness and hidden emotions that intrigued him. Undeterred, he pressed on with the matter at hand. I obtained an abnormal dark red object from that monster. Holding it makes me irritable and filled with hostility. I think it involves supernatural powers, but it didn't follow me to reality, he explained. The woman smiled enigmatically. After going in and out so many times, don't you realize that other than your own physical condition, you can't bring anything else over? Lumion was taken aback. Didn't you say that supernatural things are excluded? He trailed off, realizing that he was out of his depth. Lumion couldn't shake off the physical discomfort that lingered from his dream, along with the vivid memories that refused to fade away. After careful consideration, he posed a question. You mean that, after obtaining supernatural powers through the Crimson Blob and turning oneself into a Beyonder, the corresponding state that is different from that of a normal person can be brought to reality? Not a lost cause, she replied nonchalantly, savoring the cream soufflé. But won't the corresponding strength weaken because of this? Lumion pressed, his brow furrowing. The injuries I suffered in the dream are much lighter in reality. The conditions brought about by Beyonder characteristics won't change, the woman explained, meeting Lumien's gaze. This is why I said that extraordinary items are excluded. Beyonder characteristics. Lumien mulled over the term, trying to piece together what his sister had told him about Beyonders. Obtaining such characteristics would allow one to become a Beyonder, he surmised. And based on the woman's explanation, he had a hunch about the unique nature of his dream. That ruin, it's real. Or maybe it was once real, but now it's sunk deep into some big shot's dream and been left to fester. And my dream, it's like a secret passageway. A passageway that's only accessible through the symbols on my chest and leads straight to that ruin. Based on my theory, my home in the dream is like a mark left behind by our interaction. It's a reflection of the place where I feel safest, deep in my subconscious. That's why it looks nothing like the wilderness or the ruins that surround it. It's like we're in two different worlds, me and the monsters. But those monsters, they can't come in. They're stuck in the real ruins while my home is a mix of dream and reality. Only those with the special symbols can pass through the corresponding barrier. The symbols only work for me, and they record the state of my body before I'm brought back to reality. When I wake up, the things that don't involve the supernatural will fade away, but the implications will remain. Even death will work the same way. So there shouldn't be anything scary waiting for me at home in the dream. But the origin of those symbols and the source of that terrifying voice, they symbolize something dark and horrific. Lumien sat in silence, watching the lady across from him leisurely devour her breakfast. She didn't seem to mind. Lumien finally asked, regaining his composure, "May I ask how I should use that dark red blob? Is it the Beyonder characteristic you mentioned?" At the critical moment, he could not help but address her respectfully. The lady set down her coffee and looked at him. "I can give you a potion formula, just follow it." The generous gift made Lumien uneasy. "Why are you helping me?" The lady laughed. "Would you believe me if I said it was arranged by fate?" "No," Lumien subconsciously replied inwardly. The abnormality in the village, the pressure of the impending storm, and the desire for superpowers all swirled around Lumien, threatening to overwhelm him. He pushed his unease down and spoke in a low voice. "I do." Opportunities like this didn't come around often, and Lumien knew he had to act decisively. He couldn't afford to hesitate or have second thoughts. The lady's smile grew wider, the unclear emotions he had detected in her eyes earlier intensifying. She pulled out a stack of post-it notes and a silver fountain pen from her black lady's purse and began writing. Finally, she stopped and tore off the top note and handed it to him. Lumien snatched it from her hand and read it quickly. Hunter Potion Formula. Main ingredient, 1 Hunter Beyonder characteristic. Supplementary ingredients. 80 milliliters of red wine, 1 red chestnut flower, can be a specimen or substituted with 10 drops of the corresponding essential oil, 5 grams of poplar tree leaf powder, 10 grams of basil. Usage, drink it directly. Satisfied with his memorization, Lumien carefully folded the note and slipped it into his brown jacket. Done with that, he asked, unable to contain his curiosity, "What does hunter mean?" "Hunter in the supernatural sense." "The corresponding sequence," the lady replied, taking a casual sip of her coffee. "You do not know much about mysticism, so let me explain. There are 22 common pathways in the world. To access them, you must obtain ingredients with the corresponding Beyonder characteristics and concoct potions. Each pathway has 10 sequences, numbered from 9 to 0. The lower the number, the higher the level, and the stronger the ability. The Beyonder characteristic you obtained belongs to the Red Priest pathway. It can only be used to concoct the corresponding sequence 9 Hunter Potion." Lumien listened attentively and blurted out, "Then what sequence does my sister Aurora belong to?" "She's a sequence 7 Warlock of the Hermit pathway," the lady replied coolly. She did not mention how she knew. "Aurora is already at sequence 7? That's true. She has already obtained supernatural powers for several years. I'll only be at sequence 9 after consuming the potion. I'm still quite a distance from her. I only hope that I won't be a burden when we escape Cordu in the future." Lumien couldn't help but ask, "Can I drink higher sequence Beyonder potions directly, or should I drink sequence 9 today and sequence 8 tomorrow?" "Theoretically, yes." the lady added after Lumion revealed a look of joy. However, most who attempt it end up dead or as a monster. Fewer than 1 in 10 million people succeed. Turn into monsters, Lumion was alarmed. The lady chuckled and said, "Didn't your sister warn you about the dangers of the path to transcendence? After drinking the potion, if you can't control the power, you'll either die from a physical breakdown or transform into a monster. Why do you think the one you encountered was in human form?" No wonder. Lumion finally understood what danger his sister was talking about. But he was willing to face it. "Is there no way to reduce this danger?" he asked. The lady considered him for a moment before answering. "There is. You need a firm will, good physical condition, and some luck. As for the rest, you don't need to know. You're still on the first potion." Good physical condition. Lumion, who had planned on returning to catch up on sleep and drink the potion later, frowned. He was still seriously injured in the dream. The lady opposite him nodded slightly and said, "Take your time. Wait until nightfall and your body has mostly recovered before diving back into your dreams." Lumion's mind raced with questions. "So as long as my body in reality is almost healed, the injuries in my dream will completely recover." One had to know that his body in reality was only a little sore. It was completely different from the injuries in the dream. "Yes," the lady confirmed Lumion's guess. She continued, "There's much to learn about the potion and the paths of the divine. I'll tell you once you become a hunter." "The paths of the divine?" Lumion asked in puzzlement. "Why not tell me now?" The lady laughed. "If you die or become a monster, it would be a waste of my time to say so much now." Lumion was speechless. Lumion stood up and excused himself, but before he left, he asked one more thing. "Do you know about the anomaly in the village?" Chapter 26, Whistleblowing. The lady nibbled on a croissant before answering Lumion's question. "I do." She really knows? Lumion's heart leapt with hope. He deliberated over his words before asking, using honorifics to show his respect. "May I offer to pay a certain price to commission your help in solving Cordu's problem?" From his point of view, this mysterious lady woman was much stronger than Lei and her companions. If she agreed to help, the problem with Cordu would be solved, and he and his sister wouldn't have to risk their lives to escape. But he was worried that he couldn't afford the price. Lumion wasn't optimistic that the woman would agree to help, but he felt it was necessary to try. Even if he was rejected, he wouldn't be too embarrassed. He was not a stickler for such things. The woman turned to him and spoke calmly. "I can indeed solve the problem here, but the corresponding price is that everything will be destroyed, including you. If you want a better outcome, you can only rely on yourselves." Lumion's eyes widened in disbelief. Could the problem with Cordu be that serious? He searched the woman's face for any sign of jest, but found none. He wasn't surprised or disappointed that she refused to help. What shocked him was the severity of the problem. It could even lead to the destruction of the entire village. He was puzzled and alarmed by the situation. Since she can resolve it, why is it that the entire village will die, while us ordinary people and Beyonders who aren't strong enough capable of producing a better outcome? If he didn't hear back from Novel Weekly by the day after tomorrow, he would urge his sister to leave Cordu immediately. He couldn't delay any longer, even if it meant taking a huge risk. He had to act fast. "What's the problem?" Lumion pressed, his dignity never a priority. The lady smiled. "Me telling you, and you finding out through your investigations, will give rise to completely different results." Lumion gritted his teeth instinctively. He didn't stand her behavior of always holding back something. For some reason, he sensed that peculiar feeling in the woman's eyes, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. "Okay," Lumion paused for a moment, weighing his words carefully. "Do you have any information about Madame Pualis? Is she a warlock, a Beyonder?" The woman lifted her coffee cup to her lips and took a small sip before answering. "Yes, she is." "Indeed," Lumion asked further. "What pathway, which sequence?" The lady's expression turned serious in an instant. "It's not a normal pathway." "What do you mean it's not a normal pathway?" he pressed. The lady smiled. "You'll find out later." "I want to know now." Lumion struggled to keep his expression in check. Already standing and about to leave, Lumion suddenly remembered something crucial. Madame, how am I supposed to bring those supplementary ingredients into the dream? In the dream ruins, he could only find basic ingredients like red wine and basil in the dream ruins. But for the red chestnut flower and poplar leaf, he would have to collect them in reality. The task wasn't impossible, and Lumion had already thought of a way to borrow them, but he knew it would all be for naught if he couldn't transfer them to his dream. The lady smiled and said, "I'll offer you a little assistance again, free of charge. Find those materials in reality, put them on the table in your bedroom before you sleep. I'll help you send them into your dream." "She can send those things into my dream?" Lumion was first shocked before feeling a wave of relief wash over him. At least his problem was solved. He never thought he'd encounter someone else with the ability to enter the special dream world like he could. Lumion couldn't shake the feeling that his ability to enter dream ruins had something to do with the cryptic symbols etched onto his chest. As he gazed at the woman before him, he couldn't help but wonder if she was connected to those same markings, or that bizarre and terrifying voice that had been echoing in his mind. Lumion had just left the All Tavern and had plans to collect the red chestnut flower and poplar leaves. But as he turned the corner, he saw Ryan, Lee, and Valentine exiting the back door of the tavern. They were still dressed in the same clothes and outfits. Lumion's heart skipped a beat as he greeted them with a smile. "Good morning, my cabbages." Lee turned her head and laughed amidst the tinkling sounds. "You're early, too." Lumion tried to act sneaky and looked around before speaking in a hushed tone. "I noticed something unusual yesterday." Ryan's expression turned serious as he exchanged glances with Valentine and Lee. "What is it?" Lumion's voice quivered slightly as he spoke. "I suspect that Naroka's death is abnormal. You attended her funeral yesterday." Ryan gave Lumion an encouraging look to continue, and Lumion took a deep breath before proceeding with his suspicions. "I told you about the funeral customs in the Darij area, didn't I? After everyone went to the cemetery, Pons Banet entered Naroka's house without any objection from the owner. Isn't this destroying the influence of their family's horoscope and taking away the corresponding good luck? There must be something wrong." "Pons Banet, the brother of the Padre," Ryan thought for a few seconds and asked. Lumion nodded heavily. As Lumion thought about the Padre's strange group and his impending departure from Cordu, he realized he had nothing to fear from speaking his mind. With a deep breath, he declared, "The Padre is not a good man." "Why do you say that?" Lee asked with a grin, clearly unsurprised by Lumion's criticism of the Padre. Not one for formalities, Lumion launched into a detailed account of a villager who had snitched in Darij and subsequently vanished. His focus was on the accusations against the Padre, and he held nothing back. Finally, he said, "I really question how he's a clergyman of the church. One time, I said something that was deemed too real, and I had to hide temporarily in the cathedral. I was about to doze off behind the altar when the Padre walked in with Madame Pualis. And let me tell you, they were doing the dirty deed right under the deity's gaze. In the conversation that followed the deed, the Padre even lamented to Madame Pualis, saying, 'Why can't a man marry his sister?' Madame Pualis was appalled by his words and begged the Padre to repent. However, the Padre said, 'Many wealthy families lose their fortunes when their daughters marry and their sons start families. But if a son could marry his sister, these problems would disappear. Unfortunately, the law and morals don't allow it.'" The frigid Valentine's face contorted with anger at the news. Is he a servant of God or a servant of the demon? Ryan nodded as if in thought. No wonder Pons Banet hasn't been able to start a family despite being married after all these years. Lee surveyed Lumion as she chuckled. "You knew about Madame Pualis and the Padre's affair. You wanted to use us that day." Lumion's smile was uneasy, but his tone was resolute. "As a believer of the eternal blazing sun, I cannot tolerate such a person in the cathedral." The cold Valentine's expression softened, and he nodded approvingly. "If only Cordu had more people like you." "A few more like me." Lumion shuddered at the thought of Cordu overrun with more people like him. He continued, That time, I overheard the Padre warning Madame Pualis that he was planning something and might be targeted by the Inquisition. He told her to be careful and keep quiet. Ryan's expression turned solemn. Did he say anything more about it? No, Lumion didn't fabricate the matter. He couldn't risk saying more than that. If he did, trouble could erupt tonight. He wasn't even a Beyonder yet. After bidding farewell to the trio of foreigners, Lumion spent hours gathering red chestnut flowers and poplar leaves. As the sun neared its apex, Lumion arrived at the village square and made his way to the two-story building where official business was conducted. Most of the villagers had already gathered, eagerly awaiting the selection of the spring elf, an important part of the upcoming Lenten celebration tomorrow. Squeezing through the crowd, Lumion spotted Riamund, Ava, and the others. Is Ava on the list? He asked. Ava remained silent, her agitation palpable. Riamund shook his head. We don't know. She must be on it, interjected Guillaume Barry, a frequent companion of Lumion and the others. Among the unmarried women in the village, other than your sister, she's the most beautiful. Your sister doesn't meet the age requirements. He was the Guillaume Jr. that Lumion and the others were talking about. He hung out with them frequently. Guillaume had curly brown hair and prominent freckles on his face. His blue eyes seemed to narrow because they weren't large enough. Ava's cousin Azema also stood nearby, looking much like Ava but smaller and less striking. She remained silent, but Lumion sensed her desire to be chosen as the spring elf as well. In the Darij area, being chosen as the spring elf was a coveted honor that not only recognized a person's beauty and character, but also came with hidden benefits. Upon hearing Guillaume Jr.'s words, Lumion grinned. If Ava's not on the list, I'll shout, I vote Ava, when the administrator finishes reading it. Ava blushed. You don't have to do that. It was a normal process for villagers to shout out additional candidates after the administrator finished reading the list of nominees for the spring elf. However, not many had the nerve to do so. Lumion, however, was not one to shy away from such things. He had no misgivings about this. Ava will be the one being embarrassed, not me. Shortly after, Administrator Bayost appeared at a second-story window, looking far more put together than the Padre. His neatly combed brown hair, light blue eyes with black lines, straight nose bridge, thin lips, and well-groomed mustache conveyed his status, accentuated by his double-breasted flannel coat. He gazed down at the assembled villagers for a moment before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Those who are late will no longer have the right to vote. Next, I'll read the list of candidates for the spring elf. Ava Lizier. As Bayost read out the list, Ava breathed a sigh of relief. Unsurprisingly, she received over 80% of the votes. After the voting, Lumion made an excuse about needing to go home and left without celebrating with his companions. Upon arriving home, he immediately asked his sister, did we receive a reply? If they had, the telegrapher would have delivered it and collected a fee. Not yet, Aura replied, shaking her head. She then said, the undercurrents have been turbulent lately. You can't let your guard down during combat practice. Speaking of which, we'll spar in the afternoon. Lumion winced, feeling sore all over. But then an idea struck him. He put on a pained expression and said, I don't know if it's because I've been training too hard, but my whole body hurts today. Sister, can you give me a massage? You're the most skilled at it. Auror nodded, sure I can do that. Under the skilled hands of his sister, Lumion's body finally began to recover that night. Before drifting off to sleep, Lumion placed 3 red chestnut flowers and some powdered poplar leaves in a bottle on the table in front of the window. He gazed at the bottle for a long moment, his heart beating with anticipation and nervousness, before finally crawling under the covers. Chapter 27, 5 Changes. As Lumion awoke in the gray fog, his first instinct was not to check his physical condition. Instead, he sat up abruptly and looked at the table by the window. There, bathed in the soft light that filtered through the thick fog, were the 3 red chestnut flowers and the glass bottle of poplar leaf powder. She really sent the supplementary ingredients in relief-flooded Lumion. He got out of bed and stretched, delighted to discover that the pain in his neck and back had vanished, along with the general discomfort he had been feeling. Just as I hoped, I'm fine in the dream when I'm better in reality, even though the injuries on both sides aren't equal at all. He quickly walked over to the wardrobe with the full-length mirror, took off his shirt, and examined himself. The 5 bloody finger marks, the bruises, and the blood clots were all gone. This made Lumion wonder if killing the Beyonder monster had been nothing more than a dream. Thankfully, the crimson object in the cloth bag, the slightly larger sum of money, and the shotgun next to his bed confirmed the reality of his experience. Lumion's heart eased. With the cloth bag containing the crimson item and a large amount of money, he left the bedroom and went straight to the first floor. Grabbing a bottle of red wine and a beer mug, he headed back up with some basil. He made sure to bring along a measuring cylinder and miniature scale that his sister Aurora had purchased for him. Looking at the desk filled with all the necessary items, Lumion felt both excited and nervous. With everything in place, all that remained was to concoct the potion. Potions were not beverages. They were more dangerous than alcohol, capable of killing or transforming the drinker into a monster with the slightest mistake. Lumion took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, his hands steady as he used the measuring cylinder to pour 80 milliliters of red wine into the beer mug. Next, he added 10 grams of basil, 5 grams of poplar leaf powder, and a single red chestnut flower. The process proceeded without incident. The red liquid in the mug had a few more dregs and a floating flower, but otherwise looked unremarkable. With the cloth bag of crimson substance at his side, Lumion watched intently as the object slid into the beer mug. Without a sound, the dark red blob seemed to dissolve rapidly, drawing in the surrounding liquid in the process. Bubbles erupted, and the entire mug turned a deep shade of red. The red chestnut flower had dissolved completely. "This is the Hunter potion." Lumion gulped and picked up his beer mug. The supernatural power he had sought for so long was finally within his grasp. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath and steeled himself for what was to come. Raising the mug to his lips, he drank the potion in one swift gulp. The pungent odor of blood filled his nostrils, and he started hearing things. As he set the mug down, a searing pain ripped through his body, so intense that Lumion wondered if he had swallowed a ball of fire. The flame seemed to burn through his esophagus, stomach, heart, lungs, intestines, and blood vessels all at once. At the same time, a strong scent of blood wafted up from his throat. Lumion fought to remain conscious, remembering the lady's warning that fainting would mean defeat. He knew the stakes were high, and the outcome was obvious if he failed. His head swam as he lowered it, gazing at the bright red veins protruding from the back of his hand. The pain and burning came in waves, but they quickly began to recede. But just as he thought it was over, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind, as if coming from both infinitely far away and right beside him. The sound was like steel thorns piercing his brain, stirring it forcefully. Suddenly, the near-death experience he had faced before returned, and the pain and burning flared up once more. Lumion gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, feeling as though something was trying to claw its way out of his flesh. The gray fog around him seemed to thicken. The terrifying sound that had filled his ears slowly faded away, and the writhing of his flesh and blood vanished like an illusion. The excruciating pain, the burning sensation, and the metallic scent of blood dissipated, leaving Lumion gasping for cold air as he regained control of his body. He bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily as he realized the true dangers of pursuing supernatural powers, as his sister had warned him. A mere Sequence 9 potion had nearly claimed his life. Of course, it had first seemed manageable, dangerous, but manageable. But the mysterious voice that had been brought on by the symbol on his chest had almost caused him to collapse at the critical moment. Each breath he took seemed to restore some of his strength, and before long, he felt fully recovered. Bang! Lumion clenched his fist and swung it hard, striking out at the air with a force that caused a sonic boom. He had never imagined possessing such power before, and the realization filled him with excitement. In his small bedroom, he practiced a combat technique his sister had taught him, each punch producing a crisp sound. Bangs, bangs, bang. Despite the commotion, Lumion moved with precision and control, not touching anything as he completed the set. To his surprise, he felt neither tired nor fatigued, but rather energetic and alive. He assessed his condition. On par with Urur. In terms of strength, speed, reaction, or body control, they've all been greatly enhanced. It's a little inhuman. I possess the strength of a bear and the agility of a cat. It's slightly equivalent to the combination of the two. Without the potion, I might never be able to reach this level of power in my life. But before he could finish his inspection, Lumion caught the scent of blood, his heart tightening with fear. Instinctively, he sniffed the air and realized that he could determine the source of the blood. It came from his body. Lumion looked down and saw that the back of his hand was covered in blood-red spots. He came to the full-body mirror again and realized that his face was similarly stained. He wiped some of the blood away, but found no sign of any wounds. After a moment's thought, Lumion came to a realization. Did the potion cause the capillaries Auror talked about to burst? And then they quickly healed after I absorbed the potion. The only explanation for his current condition was supernatural influence. Realizing he was not injured, Lumion pushed the matter aside and focused on his sense of smell, which seemed to have undergone a significant change. As he concentrated, the scents around him were decomposed and drilled into his nose in various forms. The smell of blood, the residual smell of alcohol, the fragrance of flowers, the smell of dust. Lumion began identifying the scents around him one by one, even the slightest ones not escaping his heightened senses. Simultaneously, he saw invisible footprints and the distribution of dust in the bedroom, heard the beating of his own heart and the breeze outside the house. The second change is that my sensory abilities have increased exponentially, surpassing the standards of ordinary humans. No wonder the monster he had encountered was so skilled at tracking. Lumion was delighted. More importantly, this improvement did not interfere with his daily life and only appeared when he focused. It only took the form of a weaker version. Through experimentation and self-examination, Lumion discovered two other changes brought on by the Hunter potion. The third change allows me to accurately locate certain points in his environment, such as weak spots in a wall, enabling me to set traps more efficiently and kill my enemies, be they humans, beasts, or monsters, more effectively. The fourth change is that I have more knowledge about wild plants and animal organs, allowing me to survive better in the wilderness and quickly find hemostatic medicine when injured. I can even make poison to smear on weapons if needed. As he confirmed these newfound abilities, Lumion couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. I actually managed to kill that shotgun monster. The current me is much stronger than the previous me, and it was not much weaker than the current me. Lumion contemplated for a while and concluded two crucial points. Ability is important, but brains are equally important. Exploiting a good environment can effectively increase my strength. After some thought, Lumion added inwardly, also, I can't be careless and lose my patience at any time. He walked to the window and gazed at the dream ruins again. An indescribable sense of oppression, fear, and danger surged into his heart. This was something he had never felt before. The fifth change is some kind of intuition strengthening. Lumion nodded gently. He went to the washroom and washed his body with clean water. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and then lay back on the bed with the money close. He wanted to get back to reality as soon as possible, eager to know if the hunter abilities would stay with him or if they would be weakened. In the dead of night, Cordu was eerily silent. The clouds shrouded the crimson moon and stars, leaving the darkness to reign supreme. Lumion surveyed the night scenery and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He was now a Beyonder in the real world, and his powers hadn't weakened at all compared to the dream realm. As an intuition struck him, Lumion unbuttoned his shirt and gazed down at his chest. The black symbol, resembling a thorn chain, was slowly fading away. It also appears in reality, Lumion muttered, feeling a twinge of unease. He noticed that the bluish-black symbol that had loomed over the thorny chain existed only in his dreams. Suddenly, Lumion's heart skipped a beat as he gazed up at the nearby elm tree. The legendary owl of the warlock was perched on a branch, observing him quietly. Chapter 28, Laws. The brownish-yellow eyes of the owl glowed in the dark, fixating on Lumion as it perched on the branch. Lumion was no longer as intimidated as he was during their previous encounters. He yelled, "Whatcha looking at? Say something if you dare." Lumion didn't have to provoke the owl, but he hoped it would reveal the owl's true motive. He couldn't bear the thought of the creature lurking around and staring at him in the dead of night. To his surprise, the owl remained silent and didn't make a sound. After a few tense seconds, the owl spread its wings and flew off into the darkness. "Crazy!" Lumion let out a frustrated curse, but he didn't dare let his guard down. Lumion remained focused on scrutinizing the dark shadows outside, trying to detect any signs of danger. He recalled that the last time the owl had appeared, he had seen Naroka's figure and learned of her death the following day. I wonder if something similar will happen this time, but after careful observation, he didn't notice anything abnormal and breathed a sigh of relief. He drew the curtains and lay back on the bed. In the deep darkness, Lumion opened his eyes, contemplating his next move. I wonder what this owl is trying to do. It's acting so strange and mysterious. It shouldn't be up to anything good. Whatever, with the situation in the village, I have to leave with Auror as soon as possible. I don't believe that it can follow us to Trier. If I don't receive a reply tomorrow, we'll leave Cordu the morning after tomorrow. If there's a reply, we can leave Cordu openly from the village entrance. If not, we'll have to improvise. It's Lent tomorrow, and everyone will still be celebrating the day after tomorrow, so we won't attract too much attention. Auror can borrow Madame Pualis' pony and spend some time in the nearby alpine pastures. We don't need to go down the mountain, so it shouldn't attract the investigators' attention. When the time comes, we can use a dangerous trail to leave the mountain. The path is treacherous, with several broken parts in the middle. Even the shepherds don't think it's passable. However, with my newfound abilities and Auror's witchcraft, allowing her to fly a distance, she'll have it easier than me. There's a good chance we can hoodwink the investigators. Becoming a hunter had allowed him to do what was previously impossible. It gave Lumion a newfound sense of confidence, allowing him to quickly formulate a plan. His heart became more certain, and he slept soundly. The next morning, Lumion rose early and got to work in the kitchen. His thoughts turned to how he had become a Beyonder, and how he was about to leave the abnormal village of Cordu with his sister. Lumion's mood brightened, and he even found himself eager to hum a tune. When Auror came downstairs, there were already 2 bowls of minced meat noodles on the table. "How did you know I was about to get up?" she asked, pleased. "I started cooking noodles when I heard movement in the washroom." Lumion grinned, inwardly noting, "You are always in a groggy state after waking up. How don't you realize this?" Auror nodded. As she sat at the dining table, she casually asked, "That owl flew over again in the middle of the night." That's right. Lumion knew that his sister had discovered him looking out the window, so the owl's appearance had been a fortunate distraction. Otherwise, he wasn't sure how to explain himself. He couldn't risk telling Auror about his newfound Beyonder abilities just yet, as he would be given a dressing down by her. However, Lumion planned to divulge the truth to his sister sooner than later. He wanted to avoid Auror from having considerations that might hinder their escape. He planned to tell his sister about this the day after tomorrow, when they escaped from Cordu, to prevent her from diverting her attention to take care of him. By then, she wouldn't have the time to give him a dressing down. Auror furrowed her brow in confusion. What a strange owl. She was still trying to decipher the bird's true intentions. All it did was come over to take a look. Lumion slurped up the last of his noodles, then turned to his sister. "If there's a reply, we'll leave Cordu this evening and take the usual path down the mountain. If not, borrow a pony from Madame Pualis tomorrow morning, and we'll head to the nearest alpine ranch. I know of a trail that leads down the mountain, and the investigators won't be aware of it." Auror fiddled with her hair, deep in thought. After a while, she grinned and said, "Sure, the probability of this plan succeeding is quite high." She clicked her tongue and added, "My stupid brother has grown up." Lumion couldn't help but feel smug, basking in his sister's praise. After breakfast, Lumion made an excuse to go see if Ava was finished with her Spring Elf Blessings tour. He left the subterranean building and headed straight to All Tavern. As a newly minted Beyonder, Lumion was eager to gain more knowledge, and the lady had promised to share some with him. Not far from the tavern, Lumion spotted an old acquaintance walking towards him. It was Pons Banet, the younger brother of the local padre. He's alone, Lumion couldn't help but smile at the thought of how he had been chased by Pons and his thugs in the past. Having just obtained supernatural powers, he was already eager to test out his new supernatural powers. "Hey, my illegitimate son," Lumion greeted him. "How dare you go out alone without Daddy's permission?" Lumion hoped to provoke Pons and goad him into a fight instead of letting him run. Pons Banet looked in the direction of the voice and saw him. The villain's expression changed slightly. He turned to run away. Thud, thud. Thud. Lumion watched in disbelief as Pons sprinted away, disappearing at the intersection not far away. He sure ran fast, quite an alert one. Lumion sighed silently. He knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that he could take down Pons Banet in a one-on-one scrap, even before he ascended to Beyonder status. But it seemed likely that Pons Banet had the same notion. The two of them had never properly thrown down, but they both had confidence in their own abilities. So, it caught him off guard when Pons Banet bolted the second he caught sight of him today, like he'd come face to face with a bloodthirsty beast. "It's impossible for him to know that I secretly became a Beyonder last night. Is he so dense that he's developed animal instincts and can sniff out danger?" Lumion slandered Pons Banet in his heart. He refrained from pursuing Pons Banet because he regretted the moment he greeted him. The village was riddled with aberrations, and the situation was perilous. Lumion knew better than to stir the pot before he left. If he had pummeled Pons Banet, the padre and his goons might spring into action prematurely, thus jeopardizing his and Auror's escape. It would be too late for regrets when that happened. Furthermore, the padre's group was an enigma, and there could be something off about Pons Banet. Lumion suspected that if he engaged in fisticuffs with him, his Beyonder identity would be exposed, and that would spell trouble in the future. "Being a Beyonder has made me too haughty and overconfident. I need to rein myself in," Lumion mused, reflecting on his behavior as he entered All Tavern. He had intended to head straight to the second floor, but his eyes landed on the lady seated in the corner. Today, the lady was garbed in a pearl gray dress and a light-colored lady's bonnet. Lumion noticed that there wasn't any food in front of her. "Have you had breakfast?" he asked, taking a seat opposite her. The lady replied nonchalantly, "Not yet. I'm meeting someone here and I'm still waiting for her." "Her, not me." Lumion scanned the area but saw no one else except the tavern owner. He looked at the lady again and sincerely said, "I've become a hunter. It's time for you to keep your promise and give me more common knowledge." The lady wasn't surprised at all. She remarked with a smile, "It seems you're in pretty good shape." She spoke in a voice that sounded almost otherworldly. "What you need to master now are 2 laws and 1 method." "Why does it feel like I'm studying physics?" Lumion didn't dare speak his thoughts aloud. The lady continued to speak. "For most Beyonders, this knowledge is incredibly valuable. They'd trade everything they have just to acquire it. But for you, fate has brought you here, and so I'll give it to you for free. Free things often come at the most hefty price. How will I pay the price?" Lumion felt a weight settle on his shoulders. Ever since he became a hunter, his intuition and observation skills had improved significantly. He could sense a strange, indescribable emotion in the lady's eyes, much stronger than before, but he still couldn't put a finger on what it was. The lady straightened up. "All supernatural powers come from the oldest one, the Creator. As a believer of the eternal blazing sun, you should know that his eyes became the sun." Yes, Lumion had heard the padre's sermons about it before. "That's a symbolic description," the lady clarified. "In essence, the oldest one created this world and many deities. Eventually, he disintegrated himself and split into Beyonder characteristics of different pathways. So that's why they're called the paths of the divine." Lumion connected the dots. The lady nodded slightly. "Yes, every pathway sequence 0 is equivalent to a true god. For instance, the barred pathway sequence 0 is known as the sun, which is also the eternal blazing sun you believe in." Lumion was surprised and a little apprehensive. So every Beyonder can become a god in the end. If he were a devout believer of the eternal blazing sun, he would have accused the lady of blasphemy. But he wasn't that kind of person. He was just a casual believer who didn't give it much thought. He even asked, "What's the Hunter Pathway Sequence 0, and what about the Mystery Prior Pathway?" "Didn't I already tell you? It's the Red Priest, and the position is currently vacant," the lady replied with a chuckle. As for the Mystery Prior Pathway, the Sequence 0 is known as the Hermit, and it's currently occupied by an evil god called the Hidden Sage. He likes to impart knowledge to Beyonders of the same pathway, earning him the nickname Knowledge Pursuer. Your sister's troubles stem from him. Is that so? Lumion felt a twinge of dislike towards the Hidden Sage. The woman redirected the conversation. Since Beyonder characteristics come from the oldest one, they won't disappear or increase. They only transform from one form to another, moving from one object to another. This is known as the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility, or the law of conservation. Chapter 29, Method. Lumion put his physics knowledge to work and pondered for a moment. Why not just call it the law of conservation? That's another law, but don't worry about the details for now. The woman nodded in agreement. Essentially, it's the same as the law of indestructibility, but with additional prerequisites and specific elaborations. Is that so? Lumion considered for a moment before speaking. So, according to the law of indestructibility, if I want to obtain Beyonder characteristics, I can target other Beyonders, in addition to hunting the corresponding monsters. Since Beyonder characteristics were indestructible, a Beyonder's death would result in the appearance of the corresponding Beyonder characteristics. The woman's face showed a certain amount of emotion. You're very perceptive. Therefore, this law isn't suitable for most Beyonders to know. It would result in Beyonders killing each other, and they won't be able to trust each other. Lumion didn't mind this. Even without this law, humans still kill each other. In the real world, there's plenty of suspicion, bullying, and murder. The woman replied with interest, but at least there's still a certain warmth and light of the human spirit. Lumion pondered for a while before speaking. Looking at it from another perspective, this law should become a consensus among Beyonders. That way, the weak can be prepared in advance and not become easy prey for those who know. The lady nodded slightly. That does make some sense. Actually, if battles between Beyonders happen frequently enough, people involved would likely be able to figure it out. She then introduced, the second law is called the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. Convergence, Lumion struggled to understand. He couldn't quite derive it from their earlier conversation. The woman's expression turned serious. As the creator of this world, even if the oldest one splits into Beyonder characteristics of different pathways, it doesn't mean that he has completely withdrawn from the stage. His mind is scattered among the different Beyonder characteristics and will never be obliterated unless this world completely perishes. These minds are similar to a brand, but they have the instinct to reassemble and revive the oldest one. In other words, after you become a Beyonder, you're more likely to encounter other Beyonders than before. You're more likely to encounter Beyonders of the same pathway or neighboring pathways than Beyonders of other pathways. This is the convergence of fate. The higher the sequence, the more obvious this situation comes. Lumion had many questions, but he decided to start with the most important one. So, combined with the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility, can I conclude that convergence leads to massacres? The lady once again revealed an approving expression. You're very perceptive on such matters. It's not a problem when your sequence is low, but at the demigod stage, especially after becoming an angel, you must find a way to weaken or avoid the effects of convergence. Demigod angel? Lumion was surprised and intrigued upon hearing these terms, even though he knew that every sequence could eventually become a true god. The lady casually explained, demigod is a term for Beyonders from sequence 4 to sequence 1, meaning half god, half human. Among them, sequence 4 and sequence 3 are known as saints, while sequence 2 and sequence 1 are called angels. There are other names beyond that, but it's best if you not know them for now. Saints, angels, Lumion thought of the saints and angels from different regions. They were real. The remains of a saint are the corpses of saints. There are Beyonder characteristics left behind. Lumion asked, feeling a little afraid. So every Beyonder characteristic has the mental imprint of the oldest one, and the higher the sequence, the more is left behind. Wouldn't the person who consumes the potion be affected in other ways? The lady confirmed with a smile. Yes, why do you think this path is filled with danger and madness? Losing control is one of the main reasons why consuming a potion can be so dangerous. To be specific, it's losing control of supernatural powers and one's own mind and transforming into a terrifying monster. Is there another reason? Lumion pressed. The lady tersely grunted. Firstly, the intensity of the mental imprint mainly depends on the level of the owners of the corresponding Beyonder characteristics. Their obsession and madness before death also contribute to it. Secondly, consuming the potion in the wrong order or method can cause a huge conflict in the body. Thirdly, some existences can use the consumption of potions to exert influence. For example, every time the mystery prior pathway consumes a potion, they passively receive knowledge installation from the hidden sage. Similar to the voice I heard after drinking the hunter potion, Lumion deliberated for a moment before recounting his encounter truthfully. Which entity's influence is that? The next second, he saw the expression of the lady opposite him become a little odd. She said solemnly, "Some existences can corrupt and take control of you just by knowing of their existence. Unfortunately, the owner of that voice is one such existence. It's not suitable for you to know their honorific name at the moment." Lumion's mind raced with thoughts. That horrifying? A sequence 0 true god? But most people in Intis and I know about the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. There's nothing wrong with them. Could there be a difference between a true god and an evil god? But she mentioned the hidden sage, who is also a sequence 0. Is it possible she doesn't know who it is and is using vague terms to mask her ignorance? He gave up on the topic, considering his own strength, and asked about another intriguing term. What is a neighboring pathway? The woman's expression returned to normal as she explained, under normal circumstances, if you choose a pathway and consume the corresponding potion, you can only go down that path one step at a time. Otherwise, you will definitely lose control, or at the very least, half lose control. However, there are always exceptions. Every pathway has one or more neighboring pathways. You can jump over at a specific sequence, such as sequence 4, which divides between humans and demigods. Hunter's neighboring pathway is Assassin. Assassin sounds cooler than Hunter, Lumion asked with concern. Which pathway's neighbor mystery prior? Will one no longer be affected by the hidden sage after jumping to a neighboring pathway? The Savant pathway. The current sequence 0 is the god of steam and machinery, the woman replied calmly. After jumping over, one will still be affected by the hidden sage, but the degree will decrease significantly. However, the corresponding Beyonder characteristics still exist unless one finds a way to expel them. How? Lumion asked, surprised. The easiest way is to have children. In mysticism, there's a high chance of transferring the corresponding Beyonder characteristics to a child through heredity, the woman explained. Alternatively, you can use the special abilities of certain pathways, but there's a certain risk, and you have to pay a considerable price. Lumion nodded before raising another question. Can I switch only at a particular sequence? The chances of reaching sequence 4 and becoming a demigod were slim. The lady glanced at him. In theory, it's possible to switch at a lower sequence, but the risk of losing control is much higher. Unless there's no other way, it's best not to attempt it. The woman paused before saying, I've finished explaining the two laws. Now I'll explain the method. This is one of the most important pieces of knowledge in the mystical world. Most important, Lumion instinctively straightened his back, feeling abnormally focused. The lady continued to speak. It's called the acting method. It's a way to help you digest the potion. By digesting the potion, the risk of losing control will be greatly reduced when consuming the next sequence potion. It's no wonder I can't drink the sequence 9 potion today and drink the sequence 8 potion tomorrow. I have to use the acting method, to digest the previous potion. Lumion came to a realization. He did not interrupt her and listened attentively to her explanation. Remember, it's digestion, not control. What's the acting method? It involves acting according to the name of a sequence like an actor. By reconciling the differences between one's body and the remnant mental imprints of the Beyonder characteristics, one can obtain the corresponding recognition. This allows them to bypass the barrier that originally existed and fuse the Beyonder characteristics with themselves. So, I have to act like a hunter and hunt in the mountains every day? Lumion asked attentively. Lumion appeared as attentive as a student. The lady shook her head. That's just the most superficial form of acting. We not only have to understand the surface meaning of a sequence's name, but we also have to investigate its deeper meaning. For example, the city is also a jungle. Everyone is both prey and hunter. I'm familiar with this. Lumion was already familiar with this concept, which he had learned during his days as a vagrant. How can you be sure that you have digested the potion and can advance to the next sequence? Lumion asked curiously. The lady smiled. You will sense it when the potion is truly digested. All right, Lumion didn't continue the topic and asked in puzzlement, who named the different sequences? Why could he digest the potion just by acting them out? The lady's expression turned serious. The earliest sequence divisions came from the remnants of the oldest one's splintering. It was a stone slab filled with mystical knowledge. As it involves the secret of becoming a deity, it's called the blasphemy slate. In ancient times, during the end of the second epoch and the entire third epoch, a powerful deity close to the oldest one appeared. He was called the ancient sun god. After he perished, a second blasphemy slate was born from his remains. All the current sequence names and potion formulas came from it. That's not the second and third epoch history, I learned, Lumion muttered inwardly. The lady continued to speak. When Emperor Roselle was alive, he used the second blasphemy slate as a reference to create a cards of blasphemy set based on tarot cards. There are a total of 22 cards, and each card represents a pathway of the divine. Lumion was astonished. Emperor Roselle is also a Beyonder. As an ordinary Intisian, it was difficult for him not to feel a certain amount of admiration for Emperor Roselle. The woman laughed, otherwise. Lumion asked, was he powerful? Almost a deity, the lady said concisely. That amazing. Lumion was stunned but felt that it was only right. He thought for a moment and said, then, wouldn't the diary left behind by Emperor Roselle be very valuable? The lady nodded. Yes, but there are very, very few people who can decipher those strange writings. Lumion fell into deep thought. Aurore seems to have some of Emperor Roselle's diary transcripts in her collection. She seems to be able to decipher them. Could it be that a portion of her strength comes from there? Chapter 30, Lent begins. The woman turned her head to look out of All Tavern's window. It's about time. I'll end this with giving you some pointers. Based on the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility, we know that humans and Beyonder characteristics combine to become Beyonders. Similarly, creatures and Beyonder characteristics combine to become Beyonder creatures. But what about items that combine with Beyonder characteristics? She asked, not giving Lumion a chance to answer. They are called mystical items. As items don't have will, spirit, and self-control, coupled with the combined effects of other factors. After they fuse with Beyonder characteristics, they will not only display corresponding special abilities, but also bring about very strong negative effects. The various churches tend to seal them and use suitable methods to activate them when needed. This is why mystical items are also called sealed artifacts. The mystical items that have been sealed by the various churches have their own serial numbers and are divided into 4 grades: 3, 2, 1, and 0. The smaller the prefix number, the higher the danger. Among them, there are a limited number of level 1 and 0 sealed artifacts that are extremely dangerous. The serial numbers are common to the various churches and won't be repeated. Lumion muttered, level 0 sealed artifacts. Lumion had a deep impression that sequence 0 was equivalent to a true god. This led him to make a certain connection and ask, are these sealed artifacts formed by fallen deities or exterminated evil gods? He had noticed that there were 22 pathways with sequence zeros, but the number of deities clearly didn't add up. However, Lumion also recognized that his lack of understanding of evil gods and secret existences might have caused this confusion. Not all of them, the lady replied after thinking for a moment. Most of them are at the level of angels. Only a small number have the ability to kill gods. Lumion nodded. I understand. I won't underestimate the items in other people's hands. The woman added, you can't underestimate the negative effects of sealed artifacts either. In the future, you will definitely come across sealed artifacts. Oh, and there's another category of items in the field of mysticism called extraordinary items. They are made by beyonders of corresponding sequences using their abilities, spirituality, or with the help of the spirit world or deities. They don't contain beyonder characteristics, but they have a certain level of supernatural effects. However, their strength will gradually dissipate over time. Charms, lotions, and other items can only be used once. In comparison, beyonder weapons are more stable and can be used for years. As a hunter, you lack the ability to deal with spirit body ghost-type creatures before sequence 7. If you have the chance in the future, consider obtaining the corresponding sealed artifacts or beyonder items. Lumion listened carefully and asked, the spirit world. He had seen this term in Hidden Veil, but it did not provide sufficient explanation. The woman quickly explained, from a mystical point of view, this world is divided into 3 levels: the real world, the spirit world, and the astral world. The rest are formed by attaching to one of these 3, like the underworld. I don't need to explain much about the real world, you already know it very well. The spirit world is a place where spirits reside, and many concepts of reality no longer exist there. You will gradually understand it in the future. As for the astral world, it originally referred to the world of gods, but now, the entire cosmos needs to be included in that definition. Lumion was just asking casually, but after obtaining a preliminary answer, he immediately returned to the previous topic. Can a hunter create beyonder items? He asked, thinking that warlocks could probably do it. The lady shook her head before saying, hunters can't rely on their own sequence, but because their spirituality has been enhanced, they can learn ritualistic magic and pray to a deity or a hidden existence. They can use their responses to create charms, weapons, and other beyonder items. However, I have to remind you that most hidden existences are very dangerous. It's best not to attempt praying to them. Otherwise, death would be the best outcome. And the 7 orthodox gods basically won't respond to you unless you join the corresponding church and become an official beyonder. In other words, it's impossible for a hunter to create a beyonder item. Lumion asked, feeling somewhat disappointed. The lady smiled and said, not really. On the one hand, you can use the blood and saliva of certain beyonder creatures to create poisonous weapons. In a sense, this can be considered a beyonder item. On the other hand, after you unlock the secret of the dream, I'll tell you the honorific name of a great existence. You can pray to him. Lumion was shocked and suspicious. This was the first time she had used the word great as an adjective. He had never heard her use it to describe the eternal blazing sun or the hidden sage. Who could this great existence be? Was it safe to pray to him? The more he learned about mysticism, the more he realized how little he knew. Lumion tersely acknowledged her answer and asked, what are the corresponding sequences 8 and 7 for hunters? The woman replied indifferently, sequence 8 of the hunter pathway is called Provoker, and sequence 7 is Pyromaniac. All right, that's all for today, she said as she stood up and walked towards the entrance to the 2nd floor. After a few steps, she stopped and said over her shoulder, I forgot to remind you. Remember, you're just acting. Just acting, Lumion mulled over her words and thoughtfully asked, what if you take the role seriously? You will become less and less like yourself until one day. The woman smiled and closed her mouth before turning around, walking to the stairs and disappearing. She didn't finish her sentence. Again, Lumion muttered silently. He sensed that forgetting he was only acting would have serious consequences. Lumion sat quietly in a corner of All Tavern, reviewing the general knowledge the woman had just taught him to prevent forgetting anything. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the importance of the two laws and one method. They are like the main framework of mysticism. Everything else is derived from them. I wonder if Aura knows. After leaving Cordu, I'll discuss this problem with her. I wonder if that lady will allow me to inform Auror of all these directly. As Lumion left All Tavern, he looked back and muttered to himself, why haven't those 3 foreigners taken action yet? It's already Lent today. He continued to ponder as he made his way to the village square. After he finished asking if there was any reply, he saw Ava, Riamund, and the others approaching. Ava was wearing a long white dress with a round headdress made of branches and flowers on her head, and a huge necklace hung around her neck. Brown branches and green leaves adorned her back, arms, waist, and legs, making her look like a fairy in the forest. She was the main character of Lent, the spring elf. Riamund and the other lads surrounded Ava, each carrying a basket woven from tree branches filled with grass, soil, rocks, leaves, and other items. Lumion, the blessing tour is about to begin, Ava exclaimed when her aqua-blue eyes saw him. Her face was filled with joy. Riamund and the others also looked happy. Come on, let's go get the contributions. Since Novel Weekly had not yet replied, Lumion had nothing to do for the time being, so he decided to join the procession. The young lads began singing loudly as they surrounded Ava and walked out of the square. After about 10 meters, they stopped in front of the first building. Lumion walked to the door and banged on it. The spring elf is here. The door creaked open, and Nazali appeared in front of them. She was the other female head of the family in the village, in her 40s with the prefix Na. Her black hair was tied up, and her blue eyes were smiling. As the door opened, Ava took 2 steps forward, spread her arms, and began singing. I'm the elf of spring. With a sweet face and a joyful ring. Bringing happiness to everything. In this season so charming. Come and sing, come and dance. Let's celebrate this time of chance. For this is the only way. To bless the land and make it stay. After the song, Ava took a clump of soil from Riamund's basket and handed it to Nazali. Thank you, spring elf, Nazali said, receiving it with a smile and handing a piece of cloth to Ava. Bumper harvest, Lumion and the other lads replied in unison. This was a blessing ritual. The spring elf used singing and the giving of soil, grass, rocks, and other natural things to the villagers to bless them with a bumper harvest this year. The villagers needed to give something back as a contribution, or the blessing would become a curse. After Riamund received the cloth, Ava sang another song enthusiastically. Only then did they bid farewell to Nazali and head to the next house. A portion of the dedications received during the blessing tour would be thrown into the river in the waterside ritual, and the rest would be placed in the final ritual. After Lent was over, the girl who was the embodiment of the spring elf had the right to choose some to take away. This was a considerable gain. If Cordu really experienced a bumper harvest this year, Ava, as the embodiment of the spring elf, would be widely believed to have received the love of the elves and blessings of spring. Whoever married her would have bumper harvests all the time. In that case, she had a chance of marrying someone from a good family. The blessing procession sang all the way to Lumion's house, where Auror opened the door. She had changed into a light-colored pleated dress with a straight collar and had bunned her blonde hair. Ava walked over and sang the same song again. I'm the elf of spring. Auror listened with a smile and handed Ava a small pottery jar. Thank you, spring elf. Lumion glanced at the jar of animal lard and felt that his sister was too generous. They had no farmland, except for a small vegetable field at the back of their house, and did not need to worry about the harvest at all. Chapter 31, Celebration. Despite feeling the usual pinch, Lumion didn't stop his sister as Ava, Riamund, and the others turned around and walked towards the nearby buildings. He deliberately fell behind and whispered to Auror, Call me if you hear back from Novel Weekly. Don't worry, I'll keep you updated, Auror replied, giving Lumion a reassuring look. The festive and joyous blessing tour continued with songs as they knocked on the villagers' doors in Cordu. Finally, they arrived at the administrator's residence, which was modified from a castle from the Sauron royal era. It was located on a hill at the edge of Cordu, dark in color with two towering towers. The outer walls surrounding the building had long been torn down. Lumion and company passed through the garden specially created by the Bayost couple and arrived at the entrance. The door was 4 to 5 meters tall, a brownish-green color like trees, and looked very heavy. However, it was divided into upper and lower parts, and only needed to open the 2-meter-tall part below unless welcoming esteemed guests. The spring elf was the embodiment of spring and the messenger of the harvest, so she deserved the most honorable treatment. At this moment, the heavy door was completely opened, and Madame Pualis stood there in a light green corset. Her lady's maid, Kathy, stood to the side with a basket woven from tree branches, half a step behind. Ava walked over and sang a song of blessings. Madame Pualis listened quietly with a smile on her face, which made her look noble and reserved. The young men who followed the spring elf didn't dare to look at her, but Lumion, who had listened to the other party and the padre doing the deed, scoffed inwardly when he saw this. As the song ended, Ava exchanged the seeds of a tree for a basket of eggs. The blessing tour was over, and Lumion, Riamund, and the other lads escorted Ava, the spring elf, to the mountain river not far from the village for the second segment of Lent, the waterside ritual. Arriving at the place where geese were usually herded, Ava approached the clear river and did a simple dance, repeating the song from before. Meanwhile, Lumion and the other lads stood still, 7 to 8 meters away from the spring elf. After the dance, Ava took out a chopped turnip from a basket beside her feet, given by a particular villager, and threw it into the river. As she threw, she sang, "A bumper harvest, a bumper harvest." When Ava was done, Lumion stepped on the ground and ran over in a few steps. He bent down and took out the cut turnips from the basket and threw them into the river. A bumper harvest, he shouted. The remaining lads were a tad slower than Lumion, but they rushed towards Ava, afraid of falling behind. They took out turnips and radishes from the basket and threw them at different parts of the river while shouting, "Bumper harvest." Riamund failed to take the initiative and couldn't beat the others, so he was the last to complete the ritual. The next second, he saw the malicious smiles of Lumion, Guillaume Jr., and the others. They lifted Riamund up, shouting "Bumper harvest," and threw him into the water with a splash. Riamund was drenched from head to toe. The people on the shore even picked up soil and branches and threw them at him. This was part of the waterside ritual. The person who completed the last prayer would be thrown into the river and not allowed to go ashore. They could only swim a little further down and quietly return home to hide until it was dark. Riamund wiped the water droplets off his face and struggled for a few seconds before heading downstream. Only then did the team escort Ava to the eternal blazing sun cathedral at the edge of Cordu Square. It was almost noon. Most of the villagers, including Lumion's sister Auror, had gathered at the cathedral, which was not as grand as those in the city. The tallest one was only 11 to 12 meters, with a dome and an arc that looked like an onion from the outside. Looking up from the inside, a dazzling sun mural greeted their eyes. The entire cathedral was golden in color and looked very bright, which was also the common style of all the eternal blazing sun cathedrals. The altar was located in the east, and all kinds of sunflowers surrounded a huge sacred emblem. On the surface of the sacred emblem, the golden ball and the lines representing light formed a symbol filled with mysticism, the symbol of the eternal blazing sun. High up on the wall behind the altar, there were 2 pure glass windows inlaid with gold foil. Every day, when the sun rose, the light would shine from here onto the sacred emblem. On the west side of the cathedral, there were 2 similar glass windows to take in the glow of the setting sun. As this was not a formal ritual of the church but a traditional celebration of the people, Padre Guillaume Bainet did not appear. Instead, Administrator Bayost hosted the celebration with Ava, who was still dressed as a spring elf, standing next to him. Musical instruments such as flutes and lyres sounded, and the villagers sang songs that praised spring and prayed for a bumper harvest. They hadn't rehearsed, so the singing wasn't uniform, and some people even sang and danced, making the scene lively. Lumion's mouth opened and closed, but he didn't make a sound. He was simply going through the motions. On the other hand, Auror, who was beside him, was engrossed in her singing, taking the opportunity to have fun and raise voice. As he was only going through the motions, Lumion had time to look around. He didn't notice any abnormalities in the villagers' behavior. He subconsciously looked up at the golden sun mural on the dome. Then he saw it, the thing he couldn't quite put his finger on. The villagers weren't praising the sun. For a village that worshipped the eternal blazing sun, this was strange. Words like praise the sun and my God, my Father were staples of daily life, but Lumion realized he hadn't heard them in a while. As a quasi-believer and having skipped activities in the cathedral since crossing the Padre, Lumion hadn't thought much of it before. But something about the solemn and golden atmosphere of the cathedral made him realize that this was not normal. And then he remembered the letter of help that he had reconstructed, the urgent plea for assistance from someone in the village. We need help as soon as possible. The people around us are getting weirder. The people around us are getting weirder. At that moment, Lumion gained a deeper understanding and agreement with this sentence. Lumion's heart raced as he looked around, searching for Lee and the other foreigners. But they were nowhere to be found at this Lenten celebration. Seriously, they don't appear when they're needed, Lumion muttered inwardly. Lumion forced himself to join in the chorus, pretending not to notice anything out of the ordinary. Finally, the singing died down and the celebration ended. Lumion whispered to Auror, his voice urgent, "Go home first. I have something to tell you later." He knew he couldn't leave yet. As an escort for the spring elf, he had to participate in the final part of the ritual. He couldn't force his way out of the cathedral, risking an anomalous eruption. Auror nodded thoughtfully. Okay. She didn't ask further and left the cathedral with Madame Pualis and the other villagers, leaving Lumion behind. The cathedral was empty, save for Lumion and a handful of lads who had participated in the blessing tour. Ava, the embodiment of the spring elf, stood in the center of the room, surrounded by the contributions, symbolic items that hadn't been thrown into the river: herbs, axes, shovels, whips, and goose sticks. Lumion and his companions had to wait for someone to come in from outside and announce the departure of the spring elf before they could take off her crown, necklace, branches, and leaves. During this process, they needed to leave a gap for the spring elf to leave Ava's body. In just 20 to 30 seconds, footsteps echoed from the cathedral's entrance. Lumion instinctively looked up. Two figures entered the cathedral. The thin shepherd Peerberry had rushed back to attend Lent. His eyes were sunken, and he wore a dark brown long coat with a hood. He had tied a rope around his waist and was sporting new black leather shoes. But what caught Lumion's attention was that his greasy black hair was now clean and smooth. Even his messy beard had been tidied, and it was now neater and shorter than before. As usual, there was a faint smile in his blue eyes. The other man was Padre Guillaume Bainet, adorned in a white robe with gold threads, befitting of his role as a clergyman. He had sparse black hair and a slightly hooked nose, but he exuded a dignified aura. Despite standing at less than 1.7 meters tall, he still seemed to tower over Shepherd Peerberry. The Padre, why did he come? Lumion was surprised and puzzled. As a clergyman of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, he had no business being here, at a folk celebration that didn't include a segment to praise the sun. Lumion's mind jolted as he recognized that the Padre and his group were previously up to something sinister, especially considering his past conflict with them. He quickly retreated to the side of the stained glass, moving slowly and silently to avoid drawing attention to himself. The group hadn't yet surrounded Ava, the spring elf, so they were standing in different places, making Lumion's actions inconspicuous. Ava was surprised to see the Padre, but she quickly remembered his importance in the village. It made sense for him to announce the end of the Lent celebration. She smiled once again. Padre Guillaume Bainet and Shepherd Peerberry approached Ava, and the former spoke in a deep voice. "Send the spring elf off." Other than Lumion, people rushed forward to surround Ava. "Send the spring elf off," Shepherd Peerberry shouted as he bent his back with a smile. Not good, Lumion's heart raced as he stepped forward, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. But it was too late. Shepherd Peer Barry picked up an axe from the pile of symbolic items, and with a tight grip and a powerful swing, the axe came cleaving down. Blood spurted from Ava's neck, forming a thick red mist. Thud! Lumion watched in horror as Ava's head fell to the ground and rolled a few times in the blood, finally stopping, head facing up. She still had a look of joy in her eyes. Having just taken 2 steps in her direction, Lumion's heart sank. He immediately turned around and turned to flee towards the stained glass. Chapter 32, Anomaly. The cloth, jars, and eggs that were splattered with blood, along with the sickening stench, failed to elicit a reaction from Padre Guillaume Bainet. He turned his body and locked his gaze on a particular spot in the cathedral, where Lumion's figure was reflected in his blue eyes. The color of the Padre's eyes shifted, turning so ethereal that they appeared transparent. Lumion was surrounded by complicated silver symbols that coiled around him like small rivers. He ran through an illusory river that was formed from these symbols, with blurry tributaries ahead of him. Guillaume Bainet reached out his right hand and grabbed a mercury-colored symbol that encircled Lumion. Lumion stomped his right foot, preparing to hurl himself through the stained glass and out of the cathedral. But he slipped and couldn't muster enough strength, and his body was sent flying. With a loud bang, whoosh, and cracking sound, Lumion shattered the stained glass depicting Saint Sith, but he failed to break through it and instead crashed back into the cathedral. His body was covered in cuts, and blood flowed freely. Shepherd Peer Barry, who had earlier decapitated Ava with an axe, locked onto Lumion. His gentle smile belied the ferocity in his blue eyes, as if a seal inside him had been undone, revealing his true nature. Peer Barry charged at Lumion with the axe, his body seeming to grow taller and stronger with every step. Lumion leaned against the broken stained glass window, his back facing the ruthless shepherd. Lumion struggled to free himself from the pain of being stabbed as he fell heavily to the ground. As he propped himself up with his hands to roll out of the cathedral, an abnormal sense of danger washed over him. Someone's behind me, he realized. Ignoring the pain and blood, he continued pressing down on the broken glass window frame and pretended to roll out, using it as a cover to quickly retract his body and fall back instead of moving forward. Bang! Suddenly, an axe smashed into the window frame, sending it flying out of the cathedral with a loud bang. Lumion rolled backward, narrowly avoiding Peer Barry's violent attack as he lunged past his feet. But he didn't feel relieved. Peer Barry had blocked his only escape route, forcing him back into the cathedral. Despite having read countless novels, Lumion knew he couldn't rely on simply rolling to avoid getting hit. As he brushed past Peer Barry, he quickly propped himself up with his elbow, exerted strength from his waist, and bounced up. He surveyed the scene and realized that, besides Guillaume Jr. and a few others, all the lads had lost their minds and turned deranged. They ignored Ava's headless corpse and the blood that stained the ground, shouting excitedly, "Send the spring elf off! Send the spring elf off!" Guillaume Jr. and a few others stood in shock, staring at Ava's wide, smiling eyes without moving. Fear, panic, and disbelief etched their faces, as if trapped in an unbreakable nightmare. Peer Barry loomed over Lumion, appearing taller than the cathedral dome. His axe missed, but he quickly retracted it and swung at Lumion again. Lumion deftly dodged the attack and ran off despite not even finding his footing. Thud thud thud. Lumion fully utilized a hunter's speed and agility as he ran in an arc. Target the Padre. He knew he had to deal with the leader, no matter how the others attacked him. He put on a fierce stance, determined to either let them allow him to flee or die trying with him. Only in this way could a miracle be created in a very unfavorable situation. Shepherd Peer Barry didn't pursue Lumion. He stood in front of the broken window frame, holding his blood-stained axe and extending his left hand towards Lumion's direction. The cathedral plunged into darkness, and Lumion's surroundings grew even more ominous. Seemingly coming to life, the abyss swayed gently, like a curtain behind which pale white, pitch black, and strange arms were poised to strike. Padre Guillaume Bainet's eyes were nearly transparent, with Lumion's figure submerged in an illusory river formed by shimmering mercury symbols. In front of him, he saw something similar but more surreal, as if representing the future or a tributary. After experimenting, Guillaume Bainet's right hand finally grasped the key pattern formed by multiple symbols. With a single move, he could rewrite Lumien's future and render all his efforts futile. But suddenly, the Padre's eyes froze, and he let out a scream. His eyes shut tightly as blood and turbid tears streamed down his face. Amidst his scream, his body expanded like a balloon being filled with gas, and his white robe with golden threads cracked under the strain. His skin turned nearly transparent, revealing the bizarre mark that had been hidden beneath his clothes. The black marks that resembled a seal connected to an indescribable world. The terrifying aura they emitted filled the cathedral, leaving the lads who were still sending off the spring elf in a state of extreme terror. They either ran around the offerings, knelt on the ground, or prostrated themselves on the floor, afraid to look up. Guillaume Jr. and a few others fainted from fear, leaving pools of urine and a foul stench. Shepherd Peerberry was about to use his mystic arts to grab Lumien when he threw away his axe and knelt on one knee, bowing his head and ceasing all movement. Lumien was the only one who remained unaffected in the entire cathedral. Although he felt an abnormal pain in his head, it was nothing compared to the mysterious voice that had nearly killed him. He also felt a burning sensation in his chest, suspecting that the black thorny chain symbol had appeared, along with the bluish-black symbol resembling an eye and worms. However, he had no time to check his physical condition or understand why he suddenly had the upper hand. He continued to run towards Padre Guillaume Bainet, determined not to let any opportunity slip by. As he got closer, Lumien could clearly see the unique black marks resembling seals made up of strange symbols and words. His gaze quickly swept around, and he noticed something familiar. Black symbols resembling thorns that drilled out of the left chest of Padre Guillaume Bennett and circled behind him. It was identical to Lumien's chest, but much lighter. He has one too. Lumien's heart trembled. Is this the root cause of the abnormality in the village? Why do I have it? When did I get it? Thoughts quickly surfaced in Lumien's mind, but he didn't let them distract him from his movements. He ran towards Guillaume Bainet, stretched out his right arm, and wrapped it around the enemy's head. Without pausing, he forcefully circled behind the Padre, and with a snap, Guillaume Bainet's head turned and faced his spine. Phew, Lumien breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the biggest problem had been resolved. He had to hurry home and escape with his sister, leaving the rest to the three foreigners to deal with. But just as Lumien turned to leave, Guillaume Bainet, who was supposed to be dead, opened his eyes. They were bloodshot, and a sharp buzz split Lumien's head in half, the intense pain preventing him from screaming. Everything shattered before his eyes, and he was engulfed in darkness as he lost consciousness. Painful. How painful. Lumien suddenly sat up, opened his eyes, and rubbed his head. He saw the familiar surroundings of his bedroom: the wooden table, the reclining chair, and the wardrobe and small bookshelves on both sides. I was saved by Grand Sower. How long was I out? How is the situation in the cathedral? Lumien didn't have the time to think through it. Without wasting any time, Lumien got off the bed, held his head, and rushed out. He found Aurore in the kitchen on the first floor, wearing a light blue dress and preparing dinner. Lumien shouted, "Aurore, Grand Sower, we need to run. The Padre and many people in the village have gone crazy. They killed Ava at the end of the celebration." He wasn't sure if his sister knew about the incident, so he got straight to the point. After all, there were many ways to be saved, and it did not mean that she had to be at the scene. Aurore turned around, looking confused, and asked, "Celebration? The Lent celebration?" "Yes," Lumien nodded vigorously. Aurore smiled. "That was one hell of a story. 2 sentences and you've got me feeling all kinds of scared. But listen, you gotta be more careful with your tales. Lent's still a few days away." Lumien was stunned. Chapter 33, Confirmation. Lumien gazed into Aurore's eyes for a moment before slowly asking, how many days until Lent? He suspected his sister was trying to prank him, but he had never known her to be flippant about important matters. This was a crucial moment that would impact the whole village and possibly even their survival. Aurore sized him up and quipped, Did you not take an afternoon nap? Are you still not fully awake? It's March 29, 1358. We still have a few days before Lent. March 29. Lumion ruminated the date for a moment and wondered if he was dreaming. He had vividly experienced Lent, a period of merriment that ended in a bloodbath. He had witnessed Shepherd Peer Barry hack off Ava's head with an axe and blood spurt everywhere. Was he dreaming now, or had his past experience been a dream? Regardless of which one it was, they both seemed too real. Lumion couldn't detect any signs of deceit on his sister's face. Sure, Auror could be an excellent actress, but Lumion believed she was not that kind of person. They had spent 5 years together, and he knew every detail of her personality. There was no way she could have fooled him. Lumion was perplexed, as he considered the possibilities of his sister Auror lying to him about the date. Either she was being controlled by the Padre, or some secret entity, or everything had been resolved, and she was just messing with him. If neither of these options was true, then it was likely that Auror was telling the truth. Time had rewound to March 29th, a few days before Lent. With Lumion's understanding of the world, this was clearly impossible and shouldn't have happened. However, his sister's attitude left him at a loss. I have to think of a way to confirm it. Lumion tried to recall everything that had happened during that time period, and realized he could easily remember most of the details. Auror was wearing a light blue dress on that day on the 29th March, corresponding to the successful celebration of Lent. He also remembered meeting Lee, Ryan, and Valentine that night before taking them to the cathedral to catch the Padre in the act. What's wrong? Auror stretched out her right hand and waved it in front of her stunned brother. Lumion quickly gathered his thoughts and said, Auror, I just remembered something. I need to go out for a while. I'll be back soon. Lumion realized that the only way to confirm if time had really returned to March 29th was to find Ava. If she was still alive, he would have to come to terms with this unbelievable change. He didn't wait for Auror's response and hurried to the door, bypassing her. Call me Grand Sower, don't be late for dinner, Auror shouted after him. As he ran towards Ava Lizier's house, Lumion feared that if he were even a second slower, he would be caught in an indescribable nightmare and completely devoured. Along the way, many villagers noticed him, but they were afraid it was a prank directed by him and didn't stop to ask for a reason. Finally, Lumion reached his destination. Guillaume Lizier, Ava's father, was a famous shoemaker in the village of Cordoue and the surrounding mountains. Although they weren't particularly rich, they weren't too bad either. They lived in a subterranean grayish-blue 2-story building with an empty space at the back where grass and firewood were piled up, and a goose house was repaired. It was almost dinner time when Lumion arrived, and several figures were busy in the kitchen of the Lizier's household. Lumion walked through the open door and immediately saw Ava. This brown-haired girl with aqua-blue eyes was wearing a gray-white dress and preparing dinner for her mother. Her hands and feet were nimble, and her eyes were lively. Lumion could tell just by looking at her that she was alive. She's really not dead, Lumion thought to himself as he looked at Ava's neck, trying to find signs of stitches. In one of Auror's horror novels, there was a scene where a corpse was stitched up to act as a living person. But Ava's neck was long and smooth, without a single scar. Guillaume Lizier, the shoemaker, noticed Lumion standing in the doorway and asked, Lumion, what's the matter? He stood up from his kitchen chair and faced Lumion, his brown hair disheveled, and a slightly greasy brownish-white apron hanging in front of him. Ava, who had been busy in the kitchen, turned around in surprise and looked at Lumion. She saw Lumion standing there in a daze. What's the matter? She asked. Lumion was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, and planned to make up a random reason to explain his visit. However, Guillaume Lizier inspired him with a question. He deliberated for a moment and asked, Monsieur, did Pierre of Barry order a pair of leather shoes from you? He remembered that he and Riamund were supposed to meet Shepherd Peerberry the next morning, and were surprised when he had abandoned his flock to rush back to participate in the Lenten celebration, despite the dangers of the long and difficult journey. By that time, Peerberry had already put on a new pair of soft leather shoes. Unless he went to a shoe shop in Dari A tilde double.g that sold finished products, it would take time to make a pair of leather shoes. This meant that Pierre Barry had been back in the village for at least 2 or 3 days. Guillaume Lizier was surprised by Lumien's question and said, "Pierre Barry came back a few days ago, but not many people in the village know about it. He also told me not to tell anyone else." As expected, Lumien made up a reason and said, "I saw someone who looked very much like him and thought I was hallucinating. Because the man was wearing new leather shoes, I came to confirm it with you." "It's him," Guillaume Lizier gave an affirmative answer. He was still herding 3 or 4 sheep that he claimed his employer had given him. Don't they only let the sheep return to the village in early May to shear and milk them? How are they to be grazed if a few sheep are brought back now? Grazing in the highland pastures is still prohibited. The more Lumien thought about it, the more he felt that Shepherd Pierre Barry's behavior was extremely abnormal. And his performance at the end of the celebration proved Lumien's judgment. However, he had no idea what he, the Padre, and the others wanted to do, or what they had already done. Lumien smiled at Guillaume Lizier and Ava and said, "I'm relieved that it's really him. I thought I was having problems with my brain and eyes because I drink too much." He then waved at the Liziers and said, "Goodbye." As Lumien left the Liziers' house, the smile on his face disappeared quickly. He was now very confident that today was really March 29th. Did I go back in time, or did I have a precognitive dream? Dreams can't be that real. They're so real that every detail is there. Lumien thought hard as he walked. Either way, it was something he had only read about in Auror's novels and never imagined would happen in reality. On his way home, Lumien circled the square and came to the side of the eternal blazing sun cathedral. The stained glass window, which should have been completely shattered, was perfectly embedded in the wall, and the Saint Sith missionary illustration on the surface shone brightly under the sunset. Lumien watched this scene with mixed feelings. Many thoughts threatened to emit smoke from all the friction against each other in his mind. On his way back to the square, Lumien saw a familiar figure walk out of the cathedral's main entrance. It was the Padre, Guillaume Bainet, who had a slightly hooked nose and a dignified aura, and he was wearing a white robe with golden threads. Lumien's heart tightened, and he arched his body slightly, preparing himself for an attack or to flee. Guillaume Bainet glanced at him and nodded expressionlessly. "Come again tomorrow for prayers." That's right. He hasn't been caught red-handed by me during the early evening of March 29th. He hasn't fallen out with me, nor is there any worry that his secret plot is about to be exposed." With this in mind, Lumien instinctively reacted. He stood up straight and spread his arms. "Praise the sun." "Praise the sun," Guillaume Bainet replied with the same pose. After leaving the village square, Lumien habitually recalled what had just happened. Suddenly, he discovered a point that he had neglected previously because he was shocked by time reversal. He still had his superpowers. He was still a hunter. He had not needed to catch his breath from running all the way to the Liziers, and he had immediately put on the best posture when facing the Padre. This meant that his physique and corresponding condition far exceeded the time before he consumed the potion. From this, Lumien made a judgment that the previous experience was not a precognitive dream, and he was already a Sequence 9 Beyonder. "I'll try entering that special dream at night to see if I can still enter, and if there are any changes." Lumien quickly came up with the next step of his plan. After returning home, Lumien pretended as if nothing had happened and had dinner with his sister, Auror. As he often acted this way, because he didn't want her to help clean up the mess every time he got into trouble, Auror didn't ask any further despite sensing that something was off. After washing the cutlery and cleaning the kitchen, Lumien informed his sister and went straight to All Tavern. He wanted to confirm if the foreigners who didn't hail from Cordu would appear. After entering All Tavern, Lumien sat at the bar counter and greeted the boss and bartender, Maurice Bainet, and the thin middle-aged man, Pierre Guillaume. "A glass of whiskey sour," he said with great familiarity. Whiskey sour referred to low-quality alcohol brewed from apples. It was only more expensive than some beer in taverns. People often hawked it on the streets of the city. Maurice Bainet nagged, "Stingy brat, don't you like the pain of absinthe?" Lumien said the familiar words, "Is it on the house?" This made his mind feel a little adrift. Maurice Bainet immediately stopped talking and poured a glass of whiskey sour for Lumion. Lumion sipped his drink as he waited. Not long after, he heard tinkling sounds. He turned around to see Ryan wearing a rough dark bowler hat, a drab duffel coat, and pale yellow strides. Lee attracted the attention of almost all the men in All Tavern with her white pleated cashmere dress, off-white coat, Marcelin boots, and small silver bells tied to her boots and veil. Similarly, Valentine wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket, and black trousers, with his blonde hair covered in a little powder. The three of them walked to the bar counter under everyone's gazes and sat down beside Lumion. Lumion didn't look up as he thought to himself, a glass of Darige red wine, a glass of rye beer, and a glass of cur épicé. Ryan took off his top hat and put it aside. Then, he said to Maurice Baynett, a glass of Darige red wine, a glass of rye beer, and a glass of cur épicé. Lumion let out a long sigh and Ryan asked, "What's wrong?" Lumion took a sip of his whiskey sour and said in a deep voice, "I'm a nobody, with no time to notice the brightness of the sun." Chapter 34, Sayings. Lumion intended to observe, so he went through the entire process of getting to know Lee and her companions until they arrived outside the Cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun. He confirmed that these three foreigners really didn't know him and weren't on guard against his corresponding prank. As time really rewound, Lumion was momentarily in a daze. Valentine said his lines as he looked at the magnificent building in front of him that had blended into the night. "We've been here before. There's no one here." Lumion composed himself and stopped following the procedure. He said directly, "That's because the Padre doesn't want to bother with you." He planned on leaving the impression on these three foreigners, who were suspected to be official Beyonders, that he liked to joke but meant no harm. Lee thought of several possibilities and asked, "You're saying that the Padre is in the cathedral but isn't responding to the knocks due to certain matters?" Lumion smiled. "It's not suitable to have others see you having an affair in the cathedral." After saying this, he instinctively muttered in his heart, "Unfortunately, I can't hear the classic line, 'You've ruined the Holy Church's plans,' this time." Of course, after learning more about Madame Pualis, he felt that what the Padre said was not entirely unreasonable. Perhaps Padres could be like the main characters in Auror's spy novels, who were willing to endure temporary humiliation and betray their bodies to infiltrate the evil forces represented by Madame Pualis to complete an important mission. Valentine's cold attitude changed as he asked anxiously, "Having an affair in the cathedral?" Lumion spread his hands. "What's the problem? The Padre does this every day. Relax. Isn't there a saying that goes, 'Throughout the ages, it has remained unchanged. Men will always pursue women.'" Valentine snapped, "But this is a cathedral." Lumion thought for a moment and asked curiously, "So, as long as the clergyman doesn't have the affair in the cathedral, it's acceptable?" This is blasphemy against God. Valentine was on the verge of exploding. Ryan placated him with a pat on the shoulder, and the most composed foreigner in the group asked, "Do you know who the Padre is having an affair with tonight?" Lumion shook his head. "There are too many possibilities. His mistresses include Madame Pualis, Madonna Baynett, Philippa Guillaume, and Sybil Barry." "Madonna Baynett, she has the same last name as the Padre," Lee interjected. Lumion nodded. "She and the Padre are cousins twice removed." Valentine was stunned for a moment. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is Guillaume Baynett a servant of God or a servant of the demon?" "Do you only know this line? Why don't I see you blowing up his head?" Lumion deliberately defended the Padre. "It's actually nothing. In Darige, we have a saying, 'Distant cousins, feel free to sleep together.'" Lee laughed, tinkling the silver bell on her head. "Why do you have so many sayings?" Lumion spread his hands again. "That's just how it is in the countryside." Ryan interjected thoughtfully, "How do you know that we're not from Darige?" "You wouldn't have said, 'In Darige there's a saying.' You told me this yourself." Lumion had been quick to shoot off his tongue and actually treated what had happened previously as information that he already knew. He had no choice but to make up a reason. "You don't look like Darige locals." He pointed to the road leading to the village and said, "I've already helped you find the Padre. I have to go home now." Lee smiled faintly and said, "I thought you'd follow us." I don't dare offend the Padre, Lumion casually mentioned. The villager who snitched on him previously has been missing for a long time. Without waiting for Ryan and the others to respond, he waved his hand and ran to the other side of the square, saying, "Remember to keep my secret, my cabbages." Lumion walked along a starlit country road, the crimson moon obscured by clouds. He pondered recent events, his hands in pocket. As he neared his home, he looked up at the roof of the semi-subterranean two-story building. As expected, Aurora sat there, hugging her knees and gazing at the cosmos. In the darkness, she seemed lonely and distant. It has really repeated. Is there a possibility that what happened previously is real and I'm dreaming now? Lumion had just come up with a new guess when he suddenly realized the difference between the two March 29 THS. He realized that the woman who had given him the wand card and taught him mysticism knowledge was absent from all tavern, preventing him from determining if he was dreaming or not. "I'll do a confirmation tomorrow." Lumion composed himself, walked to his house, and pushed the door open. Just like last time, Lumion climbed to the roof using the ladder on the second floor and sat beside Aurora. "What's so interesting about this view?" Lumion said deliberately. Aurora turned her head and sighed. Just as she was about to speak, Lumion added, "I mean, what does the cosmos mean to you?" Aurora sized him up. "You're being rather direct today." She then looked at the cosmos and said faintly, "As you know, I'm not from Cordu or Darij. I don't know if you've ever heard the saying that home is where you can't return to." Lumion didn't joke as he looked into the cosmos. Aurora proceeded to fly into her bedroom and write a letter to her pen pal. Lumion didn't reveal his newfound Beyonder status. He returned to the second floor, chatted with her sister about her pen pal, then closed Aurora's door and returned to his bedroom. Upon seeing the white four-piece bed, Lumion's heart skipped a beat. He lifted the pillow and found the Minor Arcana Tarot card representing the Seven of Wands. Looking at the man in verdant attire with a determined expression on his face, his hand holding a wand, poised for battle his enemies, Lumion remembered the woman's interpretation of the card. Crisis, challenge, confrontation, courage. The more Lumion thought about it, the more he felt that these four words truly revealed his current situation. Before drawing the card, there was a high chance that he would enter a crisis and face challenges. What I need to do next is to muster my courage and confront the problem. Wait, hasn't time already turned back? I haven't even met that lady or drawn the card. Why is it here? Lumion was alarmed. He wasn't too confident about his previous guesses. All kinds of thoughts and deductions quickly emerged in his mind, like bubbles bubbling in boiling water. This made Lumion's head hurt. He felt like he was about to go crazy. In the end, Lumion decided to treat the woman and the item she gave him as an exception for the time being. With that lady's mysteriousness and uniqueness, it was considered normal for her to be unaffected by time reversal. If I can find her tomorrow and she still knows me, it means that there's nothing wrong with my deduction. Lumion exhaled, feeling mentally exhausted. He went to the washroom to wash up and went to bed early. Lumion woke up in the familiar, faint gray fog and sat up, seeing the wooden table and chair in front of the window. He had once again entered the special dream. Upon discovering that the wand card still existed, Lumion knew he could enter. Lumion subconsciously touched the inner pocket of his clothes, and his expression froze. The gold coins were gone. All the gold coins were gone. Lumion hurriedly jumped off the bed and searched his entire body and the spot where he had been lying, but couldn't find them. He didn't even have 1 kopit worth of copper coins. Time has reversed here, too. Lumion suddenly had such a guess. He looked around and didn't see the shotgun, axe, or pitchfork that should have been there. He calmed himself and walked down to the first floor, where he found the pitchfork and hand axe in their original locations, identical to his first exploration of the dream ruins. Similarly, the bucket of corn oil had not been placed beside the stove. As for the shotgun, Lumion searched everywhere but didn't find it. Lumion believed more and more that time had turned back in the dream. "I'll check the ruins and see if the 2 monsters are still there," Lumion muttered to himself silently. He picked up his axe and opened the door. Not long after, He passed through the wilderness filled with crevices and weeds, and arrived at the edge of the ruins. Unlike the first time he explored this place, as a hunter, he noticed many traces left behind by living creatures, including two that often appeared in the area when he put his mind to it. He followed one set of footprints to the half-collapsed house. If I had such superpowers in the past, how could I have nearly been ambushed during my first exploration? Lumion carried his axe and entered the building. He went straight to his destination and arrived in front of the shattered pottery jar. A sliver of gold seeped out from inside. Lumion bent over and picked up the louis d'or. It was the same lustrous color as the first time Lumion picked it up. Indeed, time has reversed. With very few exceptions, everything has returned to the original state, Lumion sighed. Suddenly, he took 2 quick steps forward, twisted his waist, and half-turned to the right. As he exerted his strength, the axe in his hand cleaved out. The skinless, blood-colored monster lost sight of its target just as it pounced from the roof. What greeted it was an axe. Its head flew out, and its headless body fell heavily to the ground amidst the blood and pus. Chapter 35, Differences. It's about as strong as the last time, Lumion muttered to himself as he looked at the corpse of the skinless monster. Before the time reversal, he had been evenly matched with the monster, relying on his intelligence to defeat it. Now, as a Beyonder, he only needed one swing of his axe to finish it off. Of course, he had the advantage of already experiencing the same sequence of events and knowing the monster's attack strategy. This allowed him to anticipate its moves. The contrast between before and after made Lumion feel that he had undergone a significant improvement after becoming a Beyonder. After pondering for a moment, he moved the monster's corpse and head to a corner, but did not hide it under rocks, wood, and mud, leaving it exposed along with the blood on the ground. Lumion then quickly searched the half-collapsed building and found the remaining 197 Vril d'or and 25 Kopit, categorizing them into different pockets. He flipped through the liver blue again, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Once he had completed his search, he snuck deeper into the ruins. However, after only 20 to 30 meters, he changed course and returned to his starting point. Following the path the skinless monster had taken while alive, he nimbly climbed onto the half-collapsed roof. After making the necessary preparations, he hid himself. Minute by minute, Lumion waited patiently like an experienced hunter. After an unknown period of time, a figure emerged from the ruins. It was the same monster that had previously given Lumion a hunter-Beyonder characteristic, with its half-human, half-beast appearance, bent knees, greasy black hair, and shotgun on its back. The shotgun monster approached cautiously, as if on a daily patrol. Suddenly, it sniffed the air and detected the blood in the distance. It quickly changed direction and headed towards the half-collapsed, burnt building. Following the trail of blood, the monster found the skinless monster's corpse and head. It squatted down to examine it carefully. On the half-collapsed roof, Lumion shook his head and muttered to himself, "You can't even smell me from such a distance. Even with the smell of blood, you shouldn't have missed me." As he muttered, he raised his axe and struck hard at the crevice in the stone beside him that he had prepared earlier. Crash! The half-collapsed roof shook, and heavy rocks crashed down. The shotgun monster reacted quickly, twisting its waist, kicking its feet, and lunging towards an uncollapsed area. Lumion smiled and swooped down from the intact roof, like an eagle grabbing its prey in midair. In the midst of the howling wind, Lumion and the shotgun monster clashed in the air. Lumion raised his axe with one hand while the monster desperately tried to turn around and block. Lumion clenched his left hand into a fist and punched down. As the monster extended its arm to block, Lumion opened his palm and reduced his strength, grabbing the monster's arm. As Lumion pulled back with his left hand, he suddenly cleaved down with his axe in his right hand. The blade struck the monster, and they both fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Lumion, who had a buffer pad, was not affected by the impact. He raised his hand and cleaved the monster's head from its body with his axe once again. Despite its unwillingness, the head rolled twice and separated from the body. Standing up, Lumion looked at the monster and sneered, "You've weakened. All you have is a terrifying shell, nothing more than a stuffed scarecrow inside. As a hunter, he was confident in dealing with the shotgun monster again, but he hadn't expected it to be so easy. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Lumion patiently waited for the Beyonder characteristic to appear. However, after waiting for a long time, he saw no sign of the dark red light. Nothing, Lumion muttered to himself in puzzlement. He wasn't surprised, though. Last time, he had obtained the shotgun monster's Beyonder characteristic and turned it into a potion that he had already consumed. Since the time reversal didn't turn me back into an ordinary person, and the Beyonder characteristic in my body hasn't disappeared, it means that there's one less Hunter Beyonder characteristic here. The shotgun monster is only back in its living state, but it essentially lacks what's important. The question now is, why am I still the same before the time reversal? He couldn't come up with an answer, so he decided to loot the copper coins from the shotgun monster and leave the ruins. The next morning, Lumion didn't feign a headache in front of his sister like he had on March 30th. Instead, he got up early and prepared breakfast, including toast, fried poached eggs, sliced bacon, and more. Auror was surprised to see Lumion's diligence. "Oh, you're so diligent? I thought you wouldn't be able to get up this morning after drinking so much yesterday." Lumion casually replied, "Just a glass of apple whiskey sour and a glass of absinthe. How is that too much?" Auror shook her head and smiled. "What's there to be proud of? Other than wine, other alcoholic beverages are unhealthy and affect our brains. No wonder you're becoming more and more stupid, my drunkard brother." Lumion, who couldn't argue with his sister, muttered to himself, "Why is wine an exception?" "Because I like it," Auror replied, challenging Lumion to retort. Lumion had no response. After breakfast, he stayed home and kneaded dough instead of going out. Auror clicked her tongue in wonder. "Did you cause any trouble? You're so obedient." "Tell me, I won't beat you up. At most, I'll give you an additional combat class." "Nothing." Lumion deflected the question and said, "I find things in the village getting weirder and weirder. Some people are acting more and more abnormally. Auror, do you feel that way?" Lumion had observed that his sister didn't have any memories related to the time reversal, but the abnormality in the village had to have started before March 29th. As a mystery prior, Auror might have sensed it, but didn't pay enough attention to it. Auror's expression turned serious. "Even you can sense that something is amiss. Tell me, who were the ones who made you feel this way?" As expected, Auror knew that there was something wrong with some people, but she didn't expect the problem to be so serious. Lumion washed his hands and thought before responding. Madame Pualis, the Padre, Pons Banet, and the shepherd, Pierre Barry, who returned to the village early. There is indeed something wrong with Madame Pualis. I knew something was off about her when she came to Cordu with the administrator, but she was very restrained. Apart from constantly having extramarital relationships, there was nothing evil about her. I saw something on her. Auror stopped herself, not wanting to drag Lumion into the supernatural world. Constantly having extramarital affairs. Before Lumion found out that Madame Pualis was having an affair with the Padre, he found Madame Pualis a decent lady. He was surprised to learn that Madame Pualis had affairs with men other than the Padre. Of course, this was in line with Lumion's stereotypical view of Madame Pualis. As for the Padre, he has the same strong desire for superpowers as you, but he has never received the blessings of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, Auror continued. A guy like Pons Banet, whose brain is nothing but muscle, can't do anything strange. As for the shepherd, Pierre Barry, rushing back a few sheep seems a little off, but I can't tell what's wrong, and I don't dare to look deeper. As one would expect from a sequence 7 of the mystery prior pathway, before the time reversal, I hadn't conversed much with Grand Sower about such topics. In fact, I overlooked the crucial hint that there could be an issue with Pierre Barry's sheep. Yes, I didn't suspect Pierre Barry much back then. I just thought it was a bit odd for him to hurry back early to take part in Lent. Just as Lumion was about to speak, there was a tinkling sound at the door. The doorbell rang. Lumion walked over to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "A telegram for Auror," the person outside replied loudly. "A telegram?" Auror was confused. "Who would send me a telegram? There's nothing urgent recently." Lumion was also puzzled. They hadn't received any telegrams, before the time reversal on March 30th. Wait, Lumion thought. I went to the village square early on March 30th to wait for Riamund. Perhaps Grand Soer received a telegram but didn't tell me. Lumion quickly opened the door. Outside stood Bertrand, the administrator's subordinate in charge of telegrams. He handed a piece of paper to Lumion and said, "One Verl door." The brown-haired, brown-eyed Bertrand was not from Cordu and had come here with the administrator from Darij. He looked warm on the outside, but was actually quite greedy. Lumion tossed a silver coin worth 1 Verl door to Bertrand and looked at the telegram. The contents were simple. Lumion quickly browsed through it. The author salon mentioned before is in June. If you're willing, Miss Aurore, you can set off for Trier now. Leave enough time for a tour. We guarantee that this will be a very beautiful journey. It was signed by the editorial department of Novel Weekly. Lumion's eyes widened. Was this a reply from Novel Weekly? When did I say I wanted to attend the author's salon? Aurore leaned over and read the telegram. What's wrong with the editorial department of Novel Weekly? It's annoying having to meet so many people at once. Bertrand was well away from the door by now. Lumion was stunned and suddenly had a bold guess. The telegram in his hand was indeed a reply from Novel Weekly, but it was a reply to the telegram he would send in a few days. To be more precise, the telegram he had sent before going back in time had received a reply after the time reversal. And in his current experience, that telegram had yet to be sent out. Chapter 36, Meeting Again. Lumion reached a conclusion that if his guess was true, Cordu and the surrounding area were the only places affected by the time reversal. Other places were not affected. Lumion's thoughts raced, wondering if leaving this place would allow him to return to his normal life. He turned to Aurore and pretended to be guilty. Well, this telegram is my doing. Aurore was both angry and amused, but more importantly at a loss. She wondered if her brother had pranked her. This was akin to being pecked in the eye by an eagle despite being an experienced hunter. Lumion explained sincerely, "Here's the thing. Haven't I always wanted to go to Trier to take a look? So 2 days ago, I secretly sent a telegram to Novel Weekly at the telegraph office. I wrote it in your style to ask when the nearest author salon is. As expected, they warmly sent an invitation." Aurore showed a look of enlightenment, as though the mystery was finally solved. So that's how it is. The next second, she picked up a wooden stick beside her and gritted her teeth. So the child has grown up. Lumion quickly added, "Aurore, no, Grand Soer, listen to my excuses. No, listen to my explanation." He didn't panic and even deliberately joked. "Fine, go ahead," Aurore said as she held onto the wooden stick. "I've always made sure that others accept any punishment with my best conduct. How can I convict someone without listening to the suspect's statement? Even if you are to die, I'll make sure you die knowing why." Lumion quickly said, "In Intis, Trier has the most and best universities. I'm going to take the college entrance examination soon, and I want to visit them to decide which 3 to apply for." Aurore nodded slightly, indicating for Lumion to continue. Lumion praised his sister sincerely. "I believe that as long as I make this legitimate request, you will definitely take me to Trier. However, you will have to spend your money. If Novel Weekly sends an invitation, not only will the steam locomotive ticket and hotel accommodation fees be reimbursed, but also various entertainment expenses in Trier. I know you don't need the money, but all the writing you've done was painstaking work, word after word. I won't let a way of saving money go to waste." Aurore's expression eased. "At least you care about me, but have you considered that I don't want to attend an author salon? I hate interacting with so many strangers." Lumion smiled. "Aurore, Grand Soer, have you thought that Novel Weekly invited you so warmly not to let you attend the salon, but to build a good relationship with you? You're a famous, best-selling author. The salon isn't important. What's important is you. You can find a reason to reject the salon if you're willing to accept the invitation to visit Trier. The people at Novel Weekly will be glad that you accepted the first part of the invitation." Aurore sized up Lumion. "You're getting better at reading people." She exhaled and said, "All right, I'll handle some matters and pack our luggage. We'll leave for Trier in 2 days. Send a telegram to Novel Weekly before we leave and ask them to pick us up at the Trier train station." All right, Lumion couldn't hide his joy. Although he suspected that it was impossible for him and Auror to simply walk out of Cordu and find the corresponding source of the time reversal, he had to try. He couldn't trap himself in one place. Having such thoughts, he had tried to convince Auror. Lumion didn't plan on telling Auror about the time reversal because she had lost her corresponding memories. Lumion knew that it was unlikely that she would believe such a delusional speculation unless Lumion kept making prophecies that were eventually verified. However, he still pretended that he wasn't aware of the time reversal. He didn't plan on making prophecies for the time being to see if he could discover any clues. Using reading as an excuse, Lumion returned to the second floor and entered the study. He sat down and casually flipped open a book to confirm if he had it the right way up. Then he sank into his own thoughts, hoping to make further sense of the current situation through the various details he discovered last night and today. As his gaze shifted across the empty space, Lumion saw the liver blue on the table. His heart skipped a beat, and he retracted his thoughts. He stretched out his palm and took the liver blue, flipping through it quickly. The pages that were missing some words and had corresponding holes appeared before his eyes. "That letter," Lumion muttered silently. He combined the late reply from Novel Weekly with the letter of help that Lee, Ryan, and the others had received, and he had a new guess. Perhaps that letter was really written by me. I'm the murderer. Time reversal might have happened more than once. According to the definition in Auror's novel, this should be called a time loop. In a previous cycle, I discovered a certain abnormality through certain exploratory actions and decided to seek help from the outside world by sending an anonymous letter without implicating Auror. By the time officials realized the seriousness of the problem and sent Ryan and the others to deal with it, Cordu had already begun a new cycle. Like Auror now, I lost all my corresponding memories and returned to my initial state. Now that begs the question, why are words still missing from this liver blue? Logically speaking, it should have returned to its initial state, just like the food I ate in the previous cycle. There are two possibilities. Firstly, if I discover an abnormality and ask for help before time starts to loop, then the relevant memories shouldn't be reset. Could there be another reason that caused me to lose a portion of my memories? This is getting more and more complicated. Secondly, I had found a way to keep something from being affected by the loop during that particular cycle. What could it be? If there is, why don't I just find a piece of paper and write down what I found? Lumion felt like he had cleared away a layer of fog and reconstructed the general situation, only to fall into even more confusion. He believed that he had already experienced many time loops. However, in the previous cycles, his memories and physical condition would reset once he started from the beginning, so he did not notice it at all. The reason why he could retain his memories and the Hunter Beyonder characteristic this time was that he had met the lady and obtained the wand card. He had entered the dream ruins and activated the special trait in him. Since the special trait brought about by the two symbols allowed Lumion to bring his Beyonder state in the dream to reality, it was completely possible for them to save his complete physical condition to the starting point of the cycle. Therefore, even after the shotgun monster's condition reset, it still failed to retrieve the Hunter Beyonder characteristic. Lumion leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling as he slowly exhaled. He then laughed self-deprecatingly. I've just become a Beyonder, but I have to face such abnormal things. I don't even get the time to develop. I can't confirm that the request for help was created by me. It might have been Auror, and Madame Pualis is also a suspect. As Beyonders, they might have sensed something amiss during a certain cycle and tried to save themselves. With their mysticism knowledge, it's easier for them to find a way to preserve some traces than I can. Nonetheless, a time loop is indeed the best guess for the current situation. As he pondered, Lumion realized a way to confirm the source of the letter. The solution was simple. He would enter the dream ruins and flip through the same liver blue at home. If the liver blue also had missing words, it meant that Lumion had created the letter of help himself. The home in the special dream was formed by his subconscious projection onto the mixed ruins. Everything he subconsciously knew would appear there. If not, then it was most likely done by Auror or Madame Pualis. Lumien's subconscious wouldn't know about this and wouldn't be responsible for it. Lumien wasn't in a hurry to catch up on his sleep. Seeing that it was about time, he sneaked out of the house and headed straight for All Tavern. In the corner of All Tavern, he spotted a familiar figure. It was the lady who had given him the wand card and potion formula. She was wearing a long orange pleated dress with a flounce collar and a light-colored frilly hat. Lumien heaved a sigh of relief, feeling like a drowning person who had finally caught a lifebuoy. He quickly walked over and noticed that there were not breakfast items on the table in front of the lady, but 3 stacks of tarot cards. "Do you need me to draw a card?" Lumien probed. "You've already drawn it." The woman shuffled the 3 stacks of tarot cards without looking up. Lumien felt tears welling up in his eyes. As expected, she was not affected by the time loop. Without beating around the bush, Lumien sat down and asked directly, "I, as well as the entire Cordu village, have fallen into a time loop." The lady looked up and replied with a smile, "Yes, you're one of the circle inhabitants." Lumien repeated the term circle inhabitants to himself and asked in confusion, "What does that refer to? People caught in a time loop?" The lady smiled and said, "There are 2 explanations. The first refers to people that obtained a special power equivalent to sequence 4 after praying to a certain existence. The second refers to your current situation. You can obtain strength by praying to a hidden existence." Lumien was very surprised by the first explanation of circle inhabitants. Wasn't it the case that all 22 Beyonder pathways relied on consuming potions to advance? The lady nodded slightly and said, "In theory, the eternal blazing sun can also bestow the gift of Beyonder powers without the need for a potion. However, it is a burden to him. It can only be used as a temporary measure. The more people who need a blessing, the greater the burden. It might even affect his state. There are also disadvantages to those who are bestowed. They will slowly become closer to the eternal blazing sun, be it in body, mind, or spirit. Moreover, as it is a gift from a superior being, they can take it back at any time unless you possess the unique power of certain pathways and secretly complete a certain level of stealing while still having the gift." Chapter 37, Dangerous Forest. Lumien paused for a moment and then said, "So the body, mind, and spirit will approach the bestower because the power of the gift carries a corresponding brand." He made this inference from the Beyonder characteristics, left behind by the oldest one and the previous owners. Although the bestowment was pure strength and didn't contain any characteristics, it was also likely to have been tainted with all the previous owners' quirks. The lady held the tarot cards and nodded in agreement. "Your logical ability is impressive. You should thank Auror for giving you enough basic education." Lumien muttered inwardly, "No need for your reminder." The lady continued, "Even if the bestower doesn't wish to affect the bestowed, it's difficult to prevent the other party from approaching them physically, mentally, and spiritually. This is because if the power bestowed doesn't contain the bestower's will, it will be challenging for the bestowed to control it, and it will quickly dissipate. Therefore, the blessings of the orthodox gods in this aspect are basically temporary and limited to a certain extent. And the evil gods don't care what happens to the bestowed." Lumien nodded thoughtfully and asked curiously, "Beyonders, what I mean is, can people with Beyonder characteristics still accept gifts? Will the 2 conflict and cause them to lose control?" The lady smiled and shook her head. "There may be some conflict, but not much. Think about it. The power of the gift will transform your body to match that of the bestower, but your body has already adapted to your Beyonder characteristics. So, there will be a conflict until you find a new balance. However, this conflict won't affect your mind or spirit, so you won't lose control unless you're on the brink of collapse. The only problem is that you might have to get used to seeing a 3rd eye and a 4th hand growing on your body. Of course, the prerequisite is that the power bestowed on you will last for a long time. The corresponding level has to be very high as well. Otherwise, the little changes in your body can be ignored." Lumien acknowledged the information in a terse manner. What if the gift is from the same or a neighboring pathway? He asked. The lady nodded. It won't cause any conflict. She then chuckled. But that doesn't mean there won't be physical changes. What does this mean? Lumion was confused and was about to ask for clarification when the lady interrupted him with a chuckle. I thought you'd be more interested in the time loop after learning about circle inhabitants. It's surprising that you're paying attention to this knowledge that may not be useful to you in the future. That's not like you. Lumion revealed a self-deprecating smile. I wanted to ask if you could help us break the time loop, he said. But then I remembered what you said before. You claimed that the price for resolving the corresponding problem would be the complete destruction of Cordu. Everyone would die. If I wanted to achieve a better outcome, I could only rely on myself. I didn't understand it at the time, but now I can guess the reason. If you want to break the cycle and you're not a circle inhabitant, the only way is to destroy everything. The lady nodded in agreement. That's correct. Lumion was confused and asked, then why didn't you make it clear before? It's not like it's something that would lead to destruction. Or was this lady used to speaking in a half-concealed manner? The lady immediately laughed. Would you have believed me if I had told you that the whole village was caught up in a time loop? Lumion thought about it for a moment and replied, probably not. It was difficult to believe such an absurd story without experiencing it firsthand. The lady smiled and said, that's why I didn't make it clear. I didn't want to spend a lot of time explaining it to you. Lumion fell silent for a moment before seizing the opportunity to ask, do you know what the key is to breaking this cycle? In what direction should I focus my efforts? The lady shook her head. Divination on certain matters is very dangerous here. Lumion was confused. The woman could only add, if I knew the key, I would tell you, the lady said. The sooner I solve this, the sooner I can end this journey, she sighed. When can I have a work-free vacation? Work, Lumion couldn't obtain any inspiration from the mysterious lady, so he probed. If the padre isn't killed, will time stop repeating itself? No, the lady replied accurately. There are many trigger points in the loop, including time reaching the 12th night. You can figure out the rest yourself. 12th night, there's still quite a bit of time to investigate. Lumion thought for a moment and said, because I triggered the specialness in my body, I can maintain my memories and Beyonder characteristics every time I loop, right? Seeing the lady nod, he further asked, so, as long as I'm alive and continue to investigate, I'll be able to find the key to end everything sooner or later. This was an application of the exhaustive method that Auror had mentioned. In theory, that's right. The woman's emotive eyes, which puzzled Lumion couldn't put his finger on, surfaced again. But you should have realized that only Cordu and the surrounding area are in a time loop. Time is passing normally in the outside world, and the date is completely different from Cordu's. The 3 investigators will send telegrams to describe their situation and the village, and the officials will sense the abnormality here once they mention the date. Even if the investigators fail to send a telegram before the cycle restarts or they don't mention the date, as time passes, the officials will discover the problem. What do you think they will do to resolve the time loop in Cordu? Lumion fell silent for a moment before replying, they'll destroy it directly, just like your alternative choice. The lady nodded with mixed emotions. That can effectively prevent the abnormality from spreading and affecting others, she said. If you have the chance to go to the Sanya Sea in the future, you can ask about Banzi Harbor. It was destroyed by the Church of Storms due to some kind of corruption. No one escaped. Lumion felt a renewed determination to find the key point of the loop on his own. He mocked himself, saying, looks like I don't have much time left. He knew he only had 3 or 4 more cycles, and he couldn't have it loop to the 12th night every time. The lady stood up and calmly said, at least you still have a chance. Some people don't even have that. After leaving All Tavern, Lumion stood on the road and looked at the few pedestrians and houses around him. Everything in Cordu village seemed normal on the surface. The villagers had the same emotions as people everywhere: joy and anger, desire and longing. However, beneath the peaceful and noisy facade, this village hid an unimaginable horror. Everyone here had fallen into a loop, and lived the same few days over and over again. Aside from a few people like Padre Guillaume Baynet, Shepherd Pierre Barry, Pons Baynet, and Ava Lizier, Lumion was temporarily unable to determine who was innocent. He wasn't even 100% sure that Riamund Gregg, who was usually rather dim and unscheming, was fine. The Padre's superpower may have influenced the lad's strange behavior at the end of Lent, instead of them having issues beforehand. For a moment, Lumion felt that Cordu was like a primitive forest, rife with unseen dangers. He couldn't tell who was the prey and who was the hunter. Caution and patience were most important to survive in such an environment. Ability, courage, wisdom, and experience had to take a backseat. This was somewhat similar to his vagrant days, yet clearly different. As these thoughts surfaced, he felt the hunter potion showing signs of digestion. This is the first step of the acting method. That's pretty fast. I thought it would take a month or two to start. He became excited at the possibility of digesting the hunter potion. Can I digest the hunter potion in 1 or 2 cycles? With the help of Dream Ruins hunting, he might quickly become a Sequence 8 provoker and increase his chances of solving the time loop problem. Lumion pondered as he walked forward. Soon, he arrived at the village square. His current plan was to chat with the Padre to test him for abnormalities and obtain any clues. As he looked around, he saw a figure walking towards the cathedral. The figure was wearing a dark brown long coat with a hood, a rope tied around his waist, and a pair of brand-new soft leather shoes. It was Shepherd Pierre Barry. "It's him." Lumion quickly approached Pierre and deliberately asked, "Pierre, why are you back?" Pierre's black curly hair was greasy, and he hadn't shaved for a long time. He happily replied, "Isn't Lent almost here? I haven't celebrated it in years. I can't miss it this year no matter what." His blue eyes were filled with a gentle smile, and he seemed completely different from the shepherd who had traumatized Lumion before. The answer will be somewhat different from the previous cycle, in a different place with a different questioner. Although the essence doesn't change, certain words will be different. Lumion listened carefully and looked at Pierre's new shoes before asking, "Did you make it rich?" "Not really. I can only say that my current boss is not too shabby. He gave me quite a bit of things. Drinks are on me tonight." Pierre's joy was evident. "All right," Lumion agreed and pointed at the cathedral. "Are you going to pray?" Pierre sighed and said, "Yes, it's been too long since I prayed to God in a cathedral." Though the sentence didn't seem significant, the more Lumion listened, the more he sensed that something was off. Shepherds weren't entirely isolated from human settlements. Numerous villages were scattered around the plains and pastures. High mountain meadows might be desolate, but shepherds would occasionally descend the mountain to resupply. How could he not find a cathedral? Indeed, if Pierre Barry had ventured to Fainapotter or Lenberg, locating the Cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun would be a fruitless endeavor. However, Lumion couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss in every word Pierre Barry uttered. Instead, Pierre Barry inquired, "Are you headed to the cathedral as well?" "No," Lumion replied, shaking his head. "I thought there'd be people chatting in the square, but it was empty." He then waved his hand. "I'm going home." "See you tonight," Pierre Barry responded, waving back. After watching the shepherd head towards the cathedral, Lumion made his way back to the village. He decided against having a chat with the Padre. His next destination, the home of Shepherd Pierre Barry. Chapter 38, Sheep. Over a dozen members of the Barry family were crammed into a ramshackle 2-story house. Lumion seemed unfazed by the open door and carefully maneuvered around it to the vacant area enclosed by wooden fences at the back. Piles of hay and firewood were scattered near the eaves of the clearing, and 3 filthy, white sheep, mudded with dirt, were lingering there. Lumion remembered Aurora mentioning that the sheep Pierre had hurried back with seemed peculiar, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was unusual about them. That's why Lumion had taken advantage of the shepherd's absence during prayer at the cathedral to inspect the sheep. Although he had never herded sheep himself, he had lived near the highland pastures in Cordu, so he had at least encountered 70 to 80 sheep. He was by no means unfamiliar with them. After observing closely for some time, Lumion couldn't discern any differences between the 3 sheep before him and others of their kind. All he could do was mutter under his breath, "Can't see any issues with my naked eye, do I need some superpower?" Sadly, hunters didn't possess such abilities. Lumion had already utilized his enhanced vision, sense of smell, and understanding of various clues, but he still couldn't identify any problems. The only oddity he noticed was that the sheep's droppings were piled in one corner rather than scattered everywhere. Of course, there was a high probability that the Berry family regularly cleaned the area to use the feces more efficiently. After several more seconds of observation, Lumion murmured softly, "Looks like just looking and sniffing isn't enough. Do I need to get hands-on?" Without any hesitation, he placed his hand on the fence and flipped over it, as if he was right at home. The three sheep turned their heads simultaneously to look at Lumion, who greeted them with a grin. "Come on, time for a checkup." He wasn't concerned that their owner would discover his actions since he had done similar things more than once. Every family in the village knew that this guy enjoyed playing pranks in various ways. Using sheep as props was just part of his antics. In Lumion's own words, "When your reputation is already tarnished, there are some perks to being infamous." With the title of Prankster King, anything he did in Cordu village wouldn't arouse too much suspicion. Even if those who were clearly abnormal caught him red-handed, they wouldn't be able to confirm that something was amiss with him. Of course, under such circumstances, Padre Guillaume and Shepherd Pierre might try to silence him as a precautionary measure. As such, he needed to exercise caution when necessary. Baz baz bah. As if sensing Lumion's ill intentions, the three sheep hid behind the haystack, their cries barely audible. But how could they escape a hunter? Lumion grabbed a sheep and patted its side while forcefully examining its teeth. "No issues here either," he whispered. Seeing the sheep look at him, he added with a wicked grin, "You're in excellent health. You'd probably make a delicious mutton stew with peas." He deliberately said this to test the intelligence of the three sheep. When there were no problems with the target's body, he could only start from this angle. The sheep's eyes glazed over momentarily. Lumion chuckled. "Pretty smart, huh? Do you understand what I'm saying?" The sheep's eyes returned to normal as it turned its head and began eating hay. "Ignoring me," Lumion stroked his chin. "I'll buy you from Pierre Berry later and have you for dinner tonight." The sheep remained unresponsive. It bit off a piece of hay and yanked it out. The haystack suddenly collapsed, and Lumion's sharp hunter's eyes caught a glimpse of something. His expression darkened as he walked over and squatted down for a closer inspection. It was a bundle of black hair containing a few severed fingernails. "Why would this be outside the house?" Lumion muttered in surprise. As a native of Cordu, he was well aware of the burial customs of the Darij region. When someone died at home, their hair and nails had to be cut and hidden somewhere inside the house to maintain their horoscope and good fortune. How could such an item appear in an outdoor haystack? Lumion picked up the bundle of hair and nails, weighing it as he examined it. "It looks quite fresh, as if it had been cut only recently," he quickly made a judgment. However, no one had died in Cordu village lately. Lumion could only suspect that this was some form of witchcraft similar to the funeral customs. He planned to consult his sister about it later. To avoid arousing suspicion, he stuffed the nails and black hair back into the haystack and restored the messy scene. Having completed that task, he walked towards the wooden fence. As Lumion took a few steps forward, he turned to look back at the three sheep. With a hopeful attitude, he muttered to himself, "Pierre Berry seems off. He's back in the village before May. Did he commit a crime outside? As a good citizen of Intis and a devout believer of God, should I visit Darij and inquire around?" The three sheep just stared at him, unresponsive and unchanged. Lumion sighed inwardly, feeling disappointed. These sheep aren't particularly intelligent, he thought. He then raised his hands, thumbs pointing up, index fingers pointing down, making a gesture of disdain. "What's wrong with mocking the sheep when I'm in a bad mood?" Suddenly, the sheep that Lumion had examined took a few steps forward, looking hopeful. It raised its hoof and started drawing on the mud. Lumion was momentarily stunned, but soon approached the sheep to see what it was drawing. The sheep seemed to be drawing letters on the ground. Lumion found them familiar, but didn't recognize them. He frowned and speculated, this language should have the same origin as the Inti's language. But I only know Inti's and some ancient Faesac languages. At that moment, Lumion realized the significance of Auror's words. Knowledge equals power. The sheep finished drawing and took a step back, looking at Lumion with sincerity in its eyes. The other two sheep also had a similar emotional change and bleated softly. Lumion looked at the word on the ground and fell into deep thought, wondering what it meant and how he should respond. In just a second or two, he had an idea and nodded solemnly at the three sheep. He stretched out his right foot and wiped away the word on the soil. He may not understand, but he could pretend to understand it. He would trick the sheep for now and ask his sister for guidance later. Without waiting for the sheep to respond, he nodded slowly with a heavy and thoughtful expression as he walked towards the fence, as if saying, "Be patient, I'll figure something out." After leaving the sheep pen, Lumion didn't waste any time and went straight home. He found Auror reading on a recliner in the study. "Grand Sower," he called out anxiously, "there's something." Auror immediately raised her guard. "Calling me Grand Sower? What kind of trouble did you get into this time?" Lumion took a deep breath and organized his thoughts. "Remember when you said there was something off about Shepherd Peerberry's three sheep? Well, I went to the back of his house to take a look while he was praying in the cathedral, and guess what I found?" Auror's expression turned serious. "If you're going to do something like that, you need to tell me in advance. It's dangerous now, and no one will protect you." Lumion felt touched by his sister's concern, but complained, "If I told you in advance, you probably wouldn't have let me go." "I'll keep it in mind for next time," he promised sincerely. He had said similar words dozens of times. Auror understood the urgency of the situation and nodded, indicating that Lumion could tell her what he had discovered. Lumion quickly recounted his experience in the sheep pen. The more Auror listened, the more serious she became. "Write down that word," she said, getting up from the recliner and finding a pen and paper to hand to Lumion. Lumion had memorized the word, so he quickly wrote it down on the paper. Auror took a quick glance and said solemnly, "This is a big problem." "I know," Lumion responded inwardly. Moreover, he believed the problem was even bigger than his sister had imagined. "What's the problem?" he asked. Auror pointed at the word and said, "This is Highlander, the official language of the Faenapotter Kingdom. Like Inti's, it comes from ancient Faesac. It means..." Auror paused for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice, "Help." "Help," Lumion blurted out in surprise. "The sheep are asking us for help." Auror tersely acknowledged, "I suspect they're not really sheep. They were probably humans." "Humans?" Lumion asked in shock. This was beyond the scope of what he knew. Before, Lumion had only thought that the three sheep were intelligent and had human-like emotions. They also seemed to have mastered some human language, but he had never thought of them as actual humans. To him, turning into a sheep only happened in imaginative stories. Just as he said that, Lumion was no longer shocked. He realized that a time loop had already happened. What was so strange about people turning into sheep? In the world of mysticism, there were plenty of bizarre and absurd things. Auror solemnly nodded at her brother's confusion and said, "I'm not sure if there's a secret art that can turn a person into a sheep, but all the details now point to that possibility." "Indeed," Lumion echoed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the three sheep were probably humans. Did this mean that the shepherd, Peerberry, was actually grazing humans? Lumion then asked, "Why were those nails and hair hidden outside the house?" Auror pursed her lips and said, "This is one of the funerary customs of the Darij region. However, it's not used under normal circumstances. Many people have forgotten about it. As a warlock, I've studied this aspect to see if I could obtain some useful knowledge." She then explained, when a family member commits suicide or is murdered by a relative, or if they had a bad character while alive and exerted a negative influence on the entire family, the hair and nails that are cut after death have to be hidden outside the house to prevent the family's horoscope from being affected and bringing them bad luck. Suicide or murder by a relative, Lumion suddenly thought of something. During the last cycle, Pons Bayonet entered Naroka's house without adhering to the funeral customs. Could he have gone to take away Naroka's hair and nails? Chapter 39, Sick. If Pons Bayonet had really entered Naroka's house to take away her hair and nails, there's a high chance that Naroka had been murdered by a relative. After all, Naroka had a good reputation and was the pillar of the entire family. Furthermore, she was relatively healthy, both physically and mentally, so it was unlikely that she had committed suicide. Lumion quickly came up with a series of speculations. But if Naroka had really been murdered by a relative, what was the reason? Seeing that her brother was deep in thought and hadn't spoken for a long time, Auror thought that he was frightened by the idea of humans turning into sheep and someone from the Barry family dying from murder. So she comforted him gently. Although the matter is serious, it doesn't affect us yet. I need to reflect on such matters. It's easy for you to panic when you encounter something similar if you're always prohibited from coming into contact with real mysticism. The frequency of supernatural events has been increasing in recent years, and I can't be by your side at all times. You'll grow up and have your own life. Lumion inwardly retorted that he had never heard of someone having to leave the family when they grew up. He could feel that Auror's attitude toward him coming into contact with mysticism had loosened up due to the matter of humans turning into sheep. If I work harder, I can directly tell her that I've become a Beyonder, Lumion thought, but before he could speak, Auror had already made her decision. Go pack your bags now. We'll leave Cordu immediately using Novel Weekly's invitation. We're really lucky. They sent us a telegram at the critical moment so that we can leave openly without being suspected. When we're on our journey, I'll teach you some true mysticism, but don't even think about becoming a Beyonder. It's too dangerous. Lumion silently muttered to himself, "We're not lucky. I sent the telegram because I discovered the problem. We only received a reply in this cycle, but he was pleased that his sister was still the same decisive person." Although he didn't think they could successfully leave Cordu village or escape the loop, he had to try. Aren't we going to save those 3 sheep, 3 people?" Lumion asked. Auror shook her head. "This could trigger a conflict between us and Pierre Barry, and I'm not sure how strong he is or how many helpers he has. It's too dangerous to save others without knowing anything. It's better to let the officials do it. This is their duty. When we reach Darige and buy steam locomotive tickets, we'll send an anonymous letter to the officials and let them handle it." "But what if they don't believe us?" Lumion deliberately pressed. Auror smiled. "In terms of mysticism, you are indeed illiterate. In the letter, we'll describe the matter of turning people into sheep clearly. They will naturally find professionals to perform divination. Even if they don't obtain any detailed revelations, they will discover that there's something abnormal about Cordu." "Got it," Lumion said, and he went upstairs to pack his bags. Not long after, the siblings each came down with a brown suitcase. Auror looked out the door and said, "Let's go to Madame Pualis and borrow her carriage to reach Darige as quickly as possible." An ordinary person had to walk an entire afternoon from Cordu village to Darige. As a hunter, Lumion didn't need to, but in Auror's eyes, he wasn't a Beyonder yet. After hesitating whether he should take the opportunity to confess to his sister, he realized that it was impossible for him to escape from Cordu. He might as well take the opportunity to search Madame Pualis's house for clues. Lumion tersely acknowledged, "Will do," and reached out to take his sister's suitcase. With 2 pieces of luggage in hand, he headed for the door. Auror nodded in satisfaction and relief, but then she said in puzzlement, "Your strength has increased. You're carrying it so easily." She subconsciously wanted to raise her right hand and rub the sides of her eyes, but Lumion had already left. She could only give up and quickly follow. On the way to the administrator's residence, many villagers saw Auror leaving with her luggage and asked about the situation curiously. Auror, who had a valid reason, was very calm about this. On the other hand, Lumion came up with 7 or 8 stories to deal with the different villagers. Something about Auror getting the Inti's Legion of Honor medal and going to Trier to be honored. Something about him being specially recruited by Trier Normal College and being able to be matriculated, or something about Auror going bankrupt from investing in stocks with her creditors about to come knocking on her door, leaving her with no choice but to flee to other places. The ignorant villagers were stunned when they heard this, but thanks to Lumien's reputation, they chose not to believe him after coming back to their senses. Not long after, the siblings arrived in front of the black building that had been transformed from an ancient castle. Looking up at the two tall towers, Lumien smiled and said, "I wonder what's inside. Or have you ever been inside?" "Why would I wander around someone else's house?" Aurora rolled her eyes at her brother. Lumien muttered softly, "I thought Madame Pualis would invite you to tour the castle. Don't people like to show their guests their big houses and precious collections?" "What's there to see?" Aurora's voice became softer and softer as she thought about how this would be of great help to her description of a castle in her works. "Sigh, let's talk about it in the future. I wonder if we can still return to Cordu." She then led Lumien through the colorful garden towards the castle door. After taking a few steps, Aurora slowed down and looked around. She remarked in puzzlement, the flowers in this garden bloomed very early. Cordu village was in the mountains, and there was a Highlander pasture nearby. Normally, the first wave of spring flowers would only appear in mid to late April. "Perhaps Madame Pualis's gardener has a special method," Lumien said. He recalled that Madame Pualis was a beyonder of an abnormal pathway and suspected that this was related to some supernatural phenomenon, but he couldn't say it out loud. Aurora was just making an offhand remark, so she didn't think too deeply about it. They arrived at the castle and received a warm welcome from Madame Pualis. The lady was wearing a blue corset dress today, and there was still a diamond necklace inlaid with gold hanging over her chest. Her long brown hair was half tied up, the rest cascading down, making her look even younger than usual. She sat on an armchair in the small living room and quietly listened to Aurora's request. She smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite, we're friends." Lumien mocked in his heart. Who would introduce crappy marriage partners to a friend? But he quickly saw Madame Pualis looking at him, with a smile in her bright brown eyes. He suddenly recalled their previous conversation and felt uncomfortable. "All right," Aurora said helplessly. Every time she borrowed a carriage, she would offer to pay for it, but Madame Pualis would always refuse. So she would usually bring some gifts for the lady on the way back, which were neither expensive nor cheap, and also give the carriage driver a tip. While waiting for the carriage driver to prepare, Madame Pualis invited the siblings to taste some desserts made by her own chef. Lumien tasted a muffin and looked around. "Where's Mr. Lund?" Louis Lund was Administrator Bayast's butler. He had followed him from Darij to Cordu village. Lumien had evidence that he had an affair with a woman in the village and had sold some of the castle's items secretly. This was how he got the news that Madame Pualis was the mistress of the Padre. Chancing upon the Padre and Madame Pualis having an affair in the cathedral, that was a lie for the foreigners. At this moment, Lumien was looking for Louis Lund to curse him, saying, "You son of a b****, why didn't you tell me that Madame Pualis is a warlock?" Madame Pualis sighed. "Louis is sick, he's resting in his room." Sick, for some reason, Lumien felt that there might be a problem. While his sister was chatting with Madame Pualis, he excused himself to go to the washroom, walked out of the living room, and went straight to the stairs. This castle was huge, and the couple didn't bring many servants with them. It looked empty everywhere, and one could even hear echoes when walking in certain places. This gave Lumien better conditions to infiltrate. Relying on his powerful senses, he easily dodged a valet and a maid. With light footsteps, he arrived at the second floor and found Louis Lund's room. He was in no hurry to knock. He turned his head and pressed his ear to the wood. Sounds of a man screaming in pain came from the room. Is he really sick? It sounds quite serious. Lumien thought for a moment and walked to the side. He opened the door of the other servants. Administrator Bayast and Madame Pualis lived on the third floor. After darting into the room, he gently closed the wooden door, took a few steps to the other side, and pushed open the glass window. Lumien looked down and saw that no one was around. He immediately propped himself up with both hands and nimbly flipped over, hanging on the outer wall of the castle. Then he leaped lightly like a wild cat and silently landed on butler Louis Lund's windowsill. Lumion stood at the edge of the glass window, turned his body, and secretly looked into the room. He saw Louis Lund lying naked on the bed, his belly bulging, giving the impression that he might burst at any moment. Seeing that the butler's black hair was drenched in sweat and his face was grimacing with pain, Lumion couldn't help but frown when he heard his tragic cries from time to time. What kind of illness is this? It looks scary. A stomach can actually grow so big. At this moment, a woman in her 40s stood beside Louis Lund's bed. She had brown hair and brown eyes. She was pretty and didn't have many wrinkles. She wore a grayish-white dress and was shouting excitedly at Louis Lund. Soon, soon. What's happening soon? Just as this thought flashed through Lumion's mind, he heard a scream and saw something holding up Louis Lund's stomach. In the blink of an eye, that spot had burst open. Louis Lund's stomach had burst. A small, bloody hand reached out. It's born, the woman shouted happily. She then leaned down and took out a wrinkled, dirty, and bloody baby from Louis Lund's stomach. Lumion was stunned. Chapter 40, on the carriage. Compared to the time loop and humans becoming sheep, the scene in front of him was no less shocking. It made Lumion feel as though his eyes, mind, and spirit had been severely tainted. If he had known beforehand that he would witness such a thing, he would definitely have abandoned his actions. What the F***ck is going on? Louis Lund is clearly still a man. Whose child is he carrying, the administrators or Madame Pualis? Is this the world of mysticism? Aurore didn't let me come into contact with this for my own good. For a moment, Lumion's thoughts were disordered, and his mind was in a state of chaos. He wished he could dig out his eyes and forcefully forget what he had seen. Wah, wah, wah. The baby that Louis Lund had given birth to cried out, making the filthy delivery room instantly have a holy aura. This was the beauty of a new life. Lumion, who was hiding outside the window, directly experienced the joy of human origins. Of course, besides that, the strange, absurd, dirty, and disharmonious feeling became even more obvious. Lumion finally came back to his senses and subconsciously looked into the room again. The baby had already been placed on a white silk cloth beside Louis Lund by the woman in the grayish-white dress. The baby was a boy, and there was more blood than milky white fat, but other than that, there was nothing abnormal. He looked like an ordinary newborn. Lumion observed for another 2 seconds and realized that the baby boy's 10 fingers were bent. His nails were very long, like the claws of a bird. Just now, he had used these hands to rip open Louis Lund's stomach. Louis Lund, on the other hand, lay in a semi-conscious state. The wound on Louis Lund's stomach had yet to be stitched up, and blood kept seeping out. One could vaguely see the intestines pressed to the side and a strange, bird's nest-like thing covered in a flesh-colored membrane. As the woman wrapped the baby in silk, she picked up a sewing needle and catgut and began chanting as she sewed the groaning Louis Lund's wound. This was quite easy for you. The last time I gave birth to quadruplets, that was considered painful. Lumion's facial muscles twitched slightly. He felt that after his eyes, brain, mind, and spirit were affected, his ears were also tainted. He retracted his gaze. He had to get out of there fast. He leaped back to the window he had come from and flipped into the room. After closing the window, he rushed out the door and headed straight for the stairs. After dodging a male servant, Lumion tiptoed and quickly returned to the hall. "Where did you go?" Suddenly, a slightly magnetic and gentle voice sounded in his ears. Even with Lumion's hunter senses, he didn't sense that someone was standing beside the staircase entrance. He turned around to see Madame Pualis in a blue corset, her hair half-tied, and her bright brown eyes reflecting his figure. The Madame no longer had a smile on her face. Her eyes reflected Lumion's figure with a piercing intensity. Lumion's mind tensed up. He was terrified, but prepared to fight if necessary. Aurore appeared from a side room and asked, "Where did you go? The carriage has been waiting at the entrance." Having been in a similar situation, the experienced Lumion said half-truthfully, "Didn't Madame Pualis say that Mr. Lund is sick? I had drinks with Mr. Lund and wanted to visit him, but this castle is too big. I couldn't find his room." Aurore nodded and said, You could have asked Madame Pualis directly. You don't have to hide it from us. It's not a bad thing. My bad, I'm sorry. Lumion looked at Madame Pualis sincerely. After seeing the scene upstairs, Lumion was more afraid of this lady than disgusted. He was relieved when she finally smiled, no longer as serious as before. Let me thank you on behalf of Lund for your kindness, but he isn't in the best of health. He isn't willing to appear in front of others in that unseemly manner. It's indeed unseemly, Lumion silently echoed her thoughts. Shall we board the carriage? Thank you so much, Auror said to Madame Pualis. Lumion watched Madame Pualis closely, afraid she would find a way to make them stay longer. If she did, it could mean that she sensed something had happened with Louis Lund. Although Lumion felt that their combined forces could fight against Madame Pualis after he rendezvoused with his sister, this was her castle after all, surrounded by her servants. It was the worst hunting environment for a hunter. Madame Pualis nodded and smiled at Auror. I look forward to the gifts you bring back from Trier. I always yearn for what's trending there. I hope I can give you a surprise, Auror replied, though she wasn't sure she'd ever be able to return to Cordu village. She just needed to keep up appearances. Madame Pualis walked the siblings to the door with her lady's maid, Kathy, and watched them get into the four-seater carriage. The burly, brown-bearded carriage driver wore dark red clothes, yellow pants, and a waxed hat. He looked almost like a professional coachman in the city, except that he didn't wear a tie. This was a mandatory request from Administrator Bayost. Auror apologized to the driver. Sorry to trouble you, she said politely before closing the door. The driver's name was Sewell, and he had the most common blue eyes in the Intis Republic. He was delighted by Auror's politeness, and looked forward to the tip he'd receive when they arrived in Darij. Madame, Monsieur, sit tight. He raised his whip, and the horses started to speed up. As the carriage passed through Cordu village, it suddenly stopped. Lumion's heart skipped a beat, knowing that their journey wouldn't be smooth and easy. What's wrong? He asked the driver Sewell. Sewell explained, Madame promised to send Naroka to Junak village yesterday. I'm worried I won't be able to return in time after going to Darij, so I thought of picking her up on the way. Don't worry, it won't cause any delays. Junak village was closer to Darij than Cordu village. Going there first really didn't affect the estimated time of arrival for Auror and Lumion. Auror had no right to object since this wasn't her carriage, so she didn't. Lumion was more concerned about Naroka's safety. In the previous cycle, she had died under suspicious circumstances, possibly at the hands of a relative. It was related to the Padres group. Sewell went into Naroka's house before helping her out. Naroka was different from usual. She was dressed in a long black dress with exquisite patterns and a dark bonnet. Her sparse, pale hair was carefully combed. Hey, my little cabbages, where are you going? Naroka asked happily as she got into the carriage. Her pockmarked and wrinkled face was filled with unconcealable joy, and her previously slightly turbid eyes were much more energetic. Auror told her the truth. I'm going to Trier to attend an author salon, and also bring Lumion to check out the universities there. Auror asked Naroka, did you receive some invitation? While it was normal for Naroka to wear black clothes as a widow, she only wore this dress during festivals, banquets, and the anniversary of her late husband's death. Naroka looked expectant. Yeah, to meet some people. Lumion quietly observed Naroka, trying to see if he could detect anything from her. The carriage started moving again, leaving Cordu village behind. Auror chatted with Naroka intermittently, keeping an eye on the outside of the carriage. Auror worried that their sudden departure might arouse suspicion. As they continued on, Lumion sensed a change in Naroka's demeanor. She looked much paler than before, and her eyes lacked their usual liveliness. She only spoke when spoken to. This was very similar to the Naroka Lumion had seen in the middle of the night during the previous cycle. Lumion discreetly tugged on Auror's hand to get her attention. Auror turned to him, silently asking what was wrong. Lumion discreetly pointed at Naroka and drew a cross on her palm, a symbol Auror often used to indicate an error in her scripts. He used it to refer to Naroka's concerning state. Auror was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood what Lumion meant. She turned her attention to Naroka, sensing that something was wrong. Aurora raised her hand to massage her temples, causing her light blue eyes to darken and become deeper. With just a glance, Aurora's golden brows furrowed, and she leaned back slightly as if she had been hit by something. She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples, as if she was feeling tired and in pain. When she opened her eyes again, Aurora turned to Lumion and said, "When we reach Carriage, you must stay close to me. No matter what happens, don't leave my side." Her tone was serious, and Lumion understood immediately. He knew that if something happened, he had to follow his sister closely. She would take care of it. He nodded solemnly, and decided to tell Aurora about his recent Beyonder powers later. Aurora turned her attention back to Naroka and asked, "Are you really going to Junek, or somewhere else?" She was worried that an unexpected stop might make things more complicated. It was better to anticipate any developments and not fight in an environment the other party was expecting. Naroka's gaze was vacant as she replied in a deep voice, "No, I'm not going to Junek. I want to go to Paramita." As she spoke, Lumion noticed the outside of the carriage window darkening abnormally. Chapter 41, Undead. "What's Paramita?" Lumion was alarmed as he quickly turned to look out the window. But what he saw outside was not what he expected. Instead of mountains, pastures, and trees, he was greeted by a desolate wilderness. The pale white clouds in the sky blocked out all the sunlight, casting everything in shadow. In the wilderness, strange figures roamed about. Most of them wore white linen clothes, with pale blue faces, empty eyes, and agape mouths, looking anything but normal. Lumion watched in horror as some of the figures ran crazily towards the edge of the wilderness, while others stumbled towards them from the other side. It was as if they would never stop, doomed to wander aimlessly forever. At the edge of the wilderness, near a cliff, he could make out dark monsters with long horns and humanoid bodies, grabbing the white-clad figures and throwing them over the edge. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, right into Lumion's and Aurora's ears. The sound of hooves echoed through the wilderness as a tall figure in full black armor rode a white horse. The horse was so thin that it looked like it had only skin and bones left. The rider moved slowly at times and galloped back and forth at others, as if shepherding sheep. Lumion's eyesight was sharp, and he could see the rider clearly from afar. Inside the helmet that shone with a metallic luster, two deep red rays of light flickered like flames. A hideous wound on the rider's neck extended all the way to their navel, almost splitting them in half and dragging out their pale white intestines. Without any need for further evidence, Lumion knew who it was: a Death Knight. It was a creature that often appeared in Intijan folklore. Suddenly, the carriage they were in came to a stop. Naroka silently opened the door and stepped out. Her pale face, empty eyes, and numb expression were starting to resemble the figures in white linen clothes that Lumion had seen earlier. Aurora turned to him and said in a deep voice, "This place is filled with undead. You must stay by my side at all times." As she spoke, she took out a gold brooch and fastened it to her clothing. Aurora took out a handful of grayish-black powder from her pocket with her other hand. Lumion leaned forward to look at the carriage driver and realized that Suel had become like Naroka, pale-faced and empty-eyed, slowly walking deeper into the wilderness as if he had been dead for a long time. He said quickly to Aurora, "Grandsower, I'm already a Beyonder. You deal with these undead. I'll drive the carriage and get us out of here as soon as possible." He knew he couldn't fight the undead, so he could only be a temporary carriage driver. But if the Death Knight showed up, he would do his best to block it. Aurora was taken aback by Lumion's sudden transformation, but quickly regained her composure. She reminded him, "Check the horse's condition." Lumion looked ahead and saw that the horses were motionless, with their flesh and blood seemingly extracted, leaving only withered fur and skin wrapped around their bones. "The horses are dead," he reported back to Aurora. Suddenly, the undead caught a whiff of the living and rushed towards the carriage, trying to enter. "XXX," Aurora uttered a word in a language Lumion didn't understand. As soon as Aurora spoke the word, the golden brooch in front of her lit up with a violent but not stimulating golden light. The grayish-black powder in her left hand burned, emitting a flow of light that resembled water, spreading in all directions. The undead screamed as soon as they came into contact with the light, and cyan smoke rose from their bodies. They wanted to retreat, but more undead surged forward, squeezing around the carriage, evaporating and disappearing. Lumion watched enviously and solemnly, wishing he could do something to help. He yearned to advance in sequence and gain more abilities. But the powder in Auror's hand was about to run out, and the undead were still coming, ignoring the ones that had already been destroyed. Lumion knew they couldn't stay there forever. "We can't stay here, let's make a run for it." No matter how many materials his sister had prepared, she couldn't deal with so many undead. The Death Knight and the creatures that looked like demons were still out there. Their best chance was to use what resources they had left to escape from the wilderness, known as Paramita. Auror nodded and said simply, "Follow me." The moment she finished speaking, the grayish-black powder in her palm vanished into thin air, and the desolate surroundings were engulfed by the undead. Auror wasted no time and retrieved another handful of materials, igniting them with the golden brooch before her. The materials combusted, creating a dazzling golden light. That decimated the approaching undead. Their agonizing shrieks echoed through the wilderness before they disintegrated into nothingness. Auror leaped off the carriage with Lumion hot on her heels, sprinting towards the nearest edge of the wilderness. Suddenly, a hand jutted out from the golden blaze, snatching Lumion's arm. Lumion's instincts kicked in, alerting him of the imminent threat. He pivoted his forearm and delivered a swift blow to the hand. Puh! It felt like he had punched a block of solid ice. A shiver ran through his body, rendering him immobile for a moment. Lumion's teeth clattered as he caught sight of the hand's owner. It was another undead clad in white linen, but it donned a mask made of white paper over its face. The figure disintegrated slowly under the golden light. The peculiar undead lunged towards Lumion, but before it could make contact, a beam of pure, holy light descended upon it. The masked undead halted in its tracks, burning fiercely before dissolving into black vapor. "Keep moving," Auror shouted, withdrawing her hand from the golden brooch and darting forward. Lumion shook off the cold and picked up his pace to follow his sister. The duo relied on the grayish-black powder and warlock spells to traverse the wilderness. The golden light eradicated countless undead garbed in white linen. Unfortunately, Auror couldn't simply rely on one material to stuff every bag. As a warlock, she had to anticipate various scenarios. Before long, the bag containing the sunflower powder was empty, and they were still hundreds of meters away from the wilderness's edge. The undead horde seemed never-ending. What frightened them even more was the Death Knight's approach. The horse-mounted knight had sensed the turmoil and was galloping towards them. Auror's expression changed several times in the golden light. She slowed down, gritted her teeth, and spoke urgently to Lumion. "When I shout 3, run towards the edge of the wilderness and don't look back." Lumion opened his mouth to protest, but Auror cut him off. "Don't worry, I'll follow you. If you stay, you'll only interfere with my use of a powerful spell and slow us down when we try to escape." As she spoke, Auror removed the golden brooch from her chest and handed it to Lumion, giving him instructions. "Focus your spirituality and extend it to this brooch. Repeat this word when you're running, XXX. Lumion didn't understand the word, but he committed the pronunciation to memory. As soon as he took hold of the golden brooch, he felt a warm light envelop his body, banishing his dark thoughts and slowing down his racing mind. Instinctively donning the brooch, Lumion concentrated his thoughts according to his sister's directions, extending his spiritual energy. Seeing that the grayish-black powder in her hand was running low, Auror retrieved another material and shouted out, 1, 2, 3. In order to avoid slowing down his sister, Lumion sprinted wildly towards the edge of the wilderness, shouting the word Auror had given him with all his might. XXX. The golden brooch emitted a golden, radiant glow, illuminating Lumion as though a miniature sun was hanging on his chest. The undead in his path instinctively avoided him. Thud-thud-thud. As he ran, Lumion couldn't shake his worry for his sister. He cast a glance back at Auror, who remained in her spot surrounded by a cloud of black gas. The undead were drawn to the gas, abandoning Lumion to swarm towards her. Lumion wasn't a fool. When he saw this scene, he understood that his sister was lying when she said that she would follow him. Auror! He shouted, halted abruptly and spun around, running back towards his sister. Auror looked back and saw that he had stopped. She hurriedly shouted, "Are you stupid? Run!" Lumion didn't say anything and ran towards Auror. The undead parted before him, clearing a path under the golden light of the brooch. Seeing this, Auror lowered her head and cursed softly. What an idiot! She then took out another iron-black substance and sprinkled it on Lumion, causing him to be pushed to the edge of the wilderness by an invisible force. He struggled to break free, but he was in midair with no point of leverage. "My stupid brother, live well," Auror whispered with a melancholic smile before the black aura consumed her completely. She was directly exposed to countless figures and the Death Knight. Auror! Lumion's eyes bulged with terror, his skin and eyes turning red with blood vessels. However, he was still pushed to the edge of the wilderness. But suddenly, all the undead stopped in their tracks. Something was happening in the distance. Auror sensed the shift and looked up in shock. She saw an open carriage passing by, pulled not by horses, but by two demonic creatures with goat horns. The carriage was a deep red color, resembling a conch or a cradle, and a woman resembling Madame Pualis wearing a flower crown and green dress sat inside. But unlike Madame Pualis, she was very dignified. The Death Knight abandoned his target and turned his horse towards the carriage. All the undead followed suit, clustering around the carriage as it headed towards the hazy mountain range beyond the wilderness. Chapter 42, Madame Knight. Lumion was stunned by the carriage pulled by the demon and the undead's reactions. He forgot to struggle and got pushed by the invisible palm for over 10 seconds before coming to a stop. Although the carriage was getting farther away, he could still see the woman's face clearly with his eagle-like vision. Her long brown hair was tied up high, and her brown eyes were beautiful and bright. She had light eyebrows and wore a fresh green dress and a laurel crown made of flowers. She had an elegant and dignified aura. Madame Pualis. Lumion's first thought was that the woman on the carriage was Madame Pualis, the administrator's wife and the padre's mistress. However, on closer inspection, he noticed an obvious difference between the two. Not only was there a vast disparity in their aura, but there was also a distinct difference in their looks. The lady in the car had softer and more mature facial features. If Lumion had to make a comparison, he would describe the lady in the car as Madame Pualis's older sister by 7 or 8 years. At the moment, the lady sat in an open carriage pulled by the demon. Surrounded by countless undead and the Death Knight, she traveled towards the distant forest as if she was on some kind of magical patrol. Auror retracted her gaze and ran towards Lumion. As she ran, she shouted, "Take this opportunity to escape from here." Lumion snapped out of his daze and waited for his sister to catch up before taking large strides and fleeing to the edge of the nearest wilderness. Before long, they felt as though they had passed through an illusory curtain or a thick layer of water. The scene before them changed. The wilderness dissipated like bubbles. The clear river, new grass on both sides, and green trees all entered their view at once. To Lumion and Auror, this scene was so familiar that they didn't need to identify it to make a judgment. They were still near Cordu village. This was where Ava Lizier used to tend to her geese. "We're back." Lumion wasn't surprised or disappointed. Instead, he looked around, having confirmed his suspicion. Auror panted and said, "Whether Madame Pualis made a mistake on purpose or not, we can't go back to the village now." "Let's head to Darij," Lumion suggested immediately. "Then let's go to the nearest pasture. There's a dangerous path down the hill. With our abilities, we'll be fine," Lumion added. "Okay," Auror turned around and started running. Having borrowed the pony from Madame Pualis from time to time, she was familiar with the highland pastures around Cordu. Lumion followed his sister closely, both glad and terrified at what had just happened. He didn't expect Madame Pualis to be so powerful that she could have so many undead, the demon, and the Death Knight chase after her. Of course, it might not be Madame Pualis. As she ran, Auror slowed down. Her breathing became heavier, and her gasping became more and more pronounced. "What's wrong?" Lumion still had plenty of energy. This was one of the benefits of being a hunter. Auror stopped and panted heavily. I'm exhausted. The spellcasting took up a lot of my energy. Lumion said without hesitation, then I'll carry you. I'm not tired yet. They were in a dire situation, and time was of the essence. Auror nodded, went behind the squatting Lumion and leaned on him. Lumion first took off the brooch in front of him and returned it to his sister. Then, he straightened his body and ran again. Is this a mystical item? Lumion still had the energy to ask. Auror was taken aback for a moment before she chuckled. Looks like you know quite a bit. This is indeed a mystical item. I call it the Integrity Brooch. It can create holy sunlight or help me ignite materials to help me use a mystic technique to deal with ghost-type creatures. However, wearing it for too long will cause people to become fanatical. And as long as you wear it, you will lose some thoughts. As you know, immoral methods in battle might be more useful, but you get limited by it. Auror paused and asked in a deep voice, where did you get the Beyonder characteristic? As Lumion ran, he replied intermittently, didn't that wand card allow me to stay awake in the dream? What wand card? Auror was confused. Oh, this is something from the previous cycle. Lumion reorganized his words. I was at All Tavern and met a mysterious lady. She gave me a wand card. With that card, I stayed lucid in my dream and entered a strange space. There, I encountered some monsters and obtained a Hunter Beyonder characteristic. Hunter, Auror was familiar with this sequence commonly seen in Inties. As she muttered to herself, she suddenly chuckled, seeming to have thought of something. What are you laughing at? Lumion was baffled. Auror asked again, then who gave you the formula? That mysterious lady. Yeah, Lumion nodded as he ran. Auror sighed and said, my stupid brother has his own secrets now. I can't confirm if what you said is true or not. I'll just take it at face value. Lumion couldn't bear to see his sister disappointed, so he quickly changed the topic. Was that Madame Pualis on the carriage? They look alike, but they're not the same, Auror said, contradicting herself. After a few seconds of deliberation, she said, since you're already a Beyonder, I'll tell you directly. My companions, my pen pals, once mentioned something. They said that in the past few years, there have been many strange phenomena similar to what happened just now in the southern parts of Lone, the southern parts of Inties, and the Fainapotter Kingdom. Women ride carriages pulled by demons, patrol the wilderness, and have hordes of undead following them. Some Beyonders who have grasped the corresponding mystic arts will let their spirits leave their bodies and follow the carriage for a period of time to experience something wonderful and obtain mystic knowledge. One of my companions obtained one of the Beyonder's notebooks. It mentioned that the lady's name is Madame Knight. The owner of the notebook obtained a secret medicine production method from his experience following a carriage, which can create an invisibility potion from a baby's corpse. According to the investigation, the women in different places exhibit similar phenomena, but things happen at night. Lumion said in surprise, but it's daytime now. Could the anomaly in Cordu village have brought about a change? That's why I'm not sure, Auror said after thinking for a moment. Perhaps sending Naroka to Paramita made a difference. Perhaps that wilderness is Paramita, where Madame Knights patrol in the day and appear in the human world at night. Yes, combined with the fact that the lady resembles Pualis, I'm inclined to the previous guess. Lumion didn't know much about mysticism, but he instinctively felt that his sister's suspicion was right. He ran in silence for a distance before finally asking, why did you sacrifice yourself to save me? I wish you were more selfish. I'm very selfish, Auror said with a smile. I considered abandoning you and escaping on my own. Then, I would avenge you when I became stronger. However, after careful consideration, I realized that even if I gave you the integrity brooch and taught you how to use it, you wouldn't be able to help me attract most of the undead to give me a chance to escape. Only a warlock like me could do it. It was a choice between us dying together, or at least you being able to live. I don't have to tell you the choice I made, right? Making such a choice isn't as easy as how you make it sound. Lumion could accept it rationally, but not emotionally. He said gloomily, we might as well die together. You can't die, who'll bring me back if you're gone? Anything's possible in the world of mysticism, lectured Auror to her brother. That's why I said all those sappy lines. So you'll remember to work hard and bring me back. That's true, Lumion gradually agreed with his sister's choice. After running for a while, they saw the nearest highland pasture. Lumion, who had been carrying Auror, clearly felt tired, but he didn't stop to rest. He mustered his remaining strength and rushed to the hill covered in green grass. There were many livestock pens and shacks here. The former was surrounded by rocks and tree branches. The ground was compacted soil and flattened feces. There was a long and narrow exit at one end that could only allow one sheep to pass through. The latter was similar to a primitive tent. Stones were first used to build a circle of low walls, leaving a door and a smoke vent. Then, a row of grates were built against the low walls. The bottom half of the grates was buried in the soil, and the upper end supported a wooden structure. On the wooden structure was a roof made of grass and mud. This was where the shepherds lived. The environment was very harsh. Lumion no longer carried Auror, and led her all the way to the other side of the hill. The dangerous path was hidden below. Looking at the path that required her to jump 7 to 8 meters off a cliff, Auror said to Lumion, "Although you can climb this now, don't waste time. I'll fly you down." All right. Lumion wanted to see what kind of changes would happen if he left Cordu. Auror grabbed Lumion's arm with one hand and sprinkled silver dust with the other. The two of them floated up at the same time and slowly flew down the cliff. In midair, Lumion suddenly felt a pain in his head, as if someone had hit him heavily. Auror had a similar reaction. Lumion's vision quickly turned black as he felt everything shatter. Lumion jolted awake and saw the familiar sights of the table, chair, bookshelf, and wardrobe. Back to square one, he got off the bed thoughtfully and went downstairs. As expected, he found Auror in a light blue dress, preparing dinner. "Auror, what's the date today?" Lumion asked. Auror glared at him. "Call me Grand Sower. Are you still not fully awake? It's the 29th today." Chapter 43, Frank. As expected, the loop has repeated. Lumion wasn't surprised to hear Auror's answer. This was the third cycle he could recall. Combined with his own experience and the mysterious lady's pointers, he had a preliminary conclusion. The time limit for the loop is until the 12th night. The spatial range of the loop is Cordu Village and its surroundings. Characters in the loop are restricted from killing the Padre. These are the 3 key points of the loop. At this thought, Lumion looked at Auror and asked thoughtfully, "Grand Sower, if you wrote a novel about a time loop, where would you put the key to undoing it?" Auror looked Lumion up and down in confusion. "You suddenly ask such a question, and even called me Grand Sower obediently. Did you come up with a new story to deceive others?" "I guess so," Lumion replied sincerely. Auror frowned and thought for a while before saying, "From a novelist's perspective, or rather, from the perspective of normal logic, the most critical part of the cycle is definitely the final scene. This is because it is both the end of this cycle and the beginning of the next cycle. It is the button that connects the end and the beginning. Without it, there is no way to turn the flow of time in a straight line into a closed circle. Think about it, the loop reverses, so there will always be a first time. Something must have happened at the last moment to cause time to restart." 12th night, Lumion agreed with his sister's guess about the 12th night. He nodded and asked, "Then why can't the most critical part be the first day of the loop? Shouldn't we ask why the loop starts at this moment?" Auror chuckled and said, "Making a short story to deceive a few people temporarily is your forte. But when it involves this kind of content that requires strict logic and rich knowledge, you aren't capable of it. The reason why the first day of the loop is the first day is perhaps due to the power or energy that causes the loop. Proceeding past the last day will end up overlapping this day. This is like why a loop probably doesn't cover the entire world, but some localized area. It's not that it doesn't want to, but it's incapable of doing so." Lumion had actually considered this possibility. He just hoped that his knowledgeable sister would come up with a different answer. Auror thought for a moment and added, "If the loop is not a completely closed circle, where there is still interaction between those inside and outside the loop. For example, information inside can be transmitted, and people outside can enter but not leave. The first day of the loop might start from the day the outsiders happen to enter, so that when the loop is repeated, they don't have a position. Of course, it can also compel the outsiders to do something they will do subsequently on the originally eventless first day. There are too many ways to make up similar stories. Lumien's eyes lit up when he heard that. He wanted to praise his sister loudly. He suspected that the entry of Lee, Ryan, and Valentine caused the cycle to start on the afternoon of March 29th. If that was the case, the 12th night might have already turned into the 10th or 9th night. Of course, it might also have originally been the 13th night that turned into the 12th night due to the intrusion of the outsiders. These were all possibilities that Lumien needed to verify himself. He completely agreed with his sister's deduction. He believed that something must have happened on the 12th night to cause the loop to happen. Only by figuring out what happened at that time could he find the key to undoing the loop. Therefore, Lumien decided not to trigger any abnormalities in this cycle. He also found an excuse not to join the procession and stay until the 12th night. But he couldn't do nothing. Time wouldn't allow it. Unless Lumien broke out of the cycle after experiencing the 12th night, he would have to make the best use of time for the next cycle. A complete cycle lasted 12 days. After that, the probability of the outside world discovering any abnormalities in Cordu would increase exponentially. Lumien had, at best, one complete cycle or less to resolve the problem. If he wanted to stop the abnormality in one cycle, he needed to have enough information and a sufficient understanding of the entire village. Lumien couldn't help but mock himself. Not only do I have to avoid triggering the abnormality, but I also have to investigate the problem. What was the difference between this and a clown walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff? Wanting both wasn't something good. Aurora saw that he didn't speak for a few seconds and seemed to be making up a story. She waved her hand and said, "I almost forgot to make dinner." "Wait a minute," Lumien said with a solemn expression. Aurora immediately clicked her tongue. "I smell mischief." Lumien said bluntly, "Aurora, grandsoer, actually, we've already fallen into a loop." "Heth, you've just learned the trick and you're already using it on me." Aurora was both angry and amused. "I guess people need to be trustworthy at times," Lumien sighed silently. "Can you at least listen to the story I made up first? Why don't you score me while we're at it?" Aurora looked outside at the bright sky. "That works too." Lumien began from the time he met Lei and the other outsiders. He spoke as if he had a general outline, claiming that he had maintained his consciousness in the dream and entered a unique ruin. Through hunting monsters, he obtained a Beyonder characteristic and became a hunter. He didn't hide the matter about the thorned ring pattern that sealed his chest because it might involve the key to the time loop. He had seen the same symbol on the Padre, and killing the Padre had caused time to restart. At first, Aurora was still smiling, thinking that her brother had come up with a creative story. But as she listened, her expression turned serious. There was a lot of knowledge that Lumien shouldn't have known. When Lumien said that he had become a Beyonder, Aurora raised her right hand and massaged her temples. Her light blue eyes instantly became deep, but there was no figure reflected in them. She looked at Lumien for a while and nodded slightly. "Your ether body has undergone a huge change. Your life force and physical state are much stronger than ordinary people. Your astral projection has changed to a certain extent, but not much, as expected of a hunter who's better at hand-to-hand combat than spellcasting. I can't see the symbol and the related changes, and I don't dare to look deeper." Aurora pouted and asked in confusion, "Don't tell me you deliberately made up such a ridiculous story to make me accept you're becoming a Beyonder." This was a typical Lumien modus operandi. Lumien didn't explain and directly talked about the mysticism knowledge that the lady had imparted to him. Of course, he only briefly mentioned the name and did not elaborate. This was not because he was very moral and principled about not telling his sister before obtaining the lady's permission. Instead, the other party was clearly very powerful. If he leaked precious knowledge and angered her, the time loop might be resolved, but they would die. Indestructible law of convergence, acting method. Aurora was dumbfounded. Aurora was stunned that her illiterate brother in the field of mysticism had grasped such incomparably precious knowledge. It had been more than 5 years since she became a Beyonder. At first, she had relied on Emperor Roselle's diary to join that organization. Her pathway was a symbol of knowledge in the field of mysticism. From time to time, she would be pursued by knowledge, allowing her to master the acting method, the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility, and the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, the three cornerstones of the Beyonder world. Therefore, she thought of herself as a Beyonder with insufficient experience, but sufficient knowledge, miles ahead of most of her peers. Now, her brother, who had never come into contact with mysticism, could actually mention such terms. Furthermore, he knew about a law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics that she didn't know about. This eliminated the possibility that Lumion had peeked at her witchcraft notebook. As a Beyonder of the mystery prior pathway, Auror suppressed her desire to know the specifics of the law of convergence as she looked at her brother. She asked in puzzlement, surprise, and worry, "What did you pay for that lady to teach you this knowledge?" The potion formula was even free of charge. She sized up Lumion again, from top to bottom, then from bottom to top, trying to find out what was missing from him. "Nothing," Lumion laughed self-deprecatingly. "That's why it's terrifying. I don't even know what price I'll have to pay in the future. Yes, I suspect that it has something to do with the symbol on my chest and the dream ruin. That lady probably wants me to unravel the corresponding secret." Auror tersely acknowledged, "Continue." She waited for the rest of the story with a serious attitude. Lumion talked about the owl, the anomaly during Lent, and the siblings' experiences during the second cycle. He also talked about how the cycle would restart the moment they attempted to leave Cordu. Auror listened carefully and muttered to herself in disbelief. "Either I've been hypnotized by you and told you everything, or time has really entered a loop." She began to believe Lumion because she had named her Integrity Brooch herself, and there was no record anywhere. Unless she told her brother herself, it was impossible for Lumion to know, and she had no impression of it. Lumion struck while the iron was hot. "I can also prophesy that the three foreigners will appear at the All Tavern at night. I can also prophesy that the Padre is having an affair with Madame Pualis tonight. I can also prophesy that the shepherd, Pierre Barry, has returned to the village. There's something wrong with the 3 sheep he brought with him." The more Auror listened, the more serious she became. After a while, she said, "The 3 foreigners entered the village in the afternoon while we were practicing combat. After that, we rested and didn't go out at all. Yes, in the combat class in the afternoon, you were still an ordinary person." She accepted Lumion's time loop theory. If it were anyone else, Lumion would have laughed and said, "You believed it. Ha, you believed such a ridiculous story." But in front of Auror, he was very restrained. He then suggested, "I'll go around the village now and see if I can gather more information." Auror nodded. "I'll also use my eyes to look around, but there are huge restrictions and it's very dangerous. I'm not sure I'll gain anything." Lumion waved his hand, indicating that he understood, and walked out the door. As Lumion took a few steps, he looked back at Auror's figure standing in the kitchen. He immediately thought of the scene of Auror pushing him to safety among the countless undead, and felt an inexplicable pain of separation. He subconsciously asked, "Grandsower, why did you adopt me in the first place?" Auror grumpily replied, "I didn't want to either. I was just kind enough to give you some food, but you kept following me. I couldn't shake you off, and you even obediently helped me do all kinds of things. My heart softened for a moment, and who knew that you would grow into this? Do you know how hard it was for a young girl to raise a child like you?" Lumion wanted to thank and praise her, but the words were stuck in his mouth, as if they wanted to rush to his eyes and nose. He turned his head and walked back into the village. Chapter 44, Eavesdropping. Lumion had to investigate, but he couldn't activate any abnormalities, causing the cycle to restart ahead of time. He had to consider starting from the peripheral problems and edge in one step at a time. His initial idea was to find the Padre's mistresses this afternoon and use eavesdropping and other methods to see if they knew anything. If he didn't gain anything or lack the opportunity for the time being, he would go to the cathedral to see if he could meet the Padre and chat with him about daily life in the village. Lumion's first target was Sybil Barry, the mistress of the Padre Guillaume Bennett and the sister of the shepherd, Pierre Barry. She had a close relationship with the two abnormal figures, so perhaps she knew something. Lumien's friend Guillaume Jr., Guillaume Barry, was a distant cousin of Pierre Barry. Even his hair color was different, and they didn't live together. Sybil Barry was 24 years old and married to Jean Maury, a middle-aged man in his late 40s. He had been single for more than 30 years. The reason why he could marry Sybil Barry was because he did not have any requirements for dowry. Lumien suspected that the reason why she married him, using only a small amount of assets, was that she had already become the Padre's mistress at that time and needed a husband to be her illegitimate son's father. The Padre had secretly promised something. Although Intes was open-minded and illegitimate children were common, many husbands or wives were still willing to take their spouse's illegitimate children under their wing despite being angry when they found out. After all, this was equivalent to having an additional free manservant or maid in the future. Furthermore, they didn't have the right to inherit any of the assets, but clergymen of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church weren't allowed to get married and have children. They often found fathers for their illegitimate children. Lumien arrived at Jean Maury's house, a grayish-white short house at the edge of Cordoue with only one floor. Behind the kitchen was the bedroom, and the other side was connected to the basement, serving as a living room and dining room. There was no washroom, they only built a shed at the back of the house. Lumien entered without knocking, quietly coming to the side of the house and squatting under the bedroom window. At that moment, someone was sitting inside. Lumien could hear their breathing and determined their corresponding height. Not long after, light footsteps came from the kitchen to the bedroom. There was no need to calculate. As a hunter, Lumien naturally had the approximate weight of the owner of the footsteps in his mind. It was likely a woman, probably Sybil Barry. Lumien's impression of Sybil Barry was a woman with soft and smooth black hair who didn't like to tie it up like other women. She left it flowing down or tied it into a ponytail, giving off the feeling that she was still a young, unmarried girl. Her facial features were not outstanding, but they were soft and round, very fleshy. At this moment, Jean Maury, who had been sitting silently in the bedroom, spoke gloomily. "The Padre came this afternoon." His voice was just like him, rather stuffy. He was the kind of person who usually chatted under the elm tree in the village square, replying one in every 4 or 5 sentences. In addition, he was often too lazy to comb his black hair. His brown eyes were lifeless, and his beard was not shaved clean. He looked gloomy. "He was here." Sybil Barry's voice was still a little girlish. "She was born like this." Jean Maury fell silent for a moment before asking, "Did you do it?" "We did," Sybil answered frankly. Jean Maury fell silent again. When Sybil walked to the kitchen, he said, "I don't have much to say about the Padre, but you watch out for other men, especially Potto Russell." Potto Russell was Madonna Bainet's husband. His wife was also the Padre's mistress. Lumien, who was outside the window, was secretly speechless. This relationship was really messed up. He gained a higher opinion of the Padre. He had come to Sybil Barry in the afternoon, and he was having a date with Madame Pualis at night. He could be said to be a model worker in the field of cheating. If he could allocate more energy in this area to the church's matters and combine it with his scheming and machinations, he could have long advanced in clerical rank and become a Beyonder. The clerical rank was the rank of a clergyman of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. Starting from the first rank, it was ossuary, reader, chanter, acolyte, subdeacon, deacon, also known as a priest or padre, bishop, archbishop, and cardinal. The pope was not in the ranks of the clergy. Among them, the 6th rank and above made them senior clergymen. In Auror's words, it was possible that they possessed superpowers. As for the lowest 3 ranks, they mainly handled cathedral chores and ritual support. In the past few centuries, they were only glorified titles and were not treated as true clergymen. The 4th rank acolytes were usually students who had just graduated from the seminary. The 5th rank subdeacon could represent a true priest to preside over a cathedral in a rural area. The situation in Cordoue was the same. A 5th rank subdeacon was the padre, a 4th rank acolyte was the deputy padre, and they were staffed with a few servants. Guillaume Bainet only needed to advance one more rank to become a true priest. I understand, Sybil Berry simply responded to her husband's exhortations. Jean Maury changed the topic. Is your brother Pierre back from hurting? Yes, there's an important ritual that requires his help, Sybil casually explained. A ritual? Lumien's eyelids twitched when he heard that. Jean Maury asked, the Lent festival. No, it's a ritual of God, Sybil impatiently replied. Don't ask too much, you'll know when the time comes. Jean Maury tersely acknowledged and said, praise the sun. Sybil didn't respond and left the bedroom to walk into the kitchen. Lumien instantly made a judgment. Sybil had a certain understanding of the secret dealings between the Padre and Shepherd Pierre Berry, but her husband, Jean Maury, was completely unaware. The ritual she was talking about wasn't the sacrificial ceremony at the feast. It was likely related to Twelfth Night. Having gained something, Lumien left Maury's house and rushed to the two-story building where Pato Russell and Madonna Baynett lived. Unlike Sybil, Madonna Baynett was married off with her share of the inheritance. Pato Russell also received his share from his original home, so they could build a decent house and entrust more than 20 sheep to the shepherds for grazing. Lumien didn't know when Madonna became the Padre's mistress. He only knew that in the past year, before he hooked up with Madame Pualis, the Padre often visited Madonna. Perhaps the taboo from his identity sparked some kind of flame. At this moment, Pato Russell, who had a gentleman's beard, was pacing in the kitchen. He asked Madonna, who was busy commanding the lady's maid, when will you invite the Padre over as a guest again? He had a fervent expression, hoping to cling to the person with real power in Cordu. Madonna glanced at Pato's father's illegitimate daughter, who was also the servant cooking, and said in a subtle tone, I don't know, it depends on his mood. And his physical condition, I suppose. Lumien, who was eavesdropping outside, silently muttered. Don't you often go to the cathedral to pray recently? You can ask him while you're at it. Pato Russell refused to give up. Often go to the cathedral, Lumien frowned. The Padres group is planning something in secret in the cathedral. He really doesn't give a damn about the eternal blazing sun and Saint Sith. After listening for a while, Lumien walked from Russell's house to the cathedral at the edge of the village square, hoping to have a face-to-face chat with the Padre. However, when he arrived at the cathedral, Guillaume Baynett was no longer there. Only the deputy Padre, Mitchell Garrigue, stood in front of the altar. This foreigner from Darij had graduated from Bigorra Theological Seminary. Last year, he was sent to Cordu on the bishop's orders to be Guillaume Baynett's deputy. He was usually ostracized and was only in charge of the registration of funerals, marriages, and newborns. During the last cycle, Lumien had arrived at the cathedral and happened to encounter the Padre leaving. The latter had asked him to pray the next day, not giving Mitchell a chance to listen to the prayers and confessions of the believers. Mitchell was taller than Lumien. Lumien felt that he had grown 2 to 3 centimeters taller after consuming the hunter potion. He was almost 1.8 meters tall. He was a young lad with curly brown hair. Looking at Mitchell Garrigue, who was wearing a white robe with golden threads, Lumien spread his arms. Praise the sun. After bowing, he stared at Mitchell, wanting to see how this deputy Padre would react to the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun's etiquette. If there was a certain amount of hesitation, Lumien would be able to determine that he had been implicated by the Padres group. But Mitchell Garrigue immediately returned with the same posture. Praise the sun. He did not hesitate at all. His brown eyes were filled with joy and anticipation. From Madonna Baynett's words, the Padres group often discussed matters here. As a deputy Padre, Mitchell should have noticed something, right? Lumien didn't ask directly. He looked around and asked, the Padre isn't here. He's been gone for a while, Mitchell replied. 3 foreigners came here about 15 minutes ago, to no avail. The deputy Padre's eyes were passionate, as if he was asking if Lumien would make a confession while here. Considering that the Padre might have taken a detour and hid back in the cathedral, waiting for Madame Pualis to bring dinner over, and was eavesdropping on his conversation with Mitchell, Lumien deliberately sighed. Then forget it, I'll pray again tomorrow. Mitchell's eyes lost their luster. Lumien turned around and left the cathedral. He planned on sneaking to Mitchell's residence when the night deepened to see if he could get any useful information. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he returned home and asked Auror, "Did you find anything?" Auror nodded slightly. "In addition to the abnormalities you mentioned, I also discovered that there's something wrong with the deputy padre, Mitchell Garrigue." Lumion didn't hide his surprise. Chapter 45, Makeup Lesson. Lumion had just confirmed that Mitchell Garrigue should not have been implicated by Guillaume Bainet and the others. He planned to visit the deputy padre late at night, but when he returned home, he heard his sister say that there was something amiss about him. Auror glanced at Lumion and smiled. "My clueless brother was standing right in front of him when I realized that something was off about him. Seems like you didn't notice." She appeared quite delighted, to the point that she had to raise her right hand to cover her mouth. After all, her younger brother, who was clearly ignorant of mysticism, had suddenly become a Beyonder. He had grasped a wealth of advanced knowledge and discovered that Cordu was stuck in a time loop. Not only had she been useless as a sister, but she also found herself outmatched in mysticism knowledge. This made her a tad unhappy. Now, she had finally regained her dignity as an elder sister. Lumion looked at his sister's smile and nodded. "I didn't see anything unusual in his behavior." Auror tersely acknowledged, "His astral projection, how can I put it? Simply put, it's brighter than a normal person's, and he's not a Beyonder. He hasn't been training his body systematically for a long time. Maybe he was born with a good physique," Lumion guessed before asking in puzzlement, "What's an astral projection?" Auror asked in surprise, "You don't know?" "No," Lumion shook his head. Auror grinned again and said with a hint of disbelief, "That woman taught you divine paths, the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility, and the acting method, but she didn't tell you basic concepts like astral projection." She was in a hurry, so she only focused on the main points. Lumion defended the mysterious woman. Auror smiled even more happily. "Perhaps this basic mysticism knowledge is useless to unofficial hunters. You just need to track, set traps, and fight." She struggled to describe her brother's current state. To say he was ignorant of mysticism wasn't entirely accurate since he knew a great deal. The things he had learned were all formidable. To say that his knowledge surpassed most Beyonders wasn't right either. He didn't even know what an astral projection was. Auror sighed and said seriously, "I can only complete your mysticism education. Remember, in mysticism, the external parts of the human body are divided into 4 levels. The innermost layer, which is also the core, is the soul body. It's almost equivalent to the concept of a spirit. It's the spirituality of everything, what gets strengthened. You could say it's the essence of building a soul. To a mystery prior, the potion mainly upgrades the soul body. The astral projection is located outside the soul body. It's the latter's manifestation in the real and spirit worlds. Moreover, it's closely related to your will and current emotions. So, do you understand? When I said the deputy padre's astral projection was brighter than a normal person's, I meant that his soul body or spirit had an issue. This is reflected in his astral projection. It has nothing to do with his natural physique. Of course, it could be because his spirituality is naturally strong. Through the astral projection, we can still grasp the target's true emotions. For example, red signifies passion and excitement. Orange represents warmth and satisfaction. Yellow indicates happiness and extroversion. Green conveys calmness and peace. Blue suggests coldness and introspection. White denotes brightness and eagerness to improve. Dark colors symbolize worry, sorrow, and silence. Purple implies that spirituality is taking control, coldness, and estrangement. It's very difficult to fake these colors, but they're relatively generic. It's impossible for us to distinguish subtle emotions and delicate feelings. Lumion listened attentively, as if he wanted to take out a fountain pen and jot everything down. "Just listen." Auror felt a little worn out from talking. She sat down at the dining table. "I'll give you my first witchcraft notebook later. It's filled with such basic knowledge." All right. Lumion sat down and nodded obediently. "What's outside the astral projection?" Auror picked up her carved glass cup and took a sip. "Beyond that is the body of heart and mind. From this point on, spirit and flesh merge. The body of heart and mind involves the mind. It relates to one's reasoning, thinking, insight, and ability to understand things. Some potions mainly improve this, but there are also many spells targeting it. The outermost layer is the ether body. It's a manifestation of life force and physical state, so I can tell at a glance that your body has improved greatly. Yes, through the thickness, brightness, and color of different parts of the ether body, I can also determine the target's health. As a Sequence 7 mystery prior, I can even determine the target's lifespan from the specific situation of the ether body. As for how to differentiate them, read the notebook later. Lumion was enlightened. The Hunter potion mainly targets the ether body. You're wrong. It targets the body and life force, and ether body is the straightforward manifestation of both. Lumion nodded as he revised, gaining a preliminary understanding of such mysticism knowledge. He recalled his sister's words and asked curiously, "Auror, how did you observe the deputy padre? Why didn't I sense you nearby?" Auror smiled. "Actually, I've been staying at home all this while, using the mystery prior pathway's special trait." "What's special?" Lumion asked with the mentality that it didn't matter if his sister didn't answer. Auror pointed at her eyes. "The most unique ability of a mystery prior is called the Eyes of Mystery Prying. Although I need to reach a higher sequence before I can activate the complete Eyes of Mystery Prying, allowing it to not only be of use to me, but it can also be placed on the surface of other objects to help me monitor matters remotely. This doesn't mean that mystery prior's eyes aren't special before this. From Sequence 9 onwards, a mystery prior has seen more than most sequence beyonders of the same pathway. The simplest example is that a hunter can only see an ether body before they undergo a qualitative change in their godhood. Furthermore, it's in a less detailed manner. And now, I can examine the various details of the astral projection. In addition, I can also see things around me that aren't normally visible. Auror glanced at the kitchen. This made Lumion inexplicably shocked. There was clearly nothing in that direction, but he felt that there might be something invisible that he could not see. Auror continued, "Of course, this might not be a good thing. It's very easy for something to happen when you see something you shouldn't see. Therefore, I've been restraining myself. I don't look at things I shouldn't see, but as my sequence increases, it's not up to you not to look." Lumion thought for a moment and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say that only higher sequences can project out the eyes of mystery prying? Why can you observe the people in the cathedral from home?" Auror raised her right hand and pointed with her index finger. "I've always told you that knowledge equals power, but you didn't believe me. Under normal circumstances, it's true that I can't observe things hundreds of meters away from home, but humans can use tools, and I have 2 assistants." As she spoke, she took out 2 items from a hidden pocket in her blue dress. One was a brass telescope that could shrink and lengthen, and the other was a miniature version of a dark ink bottle. This was more like a child's toy. "Look, the telescope can help me see people a few hundred meters away clearly. Once the visual range is closed, I can observe the target's astral projection, ether body, and body of heart and mind state," Auror introduced with a smile. "This is suitable for open spaces without obstacles." Lumion was a little dumbfounded. "That works too." They were clearly discussing mysticism. Why did his sister take out a telescope? "What about this?" He pointed at the pocket ink bottle. Auror didn't answer. She massaged her temples and opened the bottle cap. Lumion suddenly felt a little cold. A cool breeze seemed to blow in through the window. "It's a unique spirit world creature," Auror introduced. Where is it?" Lumion looked around. Auror was rather surprised. "You still don't know how to activate spirit vision, but didn't you say you saw a lot of undead in the wilderness?" Lumion had read about the term spirit vision in Psychic and knew what it meant. However, he was completely at a loss as to how to activate spirit vision. He looked at his sister and slowly shook his head. "I don't know." Then, he guessed, maybe ordinary people can see ghosts and undead directly when entering the so-called paramita. Auror thought seriously and asked, "So, you don't know Hermes, ancient Hermes, Elvish, Dragonese, or Jotun?" "What are those?" Lumion fully displayed what it meant to be illiterate in the field of mysticism. Auror couldn't help but facepalm. "What exactly did that lady teach you?" Law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility, law of convergence, acting method, paths of the divine, sequence 0, sealed artifacts. Lumion answered honestly. Auror felt like he was flaunting. I think you want a beating. She sighed for a few seconds before regaining her composure. Then I'll combine it with my contracted creature to teach you how to activate spirit vision, how to carry out ritualistic magic, and how to use language with supernatural powers. This is only a rough explanation. If you really want to completely master it, especially those few languages, it will take at least a year or two. Of course, this is also a problem with your sequence pathway. Hunters probably don't have their learning abilities improved, nor do they have any enhancements in mysticism. Back then, I relied on diligence and indoctrination to master all of them in less than half a year. Her right hand gently stroked the void in front of her, as if she was stroking a transparent kitten. It's very simple for Beyonders to activate their spirit vision, but it's not completely dark yet. Let's talk about something else first. I call it white paper. It's a very weak spirit world creature. As long as you have an accurate description, you can hold a ritual and summon it in your name. Other than the fact that spirit world creatures are difficult to see, it only has one use. That is to carry a certain supernatural ability of the contractor, but it can't be too complicated or too powerful. Chapter 46, Ritualistic Magic. Lumion gazed at the invisible spirit world creature and contemplated for a moment. How complicated can it get? How strong can it be? Heh, I thought you'd ask how to summon or perform ritualistic magic, but you just want to know how to use it, Auror teased. That might be a characteristic of the hunter pathway. You don't need to fully understand the principles, only consider how to apply them. Not waiting for Lumion's response, she pondered and said, I've tried. Not too complicated means it can only perform one action. Not too powerful means it can't surpass a mystery prior sequence 7 warlock spell. It's nice discussing this with Auror. She has a habit of analyzing things both qualitatively and quantitatively, unlike someone who prefers vague descriptions. Lumion felt emotional hearing that. As he mulled it over, he stood up and helped his sister bring the food to the dining table. As they ate, he asked, But I remember your spells often require materials. You can't carry white paper, right? Yes, that's inconvenient. Auror grabbed a piece of fried trout and stuffed it into her mouth. After chewing and swallowing, she said, Moreover, a warlock's spells can't be completed in one move. Even the simplest has 3 steps. First is concentrating spirituality, the second is outlining the symbol of the corresponding spell in the mind. This can also be replaced by reciting the incantation aloud. The third is using materials to cast the spell. The materials serve either as a medium or part of the spell. This does sound a little complicated. It isn't something the single-celled white paper can do. Lumion knew he couldn't do it anytime soon. He'd need extensive training before he could cast spells proficiently. Auror glanced at him. Don't even think about it. It's impossible for you to be like me. First, you're limited by your sequence, and your spirituality is insufficient. Second, using materials to help cast spells is a unique ability only warlocks have. Yes, perhaps certain sequences of certain pathways can do it. I don't know enough to make a definite judgment. However, once a hunter reaches sequence 7 and becomes a pyromaniac, they can use many fire-related spells. Furthermore, they don't need materials, nor do they need to outline symbols or recite incantations in their minds. In terms of actual combat, it's faster, more convenient, and might even be stronger. As for warlocks, their main advantage lies in their versatility. The more knowledge they acquire, the more comprehensive and powerful they become. Lumion said with anticipation, I don't know when I can become a pyromaniac. He planned to explore the dream ruins again tonight. Firstly, he wanted to use hunting to help digest the potion, and secondly, he wanted to find clues about the main ingredient of Sequence 8 Provoker. As for the corresponding monsters of the pyromaniac, he didn't dare think about them yet. He believed it would be like serving himself on a platter. After all, those creatures could definitely launch long-range attacks, rendering his special abilities useless. He then asked, can white paper withstand the pyromaniac's one-movement spells? Theoretically, yes, but I'm not sure if pyromaniac's spells exceed a certain level. Auror's reference standard was Warlock. Upon hearing this, Lumion became excited. If I could, wouldn't I be able to simulate the funnels you mentioned? Huh? Auror was puzzled. Lumion explained his idea in detail. I can summon a group of white papers and form a contract with them. Then, I can have each white paper carry a fireball. They'll float in the air and attack the target together. Isn't that similar to the description of the funnels? Unfortunately, you can't have a group of white papers at the same time, Auror laughed. After you form a contract with a white paper, the next time you use the initial summoning description, the same white paper will appear. Can I summon one first and hold off on the contract? Then, I'll summon another until I have a satisfactory number before forming a contract. Lumion hadn't received a traditional education, but instead, a custom one that included Auror's ideas. Combined with the refinement of years of pranks, he always had creative ideas. Auror admitted she wasn't that cunning. She considered and said, I've never tried it before, so I don't know if it'll work. You can try it yourself when you're at sequence 7. However, I think having a white paper beside you while summoning others might cause a conflict. It's unlikely to succeed. The only hope is to directly summon multiple white papers, but there's a high chance that only sequences skilled at summoning can do it. Lumion decided to give it a try when the time came. After all, he had nothing to lose. Auror scooped up some mashed potatoes. Now, let's talk about how to summon creatures from the spirit world. This is an application of ritualistic magic. Ritualistic magic is magic cast by selecting the date and time, preparing the corresponding materials, and strictly following the format and process. It's often used in prayers and summonings. Lumion nodded. It's to achieve a certain supernatural effect through a ritual. He thought of the various rituals of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, as well as the process of the Lent celebration. Yes, Auror was very satisfied with her brother's comprehension ability. To put it simply, ritualistic magic needs a target to pray to. It can be the 7 orthodox gods, other hidden beings, or even evil gods or devils. It can even be you. When you pray to the orthodox gods, you need to check or choose the date and time they rule over. For example, Tuesday symbolizes the eternal blazing sun, and there is a corresponding sun hour every day. During these times, the probability of success will be greatly increased if you perform the ritualistic magic that targets the eternal blazing sun. However, this isn't very useful. Those who aren't official Beyonders have a very low chance of successfully praying to the corresponding Orthodox god. Even if you receive a response, don't be happy. This might mean that you have been noticed by that entity. Of course, we also have ways to bypass restrictions. For example, obtaining an item closely related to the target deity. There's no need to pick a date or time to pray to a hidden being or an evil god or devil. But I don't need to tell you how dangerous it is, right? 99% of people who do this don't end up well. Therefore, for wild Beyonders, the most commonly used ritualistic magic is to pray to themselves to mobilize their spirituality to complete some relatively complicated tasks. Create charms and Beyonder weapons. Lumion recalled a point of knowledge that the lady had mentioned. Auror nodded. That's right, some mystical medicines also require ritualistic magic. You also missed something, summoning a creature from the spirit world. She ate some more food before saying, the second step of ritualistic magic is to prepare the corresponding ingredients. If you wish to pray to an existence, prepare herbs, essential oils, powders, extracts, and so on from their domain to please them. Let's use the eternal blazing sun as an example. If you pray to him, you can use sun essential oil, rosemary powder, Buddha's hand, and all kinds of sunflowers. As for praying to yourself, it won't be too troublesome. Although it's best to use the ingredients in your domain, someone like you can even put a cup of absinthe. It's fine even if you don't do so. The third step is to set up an altar. This can be determined by the environment. There's no need for a special holy solemnity. It's mainly because there can't be any miscellaneous items. The most important thing about the altar is the candles. Auror picked up her knife and fork as she spoke. She stretched out the 2 items and said, pretend that they are candles. If you pray to a deity, make them with the corresponding symbolic materials. As an example, The eternal blazing sun has the inextinguishable light and the embodiment of order in his name. Out of caution, Auror paused for a few seconds before continuing, God of deeds and guardian of businesses. There should be the honorific name, Father of all life, right? Lumion asked, familiar with the preaching. Auror shook her head. That's just a title used by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church when proselytizing. It's beyond him in mysticism. If it was really part of his name, it would mean something big had happened. She didn't give any more details, unsure herself. She brought the conversation back on track. Anyway, if you want to exorcise the undead, you have to pray to the symbol of inextinguishable light. So, you need to make candles out of different sunflowers. For contracts, use the honorific title of the God of Deeds to make candles with Buddha's hand and other materials. Check my witchcraft notebook for more options. In ritualistic magic, we can only place 2 candles at the spot corresponding to the deity. This is because in mysticism, 0 represents the unknown or chaos. It symbolizes the state of the world before it was born. If we don't place the candles, it means that there won't be any effect. 1 represents a beginning, the first creator. It also accurately pinpoints a particular existence. 2 represents the world and various divinities that were produced from the creator's body. Therefore, ritualistic magic can only have 2 candles to represent the deity. As for which candles to use, it depends on the desired effect. 3 represent all things, so the 3rd candle is for us. The 2 candles in the upper position represent the deity, and the candle in front is for myself, for a total of 3 candles. If you have an item related to a deity or a hidden existence, you can replace the 2 candles with that item for a dualistic ritual. If you pray to yourself, leave only the candle that represents yourself. Lumion listened attentively, realizing that as a wild hunter, he could only pray to himself in ritualistic magic before knowing the honorific name of the great existence. Where would he find items closely related to a deity? Let me show you the next few steps using summoning creatures from the spirit world, Auror said, standing up as she saw her brother finish his dinner. They quickly cleared the dining table. Chapter 47, Truly Illiterate. Auror looked at the slightly stained white tablecloth and smiled at Lumion. If you're the target of ritualistic magic, it doesn't matter if the altar is dirty. But if you want to pray to a deity or a hidden existence, I suggest you change to a cleaner piece of cloth or remove the cloth and wipe the table. Anything works if I'm just praying to yourself, right? Lumion teased. Auror chuckled. That refers to the environment, materials, and equipment, but the ritual process and incantations must strictly follow the rules of mysticism. She pulled out an orange candle from her pocket. This is a candle mixed with citrus and lavender. It has nothing to do with their domain, I just like it. Auror waved the candle above the altar. Remember, the candle representing the deity is placed in these 2 places. It can be empty now. Then she placed the candle close to her. Remember, this is the location of me. Next, Auror brought a cup of water, a plate of coarse salt, and a small steel bowl from the kitchen. We need to create a clean and undisturbed ritual environment. Clean in the sense of spirituality. We have to construct it ourselves. Enter cogitation and focus your mind. You can guide the spiritual power out through supplementary items and build a wall of spirituality around the altar. Mystery priors and seers find this simple. Hunters need the help of other items before reaching sequence 7. For example, incense to calm your emotions and make you ethereal, or a crystal ball to help you focus on your spirituality. The meditation I taught you before is incomplete. It's only the first step. It can only gather your thoughts and calm you down. I'll teach you the rest later. Lumion was surprised. Why can I activate the dream's specialness and make the 2 symbols appear if the meditation method is incomplete? Auror pulled out a silver dagger. Watch carefully how I build the wall of spirituality. Lumion was stunned and blurted out, "Why do you have so many things on you?" First, there were various casting materials, a retractable telescope, a miniature ink bottle that stored the spirit world creature, white paper, and candles for rituals. Now, she had taken out a dagger. Auror sighed in exasperation. "Do you think I want to? It's just inconvenient for warlocks." It takes me a long time to alter each of my clothes. Sometimes, I even feel like Doryman. I can take out whatever I want. What Ammon? Lumion asked, not understanding the reference. Auror hesitated for a moment before replying with a mixed expression. You don't need to know. Lumion suddenly felt a pang of sadness for his sister. Auror composed herself and reached for the orange candle representing her. In ritualistic magic, candles can't simply be lit. Of course, there are times when ordinary methods can work, but that's not always the case, Auror explained. The correct way is to extend your spirituality, rub it against the wick, and light it. As she spoke, she lit the candle with a spark of spirituality, and it burned with an orange flame. The dining table transformed into an altar, and the surrounding area was bathed in a deep, otherworldly light. Auror's light blue eyes had darkened, and an invisible wind swirled around her as she plunged the silver dagger into the coarse salt and began chanting a mysterious incantation. XXXXXX. Lumion was bewildered as he watched his sister complete the incantation and draw out the silver dagger. She stabbed it into the cup of water and raised it again. Auror pointed the dagger outward and began to walk around the altar. With each step she took, Lumion sensed an invisible force emanating from the dagger. It was agile and lively, mingling with the air to create an impenetrable barrier. As Auror completed the circle, Lumion felt as if she had been transported to a different realm. Did you understand the steps? Auror's voice sounded distant. Lumion nodded truthfully. Yes, but I don't understand what you mean. Auror could not help but laugh. You're completely illiterate when it comes to mysticism. Literally, that's Hermes. When translated, it's I sanctify you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you, allowing you to serve me in this ritual. In the name of Warlock Aurorly. You have been sanctified. Lumion scratched his head. It sounds ordinary. That's just the translation. The meaning of the incantation and the language used is what's important, Auror explained, her eyes lighting up. In Intision, it might sound ordinary, but if you use Hermes, Ancient Hermes, Elvish, Dragonese, or Jotun, you can tap into supernatural powers. That's what sets them apart. Lumion asked curiously, are these the only languages that can communicate with the mysterious? No, there are many other languages in the field of mysticism, each with its own specialties. For example, some are specifically meant for the undead, but most Beyonders won't be able to use them unless they want to study a unique and rare domain or perform the corresponding ritual, Auror explained casually. She went on to explain the incantation. During the sanctification ritual, the penultimate sentence should be in the name of a certain deity or a hidden existence, but as wild Beyonders, it's best not to use them to avoid unnecessary trouble. As a Beyonder, it's enough to use your name to sanctify an ordinary item. Although it won't be as effective as the original version, it can still be used. Lumion nodded, then asked, You came up with my name. Can I use it in the ritual? Auror replied confidently, Yes. A completely new name wouldn't work, but your name has been in use for several years, so there's a mystic connection. She paused for a moment before continuing. If you're in the wild and don't have many materials, you can complete the ritual with simple salt or clear water. With that, Auror pulled out a small, silver-black metal bottle from her pocket. This is my own concoction of essential oil called Wizard of Oz. What sets it apart is that it smells good, Auror explained, as she dripped 3 drops of light green liquid on the candle representing her. The light of the candle flickered and sizzled, and a faint mist spread out, giving Auror and the altar an air of mystique. Now for the important part, Auror said, pulling a small imitation goat skin from her pocket. If you're holding a ritualistic magic that prays to a deity, you need to draw the symbol of what you want on the paper and burn it during the ritual. The first part is a prayer for someone's power. This someone needs to be replaced by the symbol of a deity, an honorific name, or a domain ruled over by them. For example, I pray for the power of the sun or the power of order. Remember, there are always 2 sentences that correspond to the 2 candles that represent the deity. The second part is, I pray for the God's loving grace. Remember, don't call him by his name. Doing so in a ritual is sacrilegious. the eternal blazing sun can be referred to as God or Father. The third part is what you want to pray for. You must be brief and finish it in one sentence. The fourth part is to give more power to the incantation. For example, sunflower, a herb that belongs to the sun, please bestow your powers to my incantation. You can choose 2 to 3 types based on the materials used. After reciting the incantation, drip a drop of essential oil on each candle and burn the piece of paper that was used to draw the symbol. After the paper is burned, the ritual comes to an end. Then, thank the deity and extinguish the candles in the order of me, followed by God, right to left. Dispel the wall of spirituality. Oh, and remember to light the candles from left to right, beginning with God followed by me. Lumion nodded twice in acknowledgement before asking, "What about praying to yourself?" Auror chuckled before explaining, "The incantation is even simpler. I'll use summoning spirit world creatures as an example. For the first part, there's only one word. I. Remember, you can't use modern Hermes here. It has to be ancient Hermes, Elvish, Dragonese, or Jotun. The second part is I summon in my name, which can be said in modern Hermes. The third part is the exact description of the summoned spirit world creature." Lumion was curious. "What's an exact description?" Auror explained solemnly. "It needs to be limited to 3 lines to help us lock onto the creature we want to summon. For instance, if someone said they were looking for the prankster of Cordu Village, Auror, Lee's idiot brother, and a regular customer of all tavern, we know exactly who they're looking for because of the specific characteristics given." "I get it," Lumion was enlightened. "So, if we don't know the target's name, appearance, or address, we can use their characteristics to help find them." Auror said seriously, "That's the principle, but there are many problems when put into practice. For example, when summoning creatures from the spirit world, the first sentence is often fixed. It's either the spirit that wanders about the unfounded or spirit wandering above the world. Its function is to point to the spirit world and clearly state that we want to summon a spirit. The second sentence is also very universal. We don't summon spirit world creatures to harm ourselves, so we must restrict it to friendly creatures. Sometimes, we also add the word weak. This is because some spirit world creatures may be very friendly, but their existence can bring great danger. Considering these circumstances, the description is fixed. The friendly creature that can be subordinated, the friendly creature that can be consulted, the weak creature that can be subordinated, and so on. But based on these 2 descriptions, the direction is still very broad. It doesn't reflect our needs. Therefore, the third description is very important. You need to use a sentence to clearly explain what creature you want to summon." Sounds very difficult. Lumion felt a headache just thinking about it. Auror nodded. "Not only is it difficult, but it's also dangerous. When the direction is vague, it might summon a spirit you don't need or a creature that brings danger. Remember, being weak doesn't mean it can't kill you, just like being friendly doesn't mean it won't pose a threat to you." Chapter 48, Knowledge Pursuer. Lumion deeply understood Auror's words. As a vagrant, he knew better than to underestimate anyone. Some adult vagrants suffered massive losses because they looked down on him and assumed him to be weak. As for some almsgivers, they provided food out of kindness but forgot to consider the starving bodies of the vagrants, causing them to make the wrong decisions. After a moment of serious thought, Lumion said, "It seems like the description of a creature that can be summoned with relative precision is very valuable." Auror nodded solemnly. "That's right. A notebook that records the corresponding summoning incantations is very precious. Every incantation and commentary on it is exchanged with life, blood, or pain. For example, when I summoned white paper, the 3 lines described it as the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the weak ball that can telepathically connect with me. You have to make countless attempts and experience countless failures before you can piece one together. And every failure implies a huge risk. Is this a description that a normal person can come up with? In particular, the words weak and ball, as Lumion criticized inwardly, he asked, "So, you bought this from someone else?" "No," Auror shook her head and said with a bitter expression, "The mystery prior pathway is different from other pathways. From time to time, it will be chased by a large amount of knowledge. It's impossible to ignore, and there's no way to reject it even if one can't handle it. And when one consumes a potion to advance, the situation of being chased by knowledge becomes even more serious. Although most of this knowledge is useless, there will always be some that are valuable. The incantation to summon white paper was one of them. Lumion understood. Indoctrination from the hidden sage. Auror looked at him in surprise. You know that? Did that lady teach you? Yeah, Lumion nodded. Auror pursed her lips, lost in thought. From my personal experience, knowledge pursuit isn't limited to the hidden sage's indoctrination. My so-called ear ringing does indeed hear his voice, where I gain knowledge, but it always puts me in pain. My head is close to exploding, and I wish I could lose control. But occasionally, especially when I'm not in the best state and am about to lose control, I have an illusion that all the knowledge in the world has come to life. A small number of them will chase after me and rush towards me, but I can't dodge them. This is how the summoning incantation for white paper barged into my brain. When consuming the potion, 99% of the knowledge pursuit comes from the hidden sage. 1% is related to revived knowledge. It's very magical and terrifying. It can scare everyone in the village. As Lumion sighed with emotion, he was thinking for his sister about whether there was a way to resolve the problem of knowledge pursuit or reduce its impact. Auror replied with a bitter smile. It's precisely because I often suffer such torture that I don't want you to follow the path of Beyonders. But in our current situation, it's better to become a Beyonder than an ordinary person. To make her brother remember the madness and danger of the path to transcendence, she pointed at her head. After being pursued by knowledge and experiencing pain for a long time, I feel that my mind and personality have undergone a certain mutation. Don't I always tell you that I have a phobia for social interaction, but I am very talkative sometimes. I like to go out and chat with the old ladies in the village and tell stories to the children. Occasionally, I will go crazy and borrow Madame Pualis's pony to ride free into the mountains and shout. Being especially talkative is a kind of rebound from prolonged isolation and being unable to return to my true home. The path to transcendence is also a form of oppression. And the occasional madness. At this point, Auror chuckled and looked at Lumion. You don't think that's just an exaggerated adjective, do you? Lumion fell silent, feeling his sister's smile was self-deprecating, lost, and filled with indescribable pain and struggle. Auror sighed. During those times, I wouldn't even recognize myself. Lumion felt deeply helpless. There should be a solution. Hopefully, let's continue, Auror said, pointing at the altar. After we sign a contract with the summoned spirit world creature, it'll be easy to summon it again. We can change the last description to contracted creature that belongs to Auror Lee. That will be very accurate, right? Besides, before the contract is terminated, no one can summon it again. Lumion was concerned. Everyone can only have one contracted creature. Not really. I'm not sure how high the upper limit is, but it's definitely more than one, especially with some special sequences. When summoning, say the first contract creature or second contract creature of the person to differentiate. Auror spoke the truth. In addition, summoning creatures from the spirit world will consume your spirituality. The more you summon, the greater the consumption. With a hunter's spirituality, I estimate that it can only withstand one contract creature at most. Knowing her brother's personality, she curbed any loopholes that Lumion might find. Every spirit world creature can only stay for a limited period of time after being summoned to reality. The weaker they are, the longer they can stay. You don't have to think about summoning one first. You can summon the next one after your spirituality recovers, unless you choose a very weak one. And only when your spirituality is significantly stronger than it is now. She used white paper as an example. If I didn't let white paper be a vessel for my powers, it could stay in reality for 12 hours. If I share the specialness of my eyes with it and let it do things for me, it can last at most 3 hours, and my spirituality would be constantly depleted. Lumion was disappointed. He had wanted to form an army of spirit world creatures. He thought for a moment and asked, can I only summon creatures from the spirit world? Can I only summon spirits? No, Auror shook her head. We can also summon creatures affiliated with the spirit world, the real world, and the astral world, as well as creatures from alternate worlds or other planets. Regardless of whether they are spirits or not, this is very dangerous. Most of the Beyonders who have attempted this have died tragically, and a small number have mysteriously disappeared. Only the corresponding notebooks were left behind to prove what they had done. Lumion asked curiously, "Can I summon something from the real world?" Auror pondered for a moment before responding, "In theory, as long as the other party has a close relationship with the spirit world or has reached a certain level, they should be able to hear the summoning and decide if they want to respond. However, such a target is either very special or very powerful. If you want to live well, don't try it." Furthermore, when the summoning target isn't a spirit, the requirements for the corresponding ritual will be even higher. It will require more spirituality, and it might even require a large number of sacrifices. Only then can we open the door of summoning that can be used by non-spiritual creatures. You can barely summon white paper with a hunter's spirituality. If you want to try something more powerful, you can only pray to a deity or a hidden existence. For this, you might have to prepare something filled with spirituality as a sacrifice. Lumion roughly understood the ritualistic magic of summoning. So next, you are going to recite an incantation and complete the summoning. How is that possible? Auror scoffed. The ritual has been interrupted so many times. How can we continue? In fact, normally, as long as we follow the process, we can resume from any breaks. However, I was mainly explaining and didn't divert my attention to do the corresponding things. You probably forgot, Lumion muttered inwardly, but didn't dare say it out loud. Auror then said, "However, I do want to hold a summoning ritual. On the one hand, I want to give you a complete demonstration of the entire process. On the other hand, I want to seek help." "Seek help?" Lumion asked in puzzlement. "Summoning powerful spirit world creatures to help." Auror explained, "Among the countless spirit world creatures, only a very small number of them can act as messengers. Private messengers, messengers can be summoned by others based on special contracts. For example, if I have a contracted messenger, someone in Trier can summon it and give it a written letter. It will immediately pass through the spirit world and deliver the letter to me. Due to the special connection between the spirit world and the contract, it only takes a second or two to complete the letter delivery." Lumion sighed from the bottom of his heart. "Very impressive. It's as fast as sending a telegram." But the thought that crossed his mind was, "I want one too." "Don't even think about it," Auror read his mind. "It's very difficult to summon a messenger. Unless you obtain an exact incantation, it's unlikely that you can succeed trying yourself. And only a few special sequences can grasp an exact incantation. Even I don't have one." Lumion was disappointed and asked, "Are you going to summon a messenger and write a letter to them for help?" "Yes," Auror nodded. "She's one of the few among us who have gone the furthest on the path to transcendence. She has her own messenger. I don't expect her to save me, but she should be able to give me some advice." "I'm afraid it's very difficult. That mysterious lady said that we can only rely on ourselves," Lumion asked curiously. "Us, you mean your pen pals?" Auror nodded and asked in confusion, "When did I ever mention pen pals to you?" "Last cycle, no, last cycle," Lumion answered honestly. "All right," Auror facepalmed. "Actually, it's a mutual support organization slowly established by those of us who can't return home. We rely on letters to communicate daily, share knowledge, and solve problems. There will be small-scale gatherings or communication through messengers. She's the vice president of our organization and one of the initiators. Her code name is Hella." "Code name?" Lumion was a little puzzled. Auror tersely acknowledged, "In the organization, everyone uses code names without exposing their real names. When they write letters, they emphasize that it's a pseudonym to avoid being discovered by the officials." "What's your code name?" Lumion was very curious. Auror was silent for a moment before she replied with a sigh, "Muggle." "What does it mean?" Lumion was puzzled. Auror's eyes darkened as she replied, "Ordinary person without superpowers." Lumion knew that his sister wanted to become an ordinary person living back home more, so he quickly changed the topic. "What's the name of your organization?" Auror's expression became complicated. Originally, everyone wanted to give it a classy name, but considering that we would write letters every day, a name that was too conspicuous would attract the attention of certain forces. Therefore, in the end, we decided on a name that sounds like a group of animal lovers. What is it? Lumion pressed. Auror replied in embarrassment, the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Chapter 49, True Cogitation. Lumion couldn't help but suppress his laughter at the name of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, but he managed to hold it in. But even if he held it in, he couldn't help but say, those who know will understand that you're studying curly-haired baboons. Those who don't know will think that a group of curly-haired baboons are doing research. Of course, he was only joking. Auror rolled her eyes at him. We often tease ourselves as a group of curly-haired baboons being studied. Seeing that his sister was in a better mood, Lumion asked, are all the members of your research society banners? Not all of them, Auror answered briefly, but some gatherings can't be attended by ordinary people. She didn't say why they couldn't participate. Who's the president? How many vice presidents are there? Lumion asked. Are you doing a census? Auror snapped back. Lumion was confused. Lumion was confused and realized that Auror didn't like him asking too many questions about the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Auror pouted and exhaled. The president's code name is Gandalf. There are a total of 5 vice presidents. All right, I'm going to summon Hela's messenger. Lumion was puzzled and asked, Auror, Grandsower, didn't you say that you only know the code name Hela and don't know her exact name? How are you going to summon her messenger? He remembered that his sister had just mentioned that by changing the last sentence of the summoning incantation to the messenger that belongs to so-and-so, he could very accurately pinpoint the target creature. However, she didn't know who so-and-so was. Excellent, Auror praised him and said, to be able to discover the problem is an excellent learning quality. Let's put it this way. It doesn't matter what name you use when you sign a contract with a spirit world creature. The contract will automatically extract a bit of your true aura from you, allowing the two parties to be related. However, remember, you can only use the name written when you sign the contract in the future. Changing it to your real name will be ineffective. Lumion pondered seriously and said, got it. The key is the aura and connection. The name when signing the contract is only equivalent to the incantation used for the subsequent summoning. It doesn't matter what you write. Yes, Auror nodded. Lumion suddenly laughed. Is there such a situation? Let me say hypothetically. Grandsower, you obtained an exact incantation and summoned a messenger. You signed a contract with it in the name of Auror Lee. After that, you taught me that incantation because you loved your younger brother, which is me. As for me, I successfully summoned another messenger. However, when signing the contract, I used Auror Lee's name to sign it for fun. Then the question is, which one will be summoned with the description of the messenger that belongs to Auror Lee? Auror's face turned livid. I don't have a messenger, how would I know? She exhaled and calmed herself down. This is actually a confusion caused by having the same name. Compared to ordinary contracted creatures that can only be summoned by oneself, it's indeed easy for a messenger that can be summoned by others to have such problems. However, because I don't have a messenger, I'm not sure if there's a special mechanism to avoid such mistakes. I can only use my knowledge to attempt an analysis. First, very few people have a messenger. The probability of having the same name is so low that it's almost negligible. Second, if there's an overlap in names, you can place an item with the messenger's owner's aura in the summoning ritual and use it to accurately lock onto them. Third, if you're really afraid of having the same name, you can make your name longer when signing a contract. For example, Lumion Tours Arilanos Arthur J.M. Sparrow Lee. That way, you probably won't have the same name. But it's very likely that I'll forget this name after signing the contract. It's too difficult to remember, Lumion muttered. Also, why did you add the name of the pirate hunter and great adventurer? Because I like it. Madame Forswall's Adventurer series is a classic, Auror said confidently. She turned around and tidied up the altar, preparing to officially hold the summoning ritual. At that moment, Lumion thought of something and shouted, Wait a minute. What's wrong? Auror turned around, looking confused. Lumion asked seriously, does the messenger count as an outsider? Auror was confused at first, but quickly figured out the problem. She deliberated and asked, you mean that, as an outsider, the messenger will fall into a cycle after coming to Cordu and won't be able to leave? Without waiting for Lumion's reply, Auror came up with a new theory. No, the situation will be worse. It's a contracted creature. After receiving the letter, it will immediately go to Hela. It's equivalent to leaving Cordu. That will cause a restart. After that, it will instinctively attempt to leave again and again, while we restart again and again. We won't have time to investigate the key to the loop. Lumion couldn't help but imagine the scene his sister had described. Just as he opened his eyes to see his familiar bedroom, he would open his eyes again to see the familiar bedroom. Only to open his eyes again to see the familiar bedroom. He would repeat this action countless times, and the root cause of this was that a certain messenger was in a hurry to go home. Auror raised her hand to cover her forehead. I can't even imagine what kind of changes will happen then. After sighing, she analyzed seriously. From the current situation, the departure of living things from Cordu and the surrounding area will cause the loop to restart, and inanimate objects won't trigger the restrictions. The telegram and the letter that were sent are proof. If that's the case, spirits definitely won't do either. From the looks of it, I can't summon the messenger. Lumion suddenly figured out why the liver blue could maintain its state of having its words cut out. The pieced together notes had left Cordu, making it no longer affected. Since it couldn't return, it naturally couldn't return to its original state. He shared his speculation with his sister and asked, the problem with liver blue has been solved, but how did that letter get sent? There's definitely no way to send it out during the loop. The moment the messenger leaves Cordu, it will cause a reboot, and if it's before the loop, I have no impression of it. What about you? Neither do I, Auror thought for a few seconds before jokingly scolding, you idiot, you almost led me astray. It's easy to send the letter in a loop. Lumion looked at his smart sister and asked, huh? Auror chuckled before explaining, there's no need for a postman to send the letter, nor is there a need to hire a messenger. When we discover an abnormality and don't want to alarm those who might be problematic, the best choice is to find a wooden box and place the distress letter inside. After sealing it, we will throw the wooden box into the river outside the village and let it float downstream naturally. When the other villages and even the people of Darij pick it up, they will help us deliver it to the officials. You said that our last cycle confirmed that the loop contains a small portion of the river that can be reached. That's right, Lumion exclaimed, pressing his palms together. He thought of another question. Will the fish in the river cause a reboot? I don't think so, Auror replied after thinking for a moment. These creatures without any intelligence are very sensitive to invisible restrictions, or rather, they're more prone to invisible influences. There's a high chance that they'll instinctively stay away from places that might cause a reboot. What about your white paper? It has no choice but to leave the real world after 12 hours. Lumion felt that this would also restart the cycle. Auror looked around and said thoughtfully, I suspect that the loop not only includes Cordu and the surrounding mountainous areas, but also the area that corresponds to everyone here in the spirit world. You probably don't know that there are actually more natural interactions between the spirit world and reality. If you don't include the corresponding spirit world, it might restart every now and then, but the current situation is clearly different. As my contracted creature, white paper has a direct connection with Cordu. The spirit world it roams is most likely included. I still don't know enough about mysticism. Lumion didn't ask further. Auror demonstrated the ritualistic magic process again and dispelled the wall of spirituality. In the formless wind that suddenly blew, she said to Lumion, it's already dark. I'll teach you true cogitation and the way to activate spirit vision. Okay, Lumion replied, showing that he had his sister's full attention. Auror explained, you've long grasped the first half of cogitation. Let's start from the second half. When you imagine the sun, retract your spirit and enter a relatively calm state. Let your mind be slightly empty. Draw an outline of something that doesn't exist in reality to replace the sun. Keep drawing and repeating until your body and mind obtain peace. Your thoughts will have a feeling that they are floating. Lumion didn't quite understand. Something that doesn't exist in reality. Auror took out a pen and paper and drew a few strokes. Look, is there anything like this in reality? The paper had something very abstract on it, like a ball with eyes and a cross on its face. Doesn't it exist once you draw it? This drawing is in reality. Lumion felt that her sister's explanation was wrong. Pictures and imaginations aren't real. Auror rolled her eyes. As her younger brother's teacher, she had to suffer this kind of anger often. Lumion acknowledged her comment tersely. Then I'll try using this picture of yours. He pulled up a chair and sat down. He leaned back and focused. The crimson sun quickly outlined itself in his mind, gradually calming him down. After a while, because he was in reality, he did not hear the terrifying and mysterious voice. He could calmly use the pattern that his sister had casually drawn to replace the sun in Cogitation. The ball with eyes and a cross quickly appeared in Lumion's mind. As Lumion repeatedly outlined it, his body and heart became more and more peaceful, and his thoughts gradually felt ethereal. He saw that there was a faint gray fog around him. There were many indescribable, non-existent things and dense colored blocks mixed together. And high in the sky, perhaps deep in the depths, there was a clear light. There's no hurry. The probability of a hunter succeeding in Cogitation on their first try is very low, Auror consoled her brother. Just as Lumion was about to report to his sister that he had successfully entered a Cogitation state, he suddenly felt something watching him from the depths of the gray fog and an infinite height. This seemed to be an illusion, but it made him break out in a cold sweat. He felt an inexplicable fear and immediately left the Cogitation state. Chapter 50, Observation. Auror had intended to reassure him that non-spellcasting sequences usually took several attempts at Cogitation to succeed. Some even had to practice for 5 or 6 days or even more than half a month. However, when she saw her brother open his eyes, she noticed that Lumion's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and fear was evident in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Auror asked, concerned. Lumion took a couple of deep breaths. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. "I successfully cogitated. My mind seemed to float, surrounded by a myriad of colors and an indescribable faint gray fog. There were a few particularly bright and pure beams of light up above. No, it might not have been the sky. It could have been far away. I can't be certain." "From your description, it seems like you succeeded," Auror explained. "What your astral projection sees or senses is the spirit world. There, many concepts of reality either don't exist or are intertwined. That's why you feel like you're high in the sky yet far away at the same time. Those 7 lights are the 7 lights of the spirit world, mentioned in ancient texts. They're believed to be near deity level and omniscient. Moreover, they're considered relatively friendly hidden entities. If you can grasp their complete honorific names, you can pray to them. Unfortunately, I don't know them either. Those indescribable things that roam everywhere belong to the spirit world, but you didn't seem to see much, nor did you perceive them clearly. This is likely a limitation of the hunter sequence. Your spirituality isn't high enough. Activating spirit vision later will probably prove difficult. The final effect certainly won't be impressive. Still, it's better than nothing." She had been monitoring her brother's condition, ready to intervene and assist him at any moment. Seeing Lumion gradually return to normal, she finished what she needed to say in one breath and asked, "But what you saw shouldn't have scared you. Aren't you known as Bold Lumion? Lately, you've experienced a time loop, people turning into sheep, men giving birth, and Madame Knight's patrols. How can ordinary spirit world creatures frighten you?" Lumion's forehead veins twitched at his sister's words. He didn't want to recall anything, especially anything related to Madame Pualis. He exhaled and said, "I sense something deep within the spirit world, or rather, extremely high up observing me. Just being watched by it terrifies me. I couldn't help but exit the Cogitation state." Auror's eyelashes flickered as she thoughtfully said, "I suspect that it has something to do with the 2 strange symbols on your chest you mentioned. They involve some hidden entity. They might point to the source of Cordu's loop, or they might represent the special trait that allows you to maintain your clarity and strength in the dream and the loop. As a hunter, you succeeded in complete Cogitation on your first attempt. It's highly likely that the two symbols influenced this. Lumion nodded as he listened, agreeing with his sister. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. In that case, I can't cogitate. As soon as I succeed, I'll be watched and forced to leave that state. Besides, I don't think being constantly monitored is a good thing. Do you think you aren't being watched now? Auror couldn't help but laugh. It's just that you can't sense it without being in a state of cogitation. Since there's no way to evade it and you're bound to suffer damage, it's better to make more attempts to increase your resistance, allowing you to spend more time in cogitation. In the future, when facing certain situations, this might give you an edge. Of course, before becoming a Sequence 7 pyromaniac, hunters don't need deep cogitation. It's best to wait for your spirituality to improve before trying again. Why does that sound a bit depressing? Lumion had already composed himself and mocked his predicament. Since I can't resist, I might as well enjoy it. Auror scoffed. In our current situation, I'd rather have a unique trait like yours. Even if it means facing numerous unknown dangers and challenges, at least I can retain my memory during the next cycle. I wouldn't need you to remind me, sparing many details. She then looked out the darkened window. It's time to teach you how to activate spirit vision. Keep sitting and attempt cogitation again. You don't have to enter a state where your thoughts are floating. Although that would be more conducive to activating your spirit vision, aren't there hidden entities watching you? Yeah, Lumion leaned back in his chair, relaxing his body. He first envisioned the sun in his mind, then swapped it out for the ball his sister had sketched haphazardly. He didn't repeat the outlining process, stopping only when his body and mind were serene. Auror monitored his condition, offering a soothing voice. Lift your hands in your current state and place them in front of your eyes. You can open your eyes now. Lumion kept his cool as he slowly opened his eyes. At some point, his sister had snuffed out the kerosene lamp, casting the first floor into darkness. The crimson moonlight outside the window was the only thing illuminating the outlines of objects. Once his eyes adjusted, he could barely see his hands. Point your index fingers at each other without touching. Then, concentrate on the back of your hand, which can be the back of the opposite point, Auror instructed. After completing this step, slowly move your fingers to keep them facing each other without touching. And remember, they can't leave your sight. Lumion followed her guidance, focusing his gaze on the empty space beyond his hands as he moved his fingers. Despite repeating the process countless times, he saw no changes. Soon after, he couldn't sustain the cogitation state and snapped out of it. See anything? Auror asked. Lumion shook his head. It's harder for hunters, don't stress. If it doesn't work now, it'll work later. If it doesn't happen today, it might happen tomorrow, Auror consoled. Don't fret. Regular folks with high spirituality can activate their spirit vision after professional training, let alone Beyonders, but the results vary. If this loop fails, I can try again next time, but if that doesn't work, there may not be another chance, Lumion thought to himself. He was patient and resilient. After resting and regaining some strength, he tried again. After multiple attempts, he finally saw a fiery red dot emerge from the void between his index fingers. Success, Lumion was thrilled. He turned to his sister. But then he saw a red light radiating from Auror's body, encompassing it entirely. Didn't you say you could see the different colors of the ether body? Lumion asked, confused. Auror asked excitedly, did it work? Lumion nodded and recounted his experience. It's a success, Auror breathed a sigh of relief. You're impressive. It's probably due to your special enhancement. Other hunters would need at least 2 weeks of practice, and some might have to reach Sequence 8 before they can activate their spirit vision easily. You can only see a vague ether body. The red color means I'm healthy. You won't be able to see much else with your soul body's current strength as a hunter. She pulled out a tiny ink bottle and unscrewed the cap. Let's see if you can see white paper. Lumion focused and saw a transparent bubble emerge from the bottle. It was similar to the bubbles he made while blowing soapy water, about the size of a fist and tinted red by the moonlight. He could barely keep track of it and feared losing sight if he blinked. The bubble floated towards Auror's palm, which she scratched with her thumb, causing it to contract and expand. Lumion composed himself and reported what he saw to his sister. It's blurry, Aurora shook her head. A hunter's spirit vision is limited. You can only perceive basic ether body concepts and creatures like white paper. Most things are invisible. It's better than nothing, Lumion replied with what his sister had just said. Having never experienced a stronger spirit vision, he was rather content with his current situation. Aurora instructed Lumion to use Cogitation to stop his spirit vision from deactivating, and to establish simple activation and deactivation triggers. Lumion practiced repeatedly until he mastered the method but never succeeded in the express key Aurora mentioned. He only vaguely understood the concept. Take a break. We'll monitor the Deputy Padre later for any anomalies, Aurora advised, noticing Lumion's pale face from depleted spirituality. She urged him to rest. They ascended to the second floor and lit the lamp in the study. Lumion dozed off in a recliner while Aurora read, waiting for night to deepen. Lumion quickly fell asleep in the recliner, while Aurora casually read her book, waiting for the night to get deeper. Lumion eventually fell asleep, and forced himself to remain sleeping instead of exploring the dream world. Aurora woke him up shortly after. We can observe the Deputy Padre now. Okay, Lumion sat up and faced his sister. Aurora opened a miniature ink bottle and stroked white paper with her right hand, her eyes darkening. With the aid of the contract, she recited in Hermes, "My contracted creature, bear the uniqueness of my eyes." Lumion couldn't understand or see anything without his spirit vision. He waited patiently. In mere seconds, Aurora withdrew her hand and sat down. White paper is on its way to the Deputy Padre's house. Lumion inspected the scene and noticed that his sister's eyes reflected trees swaying in the dark, not the study or himself. The trees were left behind swiftly. That's what white paper sees, Lumion realized. Aurora took out a mirror coated in mercury and sprinkled it with light white powder. The powder quickly bloomed with light, covering the mirror with an aqueous layer. In the water, the Deputy Padre, Mitchell Garrigue, appeared. White paper had reached the target's room and peered through a glass window. Mitchell Garrigue slept soundly, his eyes closed and breathing steady. Aurora and Lumion waited patiently, observing from all angles with white paper. Suddenly, Mitchell opened his mouth slightly, and a blurry, transparent figure emerged. It was a lizard-like thing. You've reached the end of the book.